Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell live from East River 9 this morning. What a beautiful morning. The sun is up. The skyline is just beautiful. Maybe a little haze in the air today. That's okay. But the golf course is going to be open soon, open for business. There was a little dew on the course this morning as we walked in. Very nice. Beautiful, beautiful setting. And if you want to go and have yourself a nice little round, take about an hour and a half, get in here, have some lunch, watch some game tonight. You're looking for a place to watch your game tonight? East River 9, a great place, great sports bar. They got a bunch of TVs. They'll have them all on the Texans and the Bills as we get this show started this morning. You're welcome to come on out here today. What are we on, Waco? Is it on Waco? No, this isn't Waco Street. That's where you get off on 10.
Yeah, I think it is.
It's Waco Street? Yeah, whatever. That's where you get off on 10, and you get you come take a right if you're coming east on 10, and come on down here and see us. Anyway, here we are. We want you to get on out here to East River 9 this morning, or whenever you can, and talk about the Texans and the Bills tonight. I was on last night on Q and Golden's show on ESPN last night, and they wanted to know about this game, and I gave them my 19-11 theory, okay? 19-11 is it's the immovable object against the irresistible force, and it's the resistible force against the movable object. The Texans are the immovable object. They can't move the ball, and the Bills' defense is very resistible.
Yeah.
While the other way is the immovable object is the Texans' defense, and the irresistible force is the Bills' offense. However, the Texans' defense has gotten the better of the Bills, especially in this building. Josh Allen doesn't have an answer for tonight. He doesn't have an answer for this defense. He doesn't have wide receivers. Keon Coleman is probably out again because he's not with the program. He's really messing his whole career.
Serially overrated in the draft.
Yeah. We've got Khalil Shakir, who's banged up. He's got Davis back, right? I mean, number 13, he had a couple of catches, but boy, he doesn't look like the same guy. He looks he looks a lot slower than
when
he
he
was.
left. He's just a vertical guy. That's all he is, and
he's not that anymore.
Well, we'll see. He's tall. I mean, a tight end outran Kamari Laster last week. Kamari Laster got run by a tight end, and he couldn't catch up with him last week. So now that tight end runs in the 4.5s.
Yeah,
that's a fast tight end, but that's 4.5s. I mean,
Lassiter's done a nice job with keeping up with guys this year.
Yes, I think I would attack him. Too. Here's what I would do: if I were the Buffalo Bills, I would attack him deep.
Really?
Often. I would if I were any team. I had a question posed to me, like, how would you attack the Texans? And I said, well, I'm going to try to get big shots on. I mean, you're not going to extend drives. So I try to hit them with big plays. You've seen they're susceptible from. They just got beat by Cam Ward on one, was the precursor to a touchdown. We saw it last year. I think that's the way you attack the Texans is you try to hit chunk plays on them, and you try to attack that secondary. You know, you can beat no cornerback's unstoppable. I mean, you had Stingley got beat for a touchdown a couple games ago by San Francisco, right?
You notice there's not as many breakdowns now that C.J. Gardner-Johnson's gone. They're not like last year. They had a lot more big plays last year than they got
I think they figured out maybe how to. I mean, maybe they're just better. They're also older. Maybe they're better. There aren't as many breakdowns. We haven't seen as many shots. We haven't seen as many attempts. I don't know if they're playing. I don't know if they changed. If they're playing more shell coverages. It doesn't feel like they do. Jalen Petrie being out, I think, in a weird way, it hurts your run support, but it might help the fact that you can't exploit him vertically. So, because it's going to be a faster player at that position. It's not a net positive to have Jalen Petrie out. I'm definitely not saying that, but I think you can definitely. I think you can definitely attack the Texans. The problem is that you have to hope that you hit two or maybe and sometimes three big plays a game. Like, you got to hit big plays because you're not going to extend. In the same way, the Texans aren't hitting big plays.
But
Like you can think of their offense. Texans don't hit big plays, and what happens when they have to have extended drives? They can't.
The first
convert.
game, he missed a couple of longer throws.
Who?
Davis Mills.
Uh-huh.
But otherwise, I don't remember him really trying to throw it well.
I think
downfield.
teams have taken that away from the Texans.
Yeah.
It's not. You saw. I mean,
cover two is kryptonite to the Texans.
He threw into double coverage.
Yeah.
Trying to even get it. It was a dumb throw. Like it could have been interception. As a matter of fact, it was dropped. It was an interception that was dropped down the field. Remember that? That was Davis, right? Down the left sideline to Nico Collins. It wasn't even like it should have been an interception. It went through his hands. It's just not there. I mean, and that's the way you have to play the Texans. You just put a
they'll make a mistake sooner or later.
Yeah, just put a shell coverage. Say, we're not giving you 35 yards.
Right.
Go ahead and take 6.
Right. Well, and they do, and it turns into a 17-point game.
It takes
for the
a 2-yard loss on the carry, 5-yard illegal procedure.
Yeah.
Somebody moves before the snap, a holding, and they're cooked.
Yep. And can't overcome it. I just don't see. I
don't think Buffalo's offense is this. Buffalo's offense is not. I know that they can score points, but I've also seen them have some struggles too. I don't know that they have the wide receiving core to bother the Texans.
They struggle against Miami.
Uh-huh.
They struggle against the Falcons.
Yeah,
they're. This is really not.
They put a lot up against Tampa.
They're not the same Buffalo team. They don't have. Other than James Cook. He don't have a premier weapon.
When they lost Dalton Kincaid last game, they lost him early in the game. Now they kept scoring, but losing Dalton Kincaid is critical. I mean, now you didn't have Dalton Kincaid or Keon Coleman, you still scored in the 40s. But with that said, I think that Keon Coleman, I assume he's going to be back. But
no, I just saw a report. Looks like he may not be.
Is this
they
disciplinary?
may not dress him again.
Is it disciplinary?
Yeah, another gun. He I guess he just didn't learn from the last one.
Yeah, and Dalton Kincaid looks unlikely to play. So this is Buffalo.
This is winnable.
This is a winnable game for sure.
It is.
I mean, Josh Allen's one of the few quarterbacks who can put a team on his back. One of the few. There's 3. There's Burrow. Not Burrow, but there's Mahomes. There's Lamar, and there's Josh Allen. Those are the 3 that can put a team on their back, and even then, you need some help. Like, you got to have somebody making a play. Yep. James Cook is the real key. Yep. See, if James Cook gets going, he can hit explosive plays. He can hurt you out of the backfield. He can hurt you on the ground. If you can somehow – that's not even somehow. If you can limit them or if Buffalo gets away from him, if you're Buffalo, the way to attack the Texans is taking some play-action deep shots, establishing the run. You're going to have to hit some big chunk plays. But we saw Tampa Bay ran the ball on the Texans. Buffalo's got a pretty good offensive line. Maybe Buffalo can run the ball too. I think if you try to just spread it out and throw, I think you're going to be in trouble against Texans.
Well, they'd love to have the ball in Josh Allen's hands, but the way to beat the Texans tonight is by James Cook. James Cook is going to be a problem. If he gets going, that's a problem.
Yeah.
And then it opens it up everything for.
We've got our own James Cook named Woody Marks.
Do we? Do we now? And that's you know what? That's a secret for the Texans too, because the Bills don't stop the run either. So maybe this game will be about an hour and 20 minutes. I figure it's a 19-11 game. We'll see. Last night, the Rockets, with a 22-point lead that disintegrated to 1. They got down to 1 point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, got to 1.
We got to 1.
In the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and it looked like, holy crap, but this is why you acquired Aaron Holiday.
Yeah, that's right.
Aaron Holiday.
Just had a hardly played this year. Steps out, gives you 20. No big deal. Critical threes.
I'm telling you, I said
this team is special.
I said this earlier, in the season. Aaron Holiday is going to play a big role for this team.
Yeah,
because they don't have the true point guard. He is a true point guard.
But it wasn't in Reed's place.
No. I mean, they put him down together on the floor together. Reed had another night. Well, he had a really good start, and then he finished with 12 points, 5 of 11 shooting, 2 for 5. But Aaron Holiday knocking down 3 huge shots in the fourth quarter. They said, okay, Aaron Holiday can beat us. And you know what Aaron Holiday did? Beat him. He was 5 of 7, 3 for 5 from 3, had 18 points. And they were in the most critical times. Holy crap.
He closed. They don't trust Reed's defense. That's obvious.
Yeah.
Because you got two similar players, and one guy stayed on the court to close the game. That was Aaron Holiday because he's bigger and stronger. And when Reed was on the court, they went right at him. So it's a conversation to have. Like Reed, do they feel like they can't have him out there late to close games because his defense is a liability? I think so. I think he may look at it like that. Fred's a strong guy. Fred holds up in those scenarios. Holiday's bigger and stronger. Probably feels a little more comfortable with him. But that's a good thing because you're not you don't have holes. Your only holes you have right now are primary ball handler against teams who pressure you full court. Like we know that's a concern, but I've been very pleasantly surprised that no one's really trying to pressure the Rockets full court and wear them down or slow down. Like I would show them three-quarter court pressure to slow down the Rockets' ability to get into their offensive sets early. That's what I would do because they're just too explosive offensively. Like they can gain, like this is what happens. They can gain big leads on you, and then you have to push a boulder up the hill. I mean, Donovan Mitchell didn't even do anything till the fourth. Then he exploded in the fourth. It was too late.
Yeah.
He had 19 in the fourth, but it was too late.
7 through 3, I think.
He only had 7 shots through 3 quarters.
That's incredible.
Felt like James Harden.
Incredible. Now he disappeared. And he had 21 points. I was
You
way
said he's going
up.
to have 19.
I said 19.
Loser.
Yeah.
He had 21. And he got that in the
I
last.
didn't think he'd get even close to 19. I said, I was way off on this.
No,
he's going to have 5 for the game.
Unless he had 19 in the.
He was incredible in the fourth.
You almost nailed it perfectly. He was sitting there at 19. I'm like, please score again. With 3 minutes to go again, like, please score again. We can't have John hit it literally on the head. He was sitting on 19. 3 minutes to go.
That dude that's averaging 31 a game, and he.
Now he looked incredible in the fourth.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, he's still fast.
He
looks thick and chunky. He looks like a dog that's been overfed, kind of beefy. And then you see him move, and it's like, man, super explosive.
Evan Mobley had his hands full last night.
Yeah.
Okay, the defensive player of the year.
He didn't.
Alpe's
Alpe's not to be tried. You know what we've learned? Alperen Şengün catching it in the low post is about 25% as successful as Alpe
up front,
catching it out top.
Yeah,
you're cooked if he catches it out top.
Yeah.
He's cooked Giannis and Evan Mobley off the dribble both.
In critical situations when you had to have a basket to keep the lead and ice the game, he did the same thing
to both
to Giannis as he did last night to Evan Mobley.
2 of the best defenders in basketball.
And
he embarrassed them both. He put them on highlight reels.
Oh, my gosh. How good was that? Man, that was scary, though. I was screaming. Steven Adams, man, he's historically good at offensive rebounding. He had a tip last night after a miss, a tip to Kevin Durant. Durant knocked down the 3, and I was like, that's so good. And then, did you see the alley-oop to him? The alley-oop to Steven Adams.
Yeah.
It was dude is historically bad from 4 feet. Oh, my gosh. I don't want to put. Is he Angel Adams? Is he? He.
More so than Draymond. Draymond can hit some threes.
Draymond can hit, yeah.
Draymond's got more
offense. He's got a little mid-range game.
Steven Adams is closer.
Wow, it is
because they're both dominant on the boards.
Yeah.
Neither are great around the basket.
Wow, it's bad.
But Steven's not an all-star.
713-780-3776. If you want to get in here live from East River 9, beautiful morning, come on out, play some golf, hit some golf balls, get better. Get out on the driving range and hit some balls. You suck at golf, so get out here, practice. Let's go. Let's get it going on. You can do it all here at East River 9, and it's a great place to watch a game tonight. GimmeTheVin.com is the place to sell your car. They want to buy your car, whether it's your daily driver every day, okay, your pickup. They don't want a beater that's about $400. They don't want that. They're not going to buy that. They just don't. Especially if you've got a supercar or an exotic. Now, they're going to buy that. And not only will John Clay Wolf buy it, but he had a car show this weekend. He was probably all the exotics that he bought, and he's probably bought I don't know how many from here in the city of Houston, he had on display. He doesn't like to sell those. He likes to keep those for himself. So he's going to pay top dollar to make sure that he gets those. So if you have an exotic or a supercar, but it doesn't matter what it is, SUV, minivan, it's so easy at GimmeTheVin.com. Enter your VIN number or license plate number. You get an offer in minutes, and that is well above any dealer quote. You can go to one of their pickup locations, or they'll come to you. They'll bring you the check. It's easy. It's fast. GimmeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer. If you are selling your car, there's one place you have to go, GimmeTheVin.com.
You're listening to John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Welcome back here live on at East River 9, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance and Dell here with you. AJ's back in the studio taking your calls. Do you have an intern, or you got to answer the calls too today? You got to do it all?
I have an intern.
You have an intern? I see. And that's good. I like that. A little help for AJ. All right. Getting the job done today. 713-780-3776 is the number if you'd like to get in here talking Rockets basketball. Boy, did that get scary. It was just an ass-kicking for most of the game.
What a terrible loss that would have been.
Oh, my God.
It wasn't.
No, it wasn't. But it would have been awful had they lost that game.
Then
that's the – no, you know what, though? You know what, though?
Been like Jacksonville.
That's a game they would have lost last year.
Oh, yeah. They would have got beat 7.
Yeah.
It would have been a collapse of monumental proportions.
Yep. That would have been a loss that they would have had last year. And I thought this year, with some of the misses that they had and some of the turnovers during the run, I was like, oh, my God. Were you I literally was screaming at the TV, screaming at them.
Were you?
Yeah, I was.
I thought Reed had that one, and they called it a foul, luckily. But I was like, oh, my God. And they called a foul. And holy crap.
That was fun, though. That was a good game. That's a good win, going in there and beating those people.
Oh, great win. I just never – they don't scare me. And they were great last year, and you beat them up a little bit last year. I don't think you won there last year. Maybe you did. But they don't seem to match up very well with you.
Now you got Denver here tomorrow night.
That's an easy one.
And then Monday at Phoenix. And then at Golden State.
I can't wait to see.
At Golden State, at Utah.
You know Jokic knows all about, like, he feels Alperen Şengün. He's going to try to make a statement, I think. So this is going to be a really good matchup.
Yeah.
To make sure, hopefully Alpy doesn't try to do too much, and stays within his game.
Well, it ain't going to be easy to stay within your game with playing against Jokic. That's for sure. Dude is just a beast. And so that's going to be fun. We'll see whether or not listen. It's Oklahoma City. It's the Rockets. It's Denver. I think out west. I think that's your. These are key matchups to see where you stand. The other big news yesterday is, holy crap, I didn't know that there was this much Mauricio Dubon love. My timeline is just filled with people who are pissed off.
Our own Sam Rico wants to.
Well, she's from the Honduras, though. That's why.
Who is?
Sam.
She is?
Yeah, I think, or somewhere around there.
If she's from there, it's distant, like I'm from Germany.
I don't know.
It's the same kind of thing.
I just made that up.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case.
I just made that up.
I don't think
she probably is, though. I don't know.
I don't think she is.
You don't know.
I don't think she is. He's Honduran?
He's the only ever Honduran in Major League Baseball.
That's right. I was thinking for a second, Cuban, but he's not Cuban. Who was the other guy that was Cuban? The other the Cuban along with our other utility player who was –
Oh yeah.
I was thinking of him because he had a great.
Diaz.
He had the great rapport. Yeah, Diaz. He had the great rapport with Jordan, and so I just kind of put. But no, that was Diaz.
Well,
Aledmus Diaz was Cuban. Yeah.
So last night I'm like, well,
Sam's really upset. She's texting, "What's the deal with the?" And so I was just reading online. It's like it's a money thing. It's just they don't want to.
Well, I was like, so he's more expensive than Urias. Okay, they do the same thing. Get rid of Dubon. They're the same thing, except they got rid of Urias too.
Yeah.
So they save about $10 million. But they pick up. I mean, Adam Everett thinks this guy can't hit. Nick Allen.
What is the plan here?
The plan is to save money so that you can go get a pitcher.
Well, Nick Allen is, but you don't want him in the starting lineup. But I'm sure he can play either middle infield spot. I don't know.
Starting lineup.
But they don't want to They didn't want to tender an offer and spend that money on Dubon. Because you were going to have to tender an offer. You don't want to do that because they would have taken it.
It would have been about 5.8, 5 point. It would have been around $6 million, and then Urias would have been around 4, or 5, going on 5.
This is a dismantling. And he's not a core player per se.
Well, there's two schools of thought on this of dismantling. You're getting rid of two rather expensive utility players.
One of them, though, with the injuries that the Astros have, I would say having one is important.
Well, they don't have injuries anymore.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
But you also need to pick up pitching. You picked up $10 million yesterday. I can see both ways, but you listen, you had a bounty, you had an excess of riches with two utility players like this. I really liked Urias. I really thought, okay, Urias can take over for this, but then you would have saved about $1 million.
I like Urias too, and I figured he would. Yeah.
But that's all you would have saved was about $1 million. You're trying to go out and get a big name pitcher. Now, if they don't do anything, if they sit on their hands and they pick up, whatever, then this what are you doing? What are we doing here? But if you're trying to go out, listen, you got Paredes that's coming back. You got Christian Walker, who they say they're not trading. Christian Walker at first. You got Paredes at second. You got Pena at short, and you got Correa at third. You got Altuve, who can play the infield. And you know who's your utility player now? Altuve. Altuve can play left field. He can play second base.
He's a guy that you don't even think is good enough to play second full time, and you want to make him a utility player?
Yeah, he can play. He's moving around a little bit.
Second is one of the – I don't want to call it an easy spot, but it's the easiest in the infield.
So,
I mean, I'll even say this. You got to dig stuff out at first base. You got to be able to go up high. It's
you're not playing Altuve at first.
That's
Good
what
Lord.
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. He can't even be that.
No.
He can't play third. He can't play first. He can't play short.
No. But he goes back and forth. So you put him at second. Paredes can move over to third. Correa moves over to short when Pena sits.
I don't have any.
You got musical chairs.
Truly, do you have any faith in what's? How do you feel about what's going on right now?
There's
a ton of missing pieces right now.
I don't mind what's going on. What? Dubon? Wait a minute.
No. I understand it. It's just you've subtracted now a critical role for the Astros for as long as we've been doing a radio show. Go back to Spires. Having that role has been really critical for Astros teams over the years. Having a utility man has been really critical. You don't have a utility man now, so now you subtracted another thing that you need. You still have to add it, and I'm presuming they will add that. But you keep siphoning away pieces of the puzzle that you now have to rebuild through the minor leagues, I guess, through inexpensive free agent moves.
Listen.
I don't know if I trust Dana Brown to bring in the good.
You can pick up a Zach Short or a Rogers or a.
You can.
You can. A Donovan. There's all kinds of guys out there.
It's devil you know versus devil you don't.
That's right. But when
guys.
they picked up Dubon, wait a minute, let me see us. We love. Oh wait, we like Dubon.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
And I thought Dana Brown did a great job picking up Dubon.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't.
But what? Oh no.
It was before Dana Brown. Who has Dana Brown picked up where you said? Serious question. Who have you said? Man, that's really. You can say Paredes. That's a good. I think that's a good one. He was hurt, but I think Paredes was good. They targeted the short porch in left field for Paredes, who's a dead pull hitter. But other than that, haven't been all that jazzed about his additions necessarily. I don't know who really
Christian
stands
Walker
out.
Hasn't been great. Wait a minute. He played musical chairs last year.
No, I know, and his job
now mostly through the minor league system.
Yeah, his job now is to fill in, not through the minors, but through inexpensive free agency.
What didn't you like about Jesus Sanchez?
The Jesus Sanchez era?
Yeah.
Not too much. I don't know. Dana Brown's got his hands full here, and it's not going to be
What about
easy
Cam Smith? You like that pickup?
I did early.
And then not so much after.
Yeah,
no?
But I still have confidence in that move. It was a move had to be done. You got a guy with a high ceiling. I'm fine with it. Now, it may sting. You weren't keeping Kyle Tucker, so now in 2 years we may look back and say, ooh, he should have found a better trade partner. But I don't think that'll happen. I think Cam will be fine. I think the question is going to be, does he become a solid core player, a good core player, or an excellent core player?
How did you like the Josh Hader pickup?
That one's not just give a guy a bunch of money and a long contract. That's not hard. That
but you got to pick the right guy. I mean, he could have picked up Anthony Rendon.
He's what, the most expensive closer in baseball?
Well, and he's one of the best.
I mean, it's not hard to say. You gave him a 6-year deal, like you gave him a
five.
You gave him an extremely long deal. That's not. That doesn't take any. That's just throwing money at somebody. That's not an evaluation thing. That's saying who's an established closer is one of the best. What's the most money?
Yeah, but you got to spend your money right if you're going to do it.
Yeah, no, and that wasn't a Rafael Stone money deal. That was actually paying at the top of the food. That was the one deal I've seen them make where they pay market value, high market value for a player. The only time I've seen them do it is closer. They don't do it for anybody else. Definitely not their own players. They're not paying high market value. They paid high market value for a closer. And, there's a lot of people would say, what value does a closer have if you're not winning a bunch of games? Like, closers can – now, I would also argue there's great trade value with really good closers.
Well, my argument on this is, you can find Dubon's. I mean, I know he's a Gold Glover, and he's played a nice role.
No, you can find
You had Aledman CS before that. You've had utility guys all the time. You can find one. It's not Nick Allen. I would be surprised if Nick Allen makes his team. Nick Allen has played in 200.
Makes a team. They just traded Dubon.
So
why
what?
not get minor leaguers?
Just get rid of him. And then
Why not get minor leaguers?
he's a slappy. Goodness gracious, he only plays shortstop. You playing him over Pena?
No, Nick Allen you're talking about as a slappy. Yeah, but well then why didn't you get minor leaguers?
Well, I don't know. I have no idea.
I mean, this is a question that people have: is why this is the most you can get for Dubon, who does have some value. He can play multiple positions. He's not a bad utility player.
Maybe they did Atlanta solid because they wanted to get rid of Nick Allen.
And Dana used to.
Well, maybe Nick Allen can play other positions. Apparently, he's played 281 games, and all but 13 have been at short. He ain't playing short here. So I don't know. Maybe.
Or what if the plan is we know we're not going to be able to keep a great player like Jeremy Pena. Let's get the backup Nick Allen in here.
We got 3 more years of Pena. Okay.
Unless they trade him.
Okay, we're getting Nick Allen in here now for 3 years from now.
Unless they deal him for 5 Nick Allens.
So I'm just saying let's let the offseason play out. Let's see what they do. If he doesn't do anything, sits on his hands and doesn't get a frontline starter, then this offseason.
I mean, let's not oversell it. Dubon had some. I mean, Dubon is with the Astros. Dubon's OPS was 659. He was a 256 hitter. Got on base at a sub 300 rate. It's not.
Yeah, but the guy they picked up is like a 400 OPS.
But he was valuable.
Yeah.
I mean, he was valuable at the grounded a 35 double plays with the Astros in his time with the Astros from 22, and he played 83 games in 22 he played a lot of games.
Yeah, he does.
I mean, 132, 137, 133. He's played more games than Jordan.
Yeah.
Since 2022, substantially more.
Yeah. Well, Jordan is hurt. He wouldn't have if Jordan wasn't hurt.
Well,
and by the way, he'd be sitting on the bench.
Problem.
I saw an interview he did with a guy. I did it with him. He's just an Astro, H-Town. I forget his name.
Wheelhouse,
right?
Yeah.
H-Town Wheelhouse. He did an interview with Dubon. Dubon's like, I bother Joe every day. I want to be on the field. Don't put it. I want.
That's why they got rid of him. He's bothering people.
You're bothering me. Get out. You're too bothersome.
There's a plan here at place. I think the plan is just to cut salary and look for a cheaper Dubon, which makes sense.
Yeah.
It's not. I was a little surprised to see the. I didn't want to see him go, but there were some people acting like you got rid of, like George was gone a second time, like Jeremy Pena just left.
I mean, I saw people. I'll never watch an Astros game again. Dubon?
I saw that.
Unless you must be from the Honduras.
I saw
like
that guy.
Sam.
She's going to be a little offended.
713-780-3776. I'll greenlight it. I'm just going to greenlight it right now.
Well, then you should go to Greenlight Offer. And somebody said something about. He said, I don't ever hear that guy Sean yelling at me that he'll take a bat to my tenants, and if they he's going to take a bat to your tenants. I mean, but if something needs to get done, Sean's going to do it from Greenlight Offer. I'm telling you that he does. It is true. Like he's had to deal with in Greenlight Offer, they buy homes, right? They'll buy homes from you that you don't want any hassle with. You've got tenants living in it. Maybe it's a rent house, and you say, look, it needs a lot of upkeep. I've got tenants in there that are not even paying the rent. This has become a huge issue. Can you just give me my money for my house? And Sean says, yes. We'll give you a fair price. We'll give it to you in cash. We'll go in and take care of the tenants. Don't ask how they're doing it. You're just going to do it how they do it. I don't ask questions. I just know Greenlight Offer gets it done. And I know Greenlight Offer gets you very good offers for houses. If you've got a divorce settlement you need to get taken care of, you have to get liquid quickly with your assets. You are moving, so you need to sell your home because you're moving, because you've been moved for your work, relocated. Maybe you inherited a home from a loved one when they pass away, and you don't want to do anything with it. You don't want to get it ready. You don't want to put it on the market, have it go through showings. You don't want to take that chance. You just want to get money for it. Greenlight Offer is great for you. Greenlightoffer.com. Go to the website, greenlightoffer.com, and you can start the entire process there. They can get you closed out in some cases as early as 7 to 10 days is all that the process takes. And they handle all the heavy lifting for you, and they'll even tell you if there's anything you have to do, they walk you through the process to make it super easy. Greenlightoffer.com.
This is John and Lance on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
So, I mean, the day after the college football playoff rankings came out and Texas is pretty much dead, Sark, did you see his he went on an audio press conference, and he went on and on and on. I mean, literally, it was about five minutes or so of how he pissed, how upset he is about people talking about how he's leaving the University of Texas. My kids, I've got one that's on the team, and I've got one in law school, and I've got another one that I hope goes to the University of Texas. We love the University of Texas. And saying that I'm leaving – who's saying you're leaving? Who said it?
Well, Diana Rossini said he was looking at going to the pros.
Yeah, well, great. And since then?
Since
then?
Yeah, but it is a – well, I haven't heard it lately. But
wait. No. Nothing.
No.
Literally nothing.
Right. But behind the scenes in football circles, there is that talk. And that's probably what he's more referring to, things that no one else really hears. Like, he hears it. Rossini brought it to the table because she heard it. I've heard it.
It had absolutely no steam. And even Rossini was like, well, my source,
she got scared.
She heard a rumor. She
scared.
Put it out there. But literally, there's been nothing. I mean, it's gotten no traction.
What I heard was a really interesting rumor about Texas telling people that it came from inside the building.
That they want him out?
Well, no, that they just I'm not gonna say anything more because I can't substantiate it. But the rumor I heard was from two different people who just said it's not coming from Sark, and it's not a Jimmy Sexton money play where he's trying to throw that out there. They
good
just
luck
said,
getting money this season.
The way they told it to me was not. It was kind of interesting. And it was not about going somewhere else in college. It was going to the pros.
Yeah, but that was before Rossini.
Yeah, I heard it before
Rossini.
I said it before Rossini. I'd heard it before Rossini.
Literally, no one is talking about.
But it was all about going to pros for some reason, and that just doesn't make a lot of. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. You've got tremendous advantages at University of Texas. Look, it's hard to play the NIL money game now. It's not ideal. There's a lot of players.
Not at Texas is now.
But you have all the advantages.
You're one of the halves.
You're one of the halves, and there's about 12 real true halves. There's others who are on the brink, and then there's the rest of them are in real tough spots.
Yeah, well, it was a classic. This is going to be taught in college courses. This is how you deflect away from a crap season, and just let's talk about this over here, and poor me, woe is me, victim me. And people talking about me leaving.
Aggie John has really gone after the official university.
Somebody said that
state.
too.
The official university of the state. It says University of Texas.
Somebody said that too. They said I posted it, and I said, "Come on, you're just deflecting because of your crappy." And I didn't say crappy season. It's just this is a classic deflection. And one guy was, "You better beat the Longhorns," and I was like. Me?
Yes, you.
Me?
You.
I lost to the Aggies.
You.
I'm an LSU guy.
No, you were claiming the Aggies. You were texting us
I
on
am
Saturday. Ye of little faith on our text string.
I know.
You were an Aggie. You were Aggie John now.
I kind of am a little bit.
You are kind of an Aggie.
A little bit. If the Longhorns,
you better beat the Longhorns,
listen,
John.
He's swaying in his seat right now. Everybody.
If the Longhorns were better, I'd be a Longhorn. I'd be Longhorn Johnny. Okay. I mean, I don't care, except we got the Aggies on our station. We got Mike Elko on our station. We don't have whiny Steve Sarkisian. Somebody said something about me. Okay? We lost. We lost.
John is fan base fluid, everybody. Yeah. It doesn't matter.
If you're
fandom's on a spectrum. And John's heavily on that spectrum. Doesn't matter.
Oh, I've been on a spectrum for a long time.
I wasn't talking about that specific one.
There's other spectrums, right?
Yes.
Oh, there are?
Yes.
You could be maybe it's your sexual spectrum or your gender spectrum.
Now,
your fandom spectrum is fluid.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. Yeah.
My sexual one, not so much.
But
I didn't say that.
Your fandom is a little fluid.
Fandom. It is fluid.
Mine's not that fluid. Mine's Houston-based, but other elements can be fluid. If you've ever played
for the Longhorns, your wife's team?
Yep.
Yeah. You can elaborate on that.
She doesn't think I do.
She doesn't.
She
She's
thinks that
probably
I
right.
am. She thinks that I am against. As a matter of fact, she thinks I am fully against her team. It just depends on the number.
Yeah, right. And then you're for, or you might be against. You just never know.
I didn't have an opinion in this. You know what? I wanted them to win. I wanted them to win this last game, and they didn't. So.
And you wanted them to win. So now no wonder you're pissed off at your wife this week. You couldn't even
I'm
win
not pissed
a game.
off at her this week.
Oh, you're not.
No.
Oh, okay.
Last week she was mad at me.
Shit.
Well, she's mad at the family right now. Because we're not fun. We don't play family games like sit down and get the board games out and play games with family and enjoy each other.
Yeah.
People don't seem to enjoy each other in my family. So that's really on our nerves.
Well, because you're all together. When you get back together, we play board games when the kids come home.
When Alec comes home, everything's fine. But basically what it's turned into is the 18-year-old and the 17-year-old, or actually Mason's 19 now, the 19 and 17-year-old basically like to pick fights with the 14-year-old. And she doesn't back down because she's little sister.
Yep.
So it just turns into giant scraps. Like board games turn into screaming matches.
Oh, no. See.
Get the fuck out of the room.
I played a board game with your family. It's not good.
Oh, yeah.
At my house.
Poker.
Yes.
We played some type of poker, wasn't it?
No, we were playing a game. Where was it? We were
I don't know what it was.
We were
It just-
playing some game, and
it
it didn't
broke
last
down.
15 minutes.
No, it broke down. And that was 4 years ago when Monty was 10.
Yes.
It's worse now. It's way worse.
It was like, oh, my gosh. Well, but my kids were the same way. They really got on each other when they were young. They'll like each other when they're older. Maybe.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We'll see.
713-780-3776.
Can't wait for them to fight over inheritance. If
Good
there
luck
is
with
any.
that fight.
Whatever's left, them scrapping over that.
I get the Joe Moore Award helmet that was in Dad's office.
What about his controller?
I get the wired controller.
I get the
he
wired
watched the
Xbox
tape with.
controller.
I get Dad's laptop, but there's no chargers for it. That's
No
okay.
charger, and the sound doesn't work because he got it from Back Market, a refurbished spot.
I get that. I get Mom's knee brace.
I get Dad's. I get Dad's Yao Ming autographed jersey that's a replica jersey when he traded an actual authentic Brett Favre autographed jersey for it.
Wow.
Although that may have gone down a little bit.
Yeah.
Anyone want this Yao
I
Ming
get Dad's
replica jersey?
DraftKings stock, which is
You're taking on debt?
I know. It's a good tax write-off. As soon as we sell it, it's an immediate deduction because of loss.
oh gosh. 713-780-3776. We are at East River 9. Tomorrow we're going to be at Taquerias Around Us. Tomorrow. Which would you have any idea where it is? Because I was just going
It's in
to
Cypress.
but I know that, but where?
Just put-
where?
ju-
Cypress is a pretty big place.
I would just put Taquerias Around Us Cypress.
Cypress. Got
And
it.
you'll go there. Probably you'll get there. I'm assuming this is the spot where I tell you about the Taquerias Around Us.
Okay. You're assuming it is.
Yeah, I'm assuming that is or no.
Okay. Yeah.
Is it commercial time, or are we talking about just
No.
what we're doing?
No, it's
No.
not commercial. Well,
It's
not
not.
for you, at least.
Not for me. It's
Oh,
for
okay.
me.
So no,
But I was just wondering.
we're gonna
so
be there.
we want to send. Actually, somebody asked me last night, and I said, "Yeah, I really don't know." Lance doesn't even know, and it's his client.
It's funny because when I tell you, it's not going to do you any good.
It's not.
It's one of those numbers like 1801. It's
Well, I would like that because I can put that in my phone.
yeah, you'll be able to do that.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, we'll be able to do
That'd
that.
be great because we can tell people too. It's at 1801, whatever, right? We can tell people that.
Yeah,
That would
yeah.
be fun.
I'll
That would
get
be
the location here. It's in Cypress. I'll tell it to you.
In the
Because
meantime,
we are going to be there. We're going to be there. I don't know how many shows are going to be there.
Just us.
just us,
Just us?
and
Okay.
you, and you.
That's what I would
Yeah,
think.
yeah. So those two up until noon. So get on over. You can have breakfast with us over at Taquerias Around Us. And you know what? Get yourself a nice little breakfast taco because that's what I'm going to do for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Kent Jones
I may
asked
get
me
a
to
whole
go
plate.
to. He's
Here it is. 18037 FM 529A.
Okay, put
There
the
you
A.
go.
Make sure you put the
Make
A
sure you
in
put
there.
the A
Can
in
you
there.
send that to me? That'd be great.
Yeah, sure.
I'd like to show up, actually. I want to go.
yeah.
I want to go.
Yeah.
And we just told the people where it is. So write it down. 18037 FM.
It's the only one in Cyprus.
529A.
It's the only taqueria restaurant in
Okay,
Cyprus.
all right.
You'll be all fine.
Kent Jones asked me to go to tailgate with him tonight at the Texans game, and I said, I don't think so. I don't feel like doing all that. And it's not. I don't want to go to his tailgate. I just don't want to go to the game. It just seems like a lot of work. Been there, done that a lot, and I'm not really. I will say this.
Now, is this a dream rate spot, or are we
It is
just
a dream
okay?
rate spot.
I didn't know if you were just
No,
tell us you don't want to be with Kent Jones.
no, I want to be
out
with
in
Kent
public.
Jones, just
Okay.
not at the Texans game, because there's a lot of traffic getting in and out of there.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm talking about. Otherwise, I would like to be with Kent Jones, and I wish I knew Kent Jones when I was buying a house. When you do 1,400 closings, you know what you're doing. When you have been doing it for 30 years and you've got a AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau, I mean, are you kidding me? A plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. I mean, it's incredible. It's beyond. His expertise extends beyond traditional loans. They offer other specialized options. They will do everything. You need a title company, right? You need an agent, right? And how about an agent that might kick back some of his or her fees? Because Kent Jones knows those people. You don't know those people. Kent Jones does, though. How about the inspections? Everything that has to go on that when you're buying a home that you don't know about or that you're paying for, and Kent Jones knows how to get the best rate for all of them because he's been doing it for 30 years. And what kind of loan are you going to get? Do you know which one is perfect for you? Well, Kent Jones has been doing this. FHA, VA, USDA, jumbo, conventional, whatever it is. Kent Jones knows the loan game. You don't. So you will save money with a broker. That's not the case in other industries. But in this case, you need a broker, and that broker is Kent Jones, Dream Rate Mortgage. 713-520-5626, 713-520-5626, or 975loans.com.
This is John and Lance on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. Here on we got next week. You're not in all next week, right?
I'm on Monday.
Oh, you're on Monday.
You know why I was in Monday? Because I was like, I need to work Monday because I want to talk about the Texans game on Sunday. Oh, it's a Thursday game.
Yeah.
What a blessing.
You should be in Friday for that.
What a blessing. I am. That's tomorrow.
Yeah.
Texans are going to win 19-11.
19-11. We're going to probably watch. I think we're going to go to Damaris tonight and get the Greek wings and the Greek fries. Listen,
watch it there.
people, and if you haven't gotten your Cajun turkey yet, make sure you do. Get to Damaris Barbecue and get your your Cajun turkey for Thanksgiving. Do it now. Damaris.com. Damaris.com.
Well, sources have told me, John, that Sam Rico is not Honduran.
She's not Honduran?
She was upset because she thought the trade was dumb, not because she's Honduran.
Yeah.
Well, I just assume because she does have, but she
does have what?
She is a no sabo girl.
Yes.
She is a no sabo.
She's not Honduran. Like I said, it has to be way in the background if she's Honduran.
Sources have told you.
You're closer to Italy.
Are these sources reliable?
Yeah, very reliable.
You're closer to the motherland than probably she is.
Why didn't she tell me?
I don't know because she didn't hear. I guess when you said it.
Did you ask her?
She goes, "LOL, no."
I was telling her. I said,
I just thought it was dumb. That's what she said.
I mean,
what a lot of people feel.
It doesn't feel like you got a lot back in return.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, Andy is on hold right now. Let's talk about the
All right,
Houston
let's go.
Astros.
Talk about Sam's favorite player because they're Honduran.
She's not. More confirmation. I'm Mexican is what she said.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty.
It's close.
Yeah.
Oh, don't do that.
It's close.
And let's get to Andy.
Andy, what's up?
Well, I'm a 64-year-old native Texan, so no bias here. Real quick, does anybody know what Devon hit when he was starting every day in place of Altuve? I believe it was around 280 or 285, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, now listen. He usually, he if he wasn't starting, he came in as a defensive replacement and probably didn't get many at bats. You mean if he was playing second base every day?
Well, his batting average wasn't anywhere near.
Yeah, no, he wasn't. No, he wasn't a 285 hitter. Usually, when he got at bats, he was starting.
No, I know. When he was replacing Altuve when he was injured,
specifically
Altuve.
Oh, it's second base.
Oh, yeah, no, he played well then.
Find that.
Yeah, no, he did play well then. Yeah,
as a second baseman, I think we can find that.
Yeah. So we've never really seen this guy what he's going to bat for a whole year if he had 500 or something at bats and he was playing 145, 150 games.
Yeah.
Well, he's played the last 3 years. He's played over 130 games the last 3 years. That's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah, he plays a lot.
But the problem is,
you think with another 30 games he would hit 280?
Hell, he doesn't even know where he's playing. Every day he walks to the clubhouse and he has to look at the sheet and say, "Oh, I'm playing second today. Oh, I'm playing left today. Oh, I'm playing right. Oh, I'm playing third."
So what are you getting at? Like, what are you trying to say, Andy? What are you?
I'm getting at this is. There's only a couple of reasons why a club starts going downward, and it's bad contracts. And one reason is bad contracts. You look at Abreu; they paid him $19.5 million last year. What did they pay McCullers? $15 million. And now they're going to worry about $5 million for a guy who can play 7 positions.
Yeah,
that's ludicrous.
But those guys are kind of – listen, he hit 266 as a second baseman. He had a 699. He was actually better as a third baseman and a shortstop. He was actually better at the plate.
You're advocating for him to be a full-time player. His at-bats over the last 3 years are 467.
That's a lot.
402 and 369. That's a lot.
Well,
that's a lot for being a –
well, you get 600 at-bats if you're a regular.
Yeah, if you're a regular. Well, his plate appearances were 492, 428, and 398.
He's had almost 500 plate appearances.
But that's way
a lot.
more. That's way more than a utility player.
Yeah, right.
He's not been a utility player because of the injuries.
Now, I will say
he has had a pretty good sample size to show what he could do. His on-base percentage in those 3 years were 309, 296, 289. Here's what he is. he's a functional a functional to above average replacement player at multiple positions. And yeah, I would not have been hurt if they paid him $5 million to stay. I don't necessarily think that's dumb money, but they're trying to get a better value.
You know, I do agree with you on this point that it's probably one of the toughest things in sports to do is not be a regular and get at bats, infrequent at bats, because it's so hard to hit a baseball, and you get into a groove and all of that stuff. But he has a pretty big sample size. 500, nearly 500 at bats is he is what he is. He's at best, he's a 700 OPS guy. He's not going to be, and he's a great defensive player. Now, if he's at the same place every day, he had his most at bats at second base, 128 at bats at second base, and he was a 266 guy, a 699 OPS. That's what he is. That's what he's going to be. I don't know. I don't get. Listen, you do have to save some money some places, and a utility guy for $6 million.
Yeah, the one place I push back on, Andy, I agree with some of what you said. I push back on this. We don't know who Dubon is necessarily. Like there still might be something left there still may be something untapped if he played even more games. That's not the case. Like we know exactly who Dubon is, and that's fine. I think Dubon is pretty good at what he does, but he is who he is now.
And listen. I thought Urias was a great glove guy. Ledmus Diaz was before him. He was really good at what he did. You find utility guys. You don't have to pay him $6 million. Utility guys are guys that are pre-arbitration and really good gloves, and you can stick them all over the place. They're these what are those jackknives?
Jack of all trades.
Yeah, they can. They can do all kinds of stuff. Those are guys you can find, though. Paying $6 million for that, I don't know. I mean, I think a lot of people.
It's not your money.
Hey, listen.
I'll spend Jim's money.
A lot of people like Dubon, and he was. You know what? He was best friends with. He and Jordan became best friends too, after Ledmus Diaz left.
Well, they seem like it.
Yeah, right. And a lot of people in that dugout liked him. He was.
Hey, and there's something to be said about subtracting likable guys that are. And I don't know if he's
Swiss Army knife is what I was looking for.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's. Like you have subtracted, there's such a thing as subtracting the core charisma, the core.
Yeah, dugout guys. Yeah. Good guys in the locker room. Good locker room guys. Yeah,
there's something to that.
Absolutely,
especially in a 162 game season.
But man, I mean, it's not. I mean, I can understand. But wow, we don't keep Tucker, and we're not keeping Fromber. But Dubon,
I've come to terms with the fact that the Astros are. The run's over. Anything that happens now is a different thing. The run is over of who they were. They're not a feared team right now. They're not they're probably respected. They're not feared. You can't really look at the pitching staff and the lineup and just, there's players like Altuve who are aging. There's Jordan who's always hurt. There's some real question marks about. The Astros had so few question marks for so long, and anytime they popped up, they were immediately answered with moves that worked out, with young people who came up, with Garrett Cole being plugged into whatever it was. And, look at Javier now. Wow, Garcia, look at these guys come out of nowhere. And it happened for 7 years, and now, the run is over. I mean, you've got Carlos back, but, Carlos is a good player. He's not an elite player. Jeremy Pena is a good player. Jordan, you still are a dangerous team, but I don't know. I feel like the energy from the run that we had is kind of over. You lose Bregman, you lose Tucker. Those are two big hammers in one season that you lost, and you couldn't hang on. It took a miracle year before last to get into the playoffs. Not a miracle, but it took a lot. You needed a lot of help. This year, you trailed off and just played miserable baseball at the end of the year to miss the playoffs. So I don't know. You got major questions in the pitching staff, and then Dana Brown says this thing like getting a frontline starter, and we know that really means somebody like Dylan Cease. It doesn't really mean frontline. It means a guy who we're getting a little bit of a discount because he's not as good as maybe he once was, and we're hoping he can still be better. Mm-hmm. He can get back to form. That's what that means.
Mm-hmm. So, all right. 713-780-3776. If you disagree with us, that you're more than welcome.
That's your business.
I just think, boy, we got bigger fish to fry than losing Mauricio Dubon. Holy crap. I don't know. Listen, I like Urias. If Urias was going to be the answer with Dubon gone, I would have been fine with it, but he's gone too.
Yeah, so.
I mean, if Nick Allen is the answer to Dubon, then that sucks.
Is Urias still available?
Is what?
Urias
they DFA'd him. They just DFA'd him yesterday.
Why? Why don't? Well, he's still available though, right?
What?
There's nothing to prevent you from.
No, you could re-sign him. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know what.
I would think he's going to have value somewhere.
Somewhere.
Yeah.
All right, we got a break. We got to talk about Chastang Ford.
Wait, is he Honduran?
Don't think so.
I just thought everyone.
But
was.
he might be. You don't? No, I do know because
There's
only
one
Honduran
Okay.
in baseball.
And
So
the
we've
Astros,
eliminated
and
that.
Astros got rid of him.
We've eliminated
All right.
Urias as being a Honduran because there's only
Got it.
one. All right, but
Good to
Sam
know.
could be. You don't know.
She's been very strong in saying no.
Are you sure about that?
And it's questioning your mental fortitude, saying I told you this already. Because wait a minute, I told them a couple times I'm Mexican.
I know, but it's close. There.
I would stop saying that.
Okay, I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. I am saying this about Chastang Ford. I mean, you know how far we are from Chastang Ford? Like 2 minutes. We're right here. Chastang Ford is right up 59, right up 59. It's awesome. Chastang Ford is where you get your Chastang Ford on. It's where you get your SUV or your pickup. It's where you get it customized exactly how you want it. It's where you get your payments where you want. I'm making my payment right now. And I'm going to tell you this. When I picked up my truck, they said, okay, where do your payments? That's the first thing they asked me. Where do your payments have to be? And that's important to them so that you have a great car buying experience. The other guys don't care about that. You know what they care about? Gouge. Get as much as you can. Put different air in the tires. Tint the windows. Leather seats. Get them everything. Sunroof. Get everything. Make sure they get everything so we charge them as much as possible. That's not Chastang Ford. They don't do it like that. They don't care about that. They want you to have the best car buying experience because then you know what? You'll be back. I've been back 3 times. I've bought 4 vehicles from them, and I'll buy all my vehicles from Chastang Ford on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown, Chastang Ford. This will tell you a little something about our producers here, okay? There's a little hottie bartender here. She's setting up. I was like, hey, Del, want me to talk to her for you? He's like, no. I asked DJ. He goes, yeah, maybe. What? Let me see.
I just don't want.
Wants to look into it.
I don't want the story of our love to be tainted by you started it. I don't want that. In this hypothetical, when say, how'd you two meet? Oh, John set it up.
Yeah.
I don't want that to be the story.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. You don't think I've set? Oh, I did set up. Oh, my God. I set somebody up once. It was the ugliest divorce ever. They had the ugliest divorce ever.
Wow.
It was
well,
awful.
you had the sight to see that they would be compatible for a little bit.
I just introduced
them.
them.
It's not your fault.
They were. They had a kid.
Yeah, it worked for a little while.
Yeah.
And then it got really ugly.
Yeah, then it got really ugly.
Oh.
Real ugly.
Can't blame you for that.
She was in the media, too. It was bad. That was bad.
Wow.
So here we are, and we got Eric on. He wants to talk about Dana Brown. It seems like we got the Texans tonight. We got the Rockets winning a big game in Cleveland yesterday. And we're talking about Mauricio Dubon.
Bill O'Brien couldn't have been more right about this being a Texan town.
Well,
we got a game tonight, and people are far more interested in the utility infielder who got traded.
That is true. What is wrong with us?
Literally trying to win and go 6-5 and give you
some real hope.
John, would you say that this is the most important game of the year for the Texans?
Absolutely, it is. Absolutely, it is. There's no question.
And let's get to Dubon and squeezing for an extra $2 million on a.
That's right.
There's no question. It's the most important game of the year for our Houston Texans. Eric, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Do you think Dana Brown is the Nico Harrison of baseball? And are the Astros working with ICE? Are they trying to get rid of all the Latino players?
What did I say, John?
This is what you.
What did I say? If it was Eric Wong, what did I say the call would be about?
Yeah.
Well, answer the question. Are they working with ICE?
To try to get rid of
all the.
We won't have a team. You know that,
well,
right?
We won't have any fans either.
We won't have a team.
Well, Fromber's gone.
You're not going to have this fan if you get rid of all of our best players.
No.
I'm done.
Well, but ICE isn't looking for you, per se, unless your German ancestry is catching up to you.
Well, unless you were saying all of the Astros fans are illegal to the country.
Well,
you don't have to be.
Not
no Latin American fans are going to come anymore if we get rid of all the Latin players.
So Dubon, Urias, you got Pena, Correa too. You're good. Guys, don't worry. You're fine. If that was a concern,
Pena's
you're fine.
from Maine.
Yeah, but the name.
I know, I get it.
Well, yeah, I understand.
I
I think people will be fine. All your big hitters are still around. But answer Eric's questions honestly.
Oh yeah, we got Venezuela covered.
Is Dana Brown the Nico Harrison of baseball?
I mean,
if he get traded out too,
but
sure.
I hope Dallas wins after they fired him. I hope that Kyrie comes back and Anthony Davis actually plays.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
I watched them last night.
I hope they win. And I don't hope any Dallas team wins. But I want to shove it up Dallas, all those fans.
So you want them to be happy but wrong?
Yeah, wrong. I want them to be wrong.
So I watched them last night, and Davis didn't play. Cooper Flagg didn't play. And, of course, Kyrie didn't play. They were competitive against the Knicks, but – yeah, it's gonna be a rough one until you get some of those
Brunson
guys.
Didn't play either. Huh?
Well, yeah, he showed up. No, he played for.
Oh,
he missed a big free throw for the Knicks that gave Dallas a chance. If you saw the end of it, he made the second one. They threw in the lively. He tossed it to some guard, no one knows, and he made the layup with like 0.1 remaining. Except they called him for an offensive foul on the way, a hook.
Oh wow!
Of Landry Shamet, they called offensive foul. Layup didn't count. Dallas wound up losing. So the game was fun. Just no one you would recognize for the Mavericks was really playing.
Well, how?
Yeah, the whole argument now is the NBA is like panicking because they think a bunch of teams are tanking officially now, and so you look at some of the records.
Who?
Well, there's a couple of really good players.
Kid from
one is the
BYU.
kid from BYU, obviously, but there's another one who's really, really good who everyone was talking about as well.
Well, isn't there a Frenchie?
There's always a Frenchie.
Probably.
Now.
Well, speaking of fouls, how about Evan Mobley posterizing Elpy and getting an offensive foul because he hit him in the face?
Well, he did swing
clear
that arm.
out.
He did swing the arm and hit him in the face.
So, Claire, Alpy's always vertical. What's wrong with you?
That was
should have been a flagrant, too.
It was Jared Allen, right?
Oh, was that Jared Allen?
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
And Alfred's never fouled before anyway. Ever.
No, ever.
Never.
Ever.
How about after Alfie had that great play,
He was like,
and he's like, "Whoa, where is the foul?" Like, just get back, Alfie. It was an awesome play.
I'll tell you what, though. Well, Holiday's layup, he didn't even get touched. That female ref called that foul. I was like, oh, thank you for.
Well, he must have. Like, how do you call that, though? It couldn't have even been. And Craig Ackerman immediately goes, "What a stupid foul!"
It wasn't even a foul. He didn't even touch
He
him.
must have gone like that.
He didn't.
Because it was just a quick reach. Like, why are you going to reach? You're either going to stop it or you let him go.
Yeah.
Why would you even risk that?
I mean, she was behind the. Never mind. Anyway, some people had. Oh, what's his name? Got a T after he. Tomlin got a T, didn't he? After he fouled Kevin Durant. He fell back and he got teed up. He did not like that female referee. I liked her because she gave a few calls to the Rockets.
What she look like though, John? Isn't that always?
She's all right.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't.
She's going to be fit.
I wouldn't
She's
try
going to have a ponytail.
I wouldn't try to introduce you to her.
She's going to be
You
fit.
missed it.
All NBA officials are pretty fit.
You missed it, Lance. You were busy with some stuff. John saw someone outside.
I heard
the
it.
glass.
I heard him trying to set
AJ's
you up.
interested. I'm gonna try and hook him up.
I heard you trying to set you up, Dell.
How
Yeah.
would you describe AJ to this woman you were trying to set him up with? That's important.
Gets into work and
Great
goes to
producer.
work. Great producer.
Yeah, great
Not
producer.
a good producer.
No,
a great producer.
But a Coug. That's true.
Yeah, Coug. Yeah, that's right.
I like the Cougs too, John.
Yeah, handsome young man.
That's
There
right.
it is.
And
you got
I
to
think-
sell him. There it is.
Yeah. And I
Thanks.
think he's going to do big things in the business.
Well,
And no one's ever failed in
if
this
she
business.
won't date you, AJ, John might.
In this burgeoning, expanding business known
Yes.
as sports media.
Seems
Yeah.
like everybody's in this business now. Everybody's got a podcast now.
Yeah.
Everybody. I mean,
That's right.
it is.
If you play sport, the Equanimous St. Brown is with Amon-Ra St. Brown, and they had, so Alec, my son was at the Pittsburgh Steelers camp working for 8 days, doing a scouting internship, and he came back and told me Darnell Washington was 311 pounds.
Yeah.
The tight end. I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, that's their official weight. I'm like, and I looked at him. I said, there's no way he's 311. Maybe he reported into camp at 311, and he's not anymore. He was on the St. Brown podcast, and he admitted.
No, he's 311.
He's 311.
Well, they list him at 256.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, but in camp,
Oh.
the paper he had shows real weights. And he's like, Dad, he's 311. Because, I wrote him up, and what I said was there's an outside chance that
He was a beast.
he could become an offensive tackle.
He's a beast.
Yeah, and
That goes all the way back to high school. People
Yeah.
were wondering whether he'd become an offensive tackle. He was just a big. Well,
and
we
he
see what
has
he's
the
become.
frame of an
Yeah.
offensive tackle.
Yeah.
Like he carries 311. That's not a problem. That's tackle size. He's got 35+ inch arms. He's not quite. I don't think he's wired to be a tackle necessarily. He's not that aggressive. I don't know if he's aggressive enough to handle the week in, week out. What just happened?
I got a text from our resident referee expert. He wanted you guys. Nah, I can't tell you. Actually, said I have to tell you off air about the referee you were talking about.
Off
yeah.
the air.
Wow.
Off the
Okay.
air.
All right, 816.
No wonder you're not saying who that resident expert
I just
is.
reread the text and said, "Nah, I can't."
816 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time to talk a little Craig Day Surf.
Yeah, from the surf means from the. It's serfdom. It's a Danish name, meaning red tag sale, and that's what he's got going on right now. Red tag sale. Any vehicles that have red tag on them have additional dollars off of them, and they get this. I think they have it twice a year, maybe just once a year. So it's kind of a big deal when they get it in there. There's a lot of Chevys right now with the red tag sale, including EVs, the electric vehicles. If that's what you're interested in, getting that incredible, well, there's no such thing as incredible gas mileage. You literally just drive and drive and drive until you have to recharge instead of refill your tank with gas. They've got that. They've got red tag sale on many of those vehicles in stock, including the Equinox. Chevy Equinox itself, the standard is got a red tag on it on most of them. The Chevy Silverado pickup truck. This is the one that is drawing the most interest because you have the cargo carrying space. You have the great cab that's in there that makes it almost feel like a 5-seat car, basically, with carrying space, cargo load. And then, they've got deep discounts, dealer discounts, red tag discounts. You've got Costco, Texas residency discounts, and that's all on top of getting a 0% finance rate for well-qualified buyers. This is is one of the best I've ever seen. First of all, the 0% finance rate is a really, really big deal, so you can extend the length of your contract and get your payments even lower. And then secondly, all these discounts to go with the trade-in value for the vehicle. They're going to make you happy in Angleton. I promise you that. They have every single time for every vehicle that we've purchased or leased from them. Gulf Coast Chevrolet Buick GMC.com is the website. Gulf Coast Chevrolet Buick GMC.com. Out in Angleton, a few extra miles you'll drive saves you a few extra thousands in your pocket.
You're listening to John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
This is what comes up. Nice. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. The number, if you want to get in with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, you're more than welcome to do that. 713-780-3776. So we got let's get AJ, let's get from Kenny Atkinson, the Cleveland head coach. Rockets win last night, jump out to a 22-point lead, cut down to 1. And man, Aaron Holiday to the rescue. Holy crap. He was 5 of 7. He hit 3 threes or 4. He was awesome. 3. Yeah, he hit 3. He was 3 for 4, 3 for 5. And boy, he had 3 huge baskets in the fourth quarter when they absolutely had to have him, and he took care of that business. So I really do believe he's going to play a pretty big role. If they don't get any point guard, Aaron Holiday is going to see a lot more minutes with this team.
Yeah, but he's also not a ball handler, though. Like, he's not a guy that – how often do you see him bring the ball up? I don't see it very
he
often.
will. He doesn't – listen, if they need that to happen –
I don't know if he's good at it.
Well, I mean, bringing the ball up is overrated. Alpy can bring the ball. Steven Adams can bring the ball up.
Well, then why are we worried about it against Oklahoma City?
Well, but starting the offense is another thing. That's another thing.
Yeah, but he never starts.
And, oh, by the way –
he rarely starts the offense either.
And, by the way, he's a good defender. And
he's a better defender.
Yes.
He's valuable. He
can shoot.
Okay, let me ask you. What are you doing when Finney Smith is healthy, Josh Okogie's healthy, Tari Eason's healthy, Jabari Smith is healthy, Steven Adams? I'll just assume Clint Capella's out.
Reed Shepherd.
Alpe, Reed Shepherd, Kevin Durant.
Right.
You've got
but you've got Alman Thompson.
Ahmed Thompson.
Yeah.
And
You're 9 deep. You're
10 deep.
No.
You're 10 deep. Think about this. Reed Shepherd
Capella.
and Aaron Holiday. Reed Shepherd and Aaron Holiday off the bench. Finney Smith and Tari Eason off the bench. Steven Adams off the bench. That's 10 deep. That's 10.
Yeah.
That's 10. And now if we go – and now we're not mentioning Clint Capella is 11. That they're 11 – they're 10 deep legitimately. It's going to be some – like Aaron Holiday's – when everyone's healthy, he's not playing. Or Reed's not playing. One of them's not playing.
Well, it depends. First of all, who's got a hot hand? Secondly,
I didn't
as you saw –
Josh Okogie, yeah.
And by the way, you saw last night, Aaron Holiday was in at the end because of his defense, too.
I know.
Yeah. I'm telling you, Aaron Holiday is going to play a bigger role with this team.
But what happens when Finney Smith gets here and Tari Eason? The only reason Aaron Holiday's playing is because Tari Eason's healthy and is hurt.
Finney Dixon, I'm not sure what's going on with Finney Dixon.
Yeah, I don't know either. But if Tari Eason was here, Aaron Holiday doesn't play. Because that's been the closing lineup. It's been Amen Thompson, Tari Eason,
Tari
Alpe.
Eason, when's he going to play? For 6 weeks?
Well, it's in 6 weeks.
Yeah, right.
He'll be back.
Well, we'll see if Aaron Holiday doesn't. What he did last night, 5 of 7.
He's
with 3
great
for 5.
to have. I think the problem he may have, and it's a good problem, is he's got to figure out how to use these players because somebody's not going to be happy. And I'm going to throw something out there, and it's not going to make people happy. But at some point, I think Tari Eason could become really disenchanted with – yes. Well, really disenchanted.
Yeah, well, if he doesn't want to sign – now, he's a restricted free agent.
He's incredibly valuable this year.
He's a restricted free agent. So, and I would approach it like the Astros do. Let's see how it plays out. If he goes somewhere else, okay.
I would, too. Let me ask you, would you have any – because I don't think you need to do this. The thought was you could move him for a draft pick and maybe a backup point guard, a true ball handler. You could maybe move him for a pretty good draft pick.
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes – now, it would make sense if Finney Smith comes back and is playing at a really high level. Okogie's still playing well. You have Aaron Holiday getting minutes as a wing, guard, whatever. You could conceivably do that. Does it hurt your chances to win a championship? I think it probably does. I think you're better with Tari Eason in any scenario.
Depending on how good you are, and if teams are able, like Oklahoma City did, take advantage of you not having a point guard. If you need a point guard and you got to have a ball handler, a true ball handler that starts the offense, then, again, to win it all, that may be more important than Tari Eason.
I would agree with that.
That might be. Let's hear from –
Wait, how come the Rockets aren't trading Holiday to save money?
Well, they're not –
utility backcourt guy. How come they're not?
Are they losing draft picks because they hit a threshold?
I don't know. Well,
because that's what the Astros are facing.
They got to get away from the first apron so they can be more flexible. How come they're not trading a piece from a contender?
Are they losing draft picks because of it?
They may lose flexibility. I'm just wondering, is this going to be a trend in our city where we just trade away pieces just because we want to save money?
Well,
it's not about saving money. It's about getting value for a departing piece.
Did they get value?
No, not him. I'm talking about if the Rockets look at Eason.
Oh.
It could be we don't have
making
this.
Fun of Jim Crane.
We've got a lot of this, but we don't have this. Well, let's move this guy for this and a draft.
It's two different sports, Del. You're talking about
in a perfect world, Tari Eason's mom's not going to get really mad and pissed off and tweet all the time.
But
she will.
But she will.
I mean, she wants what's best for her baby, and she wants him to play. Tari Eason needs to play to raise his value. Tari Eason wants to play because he loves basketball. I truly believe that. But he also needs to play to raise his value for his next contract. That's just business.
Yeah, I hope the Rockets don't trade Aaron Holiday for Chris Mannon, a backup guard who never plays for the Lakers, just to save money. Because you know what thrills the fans? Hey, trust us. We're gonna make this all work.
We're not concerned.
No, Rafael Stone hasn't shown any inclination for doing a bunch of dumb stuff.
Yeah.
I don't always love.
Water?
Yeah, I noticed I didn't get one. He asked me, "Hey, you want a water?" I was like, "Yeah." I didn't get it.
Some guy just came in here. I thought
left
he's
his
a lawyer.
I know. I thought he worked
Does he
here.
work here.
He came in here like he. I
Hey,
thought
you want
National
something?
trial lawyer.
He goes, "You want something?"
we got other lawyers paying for.
Yeah, right.
So we're not gonna give his name, but Some guy just walked in here. He's got
Hey,
an
you
earpiece
want
in.
water?
He goes, "You guys want something to drink?" And I thought, and he's got some warm-ups on and an Astros shirt.
He ran
got-
the
And
place.
I thought
See you
this
at the
is
top.
this is the owner. I met the real tall guy.
yeah,
I said,
yeah.
"Oh, this must be his dad." And he goes over there. "What do you want?" John goes, "I'll take a coffee." I said, "I'll just take a water." Well, you don't want anything?
I said,
Dell
"I want
goes,
a
"I'll
water."
take a water." Okay. He
And
goes
then-
over to the wait staff. Goes, "Hey, we're going to need 3 waters and a coffee." And I
got
thought,
2 waters and a
okay.
coffee.
And they're just saying,
We
okay.
just got 2 waters. We didn't get a coffee.
Well, he got him
He
one.
got his coffee.
Oh, you got his.
Yeah.
I thought you said you wanted a coffee.
I
He
thought
did.
you said spider.
Didn't you say you wanted coffee?
I thought you said spider.
You get nothing.
I did. I got nothing.
No, I got nothing.
You actually you got nothing.
You
Oh,
got
wait,
waters.
that's right.
I got
He
nothing.
squeezed
Right.
you out.
Yeah.
And then he just walked, and then he just left
Handed
and left
John
a couple
some cards
and
and
left. I'm like, wait a minute, this guy doesn't own this place. He just acts like he does. I need that kind. And you know what he just taught me? This is the level of confidence you need.
Yeah.
Those are the kind of guys that get the girls whenever. I've got a girl, but I'm saying if you're a young guy, if you have this level of confidence,
Oh, yeah.
they're the ones who get girls. They're the ones who walk in like they own, and they get stuff done for them.
But I want to know what Stephen A. Smith would say about this. You and I got waters, and Dell didn't. What would Stephen A. say about
Squeaky
it?
wheel gets the grease.
Or
No, the problem,
Or-
I don't mind it that much.
we're
But
in
he,
Oxford, Mississippi.
but he asked me.
Does he have a new thing he said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said Lane's got to get out of there because black guys don't want to go to Oxford.
Wait, his entire team is black.
Yeah, I know. The
Lane-
brothers don't want to go to
Lane,
Oxford,
like,
Mississippi.
Lane doesn't win with a roster that looks like Yale. What's he talking
I
about?
know.
Georgia's got way more white guys than.
And by the way,
Yeah. Georgia is kind of leads the league in
Missis-
white guys,
I don't-
like an alarming
Mississippi
amount of.
has some black guys.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know if he know. I don't remember a white guy on Mississippi's roster. The only white guy he knows is the guy
Jackson-
dating his daughter.
Jackson Dart was.
Yeah,
What
his
is he
like-
talking?
Yeah,
What is
the,
Stephen
the
A.
two
talking about?
quarterbacks are black.
Go take a look at Georgia.
Maybe there's an offensive
Georgia has an
lineman.
alarming amount of white guys at skill positions right now. It's like,
The brothers.
oh, who's this guy? Who's
I
number
mean,
14? Who's number 32?
People have been saying
Right,
that about
right.
Ole Miss, about why kids shouldn't go there for years because of the history of the state, and they flew the rebel flag. It didn't stop the kids then. Doesn't stop them now.
No.
They still go.
And by the way, it's
Well,
a great recruiting
I don't
area.
really listen-
Mississippi is a great recruiting.
Oh, as far as
recruiting
talent?
area. Yeah.
I don't really listen to Stephen A. for college
Well,
football.
Paul
information.
Feinbaum called him out. Yeah. Can we get one more water, please? Thank you, because he didn't get any for some reason. I don't know.
But it wasn't on you.
It wasn't on you.
It was on that lawyer.
We got a break. I want to hear from Kenny Atkinson on the other side. But
Does
first,
he
I
have
got
thoughts on why Lane should leave too?
No, he's got thoughts on why Underdog Fantasy is where you should go.
Yeah, and underdog. Does he really? I'll be very surprised if he actually does have that. But who knows? Maybe he does. I know this. What we've got going on right now is NFL football. We got Thursday. It's the Texans and it's the Bills. And listen, now's an opportunity for you this football season. It's in full swing. We're talking about playing Underdog Fantasy. It's very, very easy. You just pick whether your favorite player is going to go higher or lower on stats like rushing yards, receptions, touchdowns, and much, much more. Get your picks right, and you could win up to 5,000 times your original play. That's exceptional. And for today, you got to break down how it's going to go. Right? We know the Texans have a certain type of team, defensive oriented. So Nick Chubb, for example, has 22.5 rush yards. That's his higher or lower. Nico Collins, 74.5 receiving yards, higher or lower on that one. Dalton Schultz, 37.5 receiving yards. I'm going higher on that one. And but there's so much to choose from. You look at Josh Allen, and there's a list of, let's see, wow, there are 25 different stats for you to go higher or lower. That's what you do. You pick and choose higher or lower. You pair them together with multiple players, and the payouts go higher and higher and higher. This is all you do is download the app. It's Underdog Fantasy. Download that. Use promo code Lance to score $100 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code Lance. Underdog. Make picks and win money.
You're listening to John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Del goes, we're back while you're talking about black ladies from the 90s. We're talking about Whitney. Who played the role of Whitney in The Different World? Who was that?
It was Jasmine Guy.
Jasmine Guy. Gosh, she was hot. And so was a girl from Clueless, Stacey Dash.
She was in. Was she in A Different World too?
No.
Or you just?
She's just.
Oh, you're just
she's
thinking
from the
about
90s. Hot girls from the 90s.
Hot black women from the 90s.
Whitney Houston.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lisa Bonet.
Yeah, Lisa.
Yeah.
I say I wasn't.
I
Big
wasn't a
Lisa
big
Bonet
fan either. Not a big fan.
I wasn't a big fan of Lisa Bonet.
Too American.
Too light-skinned.
What? Jasmine Guy's light skinned. What are you talking about? Whitney
Yeah.
from A Different World's light skinned too. Two Americas, AJ. Don't let them get you down.
Okay. Just
Like everything.
No, I just Lisa Bonet. She just. I don't know. I didn't think she
too
was as
freaky.
pretty. As
You
everyone
know
else.
why? I think
Talking about
being
a queen.
in that New Orleans movie got me.
Yeah,
I was
with
like,
Mickey Rourke.
Yeah.
That movie is
Yeah.
great. You should. That's when Mickey Rourke. You wouldn't. That's when Mickey Rourke was,
Was
like, "Hey,
recognizable.
look at this handsome leading man, Mickey Rourke." And then he decided to go full
I don't know what he.
facial
Lenny
reconstruction.
Kravitz likes her, but you guys didn't. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to take your word. And you're
Well,
And now he's got Zoe Kravitz. And now there's Zoe Kravitz that's come from those
There is
two.
a Zoe Kravitz.
Yeah.
That's right.
And they did a good job with that.
Well, you look at those two, and you could imagine an attractive offspring. Yeah.
Yeah.
So are you a Zoe Saldana fan? Not
Sure.
Zoe Saldana, Zendaya fan.
In what way?
You know,
As a talent,
no,
she's a little thin. for
she's
me.
thin.
Yeah.
Is she a real model?
Yeah.
I don't know what
She's
you
an actual model, I think.
She does. I don't know if it's.
She's got the shoulders of a model.
I don't know if it's
those,
famous actor, and that's why she models, or she is a model and can also be an actor. I'm not sure. I don't know how that works.
Who's the black girl in Black Rabbit?
I like
I know that just sounds like we shouldn't be talking like
you
this.
two specifically.
It sounds like we shouldn't be having this conversation, but it's perfectly reasonable.
Is it?
I don't know.
I haven't watched
she
the
was
show.
she was the chef.
No,
Not
the
chef.
girlfriend.
Oh, the girlfriend. Oh yeah, I can't remember what she looked like. I don't know her.
I haven't seen the show yet.
You haven't seen it? It's pretty good. It's actually pretty good.
It kind of fizzles out because
Cleopatra Coleman.
She British?
Probably
Australian.
She's Australian.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's yeah.
Yeah.
She's pretty good. She's going
She's
pretty
all
good.
right. She's all right.
She's going pretty good.
This is not what I'm looking for.
You're not
In
looking
a radio
for this?
show.
No, I don't mind it in the radio show. YouTube being the ones doing it is what I'm looking at. I'm not looking for.
Yeah, no.
I'm watching.
We're good judge of talent.
I'm now watching.
trying to hook you up.
I just got done watching Death by Lightning, which has Michael Shannon
I'm
playing
on
James
the second
Garfield.
episode. It's getting little.
It's all right. It's by the end of it. I read Wikipedia what actually happened on all that.
Is
So
it
once I
close?
knew, well, here's what happens. They take.
Don't-
I had no. They take current phraseology and put it,
in there.
and it really bothers me. And it actually, I put it. I just threw it through ChatGPT and said, "Are there any articles or reviews that are bothered by the phraseology and the words that are used?" And yes, they didn't cuss like this. They MF everything. They words that were not even used. And the director even said, "I wanted to make it feel more
Today?
like it's more you could project this into because people would have been bored by the old.
Yeah.
It's an interesting storyline, but I finished and I'm like, yeah, it's all right. And now I'm watching a Beast.
But it's
The Beast
accurate in the.
It is relatively accurate. It
Yeah.
is relatively accurate.
Okay.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
relatively accurate.
Yeah. All right. I'll finish it because I like his
I like
history
Tom
pieces.
Wamsgams in there
Yeah.
as a guy who's mentally ill.
Well, he's just a scumbag.
Yeah, and that's who he was.
Yeah.
That's
He
who he
was.
was in real life. This guy was.
Ditto.
But I'm watching Claire Danes now, and all she ever does.
Oh my God,
her Claire
it's
Danes
just
face
like
is the worst.
Homeland. Oh my
It's
God.
exactly like that.
Oh, it's
her
all
face
she did
is,
was cry.
And I was just like, God, just kill her, Matthew Reese, kill her, so we don't have to see this
anymore. Do you
anymore.
think Alpie grew up on Claire Danes movies and TV shows? That's why
No.
he's the way he is?
No, because her face is like it is just like Homeland.
It's
just
that's all she did was cry.
I took a picture and put it on Twitter. I'm like, the next time Claire Danes does a movie and she's not doing the Claire Danes face, like, and you see her and like, oh, she's, you wouldn't know that she can be attractive
and
at times.
especially no, that's exactly.
You would never know it. It's
the
pure ugliness.
What the picture that they use on Netflix to promote it, I'm like, she's not a handsome woman. She's just not a handsome woman.
They don't want it. That's what they want her to look like.
They did.
They
succeeded.
Well, this has been great. Chris wants to talk about Astros management, and Fred wants to talk about Halle Berry. Which one do you want to go to?
Oh, Halle Berry. Let's go Halle Berry.
You want to go to Fred?
I'm going to go to Fred.
Let's go
Here it is.
Fred.
Here's a picture I took.
I saw.
Just showed her Claire Danes' face. It's everything she does.
It's all she does.
It's all she does.
What's up, Fred?
Hey, guys. I just turned the radio on, and I thought maybe I missed you guys talking about Halle Berry.
Yeah, but isn't that too easy, Fred? Like,
yeah.
Everyone talks about Halle Berry. Halle Berry's the gold
she's
standard.
She's like the Michael
It's like
Jordan.
talking about great golfers, and like you already know Jordan's in it.
Yeah.
I mean, Tiger's in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just.
I mean,
like Halle's in on
Halle Berry is she's the GOAT. She's the GOAT.
Yeah, we're not even we don't even talk about her anymore. No. She's already in.
Okay, well, I stand corrected. I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah. No, it's all right. It's understandable, but I feel like there's no it's been done.
You
we
know,
all know
I have a segment
best.
on Fridays where I like to talk about movies and television. Do you want to devote 8:30s on Thursdays to black women you guys like every week?
I don't.
Do you guys want to
I
do
think
that?
Josh Payne is coming up at 9 o'clock.
No, 8:30. Yeah, right before Josh, and then you can ask Josh for a follow up.
We could do that. I'm fine with that. Yeah.
There's one.
Put a list
That was
together.
a little uncomfortable with this segment.
It's not that. I just don't like you guys doing it. That's all. I would do it. I just don't like you doing it.
Oh, I think he's racist. I think white guys can't talk about black women. Black women.
You two specifically.
Oh, just
like,
us.
If you haven't listened,
it is a little creepy.
If you guys don't listen to A Tribe Called Quest, I can't allow you to do this anymore.
I listen to A Tribe Called Quest.
I never did.
Why would you make that the?
Because it's from that time frame. The music you're talking about. I mean, and the women you're talking about.
Oh,
90s.
from the 90s. Yeah, I listen to Tribe.
Yeah.
Benita Applebaum has put me on. And you don't even know about Left My Wallet in El Segundo. You don't even know. You just want to stay with the mainstream songs from Tribe Called Quest. And where did that video used to play in heavy rotation? Oh, look here on the Mayor Show on Rap City on BET not Yo MTV Raps with Ed Lover and Dr. Dre. The real ones watched Chris. We watched Chris. What I just said his name.
Can't even say his name.
Rock.
No, not Chris Rock. He was called the Mayor.
Chris Isaac.
No, not stop. I hate when you do this. Don't put these names in. Chris something, the Mayor. He was a stand-up comedian, and he did.
Catan.
God dang it! Now I'm cooked.
Chris Conley.
Now I'm cooked because
wide receiver.
All these names are in my head, so I have no chance.
Chris Morales.
That's inside. Way
That's inside. Hey, oh my God. So I go play at Hollywood Park Casino. They got a giant. It's right next to SoFi. They've got a giant poster of Travis Rogers, some other guy, and Chris Morales.
What are they doing?
They do the Rams post-game show at the casino after Rams
Travis
games.
Rogers, Chris Morales, and who?
And Chris Morales is some guy. I don't know who he is. Oh. But it's like, I was like, how is Chris Morales in this show?
The guy who used to fake proposition me to do, let's say, illicit drugs? That guy?
That guy.
Yeah.
Fake proposition you? What does that mean?
You all don't know who
He
Chris
was
Morales is. Let me just tell you, Chris Morales was here for a little while for a cup of coffee. And
he would pretend like, hey, Dale, you want to go do some?
He would say that to you?
Why you?
I think because exactly.
Every time he saw me, he said, hey, a little Brujol?
Yeah.
You want a little Brujol?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay, so I think he was stereotyping us.
No, I think he did it to me because I was the least likely person to want to do it. Goes, hey, come on.
A little something?
Yeah, in the bathroom, a little bump. I was like, no, I'm good. I barely know you. What are you doing?
I love that. All right, we got a break. 713-78. That was our throwaway
But
segment.
he's a changed man, of course, with the Rams
and
post-game and all
but
that.
That was a segment that you can bring up tomorrow morning on What Did You Learn This Week on the show. What did you learn this week?
These two, not that into Lisa Bonet. That's what I learned on this.
You did learn that. You did learn.
Never have been a Lisa Bonet guy. I was a big Whitney. I was a big Jasmine guy.
Yeah. Were you a Zadok guy or not?
Yeah, always have been. And Zadok has been well known. If you're here in the Houston area, they've been doing it for it's almost 50 years now that they've been in business, and they've been at Post Oak Boulevard. Now it's a different location. Now they've got a big, beautiful spot, 28,000 square feet. The upper deck is the upper deck. The second floor is dedicated to the bridal. Is dedicated to the bride. So what they're doing is they want to make sure that they have not just every ring, every setting. They communicate with you about process for getting engaged, and they will. I mean, they do more than I can't even tell you everything that they're doing, because it's really substantial, and it really helps you have that perfect bridal moment. Not just a bridal moment, not just the moment. It's the moment of getting engaged as well. They have watches, luxury watches for everyone. They have diamond pendants, bracelets. They have small gifts. They have large gifts, and all gifts in between for men, for women. Obviously, I think mostly for women, unless you're a man and you want that luxury watch or the engagement, or rather the wedding band. They've got great wedding bands for men as well. It is Zadok Jewelers, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, Zadok Jewelers.
This is John and Lance on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, guys, we're live at East River 9. But right now, tomorrow we're going to be at Taqueria Sarandis in Cypress. We want you to come out and visit with us. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to give you a chance to win a $50 gift card right now. All you have to do is be the second caller to 713-780-3776. That's 713-780-3776. Second caller, and you have a chance to pick the game. That's the Thursday night game. Who plays today on Thursday night? Oh, that's right. It's our Houston Texans against the Buffalo Bills. Here's the point spread. The Bills are the 6-point favorite. The over-under is 43.5. You have a chance to win a $50 gift card. All you have to do is pick a winner between either the spread or the over-under, whatever you want to choose. The guy last week had the under. He was a winner. He won a $50 gift card to Taqueria Sarandis. You can either pick that or you can ask me to make the pick. But if I pick it, you get nothing. If I lose, if I pick it and win, yeah, you get nothing. If I pick it and lose and I'm the mush, then you get $50. So basically you either believe in yourself or you believe that I don't know what I'm doing and I can't pick a winner, even though I had a handicapping business. Those are your choices. Buffalo Bills, -6, over under 43.5. The second caller, as soon as we get it, AJ, give us a name. Let's get them on the air. Make sure you take down all of that person's information because we need to pass that on if they win. And if they lose, throw it in the trash. It's that simple. let us know when you have somebody, AJ. I don't know if we have interns on Fridays, actually.
We do. Well, this is Thursday, but we do.
We got Chris in the meantime?
Oh, yeah, it feels like Friday because
Let's get Chris in here in the meantime, talk a little Astros while we're getting this set up. Hey, Chris, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show. Hey, John, I know in the past I've called and poked a little bit about Jim Crane, but I did have an honest question for you about Jimmy. When stuff like that yesterday happens with Dubon and moves like that happen, is Dana the one doing that, or does Jim have some say-so when there's smaller moves? I know obviously big moves like JV and other things like Jim's probably involved, but smaller moves is he involved? And I want to ask kind of a broad question for the other owners, meaning the Rockets owner and then McNair for the Texans. Are they involved in the smaller stuff when GMs make deals like smaller things like that, or the big ones?
No.
Only the big ones. And my last question is Mixon. Do we know when he's coming back? And I'll hang up a list. Thanks, guys.
Nope, never.
He's not.
Never. May never play again.
He might not. I doubt Cal has anything to do with any move. Well, big moves that you're going to bring in, or you're going to trade to Sean. Yeah, I'm sure. Bringing in a left guard from Pittsburgh, or what a guy picking up off of some practice squad. Nah, he ain't about that. He'll probably tell him, hey, we're getting this guy, that guy, whatever. But Cal ain't in on that. I would imagine that Dana had to go to Jim and say, hey, I need to free up money. I want to go get Dylan Cease. We need pitching. I'm going to get rid of Mauricio Dubon and Arias. I'm going to trade him. And Jim would be like, okay, you know what? That's your move. Go get it. Now, if it's pay for a $40 million a year pitcher, then Jim's like, whoa, hold on, son. This is, we got to talk. We're talking about this. Or Jim's the one. Hey, Jim had to initiate Luneau. He had to, hey, Jeff, pull the trigger on this Verlander thing. Let's go. Get it done. What are you doing? I mean, yeah, Jim absolutely is involved in big decisions. I would think something like this, hey, you got to do what you got to do to get that money. Go get it, Dana. This is your plan? Okay, what are we going to do for a utility guy? I'll figure that out.
You think that Jim is just in the background? He was signing bullpen pitchers. Like, I feel like Jim is much more involved.
Well, I'm not saying he's not. But Cal's not involved in picking up Lakin Tomlinson.
What does Cal have to do with Jim Crane?
No. He asked the other owners. That's what he asked.
Yeah. Jim Crane played college baseball.
Jim Crane ain't making the Dubon deal. Dana's coming to him and he's saying, "Hey, I'm free. This is how I'm freeing up money." Absolutely, I would think. This is how I need to free up money so that we can go out and get Dylan Cease or whatever they're doing. And Jim's absolutely involved. But in a trade with the Atlanta Braves, that's Dana. Dana's doing that.
Oh, the nuts and bolts, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
But conceptually, I would say Jim probably has a.
Well, here's my plan. Dana's like, here's my plan, right?
That's young Serena. That's pretty good.
Are we still?
Yeah.
Can you
try
to focus on
the shape?
Can you just try to focus?
It's 2006, so it was a little while back.
That was a ways back. We didn't even have a station here.
Can we talk to Larry, please?
Oh, yeah. We got our contest.
Yeah.
Right now.
Let's get Larry in here.
Let's do. Larry, you have a chance to win a $50 gift card to Taqueria Sarandas. All you have to do is pick a winner. You get a choice between the point spread, which is Buffalo Bills are -6. You want to lay the 6 or take the 6, or the over-under, which is 43.5. You can go over or under that, or you can have me make the pick if you're not sure what you want to do. If you win, you get a $50 gift card to use at any of the Taqueria Sarandas locations, and if you lose, you get nothing. So, Larry, what's it going to be for tonight's?
If you lose, the devil gets your soul.
If you lose, the devil gets your soul.
That's it.
So, what is going to be your pick for the Thursday night game tonight?
All right. Well, thanks for the opportunity, guys. Lance, I trust your judgment. I'm just going to roll with you, man. Take it for me.
Well, no. I need you to understand. If I pick it and I win, then you lose.
Why don't you pick for him?
No,
I don't pick for them.
Okay.
I pick against them.
Okay.
I make them make their choice. Now, if you think I'm a
Lance likes. I'll just tell you this: Lance likes the Texans tonight.
I do like the Texans +6. And I actually like the over.
Okay.
Oh, no.
You like the over? I like the under, and I like the Bills.
Perfect.
So which one
so
is
you're
it?
going to make – it doesn't matter. Which one, under or Bills?
Yeah, I mean under or the Bills.
I'll take the Bills. I'll take the Bills to cover.
Bills -6.
Bills -6.
-6.
I think you're wrong, but okay, that's fine.
But you might be right.
Yep, he might be right.
You might be right.
But he might be wrong, right? He may be right. You may be right. I may be crazy.
I like the under. The guy last week liked the under. The guy last week got paid, so we'll see if you get paid. So we're going to take all your information down, Larry.
We have it, Larry.
We've got it, and we'll see how you do. Hopefully, we're balling it up and throwing it to trash tomorrow
What?
because the Texans won.
But he didn't
Now-
go against you though.
Now,
did he?
I don't. Now, I want the Texans to win.
Oh. You want them to win, not just cover, right?
We need the Texans to
Larry
win.
wants not only a win for the Bills, a loss for the Texans.
Yeah.
He wants the Bills to cover.
So hopefully, Larry, you want the Bills to win by 7, and if that 7 or more, and if that doesn't happen, you want them to lose outright to the Texans. That's how that should work.
We'll see.
Is this Selena we have in the background?
It's AJ's choice, yes, Selena.
Oh, that's what I thought.
Oh, Selena.
There's a new. I think there's a new movie coming out about her.
Another
one.
Another
Yeah,
one?
I think we have another one coming out. Yeah.
Oh. I mean, you can only tell the story.
That's what you think.
I guess. Well, there hasn't been one in a while.
And
Maybe
probably
kids won't watch that one because it was older.
The Gen Z kids ain't going to watch.
Right.
When was that made? Oh, it was made like after she died, sometime in like 99. 99! Oh, my God. They didn't even have closed caption in.
Well, this one's a doc.
Oh, it's a doc.
Yeah.
Oh.
I believe so, yeah.
Look, they got to bet. They won't watch the movie. Now, if it's a streaming platform with 8 episodes and an hour each, they'll watch
There's
that.
a Netflix doc coming out. It looks like next January, upcoming January here. There's a Netflix doc coming out. So they'll get their opportunity to learn about Selena, not through the Jennifer Lopez biopic, though. So, Larry, good luck. Actually,
that's how I first knew.
Bad luck to you, Larry.
That's when I first knew about Jennifer Lopez.
The Selena doc.
Yeah, that's how I was introduced to her.
Not as a dancer.
Well, I guess I did. I just didn't realize she was one of the Fly Girls.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that was who she was back then. I just knew, there's the Fly Girls.
I don't even know.
Big hoop earrings, huge red lipstick, and yeah.
I don't even know.
The Fly Girls were a dance group
In Living Color.
Living Color. He wouldn't know. He don't know nothing about nothing.
Oh, I did. I know that.
There it is.
Yep. All right, 713-780-3776 is the number. If you want to get in here, we got an hour left. We are live at East River 9. Want you to come and watch the game here tonight. Come and have lunch. Play a little golf. There's guys out on the course right now. About an hour and a half to play the course. A 9-hole,
Great
par
views.
3 course. Beautiful view. It's overcast. It's going to be a perfect day to play golf. Come in here, have lunch. Tonight you got the game going on. This weekend you got live music. I mean, it's always a party here at East River 9. Want you to come on out and hang out here with the peeps. It's just a great place. I'm telling you, a corporate membership, this is perfect. Perfect.
You get here before 10. You meet Matchmaking Johnny.
Yeah.
Great time
Trying
for
to
everyone.
get Dell hooked up with this bartender and nothing. I got nothing from him. So, I mean, I'm doing what I
talking
can.
so loud.
He's trying. All he's doing is saying this over and over again into a headset. You're not
Go
doing
talk to her.
anything.
All right,
Go
I'll
talk to her during the
I
break.
think- what do you
Dale, can
think?
he go talk to
What
her?
do you think
before
Not
you
on
do
my
the break?
behalf. On
What do you
AJ's
think-
behalf, he
What do you
can.
think about this guy?
He can do that for AJ.
No,
Yeah, don't do
AJ,
it.
send me a picture.
Don't
of
do
you.
it. That's making me nervous.
AJ, send a
Because
picture.
he'll do it.
And I'll show it to her. In the meantime, I could get sued by John Daspit.
You could. You probably should. John Daspit is now he's going to be a personal injury lawyer. I saw a commercial that was the most ridiculous commercial I've ever seen on TV yesterday. Just some of these guys with the personal injury lawyers. And John Daspit told me that the first time I met him, he goes, listen, I just want to tell you right off the bat, I'm not like these other guys. There's a lot of guys that are clowns in this business. I hate the fact that I have to be associated with them. I'm just here to try to practice law the way it's supposed to be. He's got 2 degrees from Texas, a law degree from University of Houston. And his entire mantra is to work for the client as hard as he possibly can, to push, to make sure that you guys are going to get the representation you deserve when it comes to the insurance companies. Because the insurance companies, when you're injured, are trying to squeeze you on especially your pain and suffering. So he wants to get your medical bills, your time missed from work, and, of course, your pain and suffering compensated. And he will He will take as long as it takes to make sure that they get the right numbers for you, and he fights until he wins. It's really that simple. His law firm, that's what they do. They are not just trying to get something done quick and get out of there and get a little paycheck. They're out there trying to represent you because you get one shot when you're badly injured, and you need John Daspin on your side. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspinLaw.com.
The Huntington Bank Studios get around, okay? Today at East River 9, tomorrow Tuckeria's around us, okay? Tomorrow, big show, talking about the game tonight. And the Texans are 6-point underdogs at home to the Buffalo Bills. And I think, what was the caller, Larry?
Yes.
Big mistake, Larry.
Mistake. One of our listeners is saying, are you guys forgetting about the primetime factor once again?
Yeah, we're not afraid of that.
When you're making your judgments on this game.
We're not afraid of that.
You're not afraid.
Yeah.
Past performance is not indicative.
Then how come we've mentioned several times about the Bills' struggles in NRG if past performance is indicative?
Listen, the Texans' defense is not just about it's what the future holds for Josh Allen.
The Texans' defense was on the field when they lost to Detroit last year, right?
Yeah, but this is the best defense in the league this year.
And yet,
it's the best defense in the world.
When it has mattered several times, the best defense in the world gives up a touchdown drive.
Yeah, but to keep it to within one score.
I mean, in theory.
No, it's happened.
No.
There's no theory about it. So if it's a tie ball game and the Bills have the Texans' defense on the field, there's a chance.
Here's the thing. Josh Allen, I don't love him in crunch time.
Okay.
Well, only because who's he going to throw to?
Very clutch last week.
Who's he going to throw to?
He didn't have anyone last week either.
I understand it, but
that's Tampa. That's not Houston.
That was Tampa. That's not Houston.
Tampa who beat Houston. In prime time, by the way. Remember in prime time when the Bucs needed a drive and they got it? And covered?
Yeah. They covered that game?
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is a 6-point game. At NRG, where Josh Allen is 0-3.
First down! And people scream first down.
And you have your backup quarterback.
I think they're going to scream first down when the Bills actually get a first down. That's actually what's going to happen. I'm telling you, it'll be 60-40.
Oh, well, I want somebody.
Lot.
I mean, you're talking about like every other person is wearing a jersey.
I came in from L.A. yesterday.
Yeah.
There were Bills fans on that flight coming to Houston.
Yeah, I'm sure there were.
Yeah, they're coming from all over.
But we live in Houston. You know how many millions of people live here?
Yeah, and how many go to the games, and how many sell their tickets?
I think you're overestimating the Bills' number.
No, I don't.
I do
this
think
travels.
that fan base not only shows up, they love to show out in prime time.
Well, they have a reputation.
They have a reputation to uphold. They like to uphold it and be a takeover type fan base. Yeah. They love the takeover.
Well, I'm going to tell you, it's going to be 60-40.
That's a lot.
I mean, this is a 5-5 team that people have given up on them.
40%. I mean, John, you're telling us that they're going to have 36,000 Bills fans here, or 30,000 Bills fans? That's a
because
ton.
there already are some here.
Yeah, there's some, but 30,000.
And then the people that come in, yeah, I'm telling you.
How many
right
people? So 20,000 fans are traveling. That's impossible. You don't even have that many people on flights from Buffalo to Houston. From around the country.
They're from all over.
You have to have 20,000 people, and you have to have about 10,000 here. It's
that's assuming it'll be a sellout when you say that 60-40.
Well, they are. They've all been sellouts.
Well, people showing up, I guess that's a better way to put it.
Yeah, but the tickets are sold.
The tickets are sold, but they're not all full. It's not full.
Yeah, we saw it against Jacksonville even before they departed because the game was out of hand through the first 3 quarters. That place wasn't full.
Listen, San Francisco had about 40%. So this is not unreasonable, especially for a 5-5 football team that a lot of people have given up on. A lot of people have given up on this football team. So I'm just saying, watch. Let's look at the field.
Oh no, I know there's going to be plenty. I just think that I think we overestimate. I think we overinflate. You know, when we talk about 50% of the fan base is a different fan base in the stands, that's not. I just don't think that's reasonable. When you get to the upper, I mean, I think 25% is an enormous amount of additional fans. That means if you have a group of 4 people, 3 of them are Texans fans and 1 of them is a 49er fan. That's a tremendous amount of 49er fans. That is going to be 16,000 people who are 49ers fans. That would be a lot.
Whatever the number is.
That'd be a lot. And that probably was. But that's what I'm saying. 25,000 is a lot. And I think at the most we see is maybe 35,000.
I just think
35%.
Yeah, whatever the number is, it'll be louder than we'd like when the Bills do something well.
It'll still be a home field.
Yeah.
This is not the Rams. This is not the Rams.
That's what I'm saying. I just think it'll be, that's a little loud when the Bills get a first down.
Yeah, it got loud when the 49ers scored.
Yeah. That's all. I don't know what the number would be. I'm probably more in line with you. Just even adding to the fact it's a Thursday night game, not even the weekend. I don't know if Bills fans are doing the in-week travel, but it'll just be kind of what it normally is when a team with a big fan base comes into town.
I mean,
they're going to be loud and it's going to be annoying.
It's going to be loud for the Texans defense.
Yeah.
It'll be good. They'll make sure it's loud by all means necessary.
What's that mean?
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it? Okay.
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
They have refuted those claims in the past.
Yeah, they've refuted it. And I've been there with like 4,000 people there, and it was like
John
screaming.
The Texans were out ahead of that pandemic crowd noise when they would pump it in during the pandemic.
That was embarrassing.
Yeah, during the 2020
I was like, who do you think you're fooling?
Yeah.
If you guys want to get in and talk about this game, you're more than welcome. 713-780-3776. I've asked a few times for Kenny Atkinson. And finally,
it's
I
been
think we want to hear
my
from him.
sole goal never to play that sound today.
Yeah, well, no, AJ's not anti-show. He's actually pro-show. So he wants to play this. He wants to get Kenny Atkinson.
Felicia Rashad, what do you think?
No, don't let him.
No?
Felicia Rashad.
Felicia Rashad.
No, play the piece, play the bit, play the sound.
AJ, let's hear Kenny Atkinson, the head coach of Cleveland Cavaliers. Here's his assessment. I think it's probably what a lot of coaches and players around the league are thinking of our Houston Rockets.
Well, they, how should I say, they enforce their identity more than we did. And that's what this league comes down to. You have your identity, and you got to go with it. And, it's the third time they beat us, 3 in a row. So they've done a better job. I think they had 19 offensive rebounds. So, yeah, credit to them. Heck of a team. Contender. Tonight we couldn't stand toe-to-toe with them. Just wasn't there. Yeah, yes. We got to rebound the ball better. That's obviously their strength. You look at their offensive numbers, right? It's pretty, 9 for 24 from 3, 46%. Field goals per field goal attempt, and then 19 offensive rebounds. So that's a huge, biggest part of their offense, and so that's their. We're not built that way, obviously. So, I felt like last year in the playoffs we did a pretty good job. Best team in the playoffs in the possession game, so we could do it. Just got to focus in on it a little more, and we obviously hit the team on it tonight. But they hammered us. I'm a little disappointed. We missed a lot of shots tonight, but we're not getting the offensive boards. We got some there at the end, but too little, too late.
That's all, AJ. That's all. The offensive rebounds is a thing.
Imposing identity.
Yeah, and the offensive rebounds is a thing.
That's a great way to say it.
How about that? You at 19 offensive rebounds, you're not going to lose a lot of games. You really aren't.
No.
Even though they shot 46%, and how many second chance points? They only scored 114. If they'd have hit layups, they'd have scored 124 easily. They missed so many chippies last night, but they only gave up 104. Again, a much better, and they shut down Donovan Mitchell for 3 quarters.
Yeah.
This is more like this. That was a defensive effort last night.
Well, they have one elite defender, and I'd say we have to give Jabari Smith his due. He's on a really high level. Amen Thompson, on ball, elite defender. Kevin Durant, underrated defender. Alpe's gotten a lot better. But Amen, you can put him on somebody and cause a lot of problems. So they still have that in their bag where they can defend and get defensive. I'm telling you, I couldn't be higher on this team. I have been from the early stages when you could see, wow, as long as they have somebody that they can win with. And it's not just – we shouldn't just be talking about Kevin Durant. Becoming a hub where the offense runs through Alpe, that cannot be understated. That is an exceptional weapon for the Houston Rockets now, because you have a bucket getter and then you have a creator. Alpe is a creator.
Yeah.
Kevin Durant can go get buckets. Alpe can create late in the shot clock. He can go 1-4 sets. They run the flat 1-4. Like Alperen should go, and who are you going to defend him with? You're going to go start defending. Are they going to start defending him with threes? Because he's too strong. He'll get down in the paint and shoot over him. If you defend him with bigs, he's too quick off the dribble. He's too. I hate using the word quick for Alperen, but he's slick off the dribble at least. He's clever off the dribble. He doesn't give you a standard static look. He's always got spin moves, and he's putting himself in different positions at different angles, so he's hard to defend. You have two guys. You literally have something you didn't have. Alpe is a player he wasn't last year. It's like you got a different player, honestly. I know he's an all-star and all that, but come on, let's be real. They figured out the best way to use Alperen Sengun, and he's figured it out. And Euro basketball could not have been more important for Alperen Sengun, because he knows he's the guy.
Yep.
Now he knows it's him. Now he knows he's him. And now you add to that an elite shooter from the perimeter in Reed Shepherd, who that's why he was drafted, which you've never had with the Rockets, an elite shooter, ever with the Rockets. You have a multifaceted.
He wasn't good last night. He was 6 for 18.
Who, Reed?
No, you got to. Kevin Durant.
No, yeah, Kevin Durant.
He wasn't good last night.
Well, who cares?
Yeah. No, they won. They had a 22-point lead.
Yeah, if Jalen Green had an off night, sometime you couldn't win.
Yeah. No, this team can win. This team was that was scary last night. Don't get me wrong, but man, Aaron Holiday.
They can win in a lot of different ways. If they need to lock you down in the fourth, they can get those possessions.
Yep.
They can match up. They can go double big on you. They can go terror twins when they're healthy, and throw Jabari and Tari and Amen Thompson at you and Josh Okogie. We've seen that before. That combination where you got just tremendous length and I can't say enough about the team that Ime and Rafael Stone has put together because you've really limited weaknesses. Your holes, the only hole I can think of really, you're getting better as a free throw shooting team. The only hole you're much better as a three-point shooting team. You can get late in the shot clock buckets. You can play in the half court. You're running now. The only thing I can think of is, honestly, it's just ball handling and how do you handle really hardcore pressure. But, can you really afford to pressure that hard? You've got to be really deep because the Rockets are going to put a lot of pressure on you offensively and defensively.
They'll run by you, too.
And are you playing defensive-minded players at the expense of your offense? Because if you are, you may not be able to keep up with the Rockets.
Yep. Hey, what's today? Thursday? Saturday. This Saturday, TD ECU Stadium, 3 o'clock game. Get on out there. Got a senior special going on. 2 tickets, parking pass for just $40. 2 tickets and a parking pass for just $40. Go to uhcougars.com/senior to get the senior bundle or call 713-GO-COUGS. If you're looking for the best way to have some fun on Saturday, it's going to be a nice day. Get on out there. This is the last home game of the year. This is an 8-2 team. They're a top 25 team. Again, they're back in which it doesn't happen too often, but they're back in the college football playoff poll and in the rankings. So this is awesome. This team has been really, really good this year. They need you out there. They're playing TCU. They got 2 games left at Baylor next week. But get on out there, support the team, and get and help them through what has been a really, really good football season. Come on. 713-GO-COUGS, 713-GO-COUGS, 2 tickets, parking pass, just $40. Go to uhcougars.com/senior.
This is John and Lance on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 737-803-7776. Man, this stretch. This is you say, is this the most important game of the year? It absolutely is the most important game of the year. You went 6-5 or 5-6, and you tell me what's the difference? Huge difference. Plus, you've got Indianapolis, and then at Kansas City waiting for you. So this 3-game stretch, they had 2 3-game stretches last year, and they did not fare well in those. This is their one big 3-game stretch this year that is pretty imposing. And actually, this is what the season comes down to. They were able to stave off the Jacksonville and Tennessee, both, that comeback by Davis to win the Jacksonville game, or the season's over. They win. They lose to Tennessee last week after they tied it up late. Season's over. Now the Bills. I don't know that the season is over if they lose this game, but it sure is bleak. It's
not mathematically over, but, I mean, all you're doing is stacking up needs for other people. Like, I need this team to lose this many times.
Yeah.
A loss today means that you have to have a tremendous amount happen to put you in, and you need to almost win out. Like, you're getting to the point where I think 10 wins gives you a shot.
Well, you don't have to be 11-6. I think 10-7.
I think 10 gives you a shot, but that's still 5-2.
Yeah. Just a home game. You're on the road at Indy. How you like them next week? What you think? If they're a 6-point dog at home this week, what are they going to be at Indy next week?
Well, I'm assuming
you'll have
CJ's,
your starter back. And
CJ's back. Petrie's probably back. You're probably 7.5, maybe 7. Man, it's still a really good defense.
That's a big number.
Well, we'll see. The Colts got the Chiefs, so if the Chiefs beat them, that might change how people look at the Colts. The Colts are coming off a bye. They lost their last game, so despite what they have been, I'm not sure there's a giant belief, particularly if the Chiefs beat them.
And the Chiefs are desperate.
Yeah.
The Chiefs are in a
very similar spot.
This is the biggest game they've had in a while.
They don't
next to the Super Bowl.
They don't own tiebreakers against their division, and now we know they're 4.5 games back of the or 3.5 games back of the Colts now. So wild card or bust for them. They gotta maybe win out, right? They lost to the Jags too. No, the Jags. The Jags beat them, so they don't have a tiebreaker over the Jags either, the Chiefs. So they may have to win out to make the playoffs.
The Chiefs?
Yeah, because they don't own the tiebreaker against the Chargers currently. They got one more game. They lost the game to the Broncos.
Chargers are going to lose more games, though.
Yeah, with all the
Well, I
injuries.
can tell you, I saw the odds. They sent the odds out, and the Chiefs are still a favorite to make the playoffs. They're better than an even money favorite to make the playoffs. Their win count, their expected win count for the next 7 games, is 5. So that would put them at 10 also.
10.
So, I mean, obviously beating the Chargers, the Bills, and the Chiefs are a priority. And frankly, if you do that, then really you shouldn't be losing to Arizona. You shouldn't be losing to the Raiders. I mean, my gosh, if you can win 2 or 3 against the Chargers, the Chiefs, and Bills, if you win 2 of those 3, then I'm going to put a W in your hands for Arizona and the Raiders. And then I guess basically what you're saying is you got to beat the Colts once. No. Oh, yeah, you do. You do. So you're going to have to beat the Colts here. Hey, you put yourself in a spot.
It's the last game of the year, and the Colts might not be playing for much.
Yeah, you're right.
Nope.
You're right. I mean, positioning first or the 1 seed, 2 seed. That's what
that
they
could
be
be
for. And that's
still
a big
up for
deal.
grabs for them to get a bye that final. By
Well,
beating the
1 or
Texans.
2 seed, if that's the case.
Well, it's only the 1 seed now.
That's it, right? The 2 seed. I mean,
but they
it's
have
a big difference.
They're
between a 1 or
competing
2.
against the Broncos and the Patriots for that, and so they may very well.
They got to win over the Broncos, though.
They do have the tiebreaker there, yeah.
Yep.
How did they get that? Do you remember how they got that?
Yes, the
leverage call.
Leverage, yeah.
On a missed field goal, leverage call, they got another field goal and one at the gun because of a 15-yard leverage call.
This is the segment that people expect us to be talking the best college football segment in the world.
It's true.
And we did not have Josh Pate this week. He couldn't do the show. he had
Got
a
something else.
scheduling conflict. So, but you know what? This is the best week maybe ever to have a bye with Josh Pate. This is bye week for the SEC. All the SEC teams are playing Charlotte, East Carolina.
Did they all do that on purpose? Did
Yes,
they all get together?
they've been doing that for years.
Yeah.
So Samford, the Aggies have Samford. Who's Texas have?
Texas, well, they have Arkansas, which is a bye week.
Well, Arkansas can score now. I think it's not going to be comfortable
Vanderbilt
for a
and
little
Kentucky are playing. There's a few. Some teams did it last week, and some teams are doing
Missouri's
it this week.
playing OU, so that's a good one.
while. Yeah, that's actually a big one.
That is, except, I mean,
It wasn't. It's definitely not meant to be.
Really.
It was not meant to be a bye week. That's for sure.
Losing Primula is a.
Who does Alabama play?
They have one of the bye weeks.
Right?
They have a bye week.
soft one.
Yeah, Mercer is it? Is something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Aggies. Yeah, Mercer at Auburn.
Oh, sorry. EIU is who Alabama's playing.
Who?
EIU, Eastern Illinois.
They're playing Eastern Illinois?
Yes.
That's got to be the first time those two teams have ever played.
Why? It seems like that's a tradition like no other. Tennessee is at Florida, which doesn't matter.
Matters maybe the
Western
Heupel if he
Kentucky
loses.
at LSU. This is bye week. And so there's really USC at Oregon's the best game.
It's the biggest game.
USC at Oregon is the biggest game of the week.
Maybe an eliminator for the CFP. Certainly for USC is if they lose. And if Oregon loses, there's not a lot on that schedule that says you should still be considered.
Right.
As
USC,
far
I
as what
think
they've done.
You think if USC beats Oregon at Oregon, they jump into the top 10?
I don't know about the top 10, but they jump over teams who need help.
You got to get in the top 10 to be in the
I
playoff.
know for now, but if you look at, let's say it all stays chalk, the teams who are supposed to win outside of USC and they beat Oregon, I think they would jump over Vandy, they jump Miami, and we would see where they fall with BYU and Utah if those two teams wins. But USC wins, they benefit clearly, and then they need some help. But it puts them in a spot to accept that help. Obviously, if they lose, they're done. Oregon, it's going to be tough. Like the Big Ten would campaign to get them in along with Ohio State, Indiana, and USC. But there's nothing there, man. There's nothing on that schedule that says you should still be there. And of course the committee is not consistent. They're still giving them credit for beating Penn State, even though Penn State is bad. But they have looked at other teams who beat teams that were ranked and now are bad and don't give them the credit for it. So a lot of people, depending on the committee and how they fall with a certain game. Like, why is the Penn State game still bolstering Oregon? But they talked about it on Tuesday and said that environment in that moment, that's a good win.
Yeah.
But they won't use that.
Well, Indiana was a good win. Yep.
But Indiana beat Oregon.
Yep. Right. But I mean, you're counting Indiana's win over them as a good win.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
The Indiana win, but it's just inconsistent. They decide which one matters, and then they decide even in those same standards that another one doesn't. But Oregon currently benefiting from beating Penn State because they hadn't completely collapsed yet.
I didn't hear Yurichek. I didn't see it, but all the reviews were he was worse than Mac Rhodes.
Yeah.
It was.
That's what I didn't.
And the reasoning was like, what are we talking about here? What are we doing? I mean,
you got to know how to have some BS when you're doing something like that.
Yeah.
The idea of people making these decisions.
We got John Chill joining us on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number. 713-780-3776. John Chill on the other side telling us where the money's going this week. Don't go anywhere.
You're listening to John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back live at East River 9. It is awesome. Come on out, watch the game tonight, and get your food on, get your golf on. East River 9, awesome, awesome, awesome. Get your corporate membership here and have your clients come out and have your people come out. Awesome, awesome, awesome. We're going to be at Golden Nugget in a few weeks, and we want you to. We'll let you know when and how, and we're going to have a contest to get for the college football bowl season. It'll be a lot of fun, and you could win a weekend, a couple nights stay, and money as well if you are the best picker of the college football bowl season. So we got that coming up. John Chill joining us now to talk about what's going on at DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, which has made it unbelievable how great it is to go watch football games and bet on your games. John, welcome back to the show. What's going on?
What's happening? Thanks, guys, for having me again this week. Big game tonight over in Houston. So
Where's the money?
It was plus 80 over Buffalo, and it's gone down now. So it opened, or yesterday it was about 6.5. It's gone down to a point to plus 5.5, and the handle's down closer to 70 than 80%. So it'll be an interesting see what happens here.
So recent money's come in on the Texans.
Yes. So that's and I don't know if that's local or national. Just being that it's a location, but definitely we're seeing the handle fade or go to the Texans here. So got some interesting stats for you for that game, and if you like Buffalo, they're 22-7 straight up and 23-6 against the spread versus elite defenses that only give up 19 points or less. So if you're on a Buffalo bandwagon, take the minus the 5.5, and then if you're an over/under player, 19 of the last 29 games on Thursday night home dogs have gone under. So it's 43.5 right now. We're seeing over 70 now. Now that I'm looking at the stats, people are liking the over, but kind of one of my plays is the under. I think this is just going to be one of those Buffalo games. They get through, they play. If it's a shootout team or a big high-powered offense, they can score. And if it's a team that's not great on offense, they'll play to that level. So I'm kind of leaning under tonight, at 43.5.
Now, Josh Allen has had his struggles here.
Yeah.
So, and this is the best defense that the Texans have had against him, and the best defense he will have faced all year. Well, it's the best defense in the league. So, this is a tough one. Which way are you leaning?
I like the under at 43.5.
I know you don't like the. What about the side?
I liked it more at 6.5, going down to 5.5 with Buffalo. I'll take that point. That's 6 points. But if I had to bet it, I'll take Buffalo minus 5.5.
You take a Buffalo minus the 5.5.
Yeah.
I like the Texans. I like Josh Allen to get really frustrated again in this game. He has been frustrated in this stadium. I like the Texans in this one, and the money seems to be coming back on. What do you think of late money versus early money?
It's hard to tell. If it wasn't Houston, I would lean towards late money more than. I look at early money and late money, and you start seeing things, weather starts becoming a factor now, especially late in the season. So you start looking at late money more at the end of the season. But, with Houston being local and seeing that, it's hard to gauge. But if it's outside the region, like I said, I look at early and late money, and you kind of favor, it depends how much of late money comes in and all that. So, we've also seen, too, as far as DraftKings, sometimes the late money will come in and the line will move the other way, which is shocking. We've seen that, we see late money come in, but the line didn't move and it moved the opposite way. So, so definitely, late money becomes a factor for us here as well. So.
Yep.
It's interesting.
It's Houston, so it's difficult to say whether or not at your place at least how that's really because you got a lot of Houston people there. John Chill with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 9. Really a weak college football weekend all the SEC are playing their the little sisters of the poor. So how is what's going on college-wise at DraftKings?
As far as college, we got the big game is USC Oregon. We're not as far as that. We're seeing more handle on Oregon. Not too big, closer to 70% there. Kind of like the under there at 59.5. I think USC's run defense is weak. I think Oregon, one of the best in the nation at running it. I haven't looked at the weather yet up there, but I think that'll go under. Big game, for both teams there. And I think Oregon's pass defense is elite as well, and that's where USC's bread and butter on offense is. So kind of see that kind of being close to the vest a little bit, run the ball, and 59.5 is a lot of points, and especially in a national game. So kind of leaning under there. Miami versus Virginia Tech, 17.5, hate to hook. Kind of like, for a big game, kind of leaning towards Miami. They're a must win and to try to get a shot to get in the playoffs. So I see that. Virginia Tech might be fired up, with Franklin signing and the kids that are going to stay. So that might be a charged crowd there at Virginia Tech. So it'll be interesting to see what that game does as well. And the play I like is Michigan over Maryland. It's at -14 now. It was at 13.5. Again, we should wait and see if that goes back down. I think Michigan's run offense and their passing game Maryland's just been fading the last few weeks. So I know the quarterback, I think he's thrown 2 interceptions at least in the last 3 games. So I see Michigan with their defense and their offensive line going past that number at -14. So, but big college, not big key matchups, but a lot of intriguing games out there, to play. And, again, monitoring these lines, they're toward the end of the season, they start tightening up, they start knowing what the line should be and all that. So, but yeah, it'll be a good weekend there. Back to the pros, we're seeing a lot of handle in Detroit. That's another one. I think Campbell's 13-0 straight up and against the spread after a loss. So he's 13-0 after that. We're seeing huge play on Detroit over the Giants. That's one of our big handles there, so as well.
Detroit over the Giants. Yeah, I could certainly see that.
And then here's another one, Raiders. They're, we've got the Sanders show Sunday. So
what about the under in that one?
That one is all under at 36.5. It's just tough at 36. You just, especially with those two teams. A turnover here and there can get you 10, 14 points, and you're at 36, but so they're, and it's a dome game, so you don't have to worry about weather there. But it'll be interesting to see how that game prevails there. But we're seeing a lot of action on the under there. Some other big games in Seattle. Everybody's laying the points, 13.5 at 90%. That's probably another big game there. I think Seattle's, they're kind of a sleeper team, but I think everybody's starting to notice Seattle now, and. But they a lot of handle there as well.
How about the fact that Seattle lost by 2, covered the spread, and Sam Darnold threw 4 interceptions? That should kind of tell you something. Like, Sam Darnold had 4 interceptions, and Seattle covered.
Yeah.
That defense
is crazy.
That is a really tough team.
Yeah, and to keep it at 21 points, with 4 turnovers. I think it was like 14-0, I think, in the beginning in the first quarter. And they just clamped down. So another one I like. I'm going to go with Tomlin and the Steelers. So he's
it's a homer pick.
I'm going with the homer pick. I'm going with the 2.5. Tomlin as a dog, I think, is over 70% against the spread. So I'm going with Tomlin. I'm back on the bandwagon. The standard is the standard. So we'll see what happens there.
Well, do we know about Aaron Rodgers?
I'm hearing it's going to be Rudolph. That's what. So I know he.
You like the Steelers with Aaron?
I like the
with
Steelers
Mason
either way. Yeah, okay. I think. Yep. Aaron Rodgers is the better quarterback, but I think Mason Rudolph's been there. I don't think it's a big. We're not going to step down too much if Mason or Aaron Rodgers starts. So we'll see what happens. So.
All right, go ahead. I'm not putting my house on Mason Rudolph anytime soon. Okay.
It is the holiday
you
season.
Go ahead. You go ahead and get that. You go ahead. All right, you're a risk taker. That's what I call a risk taker.
You're going to give me that one? All right,
Yeah.
you're going to give me the Steelers?
Yeah. All right, John Chill at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, DraftKings Sportsbook. John, as always, man, great stuff. We appreciate you, and good luck this weekend with your bets.
All right, thanks. See you guys.
All right, there he is, John Chill every week, and the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Like I said, keep on listening, and we'll tell you how you can get yourself at the Golden Nugget with a little cash in your pocket too. We'll have a pick'em, a college football bowl pick'em that we are going to tell you about in the weeks ahead, and we're going to be there live, and you can put in your picks for the college football bowl season, and you could possibly win a stay at the Golden Nugget with a little bit of cash. That's nice. So we will do that. I'm telling you this. If you're looking for something to do this weekend, if you're looking for a great place to go and watch your games, if you're looking for a great place to go, you talk about excitement. You got the casino there. All right, they got golf there. Doesn't get more exciting than golf. You got the pool out there. You got 12 different restaurants, which are awesome. You got the poker room. You got the DraftKings Sportsbook. I mean, there is nothing, a beautiful hotel that is like it's still brand new. I'm telling you, they take care of their place. And not everybody's taking care of their hotels in Lake Charles like they used to. So here's the deal. If you're looking for, to me, the only place to go when you head down I-10, so much easier to get to than Vegas. You can go for the day or just one night. You can't do that in Vegas. You can do that here. GoldenNuggetLC.com. Make your reservations now at GoldenNuggetLC.com. Have you ever gone to the wrong address?
It's happened, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's not great if you're an Indiana house cleaner.
Why?
Went to the wrong address.
Shot
and killed.
Knew it.
That's
Yeah.
not.
Sorry.
I'm apologizing to the person who
this
just was informed.
Yeah,
She's
that's
like, what?
terrible, isn't it? She's like, can I use your pen here? And now, who got shot? What?
Some housekeeper.
Is that weird or tragic?
That's more tragic than
More
weird.
tragic.
If you go to the wrong house, people get shot doing that all the time. That's not weird.
I mean, but you bring a pail with there's some Windex in it. Why are you going to get shot?
Maybe that's how they
I mean,
broke into
honestly.
Joe Burrow's house. pretending to be cleaners.
But he had that woman working
No,
for him.
he
that was
had-
there. He
yeah.
didn't have to worry about it. That Instagram, TikTok model he had working for him.
Yeah,
working for him.
Well, I mean security.
Yeah,
I mean every TikTok model is probably doing security now.
I'm sure.
All right. Apparently, young women, a new study shows young women are saying hard pass to motherhood. So, yeah. Oh, look. The
You
young
have a young
lady
woman
is
here right
filling
now.
out.
Everyone is.
Another young woman says yes as
Yeah,
well.
Sam, no mom? You're not going to be a mom?
Not right now.
Well, wait. Someday.
We're not
Well,
telling
maybe-
you right
well,
now.
not today.
Well, maybe when she's not an older woman. Maybe
30?
not-
When you're 30? That's going to be when you're 30. 30? Yeah.
Slows down your
Okay.
career, see?
All
Yeah.
right. Yeah, you got to get your – you got to
Yeah,
find the right
they
guy.
got a lot
You
of
gotta
things.
do all of
A lot
that.
of things they have to consider before they do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I can see that.
Yeah.
But numbers around the world
Are
are
going
way
down.
down.
They don't
Way
want,
down.
Gen Z ain't looking to have kids.
I mean,
The world isn't a place that they want to bring kids into.
I mean, we got to start getting jiggy.
Only in
I don't care.
Africa, it's exploding by 35%. Everywhere else is going plummeting.
Italy is like the lowest in the world right now.
That's because
I
y'all's
mean,
badass
and there's
kids.
a lot of
That's
hotties
because y'all's
there.
badass kids.
Well,
There's a lot of
you heard
hotties.
you heard
I don't know what these
you heard the
badass
young
kids.
woman who was here filling out something. She said it kind of ruined your body as well. That's a
I
consideration.
have 5.
As well.
Don't talk
she
to me.
said that.
I have 5. Don't talk to me.
No one's ain't.
No, you
No
did
one
your
talk to
part.
me.
I did my part.
Don't
3.
talk to me.
Dell's not doing anything.
You damn right.
Nothing. 8 between us.
Why are we so
between the
why are we
four
so
of us.
hectic? Why are we so in on bringing more people in the world?
So we
Why?
got to fund our Social Security.
Oh, okay.
That's why. It's the only reason why.
Ah, okay.
I don't care. Most of you are stupid.
Yeah.
Just have some kids.
No,
let them work.
Most
and
of you are stupid.
Throw some
Listen
money
to
into
what
Social
you just said.
Security.
Most of you are stupid. Have some kids.
Throw
No,
some that's true.
no, don't do
true.
that.
There's actually an article in the New Yorker today that says it's an article. Why has the IQ gone down? It explains why the IQ of the country has gone down.
How many kids didn't go to school for a couple of years?
It all started in
2020.
It was measured in 2006 to 24 is where the study was done, and as you can imagine, phone has something to do with it for sure.
You would think you'd be smarter with all the information on there.
Yeah, think again.
You would think.
Think again. It's actually the opposite. Kids have computers on their phone and they won't look anything up. When we had nothing, we had to go to libraries and encyclopedias and stuff like that. Like the work you had to do to find it, it made you smarter.
You had to walk through the snow as well. Understood.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. Yeah, both ways.
Walk
uphill.
through the snow of Richmond,
uphill both
Rosenberg.
How do you go uphill both ways?
Because that's how hard it was.
Huh.
Okay?
Did your house
That's
move?
how hard we
Did your
hit
house move once you got to school? And it moved?
Uphill both ways.
Maybe it was on wheels. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't. No, I didn't live on a mobile.
That's what I'm trying to. How do you
Although
go
it's
uphill
close.
both ways then?
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Okay, I won't.
Apparently, Kevin Spacey says he's
I saw this.
homeless.
Well, now he says homeless, and then if you read,
He's living in hotels.
and Airbnbs.
But he's
it's not my definition of homeless.
He's about broke.
Yeah, he said, well, and he's actually won a civil suit against him, so he didn't have to pay. He's won other court cases. He's been found not guilty. I will tell you that Eric Layden on our podcast back in 2017, before all this broke on Spacey, he told the story about one of his friends where Spacey just reached down the hand of the back of his pants at a party when the kid was working at working as a server at a party at a house. He invited another one of the actors who Eric knows into his car. He found out you do music too? You got a CD of your music? Come into my car. I want to hear that. That's really cool.
Are we talking
Got a little
like
aggressive in the car.
broke or unwilling to really downsize?
No, he has to. The jobs he's taking are very first-time director stuff. Like he's still making money, but not compared to the money that's gone out. He auctioned off. His house was auctioned off.
Okay.
So it's
feel
not broke. It's not homeless like we know homeless.
I feel
but
bad for him.
It's headed down.
I feel really bad.
And he even said in the article, all I need is for Quentin Tarantino
is that all?
Tarantino or I can't remember who the other or Scorsese just to say, hey, I'm going to put you in a movie, and then everything goes away. He just needs one big break from a big-time director.
Yeah, but I don't know if I want him putting his hands all over, the rest of the cast.
Yeah, I mean,
aren't you?
I'm in danger.
Yeah,
I'm in danger.
Well,
you're in danger.
Do you think
I've done some
Kevin
theater. I've done
Spacey
some local theater.
Would want him to come into his car and
Yes,
listen to
remember
Lance's CD?
Remember I told you?
You hover above. He wants to listen to
Rain
that.
below.
You have an EP.
I do have some music, sir. I'd like you to listen to.
Nice and slow.
Well,
It's called Songs of the South.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
He's Southern.
They're not long versions. They're very short versions.
A family was charged $8,000 for rent at a senior living facility after their father's death. Do you feel like you should keep paying for – how long was he there, though? That's the question.
Now, here's the thing. This sounds completely like something a scumbag company would do. Like, well, you didn't cancel. It's on the fine print. You're supposed to get – my dad was dead. Well – You've
like
got to give us 60 minutes. Yeah, you got to.
Well, here's the reason:
60 days notice.
No, that's right. This was a 30-day notice to end your lease, so they didn't give him 30 days. Should the living facility get the $8,000 for the month?
Just
because
ghouls.
They didn't give him 30 days.
Absolute ghouls, man.
I know.
But to answer your question, business is business. Yes.
Business.
I don't know.
You got a 30-day notice.
Hey, you signed a contract.
You should have known.
If you're okay with that, you are not a man of the people.
No.
Listen, you should have known he was.
Dead man paying $9,000.
You should have known he was falling fast. Okay, you should have known. Hey, you got to put a predictor out there. How ghoulish is that? I think he's probably going to go.
It's my loved one. I don't want to predict the time where they go and then.
Yeah.
Make a business decision. Well, he does. Well, he doesn't love you guys. He just uses you.
Yeah,
it's different.
Yeah, we're just being used for food.
But what kind of shape was he in?
I don't want to do all that. I'm not looking for that.
Okay, I'm not sure. Did you guys see the national anthem at the Ireland game?
No.
Apparently, Karina Passian. She is being accused of wearing a stripper outfit.
Really?
Yeah.
When she sang?
When she sang the national anthem.
You mean at the football game?
At the football game.
That's Madrid.
Oh, in Madrid, not in Ireland.
Okay.
Madrid.
Is she
Madrid.
wearing –
Oh, you saw it, Del?
I'm looking at the video he just showed me. I haven't seen it. He's got it up on the laptop.
I kind of like it.
You got to go back to the beginning. We got the American flag, and I can't see the pic anymore. There it is. I don't know if that's a stripper outfit.
Well, it's kind of short.
And the boots are high.
There's some cleavage.
Yeah, I mean,
should we be respectful like I was when I sang the national anthem?
Yeah, you didn't wear a stripper outfit.
I did not wear a stripper outfit.
You're fully clothed.
Yeah.
I think it's an aggressive way to say that that's what she was wearing, a stripper outfit.
That's not
too
quite
much.
accurate.
Well, that's too much.
Does she have glass heels on?
Yeah. Glitter?
See-through heels, I mean?
She did not have. She might have. We don't know. You don't know. You didn't. I didn't see her feet, but apparently
she had boots on. I did see that.
Yeah, she did have boots on.
Boots that came up past the knee.
It's just cha-cha clothes. She's just a cha-cha girl. That's all.
All right, we are done. Mopey and Mapes are next.
No Mapes.
No Mapes.
Mapes still in the afternoon. It's me and AJ.
And AJ.
Yes.
All right, AJ did a great job today. Now carry Dell's show.
Wow.
Okay.
Did he carry this show?
He did. He really kind of did.
Okay.
To me, he kind of did.
All right.
Hey, right now I'm talking about Blue Bonnet Glass, which is a new customer to the show, and they are really, really awesome. 75 years in business. Now, any kind of glass that you have, okay, a shower, okay, and here's the deal. They say, listen, if you're a first responder, a fireman, policeman, and you're in the Houston area, they're in the Houston area now. They were in Brenham, and they were, doing Sealy and all of that area. Now they're here, and they said if you are a first responder, you put in shower glass, we're going to give you 10% off. Okay, so that is something that they want you to get your glass at the best way they possibly can. Storefront glass, mirrors, windows, custom installations. If you are a builder, if you're a contractor, if you build apartment buildings, or you are constructing right now, or you're redoing, okay, if you're an interior designer and you're redoing anything, and you're having a hard time with your glass company, try our glass company, because what they pride themselves on, Blue Bonnet Glass here, is that they are on time and the quality is always excellent. Get a free quote, see their work, bluebonnetglass.com, bluebonnetglass.com. They have been doing this for 75 years. They know what they're doing. They are going to get you your glass, whatever it is, on time and exactly what you were looking for. Blue Bonnet Glass is awesome. I love the people. You will love them, too. You will love the service and everything they do. bluebonnetglass.com.
We still are out here at East River 9 as we get ready for Texans versus Bills. If you hear music in the background, let's say it sounds like KRB is doing a throwback hour, it's because there's an event out here. Pickleball and golf being the featured way to get these groups out here. I think I heard PWC or something like that. That's the name of the company, and they've got some event where their employees can play pickleball and golf. So if you hear extra music, that's what that is. But while we're out here, and of course this show goes till noon, and then we'll have the break with Rich Eisen. But Jeremy and Joe will be out here from 3 to 6. You guys should come out here and join us. I'm looking right out the window now into downtown. Those are the type of views you get here while you play at East River Night. Probably, as John would tell you, an hour and a half to play golf. I have no frame of reference, but for him as a golfer, it takes you about an hour and a half to play the course, and you can go about your day. Of course, you can sit here inside where I am and we are, get a drink, the bar's open, and get a good meal as well. So we're out here till 6, the station as a whole. But Texans-Bills a little bit later today. We'll get into that. But I was watching the Rockets game last night, and I had just this one thought. When you play the Rockets, if you don't meet them with force, you got no chance. And the Cavs did not meet the Rockets with force for most of that game. The comeback started beyond the fact that Donovan Mitchell started hitting shots, but that didn't really start till the fourth quarter. They got back in it because they decided to play with some force. If you don't do it, the Rockets will eat you alive. You talk about some of their 3 losses this year, and they're on a winning streak, so it's been a while. But they started with the champs, and that one went to double overtime. That was take it or leave it. A free throw miss here by Kevin Durant, a foul. So that one is just luck of the draw. But you watch what the Pistons did to them. The Pistons said tonight is going to be a fight, and it was a fight throughout. You had guys getting thrown out of the game from the Pistons side. They challenged the Rockets physically from the beginning, even outside of basketball, and let them know you're not going to bully us. And that was a game they lost. And then you go to the game in San Antonio where Ime Udoka said after the game, we kind of got punked. The Spurs and their wings met the Rockets with physicality and kind of mucked up anything the Rockets wanted to do offensively. That's why they wound up over 20 turnovers. I don't want to call the Cavs soft, but if you're a team that's finesse-based, you're not beating this Rockets team, not the way they're playing right now. And credit Aaron Holiday for going shot for shot with Donovan Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell got going in the fourth quarter, wound up scoring 19 points. But it was Aaron Holiday that staved off what could have been a collapse, because before Mitchell got going, you had Evan Mobley get going, DeAndre Hunter knocked out some shots in the third, and Mitchell missed the entirety of that third quarter run, I believe, for the most part, as the Cavs got back in it. But you just need depth. So when we talk about, or when the suggestions are made, if you see them online about trade this guy for this guy, because people may see a hole someplace with the Rockets, and you might think, even in the offseason, why did they bring Aaron Holiday back? Now, you don't expect him to knock down the shots he did, but this is the reason. You're going to have guys go out or guys not play well. The Pacers should have taught us all something, and the Thunder are like this as well. Their depth, sure, they have at the top level with Shea, and, of course, when Jalen Williams gets back in check, they have their stars at the top level. But think of the Case and Wallaces of the world, the Isaiah Joes when those guys are on the roster and healthy. Of course, Alex Caruso, who's a name you know, but that's a guy that got in trade. But he's a depth piece. And Indiana last year, they were probably better than the sum of their parts. But, sure, Halliburton took a leap. Miles Turner had his moments. But night for night, whether it's Mathurin or Nembhard or T.J. McConnell, somebody was making a name for themselves in that run. So, and Aaron Holiday, that was his night last night. And he was the best small guard on the floor in the fourth quarter, because Donovan Mitchell got going, but he did start to take his hero shots, a couple shots, and the Rockets responded by getting a rebound, which is what they do, and scoring, and kind of working through the run and finding a way to win. So depth is so important, particularly when you guys see guys get hurt. Tyrese not available. So it means more minutes for maybe not a like-for-like comp, but Aaron Holiday's playing because your depth in the backcourt's a little waning with Dorian Finney-Smith out, who can be you can consider him a wing, but the Rockets have built a deep, talented roster, and it showed itself. Aaron Holiday on any given night, if he's even playing, you could consider him your 9th or 10th guy, depending depending on who's available. So, and your ninth and slash 10th guy won or help you win that game. And can't forget about Alpern. He's a guy who fits the whole, if you don't meet the Rockets with force, you got no shot. This is the second time he's got after Defensive Player of the Year this season to go seal the game. We remember back to their win in Milwaukee where Giannis said, I'm going to take him. I'm gonna pressure him near half court. I'm going to try to force the big man to turn the ball over. And Alpi got around him. Yeah, Giannis was over-aggressive because they need to get the ball back, but he beat him off the dribble and scored on the and one. Evan Mobley took the challenge on in a similar situation, and Alpi beat him and scored. This is who he's become. There are some moments where the handle gets a little shaky, but his physicality and when he gets to the rim and his variety of ways to get the ball in the basket, it's impressive. I kind of always scoff at the Baby Jokic thing. I mean, we're talking about a generational multiple-time MVP. I don't know what Alpi's going to top out at, but what he is now is pretty good. And if you can put the ball in a 7-footer's hands and have defensive players of the year of his same size, at least height-wise, get after him and try to force a turnover, and he comes through, that's someone you can bank on not being shy when the moment arises. And he did it again last night. It wasn't a great shooting night for Kevin Durant, but you're going to have those type of nights. I mean, I talk about what Alpi did to Evan Mobley, but Evan Mobley, DeAndre Hunter, they got a bunch of long wings. I mean, they were missing guys like Max Strus, and I think Dean Wade played, but Sam Merrill didn't. So their backcourt depth was a little worse for wear, and of course Darius Garland wasn't available. But they got some wings who can D you up a little bit, and so Kevin Durant, he got the shots he wanted. He just didn't make them, but he got plenty of support from the rest of the guys, and they get a win, a really good win. We played some sound earlier on the John and Lance show from Kenny Atkinson. That's the third time they've beaten this version of the Cavs. And if we remember back to last year, the Rockets are up big in those games too, and the Cavs made runs. It came down to free throw shooting where the Cavs didn't knock down shots that would have free throws that would have allowed them to tie the game. You didn't get to that level, but you did have a giant lead that got down into single digits. I think they might have been down by 1 point at some point until the Rockets knocked down a 3. So that's a very nice win. They have, I believe, speaking of Baby Jokic, they've got Denver coming up here. And Denver is considered by most of the NBA media, the ones who do podcasts at least, as the second-best team in the West. I hear all the time a collision course with the Thunder and the Nuggets for the Western Conference Finals. Of course, seeding doesn't matter so much now, but they are 1 and 2 in the conference. But the Rockets shouldn't be looked at as a team that can't be part of that consideration. And getting the win in Phoenix, certainly big. And they got the Nuggets on Prime on Friday. Two teams already in double-digit wins. The Rockets won their 10th last night. Denver's at 11, so we'll see. Of course, there's always a question of who will play, but right now it looks like Denver doesn't have any real problems health-wise. I mean, but outside of Christian Brown, who's hurt for a good bit, but Aaron Gordon's kind of day-to-day, and Julian Strawther is as well. So outside of Tari Eason and Dorian Finney-Smith, who we know have long-term injuries, the Rockets got out of the Cleveland game fine, so we expect not a full health for the Rockets, but good enough. So that'll be a matchup to watch on Friday as the Rockets host Jokic and the Nuggets. All right. The number here is 713-780-3776 if you want to join me. No Sean today. AJ's producing here, so AJ he can chime in whenever he wants. We'll talk some NFL certainly with the Texans and the Bills. There's some interesting things coming out of Philly where there's a lot of noise around Jalen Hurts, but he seems unbothered by it. It's kind of the same demeanor he always has, but we'll talk about that a little bit, where the Eagles continue to win games. They're just not winning them in the way most of the offense wants them to win, and it's being laid at the feet of Jalen Hurts. So he responded to a report. We'll hear from him a little bit later in the show. We'll also talk about Josh Allen, because while the Texans had a Baltimore problem, the Texans have really tortured Josh Allen, particularly in the building they're going to play in tonight. So I'll give you some of the numbers there, and we'll talk about what the Texans can do offensively, because the Bills have some holes, and they've shown up the last couple weeks, particularly with a position that they've been unable to kind of handle, and they've given up explosive plays. Now, can the Texans do that? That's up for debate. So we'll talk about that as we get going, and then we'll get to something that was a surprise. In fact, we'll talk about it when we come back, and it pissed people off. It's probably the biggest issue when we talk about the three major teams. A trade of a utility infielder got people the most upset. So we'll do that when we come back. We're here at East River 9 till noon. Me and AJ will be back. But first, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. They're in Pasadena, and they sell great cars, but almost more importantly, the people you deal with are great as well. So we've all had to buy a car. Sometimes it's a good experience. Sometimes it's not, just depending on where you're getting it from and who you're dealing with. That's why Monument Chevrolet wipes those concerns off the table. When you get there, you know you're going to be at a place that will treat you like family. And I know the holidays are coming up, and maybe not a lot of you want to see your family, but you're going to want to see them at Monument Chevrolet, because they walk you through the process, and they go at your own pace. So if you want this to be a speedy process, you know what you want, you understood what the deals are because you went on monumentchevrolet.com, they'll get you out of there as quickly as possible. And if you're someone who's just looking, you're not sure, but you would like a new car, they'll be there for you as well. When you're in business for over 50 years, you understand the car buying experience is different for different people, and they will adapt to you because it's all about you. So check out the cars, whether it be a Silverado, maybe you're looking for a Blazer, a Traverse. They're all out on the website at monumentchevrolet.com. Find the deal you want, find the car you want, and then take that to Pasadena. They're off of Beltway 8 and 225, and get that vehicle. The prices don't change. There are no hidden fees, no upcharges. They're not going to trick you. The website doesn't trick you to get out there, and then you see a completely different car/price when you're in there in person. So website first, and then head on out there and get the great car of your choosing. That's Monument Chevrolet. And as always, Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's Del Olalea.
Might be the perfect Saturday to go watch some college football in person. It's not a great slate of games. So if you want to see the Cougs in action, we'll give you a chance to win a pair of tickets. They got TCU in town. The Cougs trying to get to 9-2. Willie Fritz at the helm. He joined John Lance generally every week during the football season. So we had him on this past Tuesday. And trying to get to 9-2. So if you want to see him in action, it is their day to honor the seniors. It's their final home game of the season. We'll give you an opportunity a couple times because, once again, John Lance, unprofessional. They didn't give away tickets. So we will do that here in the 10 o'clock hour and also the 11 o'clock hour if you want to see a good college football team in town try to get one step closer to a double-digit win season. And who knows? A lot of things have to go their way, but they're not completely out of the Big 12 title chase. And maybe if it goes their way and they close it out 10-2, they've got an extra game to play. And if that extra game comes about, then the Cougs could be playing for a playoff spot. But that's a little bit away. Let's get to 9-2 first against TCU, who got drilled by BYU. They did not stop the run one bit against the Cougars last Saturday night. The Cougs play football a little differently, but we'll see what they can do coming up here in 2 days or so. All right, the trade that apparently has a lot of people mad. And I get it. He's a familiar face. He's been around quite a bit. But Mauricio Dubon, now a Brave. The Astros trade Dubon to the Braves for a guy you're not going to recognize who's a light-hitting infielder. So you, in the last couple of days, designate Ramon Urias for assignment, who was part of your utility infield core, and you send the guy out who won another Gold Glove for being a utility infielder in Mauricio Dubon. The thought is, because of how expensive Dubon is relative to what he does, the trade was made to free up money to maybe acquire someone who could help the roster in a greater way, whether that means you have the requisite funds to go get yourself a frontline starter. And frontline is relative. Lance talked about it this morning. Does Dylan Cease strike you as a frontline starter you need? He's going to be big money. Not a giant contract compared to Max Fried or anything, but Dylan Cease is going to command a nice salary per year. And, of course, there's the Justin Verlander stuff floating around as well. So if the Astros decided to prioritize starting pitching, I get it. It's just a little tough to take for some people when it's a name you like, it's a name you know, and you get very little in return, at least in the eyes of the fans. Dubon put out a message on Instagram thanking the city of Houston for the home they made for him, as he puts it, a kid from Honduras. The people here made him feel belong. So the feeling is mutual. If you're upset about Dubon leaving, he probably isn't a fan of leaving the city either. He says Houston always has his heart. You can check that out on Instagram if you want to see the entirety of it. It's Mauricio D10. That's his Instagram account if you want to see what Mauricio Dubon has to say about the trade. So he's out, and now you wait. It's very early in the offseason. We've played sound earlier this week from Chandler Rome discussing the possibility that the Astros may be sending another mainstay out. Probably is not as loved in the same way, but Jake Myers is another guy who may be going out the door. So the Astros are trading off the guys, although Jake Myers was their starting center fielder, so I won't put it what I was going to say was they're trading off guys on the margins, but he was their everyday guy until he got hurt. So maybe he's more important than my first way of contextualizing the situation. But he may go because there's some value for Myers, and let's see if they do the same thing they did with Dubon, and they're only getting a player that no one would consider an ad, or maybe it's prospects. But be on the lookout for that as well, as the Astros in some ways are trimming payroll, and hopefully it's for a bigger move. But Dubon out for the Astros, and in some ways clears up your infield because there are questions. We always talk about the frontline guys with Paredes when he's healthy, Correa, Pena, of course Altuve, but they played Dubon a lot last year. So that's one less player you are, I guess, compelled to give at bats and games to. How will they strengthening their roster? That's because right now they're weaker. You trade Dubon, you're not a stronger roster because of it. So it'll be up to Dana Brown and Jim Crane to decide how to disperse that money, because they spend quite a bit, but they are under some constraints, and they're trying to work around them to get a roster better that needs it. Of course, health, giant deal, but you need pitching, and where's that going to come from? And if a frontline starter is in the cards, you're going to have to pay up. That's just how it's going to be. And maybe Dubon is one of those sacrifices, and maybe not the only one. So the Rockets make that. The Astros make that trade, and Dubon no longer with us. Will be a Brave going forward. So it's not great, but you have to change. And he is one of the guys who catches it because the Astros, well, they're not doing it a different way, but they used to be able to depend on the guys in house as far as their pitching staff is concerned. They benefited from Fromber and Luis Garcia when healthy. It was a while for Garcia. Understood. Of course, Christian Javier, when he was around. Jason Alexander showed up last year. They've been able to find answers. But now with Fromber leaving, how many guys can you depend on to be guys who are in the rotation and starting every time it's their turn? You have Hunter Brown, and that's about it. You hope for Arrighetti to come back and be good, but you just don't have a lot of guys you can depend on to be starters and take the ball and go. So they're going to have to look outside for that, and now they're cutting salary, it looks like, in the interim to do it. All right, we'll go to break, but before we do that, let's say, you know what, 10:35. 10:35, caller 3 wins a pair of tickets to the Cougs game against TCU out at TDECU. It's senior day for the Cougs, so all the guys who were part of the previous regime but are also part of this turnaround, they're wrapping up their careers with the Cougs. Go honor them and thank them for what they've done this year. It's the day to do that. Tickets, if you don't get them from us, they start at just $25. Go to uhcougars.com. uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS to get your tickets today. They want you to be early, be loud, and wear red. Don't let the purple of TCU be the dominant color in the building on a day when your team is in the top 25, not just in the AP, but in the most recent CFP rankings. The Cougs have been acknowledged for their season. Give them the support they need as they try to get to 9-2 against a team from the state of Texas in TCU. So caller 3, 10:35 wins those tickets to see the Cougs, and we'll do another pair in hour 2. All right, we'll go to break with that. You want to join us, 713-780-3776. It's AJ and I till noon. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's Del Olalea.
All right, Texans-Bills tonight. Reminder, caller 3 at 10:35 wins those tickets to the Cougs versus TCU on Saturday. But before that, we got the game tonight in NRG. The prevailing thought, I guess, if you believe the Texans are going to win, beyond the fact that their defense is elite, is the history of Josh Allen in that building that he's going to play in. He's been bad. It stretches back to 2019. So how much can you take from that when he wasn't the Josh Allen we see today? Clearly, the more relevant game was the one last year where he had maybe his worst game since he became the guy he is today. 9 for 30. We talked about it yesterday. I mean, his head hit the ground in that game harder than CJ's did. He got taken off the field for a play or two and came back. They said he didn't have a concussion. So if we're taking them at their word, he just played terribly in a way he doesn't normally play. It was beyond turnovers because I don't think he even threw a pick in that game. He was just bad. The whole Bills team had no answers for the Texans in that game. It's one of the better wins in the DeMeco Ryans era when it comes to playing good or / elite quarterbacks. The Texans as a whole, since DeMeco's been here, and it's partly because of the division they play in, so they haven't played a lot of good quarterbacks. They beat up on the minnows when it comes to quarterbacks in this league. They have a win over Josh Allen. They have the win over Baker. And then they have the win over Baker in 2023 when CJ had the great drive to win it. And then they have the win over Justin Herbert. So depending on if you think Justin Herbert's elite, they did that in the playoffs, so maybe that should count for more. But that's about it. Your best quarterbacks you're beating, other than that, are like the Trevor Lawrences in that range. So they have an elite quarterback coming to town, and it's understood. You don't beat elite quarterbacks a lot. That's why they get that title of being elite. But to keep your season afloat, it's not an absolute disaster if you lose tonight. But if you lose tonight, 5-6, that's another team you don't have the tiebreaker against as far as trying to chase them for the playoffs. That's going to be tough. You got the Chiefs, you got the Colts coming up, but dropping one against a team you're right behind, that at least 2 games behind at the point, at least 2 games in a win column behind. That's tough. So you got to get this one and see where you go from there. So if you start to look at the Josh Allen numbers, the people in Buffalo are paying attention to it because it's not something they've had to deal with. The Bills have scored just under 17.5 points per game. Thanks to that 9 for 30, he's completed under 50% of his passes, under 500 yards, just 1 TD, and that is Josh Allen in 3 games against the Texans in NRG. He's simply been off, and the Texans got to hope that continues. They have an elite defense. Josh Allen talked about they're hard to play earlier in the week in his media availability. So, understood. Texans have given the Bills and Josh Allen trouble. That needs to continue tonight. Now, on the other side of the ball, at least for me, the question is, can the Texans find themselves some explosive plays? The reason Davis Mills can play at a level that isn't so different from some of the C.J. Stroud games and not score points, well, it's the same reason C.J. Stroud's teams don't score a lot of points, at least this year. The Texans aren't a team that puts together explosive plays. They just don't do it. They have a great receiver, but unless the Jags are dropping coverage like they did for his touchdown catch there, or for whatever reason, L'Jarius Sneed wants to press on Nico when it's like 2nd and 30, whatever that play was, where he hit him for the big play. The Texans don't create a lot of big plays at the wide receiver position. They certainly don't do it at running back. C.J. Stroud has the longest run of the year for the Texans at 30 yards. And the Bills have been susceptible to big plays from running backs over the last couple weeks. Devon Achane in their loss to the Dolphins had 2 explosive runs, one of 35, one of 59, like giant explosives. They're like, it can be termed explosive if you go for like a 15-yard run, but for the big plays that result in field-changing situations, he had 2 of them. They both went for touchdowns. He's a big-time back, 35 and 59 yards. And they also gave a long touchdown throw to Waddle. And last week, Sean Tucker had a run of 43 and a catch of 28. So they can get got when it comes to running backs making plays. In comparison, as I said, CJ's longest rush is – CJ has the longest rush of the year for the Texans at 30. Woody Marks and Nick Chubb have runs in the 20s as their longest rushes of the year. I think the Nick Chubb one was a touchdown against the Bucs on Monday night. And then I think Woody has a long catch of 50 where CJ was able to extend in the pocket and find Woody Marks wide open. He ran down the field, kind of dropped coverage in that game, and he broke off a long run. So can the Texans find explosives from the running backs? I would doubt it since we haven't seen it so far, but that's the way. The Bills give up yards on the ground. That goes all the way back to week 1 when Baltimore and they met, and before the Derrick Henry fumble, the Bills cannot stop the Ravens. So it's been a year-long thing for them. That's the way the Texans get those explosives, and then you find your passing game off of that. I imagine they will try to run the football against this team. They could not do it against the Titans. Now, the Titans got Jeffrey Simmons back, and they also have Tavondre Sweat. The Bills aren't built that way. Ed Oliver is not available. They'll have Matt Milano back, who's kind of been injured the last couple of years, so Bosa will play, but they don't have a lot in the middle. And that's shown itself over the course of the season. So, if you're going to get them, you got to get them that way. It's a game that your defense has shown that if you put up a couple touchdowns, you got a real shot to win the game. That's what they've done all year long. It's a different beast facing off against Josh Allen, so that'll be a test. And James Cook will be the other thing you need to focus on. The Bills like to run the ball. They have a really good offensive line. Their receivers are a giant question mark. It's one of the reasons they kind of have an issue with Brandon being up there. They have not been able to get Josh Allen help. It's not to the level you know what? I think it may be up to the level of the Aaron Rodgers stuff in Green Bay where they would never draft a first-round wide receiver. They will get Josh Allen help with tight ends. They've got a tight end injury, so they're going to be missing one of their guys. Kincaid won't play. I believe that's the one who's out. I get Kincaid and Knox fooled all the time. Mixed up all the time. But Kincaid is the one who's out for Week 12, so they lost their stretch to field, one of their stretch to field seam tight ends. So do Gabe Davis, Curtis Samuel, and Shakir, who's questionable. He's been dealing with an injury. Do those guys scare you when you talk about the Texans secondary? Probably not. So expect Josh Allen to have to be Superman to make plays work, and the Texans need to be disciplined in their pass rush. Look, Hunter and Anderson are going to get up the field and do their thing. Can that interior of Settle and Mario Edwards and other than Togiai be disciplined and compress a pocket? Because whether he's escaping to the outside or escaping up one of the A gap or B gap, Josh Allen then becomes your biggest nightmare. When he gets out and your secondaries may be playing man and not looking, or even in situations where you're in zone, he will be willing to take on a ball carrier. There will be some sliding if there's a linebacker head up against them, but on 3rd and 5, when he needs 5, he'll get it. That's who he is. So, disciplined pass rush, and can you force them into pure dropbacks? If you do, that's how you make them predictable. That's how Josh Allen has a bad night. There's not a lot there that's going to test the Texans secondary if they're in pure dropback situations. If they can use their tight ends because your linebackers have to cheat up in the run game, and then they're running play action, that's a problem. And they'll sneak their backs and try to get him out on your linebackers too. So James Cook, not only in the run game but in the pass game, will be a problem too for a Texans linebacker crew that ain't the greatest when it comes to covering guys out of the backfield. We remember what happened in the Broncos game. Toto got cooked. No pun intended when it comes to James Cook. So that'll be something to look at. Can the Texans not just force the Bills to pass, but make it predictable? And Josh Allen and that offense changes pretty dramatically if it's him in 3rd and 5, 3rd and 7s, and they're going to throw the football. So just some things to take a look at. As far as the score, the Bills, as I said, give up the explosives. The Texans aren't a team capable of it. So maybe it's one of those typical Texans games that we've seen over the course of the year where first team to 20 is almost a lock to win the game. And it'll be the last time, unless there's another injury, that we have the Davis Mills experience. He got his 3-game run, and he's done well to get to 2-0. This is kind of where the backup quarterback stuff, we get into diminishing returns. Well, where it's 3 games in, and now whatever buzz or unexpectedness that the other team has to deal with is kind of gone. Davis Mills is going to throw in breakers. He's going to throw slants. We of course give him credit for the out or corner route that he hit to Nico to keep that game in their control. But look, slants, in breakers, getting the ball out of his hands quick. He's not going to avoid pressure. And so the Texans got to hold up against Bosa and Russo because we're not going to see a lot of extending of plays or doing things off platform from Davis Mills. It's just not who he is. The numbers are bad when he's pressured. So keep him clean, get the ball out of his hands, and hopefully you find a way to run the football a little bit. And if you do that with your defense, you got a real shot to get to 6-5. All right, we gave away those tickets to the Cougs. We'll go to break here. We'll kind of go around the NFL, and we'll actually talk about Sark as well, because Sark, I think, is sick of it. Because the Desmond Howard clip that we played yesterday, I think, pushed him over the edge when it came to rumors. So Sark had a strong statement on his status as the head coach of the Texas Longhorns. He's approaching it very differently than Lane Kiffin is. Now, Lane Kiffin, we know, has offers. We don't know that Sark has offers, and he's gonna. We'll at least I'll read the quotes from Sark as he's trying to keep focus on the last couple games of the year. He's got Arkansas, and of course he's got the Aggies. And if Texas has any hopes of sneaking into the back end of the playoffs, they got to win both and get a lot of help. So the distractions aren't helping, and Sark has tried to address that a couple times. His most strongly worded address came yesterday, so we'll get to that. You want to join us, the number is 713-780-3776. When we get back, though, we will play some sound from Davis Mills. Talked about the Texans and how they're going to get their offense going. Well, beyond Nico, there's another receiver who could help that. So we'll hear from Davis Mills on that receiver when we come back. We'll be here till noon at East River 9. You should join us out here, whether it's with me or Jeremy and Joe at 3. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's Del Olalea.
So we'll get to the Sark stuff, but there's something more important, at least to this show and this show's sensibility. So now AJ wasn't here for this yesterday. Sean and I discussed this because it's about that time where your local favorite supermarket is throwing out their Thanksgiving fixings, whether it's like pre-made pies or even they have like sides of macaroni and cheese. Or in this case, it was sweet potato casserole. Now, I'm not a sweet potato casserole person because yams are my thing now. They're made of the same stuff for the most part, but they're just delivered to you in a different way and made differently, of course. But I was there, and I thought to myself, you know what? Let's try it. It's there. I'm not going to be a casserole person on Thanksgiving or the days after. It'll be the yams. So I went there, and I got it. It was fine. Tasted in some ways like you would expect sweet potato casserole to taste. My thought yesterday, because yesterday was a Whataburger day. I go to Whataburger once maybe every couple weeks, maybe 2.5 weeks, whatever it is, that I was going to go potato and potato. Dip a fry in the sweet potato leftovers just because. Why not? You try new things. Sean thought I was going to go with the shake because people put their fries in shakes, but not me. And you know what? Turns out the consistency isn't a level where you can just dip fries in sweet potatoes. It became like a mash of potatoes and other potatoes. It's fine. It's just salty with sweet. It's fine. It works. Now AJ's here with me, and I'm going to keep my guess to myself. But are we a sweet potato casserole family? Are we a yams? Are you putting marshmallows on it? I'm just trying to see something.
It's yams. I don't eat sweet potato casserole, but I do like sweet potato pie though. So I like that.
Yes, I'm there too. That's what it tasted like, actually.
Oh, wow.
The sweet potato casseroles tasted like sweet potato pie without the crust. It's pretty much what it was. So I'm there with you. I mean, look, we both know they're made from the same stuff.
Right.
It's just different. It's just different. And I don't want casserole on Thanksgiving. That's all. That's another reason. I don't get your pecans or walnuts or whatever you're putting on it out of my face. That's all. Give me the brown sugar, the regular sugar, the butter, all the ingredients that you know aren't good for you, and put it on some yams. Let that thing bake for however long you need to let it bake for it to work. And I won't say that's my mom's job. Normally I would do that when I'm home, but I'm going to be visiting her, so she'll be doing that. So toss the macaroni in with it, and we're good. So, yeah, I didn't suspect you'd be a sweet potato casserole person at all. Sam, are you a sweet potato casserole person or are you a yams person? Which one? Yams or sweet potato casserole? Yeah, of course. She's a casserole person. Of course she is. Of course. Do you know what yams are? No, she said I think so. She don't know. She don't know. She don't know. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. But there it is. Look, 2 Americas, AJ. That's all that is. 2 Americas. So there it is. Oddly enough, you put fries with sweet potato casserole, it tastes fine. It's just something I probably wouldn't do again, but H-E-B makes generally a good product. All right, let's get to this before we wrap up the first hour. Steve Sarkisian. He's had people questioning his job status at Texas for the last month or so. Really came out of nowhere. Even Diana Rossini herself, the individual who first reported it, said it didn't come from Sark, didn't come from Sark's people. There's a potential suggestion that it came from other people at Texas for whatever reason, but it was about an NFL job, and specifically the Titans, because that was the only job open at the time before Brian Daboll got fired. But now that Desmond Howard went on like a walk and talk, he was taking his garbage out to the front curb, and he said, don't be surprised if there's a mutual parting of the ways between Sark and the University of Texas. And I guess Sark had enough because you're a college coach. You have to let not only your team know, but your future recruits know that you're not going anywhere. We're getting around decommitment season where we're getting close to early signing day, and guys are getting offered bigger bags than they were before to decommit. So he is trying to stem that tide, as Texas, of course, wants to have a good recruiting class, even off the back of what so far has been a disappointing year. So these are some of his comments yesterday. I think it was a teleconference for the SEC coaches, and he came with a statement. He said, "I'd like to comment something before I get into our team that has been bothering me now for over the past few weeks. That is people reporting that are insinuating that there's a possibility I could leave the University of Texas. And that's absolutely false and untrue. I'm not going anywhere. Never do I do this because I never want to be a distraction. So I never address these things. At this point, I feel like this is important that I do this because it's important for our team. It's important for our university. I've had no discussions, not with my agent, not with my university, not with any other school, not with any NFL team about ever going anywhere else. I came here to win championships." There's a lot more. He kept going. But the gist of it is I'm focused on the University of Texas. I want to win a championship here. And loves the program and talks about some of his accomplishments, like making the Big 12 or winning the Big 12 in the final year they could, and, of course, making 2 college football playoffs. So Sark is steadfast in saying, I'm not going anywhere. And that was his approach through his agency before, where they issued a statement refuting the Rossini report. But he's addressing it head on. Wants the people at Texas to know he ain't going anywhere. Texas is one of the best jobs in the country as far as resources, as far as commitment to winning. Of course, with that comes the pressure of having to win, and Sark's done a lot of it the first, or at least the last 2 seasons. This year, with the hype surrounding Arch Manning and the belief that this was the number 1 team in the country according to the AP poll, it was a season for high expectations, and with 2 games left, they've fallen short. There's no question about it. Now, Sark pushed back on it. He didn't like the positioning of a question about them falling short, but what else could it be? You're number 1 to start. Maybe you want to say, hey, the AP voters overrated you, fine, whatever. But even internally, you can't tell me they didn't think they had a title contender on their hands once they started fall camp. Instead, they've had to find ways to beat Kentucky in overtime and Mississippi State in overtime, or at least Mississippi State late. They've had to find ways to win games. So against lesser opponents. And then, of course, the blowout loss to Florida is the one you can't shake. Losing to Georgia in the way you did last Saturday, not great, but you could have survived it, certainly if you beat A&M. But the Florida loss is the one that's condemning you to hoping and praying other teams screw up, so you got a shot, if you can win your last 2, to be considered as a potential at-large. So it's been a not smooth year for Texas when it comes to their quarterback play and, of course, just their team success overall. But as far as Sark wanting to leave, I don't know that there's that appealing of an NFL job. Like, the Titans have the most recent number 1 overall pick, but that roster's not built in a way where you can just step in. At least it doesn't appear to be one where you can just step in and go start winning. Pete Carroll can't do it with the Raiders. He's having a miserable time. And they were thought to be at least in a better spot, get an established coach, someone who knows what they're doing, and maybe the Raiders could surprise. You have Geno Smith, who he played under, Pete Carroll, all that stuff. They thought, hey, maybe they can go win 8-9 games. Who knows? Not the case. Titans in a worse spot. Of course, the Giants are the other spot right now, and maybe other jobs will come open. But at the moment, Sark is like, nah, I'm good. I'll stay here. It's a better job. And honestly, unless you are someone who loves the NFL, Texas is, on its face, probably a better job than the Titans' job. You get paid more to be a college coach than to be an NFL coach, and you have full control of your program. You answer to people, but there's no GM. The GM works for you in this case at Texas, as opposed to you maybe having to work with a GM, particularly one that's already in place. So Sark's saying he's staying. Now go beat Arkansas and A&M, or maybe Texas people. The extremists, I would say, maybe don't want you to stay. But right now it appears, no matter what Desmond Howard or Diana Rossini say, he's good at Texas. All right, we'll go to break with that. Hour 1 over. If you want to join us, love to have you. 713-780-3776. We're at East River 9. Of course, if you don't want to call, you just want to be out here, it's a good time. The weather's good. Got people out here, too, so some energy out here as well, as there's a business here having a golf thing and a pickleball tournament as well. So the energy's up. Of course, the bar and the restaurant are places to be as well. We're out here, at least this show, till noon. then Jeremy and Joe at 3. We will be back. Well, if it had to be someone, it should have been this guy because he was the one who initially got the whole Joe Mixon going to be out for a while stuff started. If we remember back to before the season began, Ian Rappaport said expect Joe Mixon to be, or at least to miss quite a bit of time. That led to the Texans' pushback, most notably D'Amico Ryans talking about people speculating and wanting to be right, quick or just be first as opposed to being right. And do you even care about Joe Mixon? Well, Ian Rappaport's reporting as of seconds ago, Joe Mixon is not expected to play this season as he deals with a foot injury from this offseason. He likely will remain on the physically unable to perform list through the season. And then he goes on to say the Texans will move forward with Nick Chubb and Woody Marks. No surprise when your starting running back has a mysterious injury that the team won't actually tell you the extent of. Just say, hey, we're still evaluating, we care about Joe, so on and so forth. it always seemed a little suspicious when they just couldn't tell us what it was. They never got around to it. In fact, we just know it's a foot injury. Even the reporting just tells us foot injury, not the extent of it. But it's enough to let us know that Joe Mixon won't be playing this year. D'Amico Ryans won't have to answer it because there's no practice. At least he won't have to answer it this afternoon. People will be focused certainly on the results of the game. But I guess at some point in tonight's presser, win or lose, he will get asked about the reporting, and we'll see if he responds in a different fashion than he has in the past now that there's a reputable reporter telling us no more Joe Mixon, really confirming what most of us thought. So there it is. A guy who's supposed to be a big part of your offense, your team overall, and certainly when I talked earlier in the show about Texans and their lack of explosiveness, Joe Mixon was part of the reason they found explosives last year, and his miss has been, at least his absence has been really big. And at least this is in some ways confirmation that he was maybe never going to play this year, and the Texans just decided for whatever reason not to make that public. But there it is. Joe Mixon looks like he's done for the year. All right, let's get to a couple things before actually, no, let's get to Eric. Eric called in. We'll get to him, and then we'll get to some sound. I mentioned Davis Mills and his thoughts on another receiver beyond Nico Collins. We'll get to that sound, and also we'll hear from Jalen Hurts on the brewing controversy, I guess if you want to call it that, in Philly. But first, Eric called in. What's up, Eric?
Hey, guys, I heard rumblings that if Texas doesn't fire Sark and Prince doesn't go over there from your age, that Willie Fritz might go to LSU because he coached at Tulane. And Bill, is Black Phone 2 worth renting? I'll hang up the listen.
First of all, Eric, no one ever believes you've heard rumblings. Stop it. You said that before, and I love the use of the word rumblings because it's what people say when they don't really have any information. Rumblings. So I appreciate you leaning into that. But no, I have not heard those same rumblings about potentially Willie Fritz either taking a job that isn't even available or finding his way to LSU because he coached at Tulane. Haven't heard any of it. And I don't know that LSU would hire the Tulane coach. It's just a thing. Now Texas has done it as far as hiring the guy at a stepping stone school. Texas A&M has done it when it comes to the Cougs. This is me not saying the Cougs are a stepping stone. This is what a Longhorn Aggie would say about the Cougs. So AJ, please relax. I'm not entirely. It's not me. It's just what the people who go to that school or would be running that school would think. The Cougs are in the Big 12 now. We're working our way to avoiding that status. But Texas has done it. A&M has done it. I'm not sure LSU would do it. I don't know if the people would accept it. They've gotten used to hiring big names. Big names don't always guarantee you they don't guarantee you anything. Prime example, Brian Kelly. He didn't even get through this year before they decided they'd had enough. John Sumrall is currently coaching at Tulane. In a matter of hours, it went from he's going to talk to the people at Florida to he's no longer talking to the people at Florida. So that's how quick stuff can change, or maybe that person, much like Eric, heard rumblings and then was told those rumblings were untrue. As far as Black Phone 2, I haven't seen it yet. I'll see it. I'll probably just wait for it to come out on whatever streaming platform it decides to be released on. I don't do the on-demand thing. I don't pay for movies at home. I'll just wait. If I didn't want to see it, or at least I didn't want to pay for it in the theater, I'm already paying for the subscription to the streaming service. I'll just wait for it to get there. But I'm going to watch it. Ethan Hawke was good in Black Phone 1, and the sister of the kid he tormented the most, who survived that kid in Black Phone 1, is now the object of I think the grabber is what Ethan Hawke's character was called. So I'll watch it whenever it's available on streaming. Let's get to a couple sound bites from a couple quarterbacks. We got a quarterback playing tonight, Davis Mills. He has focused quite a bit on getting Nico Collins the ball, but this is another receiver that he's made some plays with, and it's Jaden Higgins. So let's hear from Davis Mills on the Texans rookie.
Yeah, I mean, he's a stud. He's shown up a lot and kind of big-time moments when you need a big-time play. He consistently finds a way to beat the guy who's covering him. And when you have one guy like Nico on one side and a guy who basically is super similar to Nico, with some kind of different things at the line he's able to do and some different looks he's able to find in the defense, it's an awesome target to have on the other side of the ball or even on the same side when they can complement each other.
Higgins set up the Texans' first touchdown. Well, only touchdown of the game against the Titans. He caught a touchdown against the Titans on a very similar route, but the Titans one, he was in the slot and got deep on a vertical route, and he beat, I don't know which Titans corner was, off the line to set up the Texans touchdown to Nico Collins a little bit later in the drive. So he has had some nice moments against the Titans. Jaden Higgins has. Last Sunday, I guess that's the right way to put it, last Sunday against the Titans, most yards he's had in a game, and the only catch he had against the Titans was that touchdown. So it'd be nice to see him continue to evolve, and it may be the last opportunity he gets to play with Davis Mills, because CJ looks to be on his way back. He was at practice on Tuesday, so he's out there. Actually, Wednesday, sorry. CJ was out there on Wednesday. So, no, I'm right. I think it's Tuesday. Sorry about that. He was out there on Tuesday. So he's working his way back for the game against the Colts. But it's nice to know that Higgins is showing up for Davis Mills. He had 7 targets against the Titans and another 7 against the Jags. So he's had his most productive games as a pro, 42 and 55 yards with Davis Mills at quarterback. Hopefully that continues tonight so he can complement Nico Collins and the Texans can get a win. The Texans are a little limited offensively. Another team who's in a different spot, who's winning more games and leads their division, is the Eagles. But there's a story earlier this week where the Eagles personnel and their coaches have a bit of an issue with Jalen Hurts. They'd like him to throw the ball. Honestly, that's kind of what it is. They'd like him to try to throw the ball to guys because they see it on film. They see guys open. They talk about it before the games. They talk about it in practice. These are throws that should be made, and he's not making them, according to this report. Jalen Hurts, known to be kind of unflappable. There's barely any emotion on his face. That's just how he's built, and it served him well. You know, the journey from Alabama, the journey from Channelview to Alabama to Oklahoma, now to being a Super Bowl champion. But despite the winning, Eagles are a little frustrated with his play. He was asked about that yesterday. Here's Jalen Hurts on the conversations regarding him and his play.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised by anything. I mean, you know, this is kind of the nature of the position, like I said. But, you know, I put my energy and I put my focus on trying to go out there and do my best and go to work every day and continue to go out there and try and do my best. I guess I get a lot of attention when things are going well and when things are not going so well. And so I never run away from holding myself accountable. And I think, you know, that's exactly what I've taken the approach of doing. You know, when I look at this last game, you know, I take great pride in what we do on offense. I take great pride in how we go out there and play as a team and what our flow is. And so we obviously got work to do, and I think that obviously starts with me. That's always my approach. That's always me looking internally first in everything that we do. And then in due time, rising above. It's about coming in here and working and leading and bringing good energy and going out there and showing about how you work. You know, at the end of the day, we come out here we are here to play as a team and to play together and go out there and find ways to win. And so that's where we all have our focus at.
So those things haven't been brought to you directly?
So the Eagles are 8-2. They've got the number 1 seed in the NFC thanks to their win over the Rams earlier this year where they blocked multiple field goals. But if you just look at their point differential, they have the worst – actually, the Bears have the worst point differential at 7-3 as far as division leaders. But look at across the you know what, the Bucs at 6-4 have a +2. Didn't help against the Bills. So let's retract the initial statement. But you start to look at some of the best teams of football. I guess I'll put it that way. The teams you think are the best teams of football. They're at a +33. The Rams, who they're tied with record-wise, are plus 100. The Seahawks are plus 101. And then you go to the AFC, Broncos plus 65, Colts plus 115. The Steelers, who no one thinks are great, is plus 14. Then you get to the AFC East. The Bills, who are coming in, aren't even leading the division. They're plus 63, and the Patriots plus 86. So of teams that we take seriously, the Eagles are at the bottom of it when it comes to point differential, and it plays out as far as some of their numbers are concerned. They're a bottom. They're in the mid-20s in offense overall as yards per game, worse in passing, worse in third down conversion, and they're not a great rushing team either as far as per game. So the Eagles, their numbers don't match up with their record, and we remember this happened a couple years ago now, and maybe that's why some fans and media are a bit concerned. The Eagles, their metrics in 2023 did not match what their actual record was, and they fell apart late, and it resulted in changes. They got blown out by the Bucs in a wild card game, and then Sirianni got rid of Brian Johnson, who had to replace, was it Shane Steichen, and then they got rid of their DC, who replaced Jonathan Gannon. So they lost two guys to head coaching positions, and then the replacements weren't good, so they got rid of them. And then they, of course, hired Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio, and they go on and win a Super Bowl. Now, AJ, as a Cowboy fan, you have watched that team in some ways up close for the last, half decade, as they've been the best team in the NFC. It's when it comes to playoff performance. Is this the weakest Eagles team you've had to look at the last couple of years?
They definitely remind me exactly of the 2023 team, I would say, for sure. Like, it just seems like there's an inevitable drop-off that's going to happen. And, I mean, this Sunday matchup, I just say it's certainly going to be interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, they just, their defense, maybe they're saving grace at this point. They shut down a Lions team. Now that's Jared Goff on the road in an environment, so there's something there, I guess. But when they added Jalen Phillips, they got even better defensively. And right now, that defense is carrying them, particularly against the best teams in football. So, like I said, 8-2, but they got the Cowboys on the road. The Cowboys, when they're right, can score. I imagine CD and George won't be suspended for the first series of the game, so that's nice. And it didn't affect them against the Raiders. The Raiders are awful, so it'll be a different challenge for the Cowboys. As we talk about the Texans in town, certainly being desperate to have to win games because they got to stay in the playoff picture. The Cowboys are the same way. At 4-5-1, despite some of their offensive performances, they got to get going, and dropping a game to the Eagles at home is not going to do them any favors. So as far as the weekend slate of games, once we get past tonight, that'll be one to take a look at. The Steelers and the Bears are playing. They're at the top of their division, but they're also two teams that aren't even the favorites to win their division as it stands. And, of course, a game that will directly affect the Texans and their playoff hopes. They got Colts and Chiefs in Kansas City at noon. So the slate's fine. I mean, last week, because of what was going on in the NFC, we had some big time matchups. But you can find games of interest. The Sunday night game is Rams-Bucks. Bucks trying to bounce back against the Rams after losing the game to the Bills. And then the Rams, of course, they beat the Seahawks. Seahawks had a chance to win the game despite all their turnovers. And surprisingly, the Monday night game has playoff implications as well. Carolina, 6-5 now. You wouldn't know it if you just happened to watch them play and didn't put their record up. You would not see a 6-5 football team. But that's what they are. And they've got the Rams. So the NFC West, strong division, and the Panthers have to go to San Francisco on Monday night to see those 49ers with Brock Purdy back. All right, we'll go to break with that. Thank you, Eric, for the call. If you want to be next, 713-780-3776 is the number. And we'll also give away our second pair of tickets of the morning. We're here at East River 9, but if you want TCU Cougar tickets, we'll let you know how to do that when we come back. Me and AJ, till noon. Join us.
This is the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's Del Olalea.
It's not a story I think I've mentioned in the last couple of days, but former Texan and former Longhorn Chris Boyd. We know if you missed the story, he was shot in the abdomen Sunday morning, I believe. He gave an update himself. There's a picture from his hotel room. He didn't speak, but it's a picture with the caption saying he's now starting to be able to breathe on his own. So that's great news. I don't know if there's more to it as far as how this came about, why it happened, but at the moment the police, at least as of yesterday morning, or yesterday afternoon, are still searching for the gunman. So he was coming out of a restaurant and he was shot. So things are on the up and up for Chris Boyd. That's good news, as the info that he's now being able to breathe on his own is great. Yeah, he spent some time here with the Texans all of last year, and of course he's a Texas Longhorn as well. Just to let's recap some of the things that have happened, at least what we've talked about so far. The Astros traded Mauricio Dubon, upset a lot of people. Maybe a bigger story than the game tonight between the Texans and the Bills. We do have Texans-Bills tonight. Josh Allen in town. He has struggled in NRG. The Texans hope for that to continue. But as far as actual games on a court or a field and the result, the biggest thing is the Rockets. They beat the Cavs last night, and they had control of that game until like halfway through the third quarter. The Cavs started to make a run. They shut down Donovan Mitchell until the fourth quarter, where he had a big run. He was not on the floor for the comeback. He made big shots. He went on a run to help to keep the Cavs in it as the Rockets started to stabilize. But it wasn't enough. He took a couple of heat checks that didn't go down, and meanwhile, on the other end, the Rockets were getting good shots, and Aaron Holiday made multiple big shots to stem the tide. And let's hear from Aaron Holiday here. He's on with Space City Home Network. Vanessa Richardson asking him some questions. He was the surprise star of the night. He came through, and here is Aaron Holiday on his night.
Aaron, yet another night where you've contributed when it mattered most. What was kind of your mindset going into that fourth quarter?
Just to help my team win, pretty much. Obviously, they did a good job finding me in open spots, and I was just able to knock down shots. But just trying to help my team win. That's pretty much it.
Defensively, what do you think worked well tonight? You know, you guys holding Donovan Mitchell those first three quarters.
Yeah, just how we guarded him. Blitzing his pick and rolls, just getting him off the ball. That really helped us, and just making other guys score.
It's not an easy team to play against. They have length, they have size, of course, so do you all. What did you like, what you saw Alperin doing against Evan Mobley?
Man, he's obviously one of the best in the league, so I feel like he can do that against everybody. It's nothing new to us, and we see it every day in practice, so it's just something he do. It's just him.
How important is the toughness and the physicality that this Rockets team has on a nightly basis?
I mean, I feel like it gives us a chance to win every game. Just being physical and playing hard, that kind of helps us. That kind of helps us just be in every game and have a chance, give ourselves a chance to win.
If you heard that giggle, it's or that laugh, it's because one of his teammates was behind him, J.D. Davison, the former Celtic. AJ, we have that sound from Kenny Atkinson because at the very end you heard Vanessa Richardson ask Aaron Holiday about the physicality, and they met the Cavs with force, and the Cavs weren't ready for it. The Rockets have kind of a bruising style. It starts with Albert Sengun. Of course, you have the finesse of Kevin Durant, but when they put the ball in Alpe's hands, yeah, there's a certain skill level that he has that not many people of his size do, but he can be a bully as well. And you saw it all in one of the final plays of the game that kind of sealed it, where they isolated him almost near the half-court line, and Evan Mobley picked him up out there, and he beat him to the bucket and made a play. It's reminiscent of what he did to Giannis earlier in the year. He's been able to find answers against some of the people looked at as DPO, well, guys who have won the Defensive Player of the Year. Evan Mobley is the defending Defensive Player of the Year, and it was him on Alpi with a game on the line, and Alpi got his. So, and some of that is skill, confidence, but a lot of it is physicality. Here's Kenny Atkinson on his team playing the Rockets and the difference in physicality, certainly early in the game.
Well, they, how should I say, they enforced their identity when we did. And that's what this league comes down to. You have your identity, and you got to go with it. And, it's the third time they beat us, 3 in a row. So they've done a better job. They did 19 offensive rebounds. So, yeah, credit to them. Heck of a team. Contender. Tonight we couldn't stand toe-to-toe with them. Just wasn't there. Yeah, yes. We got to rebound the ball better. That's obviously their strength. You look at their offensive numbers, right? It's pretty, 9 for 24 from 3, 46%. Field goals per field goal attempt, and then 19 offensive rebounds. So that's a huge, biggest part of their offense, and so that's their. We're not built that way, obviously. So, I felt like last year in the playoffs we did a pretty good job. Best team in the playoffs in the possession game, so we could do it. Just got to focus in on it a little more, and we obviously hit the team on it tonight. But they hammered us. I'm a little disappointed. We missed a lot of shots tonight, but we're not getting the offensive boards.
Yeah, and
we
that's
got
what
some
the
there
Rockets
at the
do.
end.
They don't. Sometimes they don't shoot well, but their offensive rebounding position is one where people have taken notice. It was reductive, but I was listening. I think it was the Zach Lowe podcast. It was either him or the guest he had on saying, "You know what the Rockets do? Their best offense is getting the ball on the rim and then going to get it." And that's their identity, and it's a double bigs, it's all of it. But it's not just Steven Adams who rebounds or Alpi that rebounds. They all get after it. And on a Wednesday night in Cleveland, if you don't want to match them physically, you will be down by 20 and don't know why your star player is so passive. He is a star, Donovan Mitchell is, so he got going, but it was too late. And the Rockets will be bullies if you let them. The teams that acknowledge that and don't let it get started have a chance to win. Of course, the Bucks had a lead. They have, I don't know if Giannis is a bully, but they got a guy who can impose as well. Of course, Detroit, they ain't the bad boys, but they like to get after it, and we saw it in the game. And the Spurs have wings, and they attack the Rockets physically in such a way that Ime said we kind of got punked that night. So if you come in thinking it's going to be just sweet and going to be a regular old ball game, you're going to get punked by the Rockets. You don't beat them unless you bring that to them. Their next challenge is Denver. Denver, one of the better defensive teams in the league as well, and their offense is smoking. It'll be a big challenge for the Rockets, and we'll see. There is a question of whether Aaron Gordon would play, but other than that, generally the regulars outside of Christian Brown will be available. So that's up next. That'll be Friday here in town, Rockets versus Nuggets. All right, let's do this. 11:35. You win a pair of tickets if you're caller 3 to the Cougs versus TCU. We gave away a pair in the first hour. We're giving away our second pair at 11:35. Caller 3 wins a pair of tickets. Cougs versus TCU. It's senior night, or senior day, excuse me. So if you want to see the Cougs for the final time at home as they try to get to 10-2, this is your shot. Of course, if you don't win it from us, you're going to get a chance with Jeremy and Joe a little bit later. But also, you can get them directly from the Cougs at uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. Tickets start at just $25. It is their senior game. Come early because that ceremony happens well before the game. You want to be there to honor the seniors as they've had a big part in this year's turnaround. Come early, be loud, and wear red. Support the seniors at Senior Day. All right, you got your chance in about 4 minutes. We've got a couple more segments before we wrap it up. AJ and I, till noon. I'm at East River 9. We will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's Del Olalea.
We do have a couple more segments here at East River 9. The energy's pretty high out here. There's a group. There's a business that brought their employees out here for some pickleball and some golf. So it's a little bit more energetic than it normally would be at 11:35 on a Thursday. So if you want to come out here and play some golf or simply enjoy the restaurant, they just dropped the menu in front of me, or maybe you want to drink. That's all here for you too. They got a full bar, so and you may be able to hear T-Pain in the background right now as maybe someone hit a great shot out there because it's golf and pickleball. That's what they're doing out here right now. But let's talk a little bit more about the Astros. They trade Dubon a day after they designate Ramon Urias for assignment. And this is after saying goodbye to Chas McCormick and, of course, Luis Garcia earlier. The Luis Garcia one was to be expected. This is the Astros trimming payroll. Now, the question, or maybe the concern, is it just simply Jim Crane trying to find a way to avoid paying some guys in arbitration, or are we squirreling money away to make a move to improve the team? Because the corresponding moves will be important to the perception. Initially, what the hell, you're trading Dubon? But if you can, and now they're not going to come out and do it, maybe a reporter will, but the Astros themselves aren't going to go, oh, guys, hold on. We're going to use this money to acquire a frontline starter, which, by the way, there's no guarantee of that. I mean, the name Dylan Cease pops up because they were interested in him around the trade deadline. Just so happened the Padres were asking for more than the Astros are willing to give up. Who's to say Dylan Cease doesn't want to play someplace else or stay on the West Coast? So that name is floating out there, but who really knows? Although he has been rumored to be an Astros target. Justin Verlander's the other name that's out there. Okay, we'll see how much that would cost if they decide to. If they decide, to make a move there. But it can't just be, hey, we're making a move to be cheaper. That's going to be tough to take. Even though they're smaller moves, it's on the backs. And no matter what you felt about Kyle Tucker, it's on the back of saying goodbye to him. And of course, Fromber didn't do himself any favors in regards to the fans on his way out, but that's another guy with the speculation that he wasn't going to return because as he was going throughout the year before the last 2 months or so, he was in line to make a lot of money, something we know the Astros aren't willing to give, particularly if the years exceed 5. So they've made major decisions on big money guys, now on guys who are relatively cheap compared to the big contracts they're generally not willing to give out. Now you're doing it on the lower level guys as far as money is concerned, and guys that people like in Mauricio Dubon. So the patience certainly is there for me. I'll wait. We'll see what they do. But on its face, it does play into the meme that people like to portray Jim Crane as, the cheap owner who never gives guys or at least free agent guys the money that he should, at least when they're guys who are already a part of the roster who we have to say goodbye to. So it fits what people maybe wrongfully believe, considering what the Astros actually shell out in money. And, of course, you'll get bombarded with, well, you lose a draft pick, and there's all these other things. I don't think people really care. As much as that's a real concern when you're trying to build your organization as far as the minor league system, you may lose a draft pick because of the implications of kind of being against the number. I don't think people want to hear it. What do I care about that? Immediate gratification. Give me a good player now. Keep a good player now. You deal with the consequences of losing out on a pick or something. So it's not going to be a concern of most people. Keep my present team good. That's what I want to see every day starting in April. I want to see the best possible product, and right now the team is worse. They got plenty of time to get better, but at the moment they're not a better team than they were once they ended the season. Some of that was to be expected, but the departures are happening before the acquisitions, and that's not great. But go out there and make your moves. Dana Brown's got 1 year left. Joe Spada has a year left, I believe, as well. It's a big offseason for Dana Brown as he tries to construct a roster that can compete again. You think about what happened this year, beyond the injuries. The Mariners were much better late than the Astros were. The Mariners have not, for their own screw-ups in the playoffs, should have been in the World Series. And then we think about Toronto, who was outs away from winning the World Series. The Astros this year felt very far away from that in the way they performed. And that can all change with the right moves. And, of course, the health of guys like Paredes, who came back late from an injury, and Pena was banged up, and Yordan seems to be always banged up. They're going to need a good year of health unless there are some unforeseen additions to the depth of the roster. That is, in some ways, has been lost. Maybe you get Zach Cole as a guy you can lock in on as someone that may be replacing Jake Myers, because Jake Myers, while a starter, he wouldn't be looked at as one of your top 7 or 8 guys overall on the team when you throw in the pitching staff. That's a guy who may be traded as well. So the Astros, in some ways, in some spots, are going to go young, and young means cheap. Cam Smith fits that to a T. He was one of their He was one of the guys you brought in when you traded away a guy who's going to be very expensive. Paredes was part of that, along with Wisniewski, who's recovering from an arm injury. So we'll wait. We'll see what they do, but they need to do something. While the run doesn't have to be over, the right moves need to be made to re-energize the team. The Correa thing was fun and nostalgic. It clearly was not enough to make you, or at least get you to reach your ultimate goal. You're going to need the big and small moves to get it done. And right now, they're worse. So let's see what Dana Brown has in him and what the purse strings will be to make those moves happen. All right, we'll go to break with that. We got one more segment to go before we're done here at East River 9. Of course, the station as a whole isn't done. Jeremy and Joe will take it from 3 to 6. We'll have a little bit of an interlude. Rich Eisen will be on, as you guys know, from 12 to 3. But Jeremy and Joe out here at 6 o'clock. And we'll also, well, at least the morning block from 7 to 12 will be at Taqueria Sarandas tomorrow from 7 to 12 in Cypress. We'll be at that Cypress location. It's the only one. There's some confusion between John and Lance because I guess the internet doesn't exist. There's one Cypress location. That's where we're going to be at. If you want to be there, look it up. Taquerias Aranda Cypress. You'll be able to find the address and meet us there. Maybe you like a breakfast taco. You know, we did the Taquerias Aranda's Pick'em this morning. They're part of the station. You should come out there and join us if you can, as we enjoy the great food. You know, Lance will. I predict eating on air will happen. And, of course, we'll break down what happened in the Texans game tonight. All right, final segment coming up. We will be back.
This is the Del Olalea Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's Del Olalea.
The voice guy is Michael Carroll. He'll join us tomorrow to break down what you should or shouldn't watch in movies and television. I'm sure we'll hear from Eric on something. He loves that segment to call in. I was asked just today on what I'm watching, and I had to say, well, I'm reading right now, so that's getting in the way. But also, I'm watching Pluribus on Apple TV, and also the Season 3 of The Diplomat on Netflix. I haven't finished that. But some good news for you if you're a Task head and you like Mark Ruffalo. Season 2 has been greenlit, so if you like Season 1 of Task on HBO, it's back for Season 2. And there's some thought from some people that it would be, now that that story seemed completed, that they would move on to a different character but stay in the same area because the writer, the creator of the show, is from that area, the Delaware County area, or at least that's what he likes to make television about. But no, Mark Ruffalo is going to return, so he was a bit of a sad sack at the start, kind of got it going as he was in the middle of the case, and we'll see him maybe now rejuvenated in Season 2. So Task will be back. There was some thought that maybe it would be more of an anthology or a limited series with new people in it, or not at all if it was limited, but no. It was popular. It made money, or at least the ratings suggest that people want to see it. So we're going to get Task Season 2. I wonder what the story will be, because the initial story is pretty much complete. Maybe they'll get away from motorcycle gangs. So there that is. If you were wondering, you'll get to see that one more time. I think Michael was a fan as well, so we'll talk about that tomorrow. Okay, we got Texans tonight. If you missed it earlier, Joe Mixon done for the season. Ian Rappaport is reporting that. I'm sure. Actually, you know what? I'm not sure. The Texans may just not want to address it again like they have all year. They're very secretive about it. Didn't want it to be out there as if people wouldn't know. Like if Joe Mixon doesn't show up for a practice, people are going to know he's not available. But they want to keep that quiet. Maybe we'll get more of an answer about why they decided not to be more open about his absences. But no, that feels like that's done and dusted. He's done for the year. Ian Rappaport's reporting it. If we weren't already sure it was going to be the Woody Marks and Nick Chubb show, now we know. Those guys got to be productive tonight. They're facing an opponent who lets running backs have big games. Whether you're a somewhat average one, or at least one without much acclaim like Sean Tucker from the Bucks, or you're Derrick Henry or Devon Achane. Running backs have their way against the Bills. That can't change tonight if the Texans have a chance of winning. Their defense is going to keep them in games, but even that defense, at some point, you should expect Josh Allen to just make a play. That's who he is, and they can run the ball a little bit too with James Cook, so cover the tight ends for the Bills, stop the run if you can, and keep Josh Allen from being a superhero, because that's what he's going to have to be for the Bills. Even if I just exclude the fact that he's got one of the elite defenses to face, the Bills overall, there's not a lot of juice there on the outside. It's expected that Keon Coleman will not play. He's not an explosive wide receiver, but he is a guy they were putting in the starting lineup every week. They brought Gabe Davis back, so there's some familiarity there with him and Josh Allen. Shakir has been banged up, so if this game gets out of the 20s, it's because of the defensive scores or special teams, and the Texans certainly were victims of that against the Jags, where the Jags were set up offensively because of the special teams and defense. So early on, they had the pick of Davis Mills and then the fumble by Tremont Smith, I believe, on the kick return. So in a game where points can be at a premium, the Texans cannot help the Bills get there, get to 20-plus points, because I don't really see the Texans doing it unless some unforeseen explosive running game is ready to break out. But at least the team to do it against is the Bills. So let's say they win the game and they get to 6-5. They play the 3 games with Davis Mills and they win all 3 of them. And with CJ coming back, you start to look at the rest of the schedule. A lot of confidence for the Texans if they go from 3 and 5 to 6-5. And then you've got at Colts, at Chiefs, home to the Cardinals, home to the Raiders, at the Chargers, at the Colts. So the rest of the way, when I throw in the Bills game as well, you've got 6 out of 8 against teams vying for a playoff spot. The schedule's initially is probably a little tougher. Actually, you know what? We throw in the Ravens and how bad they were at the start. That helped. But you had to play a Seahawks team that we weren't quite sure about, and they are one of the best teams in football. Of course, the Broncos have exceeded expectations, even though they made the playoffs last year. The 49ers, good football team. So all in all, even when you throw in the Ravens being down, the Titans being down, the Jags are, at the moment, a playoff team as well, and you were lucky to beat them in the second game. So you've probably faced a tougher schedule than initially thought. The Titans have been a saving grace, and we appreciate them for being bad. But the rest of the way, it gets even tougher. Late in the season, you got to go on the road a couple times. In fact, your next 2 are on the road. Controlled environment in Indy. We'll see what the weather's like in early December with the Chiefs. But then you have the 2 games at home. You got it, of course. You got any chance, no matter what we talk about as far as the rest of the schedule is concerned. Cardinals, Raiders are must-wins. You can't lose. We saw how bad that Raiders team was against the Cowboys. Later in the year, when they have even less to play for, unless Pete Carroll is going to keep that team together and keep them fighting, that's a game, if you're healthy, must be a win, and the Cardinals the week before. So you got those 2 home games, and then you got to go to L.A., which may very well decide your season. There's some hope, certainly, if the Colts have nothing to play for because they've clinched the division in that final game that they come here not trying. But with how good the Broncos and Patriots have been, I would think that game may be one the Colts are trying to get the number 1 seed for. So I wouldn't bank on that. You hope to take care of your business beforehand, but at 5-5, it may take 11 wins to be sure, and even just 10 to be in the hunt. So the rest of the way, you probably got to go 5-2 to even have a shot. All right, we'll wrap it up with that. Starts tonight. Get this one, and then we can have some real conversations about what you can be the rest of the way. As you know, they'll say it. One of the hottest teams in football. That'll be something talked about if they can get this one tonight with Davis Mills at quarterback and CJ on his way back. Thank you, AJ, for being the morning show producer and my producer. Sean will be back tomorrow. He'll actually be at Taco Diaz Arandas as well. Actually, you know what? I don't know how that's going to be set up, but Sean will be back on this show either way. So remember, we're out here till 6. There is the Rich Eisen show as a little break, but if you want to come out here and meet Jeremy and Joe, just enjoy East River 9, or get yourself a T-shirt. I see the koozies, T-shirts right on our promo table. They're going to be out here for you throughout the rest of the day. AJ, since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
Shred 'em, Stroud!
Even though he's hurt.
Understood. The implication is the quarterback plays well, and that quarterback is Davis Mills. Understood. And then maybe next week we can get back to talk about C.J. Stroud as our starter. But right now it's on Davis Mills and that defense. So we're done for the day. I'll talk to you tomorrow from Taco Diaz Arandas.
Hit the court to take on the Manhattan Jaspers. Game coverage begins Friday at 6:30 on your home for Texas A&M Athletics, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know, I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
Houston, your Cougars are 8-2 and ranked in the top 25 this week. Now let's show this team what Cougar pride really looks like. Join us this Saturday afternoon for Senior Day as the nationally ranked Cougs take on TCU at 3 in the final home game of the season. Let's fill every seat, turn TDECU Stadium red, and send our seniors out with the support they deserve. Tickets start at just $25, so bring the energy and bring the noise. Tickets now at uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-984-2303. 800-984-2303. That's 800-984-2303.
John Granado here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com.
You know what red tag means? At Gulf Coast Chevy, it means extra savings. Lance Zerline here. Here's an extra savings, for instance, on a 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 LT Crew Cab with 5.3-liter engine. Well-qualified buyers can get 0% APR financing. That's a lot of savings. Plus, Chevy's offering $1,500 in bonus cash and even more for Texas residents. That's you. And if you're a Costco member, even more savings. If you're thinking about a new truck, it's Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Angleton. Chevy. Together, let's drive.
Jeremy and Joe, weekday afternoons from 3 to 6.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
ESPN 97.5.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is The Rich Eisen Show.
This is a LeBron appreciation segment. There are 82 individuals on NBA rosters who started living after LeBron started playing.
The Rich Eisen Show. Today's guests: NBC Sports Boston Patriots insider Tom Curran, host and creative director of MSNBC Live Luke Russert, 4-time Emmy winner Vince Gilligan, and now it's Rich Eisen.
Well, hey, everybody. Welcome to this edition of The Rich Eisen Show, Disney Plus, the ESPN app, ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance, Sirius XM Channel 80. Hello to all of you taking us in, watching us, listening to us live. There's our podcast listeners later on. Hello to you. You care, so we care. And so, hello. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. You want to have a conversation with us? We're here for you. Tommy Curran, I guess we figured the Patriots win 9 of their first 11. We got to check in with Tommy and see how he's doing up there in New England as they get set to become, wait for it, potentially the first 10-win team in the National Football League this year as the Patriots go ahead and go into Cincinnati earlier on in the early window on Sunday. Patriots could wind up being the first double-digit win team because neither team that's taking on each other tonight, Bills and Texans, to kick off week doesn't. A win tonight does not put them in such a category. Anyway, Tom's going to join us in about 18 minutes' time. And then this is what we love about doing this show. We've got what could be more further apart pop culture than a Hallmark movie on the Buffalo Bills and Vince Gilligan's Pluribus. I don't know what there is. It's a large sort of Grand Canyon-like chasm of pop culture. But Luke Russert, longtime Buffalo Bills fan, is going to be joining us in hour number 2 in advance of the Bills-Texans tonight in support of Holiday Touchdown, a Bills love story, which premieres this Saturday on Hallmark. How about them apples?
I love it.
Huh? Love amongst the folding tables.
Right.
At any rate, he's going to be joining us in hour number 2 of the show. And then truly one of the best of the best of the best in the business in terms of creating, writing, directing, putting in front of you something so compelling on your television set, so thought-provoking than Vince Gilligan, the creator of Breaking Bad and also Better Call Saul. Pluribus is on Apple TV. The first 3 episodes are out there, and so is the show. It is out there, and he's in here. He was the first ever in-studio guest in the history of this show over 11 years ago last month. He will be the latest in hour number 3 of the program. Good to see you over there, Christopher Brockman. How are you? The table
Hey, I'm great,
set.
Rich, and also the nicest guy in Hollywood.
I know. Yeah. He's so really sweet.
Is. He's amazing.
I know. I fanboyed him in an airport. He had no idea who I was at all. He's not that diehard of an NFL fan. But I fanboyed him, and he's just like, sure, I'll do your podcast. And then he did the Rich Eisen podcast after Breaking Bad finished, a week after it was done. We had sort of like a 2-hour exit interview with him for all fans.
It was supposed to be 30 minutes. It was over 90.
Unreal.
It was incredible.
Right. And then the first episode of the history of this show, he left the writer's room for his new show, Better Call Saul, to come here. Awesome. And so is Pluribus. Good to see you, Mike Del Tufo.
Good morning, Rich.
How are you? TJ Jefferson, Candles Lit. So is No Contest Wrestling's latest episode, wherever you get your podcasts. How are you, sir?
I can't complain. What's up, fellas?
What
up,
TJ?
Hey,
Let's start in the state of Pennsylvania.
I like that state.
2 quarterbacks speaking yesterday in different parts of their career and different statuses as well. Both of them Super Bowl MVPs. And we'll start east. We'll go from east to west. We'll go from right to left. I am Jewish. So let's start reading that way.
Okay.
And it also starts with the defending Super Bowl champs. And I just want to say this, and this is no offense to you because we've had your laugh at your expense, TJ, being there from the center of the state in Altoona, Pennsylvania, right? Pretty much?
East Coast.
East Coast. You call it East Coast. Pittsburgh's not the East Coast. It is not. It is the western part of an eastern state. Philadelphia is the East Coast, okay? And in that respect, I'm seeing a nodding of the head from somebody from New Jersey and Mike Del Tufo,
yes,
and somebody from all around the map, but hails mostly from New England and Chris Brockman. You're both nodding your head in agreement, okay?
Yes.
And you both know, as I do, born in Brooklyn, raised in Staten Island, that East Coast sports fans in many ways are just not happy unless they're unhappy. Yep. You're not truly at your happiest until you're at your most unhappy.
Fact.
And we talk in a certain way. We're out here in California. People will sometimes look at me and say, you're angry. And I'm like, no, this is just the way I'm emoting. I'm fine. I'm okay.
Leave me alone.
This is the way we talk. Yeah. So when you've got a defending champion Philadelphia Eagles team entering this week at 8-2, 100% in line to be the first repeat champion of the NFC East since the Eagles did it from 01-04. Did you know that? It's been different winners of this division over and over and over again, up until even in the Eagles Super Bowl window that we've seen over the last few years. The Eagles, unless they completely fall apart starting this weekend in Dallas, they're not losing this division. They're going to repeat as champs, and they have a great shot because they've beaten the Rams, the team that I think is the best in the NFC right now entering Week 12. They have a great shot at being the 1 seed. They have a great shot at sitting at home and only 2 home wins to get back to the Super Bowl as it currently stands. And it's a full-on grease fire media-wise right now in that town, the latest being a report, I guess one would say, for a reporter from The Athletic. His name is Derek Gunn. He's a reporter. I believe he said this on the podcast of my old NFL Network first show, speaking of first shows, on NFL Total Access, Seth Joyner's podcast. Ooh. And Seth, I heard you're upset with me on my take of like I'm done with the tush push. That's what I heard, Seth. And the one person I never want angry at me is Seth Joyner, who I could never tell if he liked me or not, even when he was smiling and laughing with me. What's up, Seth? But Derek says that there are people within the organization and offensive rooms that are upset with Jalen Hurts because of his hesitancy to occasionally throw the ball into tight windows against zone coverage or generally playing his game whenever he wants, despite his game not being part of the game plan that's been practiced by everyone else leading up to the game. Sort of saying, if I can read between the lines, the quarterback, the Super Bowl MVP quarterback of the Eagles is going rogue. So it's his time in the barrel now. It's been A.J. Brown's time in the barrel thanks to tweets and posts and janky Rondo Twitch feeds and all of that stuff. And Jalen Hurts has got to be like, okay, I guess it's my time in the barrel, even though we just beat the Lions. But it is because the defense has been balling out. The offensive numbers are what they are, and they aren't like last year. 25th in total yards, just a hair over 300 yards per game. 28th in passing, 29th in third down conversion. They're averaging $115 rushing yards per game. Nothing like last year. That's middle of the pack. As we all know, last year they pretty much damn led it. They were second overall in that department last year. They are 75% in red zone conversion rates. That's good. So is just a season low 4 giveaways. That's good. With a defense, that's how you're better than good at 8-2. All right, Jalen Hurts, answer the questions, sir.
I guess I get a lot of attention when things are going well and when things are not going so well. And so I never run away from holding myself accountable. And I think, I think that's exactly what I've taken the approach of doing. Even when I look at this last game, I take great pride in what we do on offense. I take great pride in how we go out there and play as a team and what our flow is.
How surprising is it that there are these reported frustrations?
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised by anything. I mean, this is kind of the nature of the position, like I said, but, I put my energy and I put my focus on trying to go out there and do my best and trying to learn, trying to build, trying to take in the things that I can to improve.
Go ahead, Mike. Hit it.
What were they really thinking?
I don't dare to dive into Jalen Hurts' head because he never lets you know what's in there, right? I mean, that's why I said his superpower being a Philadelphia quarterback because he never adds any grease to the fire of any media fire that's there. And there's one that's burning right now despite the team being 8-2. So excuse me if I'm thinking he's got to be thinking, are you all kidding me, please? I know you saw A.J. Brown, apparently not being part of the huddle while I'm trying to rally the troops in a pregame rah-rah speech, and he's on the periphery laughing and not paying attention, and you ascribe that along with Brandon Graham's comments that need to be put back in the bottle that there's something personal brewing between me and A.J. Brown. And sure, you want me to admit it? What am I going to do here? Just give more fuel to this fire? When I am a Super Bowl MVP, do I need to remind you of the last 2 times we've made it to the Super Bowl? Oh, by the way, in the last 3 seasons. Do I need to remind you who's had some of the best games in the history of this sport in the sport's biggest game? Are we not 8-2? Are we not going to be repeat champions in this division? Are we not in the middle of the season? Have you not seen this movie play out before? He won't say that. And again, I don't know if he's feeling it. Did you not see me target A.J. Brown 11 times? What do you want from me? Did you not see the football needing to be held on kickoffs? Did you see all that stuff? Because I saw Jared Goff struggle worse than I did. And I know that's our defense because I love those guys. Come on now. Everybody, chill out. And I will say this. Say what you will about Nick Sirianni. We always say here that there's an iceberg. We only see the tip. That's one hell of an iceberg. He's got 56 career wins in his first less than 5 seasons being the head coach there.
Yeah, he's on a Hall of Fame path.
It's unbelievable. You know, he said, I don't believe everything that you read. Again, this wasn't written. This was said on a pod going into Dallas. You're not sitting there feeling confident because if there's an argument and there's conversation that's led up after, by the way, consecutive wins against the 2 teams atop the division that we all thought was one of the toughest in the league coming in. And by the way, the Bears should send a nice, maybe they should bring it into Thanksgiving, you know, a nice gift basket because Philadelphia's helped them with their wins get into first place over the last 2 weeks. You're not sitting there overconfident, right? Because of the arguing in Philadelphia for the Cowboys.
Me?
Yes, sir.
I think around hour 3, you're going to find your answer.
Okay, that's a high register tease.
Oh.
Very good. Well done.
Thank you.
And before Tom Curran joins us,
Tommy,
let's go to the western part of the state. Let's go out there.
What's that?
Where, you know, there's a little bit of the East Coast there, but I understand the frustration that fans have, you know, hearing about how they, at least you finish above 500. Those banners don't get raised.
Yeah, they don't care.
In Western PA.
No.
They also aren't like, hey, at least you made the playoffs. Those don't get raised there. They want to raise a banner. Or they want to at least see some connective tissue on a roster that they can believe in with a coaching staff that coaches it up in such a way that they finish strong, not lose steam after starting strong. I get it. And we just saw a Steelers team beat the Colts, crash against the Chargers, and then survive, one would say, the Bengals, who are spitting angry, you know, and lose Aaron Rodgers, to a wrist injury that might knock him out of this game against a Bears team that could be kind of like the Steelers of the previous years. We'll see how they finish. I mean, 7-3 is a pretty damn good start to the Ben Johnson era. Every Bears fan would have signed for it in August when we're hearing about how Ben Johnson is throwing so much at Caleb Williams. It's like having him drink through a fire hose to get him ready for a season that is now, again, 4 games above 500, in first place, all by themselves in the NFC North. Here comes the AFC North leading Steelers with the Ravens rampaging from 1-5 back to 500. 1 game right behind him. And Rodgers, let's talk about his readiness for this game first up. His wrist injury. Last we heard from Mike Tomlin, no surgery required. Friday would be the day by which we would know if he could potentially play in this game. That Rodgers himself spoke about what needs to happen for him to get out there with this left wrist injury.
Would it be a pain tolerance thing for you if you do play on Sunday? Is that something you'd have to?
No, it'd be a safety thing.
Did it aggravate anything, or was this like a whole new injury?
Brand new.
What has to happen for you to play on Sunday?
Got to get the okay, and got to feel like I can protect myself.
Okay. It's kind of what Tomlin had to say. Kurt Warner was on the air yesterday saying that it would require him to maybe have a cast on it that would potentially wrap around his hand, which would create snap potential issues handling the football, handing it off, as well as, you've got to be able to hand it off with both hands. Kurt mentioned how he had the injury that Jaden Daniels suffered, dislocated left arm, played later on that week. We know Daniels has missed the last two games, and he had a handoff right-handed each time. Sometimes backhanding it into the... I remember when he did that, as a matter of fact. It looked weird. Too. If there's anybody who could do it, Rodgers can. And then the issue is, how is he going to sit against the Chicago Bears? Kyle Brandt, Good Morning Football, diehard Bears fan, yesterday said, freezing cold, take me all you want. He's playing this game. There's no way he's not. And Rodgers, when it was brought up, hey, you're going to Chicago, you're definitely going to want to play in this game. That's got to factor in. He tried to downplay it for a brief bit. There's incentive for every opponent, he said. But then got into the meat of this whole concept.
Aaron, do you sort of thrive off of being the villain there a little bit? Sort of enjoy that aspect? I'd rather not be. I mean, I'm not in Green Bay anymore. I feel like we can let bygones be bygones. Maybe I can, I guess. It's a great rivalry. I mean, in the history of all sports, you talk about the Lakers and the Celtics and the Red Sox and the Yankees. You got to talk about the Packers and the Bears. And there's been some great memories there. When I first got to Green Bay, the Bears had the all-time series lead. When I left, the Packers did. And since J. Love has taken over, it's even gotten better. But I hope those fans can put that behind them. I'm sure they can't. Don't expect them to, but I really enjoy the city. They got great sports. When I grew up watching WGN on my five-channel TV back in the day, so I was a Cubs fan and a Bulls fan. And how can you not be a Bulls fan unless you don't like Michael Jordan? I did. I loved him. So it was a lot of fun memories over the years playing that.
Yeah, I didn't know I guess he had WGN back in the Chico area and here in California. Yeah, I can pretty much say on behalf of all Bears fans, there's no bygones. I don't think there ever will be. 24-5 all time against a fan base who he once upon a time, very recently, screamed, "I still own you." There you go. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
I think he's going to play. How does that sound? I think he's going to play.
I think he wants to play.
I think he wants to play. Yeah. I think he's going to play. I'm with Kyle. I'm with Kyle right now. I'm going to call it right now. Obviously, I'm not a doctor. I don't see the X-rays. I just know he's definitely of the mindset right now. I love that city. What's not to love? That city is truly one of the greatest in the world. And him going, he's not going. I mean, this is it. Even if he stays another year, the Bears aren't on the Steelers' schedule next year. I could pretty much say that it would have to be a 17th game where they'd have to play the Bears. They'd have to finish in the same spot. It would have to be an NFC North, AFC North off year like that.
Right.
And I don't think they would follow up a 17th game in division when they're already playing the full division the year before. I don't think that's going to happen. You could even look it up. I'll just even save you the time to say it would be highly unlikely. This is it. This is it for Rodgers there. I think he's going to do it. It's just amazing. 2 MVP quarterbacks, 1 6-4, saying, where the fan base is all in on him. All the hopes are in on him. With all due respect to Mason Rudolph, they need him. And the Eagles fan base, there are some people saying, do we really even need Jalen Hurts at some point? I'm even reading, he's headlines of some blogs out there that he's Carson Wentz 2.0. That's the other, do you want him back?
I mean,
you want him back? You really want him back? I'm sure Hurts can play better, but come on, man. Come on, man. You just look up the turnpike at another team wearing green where they're like, let's try Justin Fields. Oh, let's bench him for a 2-win team that can't beat anybody out of the state of Ohio for Tyrod Taylor before we go into Baltimore. Let's go do that. You want that? 844-204-RICH number to dial. Or just keep looking even further up. Maybe the New England Patriots, who are finally coming out of a 5-year window in which the Eagles went to the Super Bowl twice. Tom Curran is going to join us to tell us the state of affairs of the New England Patriots when we come back. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
This holiday season, Target has your back with irresistibly cool gifts for everyone on your list. For the trendsetter, start with affordable beauty kits and gift sets. Need something the whole fam will love? Grab snuggly matching fits in every size and style. And for the thrill seekers, don't forget the hottest toys and tech of the season. Target's got you covered with the best deals for endless fun. Shop in store or online. And step into the holidays with Target. Restrictions apply.
I asked the D&M executive the other day, who's your ideal customer? Someone frustrated with luxury car depreciation, someone trading every few years and piling up negative equity, or someone looking to save up on a monthly payment? His answer was all of them and more. D&M has over 50,000 active clients who know that leasing is not renting. It's the smarter option. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com and get no payments until 2026.
We make leasing easy.
Time to hydrate, Houston. Rambler Sparkling Water's cranberry flavor is back and available for a limited time this holiday season. Available at Sprouts, Whole Foods, and many other retailers. Cheers to the flavor of the season. Rambler Cranberry. Get ramblin'.
Cast your line and relax at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Your fishing getaway awaits.
Next time you're at a bar or a restaurant and you're ordering a beer, choose chill. Choose Coors Light. John Granado here. You know, I'll be choosing Coors Light. It's cold lagered and cold filtered for a crisper, delicious taste. And it's light at just 102 calories. So maybe I'll have another and another. Put Coors Light on your rotation. Just say, excuse me, bartender, can I have a Coors Light, please? You'll be keeping Texas chill and earning my heartfelt admiration. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing. Every single time. Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
Hey, Lance Erline here. You know I don't play around when it comes to burgers. And Burger Chan is the real deal. And now they're giving us more chances to enjoy it because they're open for dinner Wednesday through Saturday. Plus, they're open for lunch now on Mondays. And to celebrate football season and their new hours, they got a deal. Walk in there the day after a hometown football win, mention ESPN Radio or say Go Texan, and you score a free side order with your entree. That's Victory Mondays at Burger Chan. It's BurgerChanHTX.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks. If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So, I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone, too. For my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile! The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
The
24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials. For well-qualified customers, auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end in balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it at Underdog Fantasy right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the app today and use promo code LANCE to score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 play. That's promo code LANCE to get your $100 in bonus entries. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_HTML for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
You fancy and have an HD radio? Well, good for you, number one. Number two, listen to ESPN Houston's HD channel, 97.9 HD2.
Rich Eisen Show on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Tom Curran of NBC Sports Boston and all things New England Patriots, the insider himself, back here on the program. Good to see you, Tommy. How are you?
Tom Curran.
Hey, what's going on? You know, if your name is Skip,
yeah,
your ability to Bigfoot another man is significantly reduced.
I always need to check in with New England for a little bit of an ego boost, except in my own house. Listen, Tom, 9-2 is way above anybody's expectation level, correct? 9-2, right,
yeah,
Tom?
Cam actually has a point. And I'm not positive what outlet he's with either. I'm sure it's ESPN, but I don't know what show. But
it is. First take.
But here, I saw it earlier in the week. Listen to this. Strength of victory, Rich. So the win-loss percentage of the teams that you've beaten. The Broncos is actually the lowest at 354. Patriots are at 359. Colts is 366, on and on. Most of the teams at the top have beaten teams that have collectively not done great. But the win-loss percentage of opponents, the Patriots is 369. So the teams that they have played have collectively, at this juncture, only won 37% of the games. Broncos is at 423. Colts is at 431. Generally speaking, if you're at the top of the conference, the teams that you have played will have lower collective records because you beat them. So they're worse. But he's not wrong.
Except for this fact, though, Tom, and I appreciate you pointing out those facts, is the Patriots over the last 2-3 years were in no position to beat the teams that they're supposed to beat.
No, they earned this.
100%. In the last few years, they were not in any position of, oh, we're better here, we're better there. Just watch us go ahead and execute and go win the games. Not at all. And then you've got, I don't care how many times Mike Vrabel has previously won Coach of the Year. He's a new coach, and there's a new system, and there's new terminologies, and there's new cultures, and there's new receivers, and there's new rookies. And maybe the Patriots have taken advantage of being able to get on the same page and get some momentum going in a way that if they played teams with better records, they wouldn't have been. But when they went into Western New York, the Bills were still, Super Bowl worthy Bills, which they are as of just this week again. You know what I mean? Like, you can't discount that.
No,
you can't
you're right.
discount it. You can't.
I'm defending Cam's take from a 30,000-foot view.
Sure.
If you're going to be a national pundit, which he is, you might not know the Patriots season story inside and out. You might not be aware that they've dispatched everybody with relative ease, and even in the games in which they were challenged, they showed great resilience to win those games, that they play efficiently. They have some Achilles heels, but it's the nature of these wins. They're not dumbing into 9-2. They're not seeing doinked field goals by the opponents and myriad turnovers and just vast ineptitude. They're not seeing good teams, but they're beating them. They're not lucking into them. So that's the fine print about these Patriots right now. Rich, I've said this. I keep waiting for the egg to get laid, and it's just not popping out. None of these weeks. I said, Jets, they're going to lay an egg. Tampa, there's got to be an egg. No eggs. Eggless.
Well, I mean, I guess the eggs were the two losses. Losing to a Vegas team that, as we know, has not been able to shoot straight since. And then a Steelers team that they easily could have beaten had they held on to the football. Mm-hmm. And then Carolina's only gotten better since you've seen them. New Orleans popped Carolina in a division contest where you throw records out, similar to the one that, in all honesty, I don't care that the Jets have only 2 wins. You usually do that sometimes in a short week game. So what is it? Obviously coach, quarterback, and top-notch coordinator together will work out. Let's take it one at a time here.
Sure.
Is Vrabel different, you think, a 2.0 version of him in a way that Belichick was more 2.0 when he showed up in New England? He just seems to be, again, I think a little bit more he's throwing arms around people. Or is that just because it's such a different way of seeing a Patriot coach handle business after Belichick for 20 years?
I think that every coach on a second time around, Rich, I'm not telling you anything you don't know because you've covered as long or if not longer than me, but I think they're all different because they have said, okay, these are the things I need to stay away from. These are the things that I can do. And they had a year. That was important, I think, for Mike to be in Cleveland for a year to kind of self-audit and watch how somebody else did it at the NFL level. He saw it in Houston. He did it at the NFL level. He did it in Tennessee. He saw where the potholes, pratfalls, and landmines might exist. Watched it in Cleveland. And then when he got here, one other aspect I think that is extremely important to what he's instilling and installing is he knows the area. He knows the media. He knows how to approach us, which is to give us a bunch, but we're thirsty little, baby Robins out here. Just give us anything. So giving us just enough to satiate us will be great. Treating us pretty well, but be good. And if you're not good, and this was always the way it was with Bill, Rich, believe it or not, if the team wasn't good, all we wanted was a candid reflection on reasons why. And if he wasn't going to give it at the podium, can we have a conversation on the side and you can explain some of this stuff to me? And he didn't do that in the last few years. It was just, I don't need them. And that's okay. It's the media. I'm not trying to oversell us, but yes. I think Mike's comfort level coming in here with a variety of things, fan base, ownership, media, the way he wanted to message, and having a very strict plan has all helped him a lot. So if you want to hit 3 things, I cannot talk for 4 minutes about the next 2.
Well, then let's talk about Drake May. Give me your favorite story you've heard about him this year that can potentially encapsulate his ascension, his professionalism, his otherworldly ability to throw a deep ball or say that ball to Kyle Williams that he threw for a touchdown against Tampa. What story have you heard that can potentially shed some light, Tom?
I can only give anecdotally what I observed was last year a guy who actually performed poorly at the ends of games, put the ball into harm's way. He came into training camp. He didn't throw a pick for like 160 passes. I mentioned it. I mentioned it to him. He immediately went out and threw a pick to begin an inter-squad stadium scrimmage and to end it. Then he goes out in the first preseason game, and he has a moronic strip sack fumble on the first drop back. Then he comes into the Raiders game in the opener, and he gets picked down the middle of the field when they have the lead at the beginning of the second half. Then he plays good against Miami, goes to Pittsburgh. They turn it over 5 times. He was again befuddled, and then it's gone. All of it. The stupidity, the lack of poise, him being too amped up at the beginning of games. That, to me, is one of the most remarkable things, and I've been lucky enough to have seen some remarkable things from the quarterback position. That, to me, is one of the most remarkable things I've ever seen, to go from a guy shooting 83s to shooting 68s.
So the coin dropped in the machine after week 3 into week 4. The coin just dropped into an MVP machine. Tom,
it's unbelievable. It really is. Look at the downfield throws. Look at the yards per attempt. Look at the guys he's throwing to. Not to besmirch. Look at the offensive line. Again, not to besmirch, but they're not loaded with experience and high level talent. It's remarkable.
So is that McDaniels getting through? I mean, what is it? Okay. Yeah.
I think it has a ton to do with it. And it's, again, not to besmirch Alex Van Pelt, who did diagnose a lot of the fundamental problems that May had at North Carolina and stripped it back down to 0 and started to fix them so that, his privates were not pointing completely down the field on every throw. Stay a little bit closed and then open up, I think, was one big thing. Because when he was opening up, he was dropping down and he was losing a lot of accuracy. And again, that's from watching Brady, how long he would stay closed on his throws and how much he would just make it hip oriented. So he improved it. But McDaniels, I think, met him more than halfway across the aisle to say, all right, well, you're not like Jimmy Garoppolo or Jacoby Brissett or even Tom Brady. I'm going to need to do things a little different with you because you do things differently than them. And it's been a mutually beneficial relationship, I think, in that way.
Has it ever, man? Who are some of the other guys we're not talking about? Because obviously team game here. Defensively, other guys on offense we're not talking about.
Milt Williams has been great. Robert Spillane, he gave me the green light to call him Bobby.
Bobby Spillane.
Bobby Spillane has been a weapon.
That sounds better up in New England. You know what I mean? Bobby Spillane is much more of a New England than Robert Spillane.
Who were you out with last night? It was just me and Bobby Spillane.
Right. It just rolls. It rolls off. It rolls off. Yeah. Okay. I got you.
Robert Spillane's been really good.
Right.
Gonzalez is smooth as hell. Oh, Marcus Jones, slot corner. He had the 2 return touchdowns in one game a few weeks back, but he's played tremendously well at slot corner. The one thing about him, Rich, that is different is the number of young players they're getting contributions from. Will Campbell has been everything you'd want in a left tackle after so much scrutiny. Jared Wilson, taken in the 3rd round, has been the starting left guard. We thought that was going to be a disaster. You get 2 rookies next to each other. He's been more than fine. Greg Woodson's been a starting safety. Their kicker is Andy Borregales. He's been fine. Kyle Williams had a touchdown catch. He should be okay. I'm missing other people.
I mean, Pop Douglas has really come to the fore for sure, and obviously Mac Hollins. Listen, this. All right, screw it. I'll go here. There's a lot of connective tissue between this and 2003, Tom. I mean, honestly. I mean, 2001, my bad. There's a lot of connective tissue between here and 2001. Second year quarterback, coach second time around, bunch of guys he's throwing to that, obviously fantasy football wasn't going down back then, but a lot of guys that weren't the bold-faced names, no offensive players of the year on this team, right?
The ironic
defensively,
thing,
a bunch of guys that collectively, the collective is just kicking your ass, and everybody's thinking, fool's gold, to be honest with you. And then, boom, look what happened. No?
It's the Cam Newton take, and I'm not being a dink. It's from 30,000 feet. You're exactly right. When you really get into it, which I love because it's been my job, and I should have a doctorate in this stuff because I've been doing it. The reason it's different is when the Patriots were by far the 30th best team in the league. Were they 30? No, 31st best team in the league because Houston came in the next year. They were the 31st best team in the league by a fair amount. The reason, when Bledsoe got hurt, you're going to a 6th-round quarterback. You're already dealing with a coach who was a disaster in Cleveland, who went 5-11. Now you're 0-2. They were horrendous in free agency previously. They were not expected to do anything. They were 5-5 at the midpoint after just hanging around with the St. Louis Rams. I was enthused by the team because they were watchable, and you could see that there was some traction there. And I knew that, believe it or not, because I was not a big Bledsoe guy by that point, I knew that Brady was going to be their quarterback once he started playing because he was just that friggin' good. But that team overachieved in a bizarre way. They didn't have the 3rd overall pick. They didn't have a guy who was a former coach of the year. But that team did have some real talent on defense. They had Law, they had Malloy,
Bruschi,
they had McGinnis,
Will Fork, all of them.
He was not there yet.
Oh, Will Fork wasn't there yet?
I'm a doctorate. Okay. I told you.
Okay, my bad. I should let you talk. My bad.
I've done enough.
No. But so where does this wind up? I mean, is there reason to believe that the gold is real at the end of the day?
There is.
Huh?
There's reason. There's reason to believe
this year, right now. I mean, right now, you and I are talking. They are ahead of the Buffalo Bills. They're ready to break that streak in the division, and they are threatening for the conference. They're threatening to put the road to the playoffs through Gillette again. This is happening right now, Tom.
You can find the Achilles heel for Denver is they don't have a really strong offense. They're sputtery, as we know. The Colts, I still don't know if I'm a Daniel Jones guy. Bills cannot stop people on the ground. All those other teams, they have an Achilles heel. The Patriots' Achilles heel is red zone offense and defense. They suck. They're like worst in the league defensively. You get inside the 20, you're scoring touchdowns. You get inside the 10, 100% of the time. If you have first and goal, you're scoring a touchdown. So if you get behind, and they fall behind in games early on every time, the first drive is usually a touchdown or field goal for the opposition. If you get behind Kansas City or Buffalo, even if you're home, and you give that first touchdown up, and then they get down the red zone again after you had to go 3 and out, you're down 14-0. They haven't been there. So those are things I'm concerned about for them. But other than that, I just haven't seen the ineptitude in terms of fundamentals. They're not making stupid mistakes. They're not missing tackles. They're healthy as hell. You know, this injury to Milton Williams is the first one. And that's the main reason they won in 2018. It wasn't Sony Michel and Brady and Edelman and Gronk. I mean, they helped, obviously, more than helped. They were the drivers. But that car does not get over the finish line if the engine wasn't intact. And they lost like 2 guys the entire year to IR. I think it was Jeremy. Who's that running back from the Bengals? Jeremy Hill?
Yeah.
And Jawan Bentley, who had never even played. That's it. They had everybody else.
So in the minute I have left, is this Trevion Henderson's gig now? Because he's a hot hand, man. And I know there were a lot of New Englanders, including the one that just across the way just got on my ear and saying, why'd it take so long? You know, what are we? Because I mean, he is really.
Hey, Tom, great to see you,
He
man.
could be another difference maker in the last 6-7 weeks. When we're getting cold, you roll the Buckeye downhill and look out, man. That could happen.
It'll be Ramondre.
It will be. Okay,
Chris, check it out. If you look at it, it's not to give a hard time to the little fella, but his explosive runs are really buoying his yards per attempt. Those 2 long.
Totally agree. Totally agree.
So. I would give the ball to Ramondre on first and second down. If somebody's going to get 18 carries, make sure it's Ramondre. But I do think that Henderson really built up a lot of confidence in the number of things he was able to do in the last couple of weeks. Say, all right, I got this now.
Tommy Curran, say hi to Blobby Spillane for me, okay?
Blobby, I was talking to Richie Eisen. Yep.
That's it. Thanks, Tom. Good to chat with you, buddy. Everybody check him out. A New England Patriots Insider on NBC Sports Boston. His podcasts and all the things that he writes. Check him out. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Back here on The Rich Eisen Show in a moment.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24th, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State. With 10 minutes left in the second quarter, Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
Serve Pro. Like it never even happened.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Next time you're at a bar or a restaurant and you're ordering a beer, choose chill. Choose Coors Light. John Granato here. You know, I'll be choosing Coors Light. It's cold lagered and cold filtered for a crisper, delicious taste. And it's light at just 102 calories. So maybe I'll have another and another Put Coors Light on your rotation. Just say, "Excuse me, bartender, can I have a Coors Light, please?" You'll be keeping Texas chill and earning my heartfelt admiration. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing every single time. Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
This is Chance McClain reminding you that you can always put off getting a Heritage film. Your dad, you know, the guy you love more than anything, the guy that taught you right from wrong and had it hard as a kid so you wouldn't have to, he's going to live forever. So there's absolutely no rush. You know what they say, there's always tomorrow. No need to go to yourheritagefilm.com and contact us about making a feature-length documentary film of this extraordinary man. Yourheritagefilm.com, no rush. People are immortal.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks. If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Catch every touchdown, tackle, and all of the gridiron action this season at J-Bar M. Rated one of Texas Monthly's top 25 barbecue joints. Savor J-Bar M's world-class Texas-style brisket, house-made sausage, and timeless barbecue. Enjoy buckets of beer for just $15 and $2 well drinks every Friday and Saturday. Houston's destination restaurant for classic Texas smokehouse and barbecue favorites is J-Bar M Barbecue, located at 2201 Leland. Visit jbarmbbq.com and follow on socials at jbarmbbq.
Bluebonnet Glass for homeowners, builders, and contractors. BluebonnetGlass.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
Follow ESPN Houston on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Wherever you are, we're there too. Not in like a creepy way. You know what? Just follow us on social media.
Back here, everybody. It is ESPN Radio. We're back on the air, presented by the Progressive Keys to Progress program, gifting cars to veterans in need. All right, Chris, what'd you make of your Patriot update right there?
Well, I follow Tom on everything, so I'm seeing what he's saying throughout the season. So, yeah, that kind of hit.
It's real.
It's totally real. And again, I understand all the people coming at me in the comments, "Ooh, they really played." Well, their two hardest games of this year were on the road, and they won them both, pretty easily. So, yes, while they have a low strength of victory, Again, you can only play who you play. But again, in the years past, those are games that they don't win or maybe struggle to win. And those games that they should win this year, they are dominating and winning, handedly. So that's encouraging. It's fun to be a Pats fan again, and I apologize for the obnoxiousness that's surely coming in the next few years.
Let me just ask you a question. Philadelphia, 2 losses this year, one of them at the Giants. Is that a game they should have won?
Right, of course.
Okay. Let me see. Let's keep going here. Denver's losses. At Indianapolis, at the Chargers. That makes sense. They won at Philadelphia. They've won games that they're not supposed to win. Were the Patriots supposed to win in Buffalo on a Sunday night?
No.
That's where they were supposed to be, nice 500 start you got here.
Fun start to the season for you kids.
Nice one you just had against Carolina. Scoring 40 after they shut out their previous opponent, which, by the way, is close to a record of scoring against the team that just shut somebody out. With all due respect, Dallas. Monday nighter against Arizona at home. Should they have won that one? You know what I mean? I'm everybody that we root for, you who might be pointing out, Lieutenant Weinberg, you, talking about your team should, is better than New England because of who have they beaten. They're not one of those teams that came in the year 15-1 last year where these are all games they're supposed to win, even though they're against teams that are struggling.
I mean, their win total, their Vegas win total this year was 8.5. It was the highest of high optimism that they were going to have an over 500 record this year, and they got that mid-November.
Yeah, I mean, another one. The Chargers, were they supposed to beat Jacksonville in Jacksonville?
Yeah.
How about getting wiped, having the floor wiped with them? These things happen to everybody. Pretty much. And they haven't really happened in New England yet.
No, that's what Tom kept saying. Kept waiting for the egg, which could have happened at any time. The Jets trap game.
Yeah.
All these other games that pop up in the schedule, and you're like, okay, they won't. They just keep Drake May made another big play. Mac Hollins is making plays. They're not doing it with the sexiest of names either. It's Stephon Diggs has really come on in the last month as he's gotten healthier, and that's obviously been a huge, huge boost to the offense. But it's from Andre Stevenson and all his fumbling issues, and it's a rookie running back. They had Antonio Gibson got hurt and is out for the season. It was a huge blow.
How about this one? I was saying that an earmark of the Patriots back in the day, not just a head coach in his second year and a quarterback in his second year, or a coach in his second time around as well in his second year, with a quarterback in his second year, and and a lot of the connective tissue to the last time we've seen a movie like this. Used to be, the Patriots are going to take on a tough opponent or a tough player, and that player is injured or suspended. And I'm like, oh, here comes Cincinnati without Jamar Chase. How about Joe Burrow being a full participant in practice yesterday?
Yeah, is he going to play on Sunday?
I don't know.
No.
I
don't say no.
Flacco was listed as limited with an injury, and Burrow was full.
Okay.
He's back.
So Joe Burrow showing up against New England.
That's
with
fun.
The season on the line.
Oof. The game just got a little bit, okay.
You just sat upright in your chair a little bit, right?
All right.
Now that would be an impressive win in Ohio if it's Joe Burrow saying, look who's back, everybody.
Yeah.
The Patriots could say, we are.
Coach Saban here. On the field or on your walls, coverage matters. That's why I go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer from the Home Depot.
Exceptional hide, advanced stain blocking, and over 1,000 colors to choose from. Behr Marquee delivers one-coat coverage that stands up to real life. One-coat coverage, no overtime. Behr Marquee, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Behr Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Collection.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Lucky Larry's Landscaping, Larry! Larry saved his business money with a quick commercial auto quote from Progressive. Does it help he's his own marketing manager, accountant, executive assistant, and never been late? Technically, yes, but saving really put him over the edge. So, Larry, give Larry a round of applause. Be your own Larry. See if you could save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Dasper Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Holiday season is upon us. Need a gift idea for a client, friend, or family member who loves guns? We're your one-stop shop. Our half-acre showroom is filled with new and pre-owned guns of every make and model, plus collectibles, accessories, ammo, and if you're just not sure what to get, gift cards are available. Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Look for the tank out front. Online at collectorsfirearms.com.
Monument Chevrolet is celebrating Black Friday pricing all month long. Get employee pricing on every new vehicle, Silverado, Tahoe, Trax, and more. Visit Monument Chevrolet at 225 and Beltway 8 or shop at monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, empowering listeners' sports knowledge since 2007.
Use your sports knowledge for powers of good.
John Granado here. You know what's the scariest thing about winter coming? That you might run out of beer. That's scary. Actually, the scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out, give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater in for free. That's crazy, Billy. Call him today, 281-488-6238, or visit him at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Tell him you heard it here.
Sean Mapes here to tell you that Prize Picks is the best way to win cash on your Texans and Rockets this season. Which players are going to go off? Which ones are overhyped? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your takes into cash all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the only app that offers stacks, meaning you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Want to pick more on Kevin Durant's points, rebounds, and three-pointers? Now you can pick them all in the same lineup only on Prize Picks. You can also follow other Prize Picks players directly on the app with the new feed tab. Follow a friend, a celebrity, or maybe your favorite local radio personality and check out every lineup they create with just one click. PrizePicks also offers injury reboots. If one of your players leaves the game in the first half and doesn't return, PrizePicks won't count it as a loss. Download the PrizePicks app and use code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Your go-to source for all things Houston Texans is Swarmcast with Will Kunkel and Joe George. Listen Thursday nights at 6 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 or on our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston. Brought to you by Blue Star Tequila. Smooth and always game ready.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-984-2303. 800-984-2303. That's 800-984-2303.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston. A Gal Media station.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
This is a LeBron appreciation segment. There are 82 individuals on NBA rosters who started living after LeBron started playing.
The Rich Eisen Show. Earlier on the show, NBC Sports Boston Patriots insider Tom Curran. Coming up, host and creative director of MSNBC Live, Luke Russert. Four-time Emmy winner Vince Gilligan. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show on this Thursday, on which week dozen of the National Football League 2025 season will kick off between the Bills and the Texans tonight on Prime Video. No C.J. Stroud. Yes, Josh Allen. And if you recall, this is where Josh Allen's first career playoff game took place in this building. A game in which he took Deshaun Watson and the Texans to overtime, only to have some weird holding penalty blow up their season. Am I correct, Mike Hoskins? Did I get this correct? Yes, he can confirm. Bills Mafia, Rich Eisen Show coordinating producer Mike Hoskins was quick to confirm. Our next guest coming up in 20 minutes' time would also confirm it. Luke Russert is going to join us. I guess MS Now Live is what it's called. The host and creative director of that show is going to be joining us in support of Hallmark's holiday touchdown film that premieres this Saturday. It's a Bills love story, don't you know? So, I don't know if I'll ask him. Is Matt Milano playing Cupid? Is that what's going on?
I don't know. There's a lot of rumors out there that Haley Steinfeld is with child.
Oh. Are we really trafficking that sort of thing?
I don't know. I'm just saying I saw some pictures and everyone were like, oh, that's a dress that's covering up a baby bump.
Is that the story where the news we're going to ask Luke Russert to confirm?
Are we really trafficking that? We talk about Travis and Taylor all the time. So, yeah, I think we do kind of traffic in that area.
Okay.
Slightly.
I don't know. It's out there.
Baby news.
At any rate. Oh, you know who's in the movie? Is Joey Pants.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no way.
I assume he doesn't work as blue as he did on The Sopranos and Midnight Run.
Why not? That would be a plot twist.
I don't think Hallmark is...
Tony's bails bonds, not
Joey Pants. Can we get him on the show in support of this, too?
Yes.
Okay.
By all means necessary.
Let's get Joey Pants here, man. Joe Pantoliano. You know what I'd talk with him about as well? I'd talk about with him the Hugh Hefner roast. I sat next to him and watched on the dais. He was to my right, and to my left was Friars Club member Patty Hearst. Don't ask.
Exactly.
What a night that was.
Wow.
2 weeks after the city opened up after the 9/11 disaster.
Joey Pants' character name in this A Bill's love story
is
Uncle Tommy.
Uncle Tommy. We just spoke to Tom Curran, but they don't say a Tommy in Western New York, do they?
No.
All right. Disney Plus audience, hello. ESPN app, hello. Also, ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance.
Hello.
Salute to you and Sirius XM Channel 80 and all of our podcast listeners. So let's discuss what's at stake in Week 12. And it starts tonight. The New England Patriots, who we just spoke about at length in Hour 1 with Tommy Curran of NBC Sports Boston. They need to win this game to keep pace with the Patriots team, who are taking on the Cincinnati Bengals in Cincinnati against potentially Joe Burrow. That'd be wild if he just to heck with Thanksgiving. I'm coming back a few days before.
Apparently Albert said that he'd be surprised if he doesn't play.
Albert Breer?
Yeah.
Okay, baby. So it would behoove the Bills to follow up their big 6-touchdown performance-fueled win from Josh Allen to go 8-3 and send the Texans into a little bit of a spin, because the Texans have gotten back to 500 after their dreadful start of the season, and Davis Mills is coming in like Mac Jones and keeping the season afloat and alive. And this is a big game, man. You know, and the Texans kind of are helping me set up what is at stake this weekend, because it's a wide open league. I can't recall the last time entering week dozen of a season where you're like, it could be anybody who wins the Super Bowl that's right now in a playoff spot, or potentially in the AFC sniffing it. Because currently in the category of sniffing it in the AFC, you have the team in the 8th spot the Houston Texans, who have won the AFC South more often than not.
Yeah.
And then in ninth place, you have a Chiefs team that's won. Interesting that they have a 9 seed. They've won the last 9 AFC West division titles, 9 in a row.
Ooh.
And they have had the second best record in the NFL since the beginning of 2023 all the way to the beginning of this season. Again, you include the 2023 season and the 2024 season combined. The current 9 seed has had the second best record in that time period. You know who's had the third best record? The team that's 10th in the AFC right now, in the Ravens.
I was going to say.
And they're currently the 10 seed. They were 25-9 the last 2 seasons. The Chiefs 26-8. They're 9-10. Now the Ravens are at home against the Jets team starting Tyrod Taylor, and it sure looks like the Ravens are in position to go above 500 for the first time this year. That's massively at stake. Certainly if you're thinking the Steelers could be starting Mason Rudolph or a potentially, injured and thus less than productive, in turn, quarterback in Aaron Rodgers in Chicago, taking on a 7-3 Bears team. We'll get to the NFC in a second. So by the end of this week, the Ravens could be tied in the division that Vegas was saying they were going to win when they were 1-5, because we were seeing the way that the Steelers are beginning to struggle. And then you've got the Chiefs taking on currently the third-seeded Indianapolis Colts, coming off of their bye. Last we saw Jonathan Taylor running all over the Falcons to the tune of 19,000 yards in one game. And the Colts of the Chiefs is a massive measuring stick for Indianapolis, and where rubber is going to meet the road for the Chiefs, because they have currently lost, if you put the AFC standings up one more time, they have lost to the team that's in first place in division and currently the 1 seed in conference. They just lost to the Broncos. They've lost to the Bills, Chargers, and Jaguars, your 5, 6, and 7 seeds. And that would just now add the third-seeded AFC team to that list. It's just tough. It's tough to overcome conference records when you need them for tie breaks. It's tough to overcome, obviously, head-to-heads when they don't go in your favor. What a big game for Kansas City. A measuring stick for them to come back and say, guess what, Colts? Welcome back from your bye. Welcome to Arrowhead. We're beginning to flip the switch, and it starts with you. What a massive game that is. As the Broncos sit on their bye week with their hands back. And then the Bills tonight. The Jacksonville Jaguars coming off of that nice win over the Los Angeles Chargers, who are on a bye. The Jacksonville Jaguars are in Arizona after Jake Brisket threw for, 90 attempts and connected on 89 of them? Something like that?
Felt like it.
So Jaguars could keep on keeping on, or then at 6-5, here come the Ravens, here come the Texans, here come the Chiefs. That's all at stake right now. And then you talk about the NFC. Remember I mentioned to you that the current 9th and 10th seeded teams in the AFC have the best second and third best records over the previous 2 years combined. You know, it's the best record from 2023 and 2024. It's currently the NFC team, if you put the standings up, 8th. The Lions. The Lions had the best regular season record of the 2 previous years combined. They were 27-7. They're sniffing it. This gives you an idea of just how wide open everything is. And the Eagles, who just beat the Packers and the Lions, are now trying to sweep the Dallas Cowboys. Game number 1, as we all know, Dallas could have gone into Philadelphia had it not been for a drop pass here and there from CeeDee Lamb and some unfortunate storm that stopped the game for about an hour. Unfortunate for the Cowboys, who had some nice momentum going, and also unfortunate for those who flew 12 hours to Brazil trying to stay awake for it. The Eagles and the Cowboys is a big game, especially with Jalen Hurts now being the one in the barrel with media reports and things that are being said. What a big game. I mentioned the Bears. There they are, 7-3. There they are, leading the division alone in first place. Half game in front of the 6-3-1 Packers. Full game in front of the Lions. Bears have yet to play the Packers at all. So winning this game against the Pittsburgh Steelers team that has beaten, as you know, Indianapolis, an 8-2 team. The Bears win this one. They're 8-3. That means they would go into Thanksgiving week. Their Friday game after Thanksgiving in Philadelphia, they'd go into that game leading the division no matter what. Because the Lions are trying to rebound after that loss in Philadelphia, taking on a Giants team that, as you know, I've counseled to sit Jackson Dart. Jameis coming in. Either way, Lions have got to come up with that win. And then the Green Bay Packers, well, they have Josh Jacobs. He's now officially gone from week to week to day, which is a nice improvement. But they're taking on a Minnesota Vikings team that will be starting J.J. McCarthy, who, as we all know, is a guy who has struggled, but not on the road in division, which the Vikings are right now, and rubber's meeting the road. Cement is drying, to use the phrase that Kevin O'Connell said, that all the cement that they were pouring around this quarterback roster-wise and also footwork and all the things they were trying to work on with J.J. McCarthy once he got back healthy to break him down and then build him back up in the manner in which Kevin O'Connell has built up so many quarterbacks. Kevin O'Connell said on Paul Allen's show on locally in Minnesota that it's time for that cement to dry. Well, J.J. McCarthy used a different analogy going into this big game against Green Bay.
I feel like, for me, I kind of make the analogy of just like, a cork about to come off a bottle. Just understanding that it's, 1 to 3 little things that I need to change about my game that is going to make a huge difference in the outcome of every single drive in the game. So, yeah, I feel like it's really close, but it all comes down to the consistency of the fundamentals and the little details.
Well, hopefully the cork comes off. Otherwise, the season's going to turn. Do you like that wine reference?
Okay.
Yes, I liked it.
Thank you. The old joke about how to make a small fortune in the wine business.
Start with the big.
Start with the big fortune. Well, last year they had a big fortune. 14 wins with Sam Darnold. Now it's a gotta have it because Minnesota. Laugh all you want. I don't think anybody saw the Bears entering Week 12 all alone in first place, 7-3. Minnesota's yet to play Green Bay. They have to play Chicago at home one more time, and Detroit at home. And if J.J. McCarthy does pop open, wait a minute, vintage Week 1, J.J. Hold on a minute. You get this correct. And vintage Week 9, which is winning on the road in division, they would be 3-0 on the road in division, which, as you know, is the best one can be because you only play on the road in division 3 times. And they have to visit Denver. It's a tough road going for Minnesota moving forward. Pardon me, I'm reading the wrong line. They have to visit Seattle after this game. And then at Dallas. There's some winnable games left. It's got to start now. That's at stake in Week 12 as well. You call up the NFC standings one more time, if you don't mind. You take a look at the other games. Tampa coming off of licking their wounds against the Buffalo Bills. Tampa is at the Rams on Sunday Night Football. The Rams currently your 2 seed at 8-2 because they lost to Philadelphia, blew a game in which all they need to do is make one field goal in the fourth quarter. They win that one. Baker Mayfield coming back into the building where his career began to be resurrected with the Rams. Hey, here's a playbook. Go win a Thursday night game. Okay, coach. Gotcha. Yada, yada, yada. Here he comes back with the Buccaneers at 6-4 with the Panthers only a half game behind them because they just came up with a 400-yard game and essentially eliminating the Falcons from a conversation in the NFC South. Carolina's got a Monday night game against the San Francisco 49ers, who are 7 seed. What a monster week 12 finale that is. I don't think anybody saw coming at all. While Seattle came so close. They have to feel good. Listen, not about losing. You never feel good about losing. 4 turnovers, 4 field goals settled. They still had a field goal from 61 yards out to win it. And now they go to Tennessee to try and get back on track. That's pretty much what's at stake for Week 12. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Words I've never said before. Luke Russert joining us in support of a Hallmark movie. That's coming up next. Because the Bills, you know what they do? They bring people together.
Right.
And then they break tables apart.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees. It should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee, included with every tire purchase with paid installation. You'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and 0 for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the limited lifetime tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Rich Eisen here, and we're brought to you by Sonos. The holidays are all about connection, and Sonos speakers make every moment sound amazing. Imagine your favorite playlist flowing from room to room, movie nights that feel like the theater, or the big game filling your living room with stadium-quality sound. Whether it's a gift for someone you love or a little to-me, from-me moment, Sonos is the perfect gift that brings high-quality sound to every room. Sonos' Black Friday sale is on now through December 1st, 2025 at Sonos.com. Discover how easy it is to bring every room to life with Sonos.
Affordability is the biggest problem in today's car market. New vehicles average nearly $48,000, and most people's wages haven't kept up. That's why some are stuck with 7-year loans just to make the payments work. At D&M Leasing, they solve that problem with the Easy Lease, offering lower monthly payments, no money down, and terms that make sense. Don't overpay. Solve the payment problem and get no payments until 2026. Visit dmautoleasing.com or call 713-290-1000 today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks. If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Hey, it's Jeremy Branham. When you pour Higgins Boat rum, you're turning great rum into real support for heroes. 10% of every bottle, silver or reserve, goes to Camp Hope, funding PTSD recovery for veterans and their families. Camp Hope gives healing, connection, and a path forward to those who've sacrificed so much. Every sip makes a difference. Visit HigginsBoatRum.com to learn more and join me in raising a glass and raising spirits for those who served.
Hey, it's John Granado. If you're giving your home a little love, start with the details that make it shine. Bluebonnet Glass designs and installs frameless showers, mirrors, glass doors, and windows that make your home feel open, bright, and brand new. They're a local team now, started in Sealy in 1951, and they're here in the Houston area. Honest work, fair prices, great results every time. Visit BluebonnetGlass.com to see their work and get a free quote. Bluebonnet Glass, adding the beauty of glass to your project.
Hey guys, it's B-Mac, and I'm excited to tell you about Burger Chan and their great new promotion to celebrate football season. Every Monday after the Houston Pro Team wins, Burger Chan will be giving out a free side with your entree. Just tell them B-Mac sent you, mention ESPN 97.5, or say Go Texans and it's yours. And they've expanded their hours with dinner service until 9, Wednesday through Saturday, so more time to try their curly fries, tots, and the best burger in town made any way you want it. Burger Chan's got you covered on every Victory Monday. Check out their full menu at BurgerChanHTX.com.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the Lightning Adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings. But you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson.
And I'm Shavonna Robert Schreiber.
And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5.
Our show is about sports, community, fashion, and of course business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas.
Our community, that's our favorite, right?
That's one of our most favorites. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 92.5 and 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
Agreed. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, it's ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance, along with Disney Plus, and also our ESPN app. Listen. Oh, Hoskins, I just thought of this one. Get it ready, because I think Mike Hoskins showed us a wedding cake of a wedding that he went to.
Yep.
Of two Bills fans. Get that ready, because we have to, at some point, bring that up with our next guest, the host and creative director of MS Now Live, and also an individual associated. I believe he's in Holiday Touchdown, a Bills love story that premieres this Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern on Hallmark. Luke Russer back on the Rich Eisen Show. Good to see you, Luke.
Let's go.
Rich, how are you, sir?
I'm good. So have you been rebranded as well? Is that what's going on now? Because I'm seeing the Hallmark gear you got on right now.
Listen,
you been rebranded?
Rich, the only thing more powerful in the United States than the NFL is the Hallmark Channel. It's great that both of them are coming together, and when offered a part in it, are you kidding? How can you say no to that? The NFL Hallmark in Buffalo, New York for the Bills, America's team, 110% said yes. I'm so excited to be a part of it. I have some speaking roles. I have an IMDb page now because of it. Okay. I mean, I'm getting there, Rich. Getting there.
By the way, I'm sorry, Luke, because you're a man of details, certainly coming from the family that you come from. It's IMDb, not IMBD. I think, by the way, for IMBD, there may be something you consult your doctor for, if that's what you suffer from.
What's the old line from Happy Gilmore? Green jacket, gold jacket.
Who gives it? Yeah, who gives it? Yet another line that won't be on the Hallmark Channel this Saturday. What's the movie about, Luke? What do we got here? We heard about it when it was in development. Well, what's it about?
It's a great film. It is essentially a love story where the two leads who've had a little, there they are right there. That's Holland Roden and Matt Daddario. Lovely people, very nice.
Mm-hmm.
They've had sparks because they've lived next door to each other their entire lives. They've gone to the Bills games their entire lives. But then they have to figure out who a secret Santa is. And in the course of trying to figure out who that secret Santa is, their relationship might blossom. You have to tune in on Saturday to see it. But it's a wonderful film, and what they did such a great job of is a few things. Is one, they nailed Buffalo. They really did a great job about how much the team and the community are intertwined. People call the players by their first names in Buffalo. They nailed that. And they also did a great job about how familial it all is, about how families literally do go to these Bill games their entire lives and people grow up with it. And that's how they know each other, especially around the holidays. So just hats off to them. Great job. And it's an all-star cast. Joe Pantalonio is in it.
Yes.
From Steve Sciarpa from the Sopranos.
Oh, he is.
Caroline Aaron from Marvelous Miss Maisel. So there's some big-time actors in this movie. And it was very humbling because the role that I had, Rich, actually was at the stadium, at the 50-yard line. There was about 4,000 extras in the stands. And it all started.
Look at you. Look
it
at
all
you.
started with my line, and that's about as close as I'll ever get to playing quarterback for the Buffalo Bills. Television, which you and I work in, is kind of controlled chaos.
Yes, sir.
A little bit of leeway to improv, and you can kind of get by, faking it. Acting, can't do that. And when you have 4,000 people that are literally waiting for you to go, that's a different level of anxiety and nerves I've never experienced in front of the camera before. But I did a decent job at it, thankfully.
So
I chanted my own Josh Allen.
So in terms of the cast, Holland Roden, we'll see her. Matt Daddario, with all due respect to him, wrong Daddario. Very wrong Daddario.
Great point, Rich.
I mean, but let's keep it Hallmark. Yeah. And not one, but two Sopranos alums. Two? Bobby Bacala, Joey Pants. Come on now.
Joe,
yes.
I was working directly with him in my scene, and obviously, The Matrix, The Fugitive. I mean, he's a deal.
Midnight Run. Midnight Run. Yeah,
and he could not have been a nicer guy. And I had, in the course of the film, I had to pronounce this Italian last name. And my mother, who's Italian, would never let me down if I mispronounced it. So I got to it a number of times. And Joe was like, "You're pronouncing the Italian name perfectly. What the hell happened to you?" I said, "Thank you, sir. Thank you." So he's just a great, great guy and a huge get for the movie.
All right. Very good. I like it. I like all of it. And that's going to be on this Saturday, November 2nd, 8 p.m. Eastern on a Hallmark. Holiday touchdown, a Bills love story. So are there any Bills in it? Do we get any Bills in it?
Yes.
What do we got?
We got Deion Dawkins is in it.
Of course.
Dawson Knox has a great cameo. Ray Davis is in it. Reed Ferguson is in it. And the Hall of Famers are in it. We got Jim Kelly. We got Andre Reed. We got Thurman Thomas. We got Steve Tasker, who should be in the Hall of Fame, by the way.
Nice.
Those committees out there watching, put him in the Hall, please. And Scott Norwood is in the film, and we love Scott. We want Scott. So nice to see him in the movie. He did a great job as well.
Scott Norwood gets his Hallmark. Okay.
Absolutely.
I like it. So Ray Davis, this makes sense because we're expecting James Cook and we get Ray Davis instead, right? That makes complete sense. Right,
some
just like
guys
the Bills offense, right, Luke?
Other guys, it was filmed in, so they're on vacation. It's all good.
Okay.
Josh allegedly wanted to be in the film, but he had some business to take care of. Getting married to a stunning Hollywood actress.
No, I know that.
It takes us all away from our Hallmark duties. It really does.
I'm still stuck on the James Cook line. I'm trying to follow up on it. Wait for it. Hold on a second. So, story about unrequited love, which is James Cook in the football. Sometimes in this Bills offense, right, Luke? Am I wrong? Come on now.
I think you're cooking on that one. You're cooking, not baking.
I'm saying let James cook, man.
Let James cook.
Well, what do you think, Luke? Let's talk about your Bills.
Running lanes open for James Cook. If the running lanes are there, he's doing a great job. He has been a real component of the offense. We saw what Josh did last week, but remember, I think it's James Cook that has gotten us here overall. Right. So I'm a big Cook fan.
All right. I'm sorry. I don't mean to drag you down to my level. In the few minutes I have left here, what would your dad say about Josh Allen, Luke?
One of the things that I really miss is the opportunity to watch a guy like Josh Allen, my late father. I mean, he was such a diehard Bills fan. And Frank, luckily I got to watch Jim Kelly.
Yes.
I got to watch Doug Flutie, Boston College's own. Drew Bledsoe had some good years there. Although my dad, I think we ended up on the J.P. Lossman train. Although J.P. Lossman is the last guy to win in Houston for the Buffalo Bills back in 2006. So if we can channel 2006 J.P. Lossman tonight against the Texans, I'll be very happy. But what Josh has meant to the city and just embracing the city, making it part of his entire persona, has just been fantastic. And I think my father would be so grateful for that, because some people come to Buffalo, they don't act like they want to be there. They don't embrace the town and community. He has done it wholeheartedly, to the point of where his family farm melons are a hot seller in local Buffalo supermarkets, which goes to show you the dedication of Bills Mafia. If you are in the agricultural business and you come play for the Buffalo Bills, you will have some sales in our local supermarkets, I promise.
So they're U.S. made, so there's no tariffs, right?
No, I don't believe so.
See, I just strolled a little bit
right
into
across
that lane.
country, right across Route 66, and hook up to Buffalo, shuffle off up to Buffalo,
Okay.
right there.
I just slid into the other lane real quick. Now let's go back. Let's get Vert back in. Go back in the lane. Okay, so tonight is a big game. It is.
Yeah.
And it's the side of Josh Allen's first playoff appearance. It was a loss. I agree. It was a terrible penalty. It shouldn't have cost you. You should have won that game. Should have beaten Deshaun Watson, yada, yada, yada. But it's all part of the journey. This year, deep down, concern level for your Bills to actually make you die happy, to use the phrase that everybody keeps using in Western New York. Luke.
Well, tonight, I am concerned. McDermott's 0-3 in Houston. However, Josh is undefeated on Thursday Night Football, so something has to give. That Houston Texans defense is lights out, but our offense is lights out. So it's a great game. I wish it wasn't on a Thursday. No team should have to play 2 Thursday night games. I'm sorry I said that, NFL, but it's just how I feel. All that being said, I think the Bills pulled off tonight because they have a lot of good momentum. Now, on the macro level, you and I talked on your show 2 years ago when the Jets looked like they were going to win the division. That didn't quite happen. I'm so sorry.
Look at him.
But
keep it hallmark, pal. Come on now. Keep it nice and light.
Baby. But I will say this.
Yes.
New England's on the ascendancy. I like Mike Vrabel. I think he's done a great job over there. Bills right now looking like a wild card team. I don't mind that. I would like to see Josh Allen go into the playoffs as a more mature guy, almost 30 years old, without having the pressure and expectations of him of winning the division and having that home field advantage. Come in as a wild card, play with some house money. The media says that your run defense is terrible. You don't have a number 1 wide receiver. Go in there and see what happens. Because I can tell you this, nobody would want to draw the Buffalo Bills in the first round. No one would want that to draw them as a wild card. That is not a fun team to play the first round. So I think we're in good position. We got a long way to go. Still a few more tough games on the schedule. We have New England again. We have the Eagles again. So we got some work to do. But I like this team. I think this team could surprise a few people. And if we could get Ed Oliver back for a playoff run, the defense might just get where it needs to be. But you know what? Look, Colts in 2006 had a bad defense. The Chiefs in 2022 had a bad defense. It can be done. It can be done.
Well, I wish
your quarterback can get 6 touchdowns a game.
That helps too. Yeah, I wish you the best of luck, man, for a victory for your Bills tonight. Because what a double dip. A Bills Thursday night win and holiday touchdown. A Bills love story, which answers the age-old question: what happens when a pediatric doctor and the Bills VP of Stadium Development find love after just being lifelong friends? We're going to get the answer to that question tonight. And if if there's a sequel, again, no spoiler alert, that they get married, here's the wedding cake right there. What do you think of that?
Oh my gosh.
That's a real.
No, I got married last year, and my wife would not allow me to do a cake like that. Really a shame.
Come on.
And I want her to, she's going to watch this today, and she's going to see that, and we're just, honey, look what we missed out on. Look what we could have had.
Now,
I mean, just stunning artistic creation there. That's beautiful.
Now, I guess what's your favorite part of this? Is it the Zubas? The
Zuba.
Mine is it's the red drinking cups.
The solo cups.
You know what I mean? The solo cups.
Very nice.
Obviously the broken table on top instead of the bride and groom. Obviously the old school Tatanka on the top level, and then of course the fact that it's a multi-level wedding cake. I mean, there's many things to like here. Hoskins, do we know what it was made of inside? Do we recall what is inside? Marble and ganache. Okay. By the way, a great crime-fighting team on TNT. Marble and ganache.
Old school.
Right? Okay. Thanks, Luke. You be well.
Rich, always a pleasure. I really appreciate it.
You got it. You got it. Luke Russert, everybody. Go Bills. Holiday touchdown. All right.
So good.
Marble and Ganache.
Pretty good.
That's a
Great
They fought crime, right?
Oh, yeah. On right after Rizzoli and Isles. Yeah. And Franklin and Bash.
Crockett and Tubbs.
Who was Franklin and Bash again? Why am I blanking on it?
It was Zach Morris and Breckenmeyer.
That's right, Breckenmeyer in Marble and Ganache.
Mark Pulgasor, obviously.
All right, we could keep going here.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
844-204-RICH is the number to dial.
Good.
Dude.
Oh, my God.
I should be careful. Suze is in the green room right now. But it is the wrong Daddario.
Oh, I mean, come on.
All due respect to Matt. How many times did he go higher register in that conversation, though?
The one
if
for sure.
We could win this debate. It's a lot of higher register there. An awful lot of higher register.
Discovering higher register was great.
Sorry?
When you guys first discovered higher register with yourselves.
And the best part about it is when you, as a fan, walking around with your friends,
you do it.
You've now discovered how you can tell when somebody is full of it.
I point it out all the time, whether I'm listening to podcasts or watching shows or just talking with people like, oh, they went higher register.
I got to be honest with you. I do a lot of things to make myself laugh. I'm very proud of saying that this mirrors real life where you're expecting James Cook, you get Ray Davis instead.
With all due respect to Ray Davis.
With all due respect to Ray Davis. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. So while we're slamming on, I guess, Kentucky Wildcats, did you hear what Tom Izzo had to say after Michigan State beat Kentucky this week?
I did not.
Oh, it's just so great. I can't get enough of this guy. That's coming up next. Your phone calls, 844-204-RICH, higher register. And, we go from Hallmark Channel to Apple TV's Pluribus with Vince Gilligan stopping by in hour 3.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696. And manage your diabetes as easy as...
Blue Star Tequila, the world's first and only night-harvested tequila. This is tequila at its natural, unfiltered best, made with 100% blue agave and totally additive-free. Smooth, vibrant, and full of character. It's tequila the way it was meant to be. So whether you're chasing championships or celebrating the moment, raise your glass to bold beginnings and taste the Blue Star difference. Find it near you at bluestartequila.com.
Dream Rate Mortgage, the ultimate mortgage hookup. Visit 975loans.com.
NMLS number 248247, equal housing lender.
John Renato here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com.
This Thursday, join ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 as we broadcast live from East River 9 ahead of Thursday Night Football. We're on air from 7 a.m. through kickoff, so play golf, crush some pickleball, then catch the game at the River House Restaurant at East River 9 this Thursday.
Hey, it's John Granato. You know how good it feels when a project turns out just right and on time? That's what happens when you call Blue Bonnet Glass. They work with builders, designers, and commercial clients to create everything from beautiful shower doors and stair railings to storefront glass, mirrors, windows, and custom installations. They're local folks who care about quality service and doing it on time. Check out their work and get a free quote at bluebonnetglass.com. Blue Bonnet Glass, adding the beauty of glass to your project.
You know that expression, put a little spring in your step?
Well, whoever said it must have been talking about Glide Step hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with Glide Step, you get a pillow-like soft landing, then an explosive takeoff. It makes walking feel effortless. So springy, it's almost like you're floating. And speaking of effortless, have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins technology? Just step in, and instantly your shoes are on. No bending down and no touching. Try Glide Step hands-free Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Macy's just dropped tons of new Black Friday deals, and with more being added every week, you can save on top gifts now. Like exclusive beauty sets, 50% off. Men's and women's PJs, 40 to 60% off. Handbags, 40 to 50% off. Plus, diamonds, 60% off. So come into Macy's, beat the rush, and get your holiday shopping done early. Black Friday starts here at Macy's. Savings off select styles. Exclusions apply.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-984-2303. 800-984-2303. That's 800-984-2303.
Subscribe to ESPN Houston today on YouTube and make sure to slap that bell to get notifications on new videos as soon as they release.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We're brought to you by Sonos, in part, and the holidays are all about connections, as you know. And the speakers make every moment sound amazing in your house. If you're listening to music, if you're watching a game, it makes you feel like you're at a concert or at the game. I'm serious. We have them all throughout our house, it being the sound bars, the speakers, your favorite playlist flowing from room to room, movie nights that feel like the theater, the big game filling your living room with stadium quality sound. It's all there for you. The Sonos Black Friday sale is on now through December 1st at Sonos.com. Discover how easy it is to bring every room to life with Sonos. 844-204-RICH being the number to dial. Have a conversation with us here. It's a Higher Register Thursday. We'll get to that shortly.
Let's do it.
We've teased it. We've gone back and forth. Luke Russert went Higher Register a little bit every now and then.
A few times.
In that segment. College basketball is beginning to heat up a little bit. I mean,
yeah, it is.
College football is obviously going to take center stage over the next 6 weeks.
No doubt.
Certainly as the games get more and more intense. The Michigan-Ohio State Donnybrook is coming up in a couple of Saturdays. Ohio State will be first overall. If Michigan doesn't stumble against Maryland, it will get closer to a top 10 team potentially. And we'll see if Michigan's hopes of going to the Big Ten championship game, which is extraneous now, will still be out there and a chance to win a couple more games and make the college football playoffs, despite a lot of issues for it, and maybe spoil an Ohio State party or two before Ohio State makes the college football playoffs and maybe wins the whole damn thing anyway, just like last year.
Yeah, Michigan 18 right now.
The SEC, the Lane Kiffin stuff that's going on right now.
Yep.
The Heisman race. So college football is going to start taking, as it's the most wonderful time of the year, is coming up on the ESPN family of networks and things of that nature. Okay. The college basketball, Michigan State just beat Kentucky the other night. This soundbite escaped me until I saw it just a couple of hours ago. Tom Izzo, anytime again, he's like, just unvarnished. We'll bring it to you. Now, according to a lot of websites and those who calculate NIL dollars that have been pledged and apparently paid. Kentucky, apparently, did you know, leads college basketball in the highest payroll.
Oh.
Can you believe it or not? We're saying these words for college.
I mean, that's nuts.
Apparently $22 million.
Woof.
And Michigan State, which does NIL, but they don't do a lot of transfer portal stuff, as you know, beat them. And this was brought up to Izzo after they double-digit smoked Kentucky the other night. And this was his response to a question about it.
That seems to be the people that are getting the most credit. You know, the transfer portal recruitment is almost bigger than winning games. Not at Michigan State. Someday it could hurt me. I'm going to do what I got to do. But I don't give up on the people I got.
He added by saying it's called development.
Yep.
That's an old school notion, isn't it now? Right? And I kind of like it. You know, it's all about terminology and the way you view things. But transfer portal in football is different than basketball. Because in football, you've got to have a quarterback room with 3, 4, 5 guys, right? You got to have how many offensive linemen, right? In a way that it makes an NFL roster blush, right?
I mean, 15 plus.
10, right? Yeah. I mean, you dress so many players, people wear the same number. And, you know, if you have the benefit of not having your name on the back, you can do what USC does, which is run a fake punt with your quarterback because he's got the same number as the punter and go, oh, did I do that? My bad. Oh, did I just go ahead and start playing a running back that we announced going into the game was out because we're out of running backs? Oh, can I do that? Oh, my bad. Fine us. But in college basketball, it is with such a small unit of people. If you transfer portal somebody in, you are basically telling somebody that you may have given a scholarship to, you're out. Yeah. We're done developing you because we need to win games now. I don't have the time to develop you. I don't have the time to maybe honor my commitment to you to come on scholarship to this school. That's at least the way Tom Izzo's terming it.
He's in a unique position where he's not coaching for his job week to week, year to year.
One doesn't think.
No, it's not at all.
He is who he is.
You don't think, well, hold on a minute. I don't know this. By the way, I totally get what you're saying and how you're coming at it. I'm just going to give you a different point of view. You don't think there's a single soul in the Michigan State side of things, maybe in charge of whatever collective, right, that thinks Izzo's doing the wrong thing? And that he's a dinosaur and we got to go get ourselves somebody.
Sure, obviously.
You don't think there's a single political headwind in East Lansing for him?
No, I would imagine there's one or two.
Okay, right. But I understand what you're saying, that he's a goat. He's a legend. But sometimes legends get pushed out.
That's true.
If he doesn't win. If he doesn't win, the clock ticks for everyone. But he's got a way of doing it, and it just seems like there's fewer and fewer of them. No?
Well, it's the Saban thing where he just didn't want to deal with. He saw the way the sport was going, college football, and was like, "This is not for me. I'm out. I don't want to deal with kids coming into my office all the time asking for more money, et cetera, and just got out." You know, it doesn't seem like Izzo's at that point yet, but it seems like he's getting close.
Well, your guy in Georgia this week said, players just want paychecks. They don't want the physical nature of what comes with asking for the paycheck in football. You know?
I don't think Kirby is wrong.
That's what he said. Neither do I. Neither do I. We were on the air the day that NIL started. Remember that?
Yeah.
It was July 1st, 3 years ago now? I think.
Something like that,
And it's just like, everyone's just like, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Now what? Because nobody planned for it. Because, as we all know, the people who might be in charge of planning for it. There's nobody home in Indianapolis on that front.
Right.
But I found that soundbite interesting. And the only thing that kills me about it is I have to like somebody from Michigan State. But he knows that already. He knows that already. And I say this as a Michigan Wolverine who is jacked about my college basketball team this year with a bunch of guys that Dusty May brings in. Portal. It's a lot of portals. And Michigan can change around their fortunes in a heartbeat. But Izzo's the guy who's like, I'm going to come to your home. Not like Dusty May doesn't do it, but I'm going to knock on your door. I'm going to sit down. I'm going to look, mom and dad in the eye or whomever in the eye and say, you got my commitment. And I'm not transfer portaling this kid out with somebody in. That soundbite just kind of hit me.
Just wondering what the future is going to look like, because there will be at some point, a 60-team college football division, and there will be someone who runs that. Are they going to institute a $10, $15, $20 million hard cap, and now you have to work inside of that? Or is there going to be the same thing for college basketball?
Well, that's the question, because, word is the Big Ten is forwarding a 24-team playoff system.
Right, which seems like,
I don't know.
What are we doing?
But it's all about revenue accrual and having rights that TV partners are eager to have, because that is outside of having television, radio simulcasts that have sports guests and celebrities on. What most streamers and sports streamers are looking for these days. So it kind of makes sense to try and expand that. But the question you pointing out is interesting: is how would college basketball be brought in? Is it just like CFP? College football playoffs is its own entity, and then the rest of it is up to you to figure out.
Yeah, is it football only, or do the football schools that you bring in, it's also basketball too?
I don't think basketball. I think football is going to be tough enough to figure out who's in the boat, who's not, who gets relegated, who doesn't, because that is the Super League model that got rejected in 2 days flat by our friends across the pond.
But if you do a Premier
exactly
League,
the model's what we're talking
if
about.
you set up like a Premier League situation where they have the levels of soccer, and each year a dozen teams are elevated or regulated, like that would be kind of interesting.
How about this? Separate for football, something separate for basketball, and everything else goes back to like it's 1950 all over again.
It would be probably the most efficient model.
Where soccer teams and lacrosse teams and tennis teams and golf teams and softball teams do not have to go coast to coast.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because the Atlantic Coast Conference now is the both coast conferences.
No, it's a quote unquote Olympic sports.
Right. Yeah. Do that.
It's also a way to save kind of the Olympic development here in this country.
Yeah, but football's not going back to that time. It's not going back to the times where where you're traveling by train and you're having guys carried off the field because they were offsides. Wow. Yeah.
An unnecessary Rudy shot there.
No, it's necessary.
It's Rich.
It's necessary.
Move on.
He still wants to fight you.
I know he does.
Move on, Rich.
Fighting words.
They're ahead of you.
Well, what's the perfect number?
Great question.
For that super football conference.
Well, how many NFL teams are there? 32?
You want to double it?
64. Yeah, there you go.
But are you into the relegation idea?
Yeah. Boom. Come up with 32 others. That's a league. What else you need? Next. We're like speed fixing college sports.
RES
what else?
Consulting's like.
So what's the basketball number? Like 150 or something?
It's got to be more.
For the tournament's perfect. I wouldn't touch it. I'm already you're.
No, I understand, but how big's the division though? How many teams are you inviting?
As many as you want.
Oh, I see.
What do I care? A lot of basketball courts around the country.
That's true.
As many as you want.
You get a team.
Not that, but close to it. What do I care? And then the rest of them, it's just like let's reconstitute the Pac-12 for the Olympic sports.
Yeah.
And the Big Ten, and then just let's go back to what it was, because right now, because it's fixed the way it is, because everybody's following the same football boat, it doesn't work. It makes no sense.
And is Greg Sankey in charge of all this?
Sure, why not?
Great.
Greg, congrats.
And we figured this out.
There'll be something a little extra for you. We'll send you this mug. Come on, what else? Keep going. Oh, we're out of time? Hour 2's in the books. Vince Gilligan talking about his new show, Pluribus, in hour number 3. It's going to be great. We'll go down to Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, Wormhole as well.
Fellas, it's the season to shine, and not just from the holiday lights. Manscaped is here to keep you looking sharp for every holiday party, family photo, and mistletoe moment. The Lawnmower 5 body trimmer and the Chairman Plus face shaver deliver precision, comfort, and control worthy of Santa's nice list. I've been good and nice. Whether you're tidying up before a big night out or preparing for New Year's Eve, Manscaped has your back. And your face, too, to be exact. So gift yourself with some grooming greatness this season, because looking good is the best gift of all. And now you can find Manscaped products at your local Walmart.
With Progressive customer service, there are lots of ways to connect with us, so you never have to miss a second of your favorite sport. Because you'd much rather watch a ball go through a net 124 times in 48 minutes when you don't really have to pay attention until the last 2, and then somehow those 2 minutes will take an hour. You don't want to miss all of that. Luckily, you can chat with Progressive on our app, online, or over the phone without missing a single one of those times the ball goes through the metal circle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Last year, we bought over 54,000 cars from your friends and neighbors at GiveMeTheVin.com. Why did they sell us their cars? It's because you're worth more, and your car's worth more. I know that, and you know that. That's why I created GiveMeTheVin.com. It's the fastest and easiest way for you to sell your car for more money when it's time to sell. I'm sitting here waiting on the other end of GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Del Olale here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? If you were thinking it's all that obligatory travel to see your family, you be dead wrong. The scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw a traditional water heater in for free. Call him today at 281-488-6238 or visit aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Taqueria Sarandis is dedicated to the community. This season of giving, they are going to select one family to receive a Thanksgiving meal, a turkey, a pie, and sides. Come in to register at any of the locations, and they are going to select one winner per location. Available at any Taqueria Sarandis, Arandis Bakery, and Arandis Seafood. No purchase necessary. Taqueria Sarandis, serving the community since 1981. Also remember to grab your tamales this holiday season at Arandis Bakery. That's Taqueria Sarandis and Arandis Bakery. Go now.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713, call now. That's 713, call now.
The Rocket Powered Podcast with Joe George and Sean Mapes is on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Presented by D&M Leasing, the home of the easy lease.
It's your guy Sean with Greenlight Offer, Houston's #1 house buyers. Let me tell you about David from Baytown. He lost his job, fell behind on his mortgage, and his house needed repairs that he couldn't afford to make. He tried listing it, tried getting caught up, but the bills kept piling up, and the stress was crushing him. That's when he called Greenlight Offer. We stepped in, gave him a fair cash offer within 24 hours, and guess what? He didn't even have to lift a finger. No clean-out repairs, no realtor fees, and no closing costs. Within a few weeks, David had cash in his pockets. Every single week, every single month, we help homeowners like David who need to sell fast, skip the repairs, and start fresh. If your mortgage is behind, your house needs work, vacant, inherited, probate, divorce, tenant just won't pay me the rent houses, or do you just need a way out? Greenlight Offer is your solution. Close today, 832-779-4000. That's 832-779-4000. GreenlightOffer.com. Let's get your Greenlight number today. That's 832-779-4000. Woo!
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back. And however you like to get in on all the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Plus, with Underdog's quick payouts, you can get your profits fast. So download the app today and use promo code KILLERB to score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog. Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predicts. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. More information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_court.html for details. Concern with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
What's your name? ESPN 97.5, KFNC 97.9, HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
This is the Rich Eisen Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
This is a LeBron appreciation segment. There are 82 individuals on NBA rosters who started living after LeBron started playing.
The Rich Eisen Show. Earlier on the show, NBC Sports Boston Patriots insider Tom Curran, host and creative director of MSNBC Live, Luke Russert. Coming up, four-time Emmy winner Vince Gilligan. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. We say hello to those watching us live, streaming it on Disney Plus, the ESPN app everywhere. Hello to everybody listening on Sirius XM Channel 80 or ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We'll have a conversation. Just had a chat with Vince Gilligan in our green room. Vince, 11 years ago last month, was the first ever in-studio guest in the history of this show. And in about 18 minutes' time, he will be the latest. And you referred to him as the nicest guy in Hollywood.
Hands down, not just saying that.
What's more likely in advance of tomorrow's program, even though this is a higher register Thursday. We're going to get to our higher registers shortly. And just seeing Vince, he's either A, the same exact guy, or B, everything's gone to his head. What do you think?
Same guy.
What do you think? What a sweetheart. My goodness gracious.
Amazing. The best.
And so Pluribus, it's just amazing that from such a sweetheart of a guy, the most mind-blowing,
crazy stuff.
Makes you think about the human race and who we are as people and what our defaults are, if we're nice creatures or not, to come from this man's mind.
Mm-hmm. You're like,
unbelievable. And we will go down a little bit of a Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul wormhole with the man who created those shows, as well as Pluribus right now on Apple TV. Every single Friday is a new episode. Episodes 1 through 3 are sitting right there for you to take in. And I'll be honest with you, it's wild, man.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll talk about it with Vince shortly. Now then, it's time for RES Consulting to unite. Well, of the many things that we do, okay, we come up with nicknames, or at least I like to do that. We like to name things. We like to term things. We like to leave our guests in a better position. We're wide open. We can help in many different ways with anybody who comes to RES Consulting. Because, as you know, the best thing about us is that it's about us at RES.
Yeah.
The best thing about us, though, is it's about us.
It is. It's the truth. So are you ready to unite? Because the thing that we do best, maybe out of everything, is we take a look at an injured player returning to practice and say, that guy's going to start.
Here we go.
And I have been told, is this moving pictures or just a photograph? Just a photo.
Photo. Got to be a Burrow.
It is of Joe Burrow. That's Joe Burrow.
Well, he's there.
Number 9.
Foot looks good.
On the left.
Well, it wasn't his foot.
I know. I'm just saying.
It was his foot.
Okay, no.
You say you're killing me.
All right.
I'm just messing with
Flacco is tall.
64. I call the attention to the number 64 in front of number 9. That's Ted Karras. You know who he is? He's
Alex
the
Karras?
starting center.
Oh, yeah, he's playing.
Of the Cincinnati Bengals.
Man.
Now, which foot is it?
Doesn't matter.
It matters, Mike.
Well,
of course it matters. Which foot was it? With the toe. That's right. That's what I'm saying. Is it if it's the left foot, maybe he's doing this on purpose to block from the pylon.
He's trying to trick us.
Or is it the right one?
It's the right one. He's good.
All I'm saying is he's standing pretty. I mean, he's good. He's got the sweats on.
Left toe.
Is it left toe?
Oh, he's doing it. See?
That's cagey. He's a veteran.
Left toe.
Hiding it. He's hiding it with the pylons, blocking it.
Yeah. We need pylon cam right
but
now.
Of all the people to him to be behind the starting one, He's starting.
He's playing.
I don't like it.
As a Patriot fan,
It's like, oh, I'm not happy.
I don't like it.
you don't like it one bit.
I don't like it one bit.
Nope.
I got a lot of problems with you people.
I was already counting my wins.
We're on to Cincinnati.
Joe Burrow. TJ? I want to poll every member of RES Consulting.
Yeah.
Is he starting?
Survey says yes.
I think so too.
All right, hold on. There's a bunch of these photos. Hold on.
Oh, you
I'm
got
looking
more.
at some other ones.
What do you got?
There's some other ones online.
What do you have?
Generally, the same viewpoint as we just saw.
We need the left.
He's throwing a pass. He's fading back. I mean,
I'd feel better if we had some video to actually.
video. Oh, here's some video of him walking.
Can we see the picture one more time, please? If we get the picture one more time, that would be great. Right there.
Growing his hair out.
You know, if we hear this noise, they're going to pay the landscaper.
Yeah.
Because it looks like we haven't watered that grass in quite some time.
I mean, that's
Is that grass? What is it?
Crabgrass?
Is that clay? They're working out like Rafa on the clay?
No, you know,
Is it Nadal?
it's almost winter in Cincinnati.
I get it, but are those clumps of like green grass shoots?
All right, 12 minutes ago.
What's going on? What is that out there?
Ben Baby covers the Bengals for ESPN.
What does Ben say, baby?
Joe Burrow is taking QB1 reps during individual drills as well.
It's over.
He's back.
I don't like it.
My eyes see one thing, Ben Baby's eyes see another. I get to say the words Ben Baby on television and radio together, and it's for real.
You know, this week you've said Janky Rondo, Daddy Yankee, and Ben Baby.
Ben Baby.
You're on a
Yankees.
roll.
Yeah, baby.
You know what I mean?
Ben Baby.
Gasolina.
Here we go. The only thing be better is that if his name was Trevor, we could use that drop.
Ooh.
You know? What?
Mike Petraglia.
What?
Let's see.
That's whose photograph we're using.
Oh, great. He said Burrow looking quite agile.
Oh, he's
That's 5 minutes ago.
We're not down. The sun is up.
That's right. The grass is brown, and Joe is back. What's up, Trevor?
Mike Brown's not paying the water, the grass.
He's not. Clearly, what's going on?
What are we doing?
What's up, Trevor?
Is that the name of the groundskeeper?
It's Trevor. Yeah, Trevor the groundskeeper.
Oh, Trevor needs to get some more sod out there. That's a very expensive foot trying to come back with a toe. Here we go. Oh, baby. Christopher Brockman. Just in time for the Patriots to show up. But, of course, no Jamar Chase.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
Andre Ishavas week.
Yoshivas
week.
And Higgins. Doesn't have the same ring to it.
No.
Sort of like Marble and Ganache. Doesn't have the same ring as Tango and Cash. Marble and Ganache. Doesn't have the same ring. You know what I mean?
It's the sequel.
That's what it is. That's pretty okay. I'm going to get off that one. Otherwise, it's tough to stop. Okay, you ready? It's a Thursday. It's our time for our staple on a Thursday. It's to take a look at the schedule and come up with a higher register belief to call our shot about what's going to happen in week number 12 of the National Football League. Hit it.
There's a chance. The Rich Eisen shows that there could be higher register. Take of the week.
All right. Christopher?
Man, now NFL Live is showing video of Joe throwing.
We were on it.
Right?
We were on it when we just had the still photos at Rich Eisen Consulting. Joe Burrow doesn't. By the way, I don't know if this doesn't involve anybody have a Joe Burrow high register.
No,
so I can give you one for free.
No,
I would have had I known.
Kind of looks like he's playing.
Bonus.
Kind of looks like Joe Burrow's going to do this, guys. Bonus. Just the way he's winging around and moving around.
He is really flinging this thing.
And I'll just also go higher register as well. Looks like the grass could be replaced there. In Cincinnati.
I cut lawns. It looks all right. It just needs a little water.
What does that mean?
What? I cut lawns when I was a kid.
cut
When I
lawns.
was a little kid.
Has been claimed.
I was a little. Yeah, it was a little.
Let me ask you a question, and then we'll get to the rest of the high register.
I'm sorry.
This is great.
I shouldn't have changed.
Have you cut a lawn in your life?
You want to know something?
What?
I've never.
I literally did mine yesterday.
Hold on a second.
You never know.
I would have thought you cut a lawn.
You would have thought so, right?
I would have thought.
Oh,
because when I had a huge yard, it was when I was little, so I was too little to cut the grass. And then we moved and we had gravel in the backyard, so there was only little spots of grass.
I got it.
So it didn't really need to be cut.
Understood.
Did my front yard yesterday.
See,
Look
Brockman's
at you.
cutting now.
Look at you. I haven't done it.
Got
in a
an
while, but
electric
I've done
mower.
it
It's
before.
great.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
at a company.
Mike, I cut lawns del Tufo says the practice field on which
he loves when I throw stuff out like that.
$1 billion repaired toe is working out on.
I correctly. I cut lawns with my brother. We had a company. We actually did it.
Good to know.
To get paid for it.
All right.
If you're in the Harrisburg area, my cousin Josh, he's a landscaper.
For the love of God, give me your higher register, Chris. For the love of God.
I hate this team.
These things remain self-evident. You don't want a piece of Daniel Jones after the bye week. History will show. I don't know. Here's the deal, guys. I'm a little worried about your Super Bowl pick, Rich. And if the Chiefs lose this week, I think the grave's at 4 feet and the casket's half built. You know what I mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
He's saying that they're about to play tags.
Don't go all like folksy on me. Don't go folksy on me. What does that mean? The grave is at 4 feet deep and the casket's half built.
The season's almost over.
Ooh. That's what I wanted to hear.
Well, that's what you
I needed the plain English. I didn't need the jabberjaw senator from Louisiana's version of it. I needed to hear you actually say the words.
Say it with your chest.
So you really think that, huh?
You know, I think it's looking that way. Yeah,
I'm with you.
Kurt said there's not one thing they do well earlier this week.
I'm with you.
Okay.
Chiefs aggregators, it's fine when Kurt says it. When I said it's the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, one guy's in the Hall of Fame and won an MVP and a Super Bowl.
Pretty good prognosticator.
And
the information
guy
can
just
still
cut
be
his
the
grass
same.
yesterday.
Exactly.
Little bit difference.
Information's
in the
the same.
gravitas department.
Were you just 6'7" of them?
I just
right
6'7"
there?
them.
Hey.
6'7", bro.
Hey.
My kids cannot stand when I do that
Oh, my God.
at all. They want to disown me on the spot.
6'7".
All right.
It's something that should bring everyone together, I think.
I kind of like it.
You know,
I think 6'7" is great.
TJ?
Hey, listen, man, there is a huge, maybe the biggest game of the year coming up on Sunday.
I know. Here
Two
he's
division
going.
rivals. You know,
It
the
is big.
Philadelphia Eagles and
Varsity.
the Dallas Cowboys.
It is big.
Let's go.
Varsity's playing. You know,
Come
by the
on.
way, Dak Prescott does have a record of 9-5 against the Eagles in his career. I want to point that out. And, you know, the Eagles got a lot of turmoil, Rich. Like, there's a lot of chaos going on. Drama. Like TNT, they love drama. And the Cowboys, you know, we got a pass rusher. We're good. So I'm thinking, after the Cowboys take down the Eagles on Sunday, right? I think they're definitely making the playoffs.
Yeah.
Making the playoffs. Go to the table, make the playoffs.
Walk me through it at 5-5-1
And then we go to 6-5-1
against the Kansas City Chiefs on Thanksgiving.
Sure, you're right. Then we go 7-5-1.
And then that would be against the Detroit Lions a week after Thanksgiving in Detroit.
And then we go 8-5-1.
Home for Minnesota on a Sunday night. Let's keep going. Then
Then we go 9-5-1
against the Chargers.
Oh, yeah.
And then, come on. The Washington football team and the little Giants? Nah, that's a 10-5-1.
And 11-5-1.
And then 11-5-1.
So they don't lose the rest of the
TJ.
Hold on a minute. Wait for it.
Come on.
Hold on. They lose the rest of the year?
Somebody said they were on the table.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go.
Look who's all grown up.
Oh, wow.
On higher register.
Cowboys 7-1 to make the playoffs.
The Barry White sound and TJ Jefferson, who didn't like doing this segment. You have all grown up,
I'm in.
man.
No,
TJ,
I'm
I'm
just
in.
saying.
You're
I'm with
grown
you.
up and you're grown up.
Let's do it.
Hey,
All right.
yo.
Listen. All these folks out there that think J.J. McCarthy is less than.
Uh-oh.
It upsets me when I see that it upsets me when they are saying that J.J. McCarthy had nothing. Michigan won the national championship in spite of him. He had nothing to do with it, blah, blah, blah. It's a bunch of crap. And
They do say that, Rich.
upsets me greatly.
They do.
It upsets me greatly. It triggers me. I get triggered.
I've seen it. Yeah.
You have seen it.
I've seen you break
I don't
a glass.
like it. It's not true. It's absurd. Just look at the tape. Look at his history. Now, this year, when he has started, if you look at all the quarters that he has played, this does look like he doesn't look like the kid from Michigan in the aggregate. But there are times when I see it.
You do?
I do. I see the throws. And by the way, does he sound like a Harbaugh quarterback, coached quarterback when he's talking about, I feel like I'm about to be uncorked, the wine bottle? Like, it sounds like he's talking like Jim, right?
Okay.
And the times when he has performed well, believe it or not, come on the road in division. And guess where he is this week?
On the road?
Green Bay.
On the road again?
In division. So my high register is, ladies and gentlemen, J.J. McCarthy's going to go 3 on the road in the division.
Oh.
Yeah, say what you will about him.
Okay.
Say what you will. Cement drying. You know, they were singing 9 to 5 because they're making fun of him that he's 9. And then he turned into 5 or whatever that means. I don't know. But listen. If you're gonna slag on this kid by slagging on Dolly Parton, you're against America.
That's true.
No, all walks of America.
We will have no Dolly slander
here.
Man.
J.J. McCarthy's going to go 3 on the road in division.
3-0.
3-0. You can't do any better on the road in division in a year. You only got 3 road division games.
I mean, that's true.
But I'm just going to say, he's going to do it. That's higher register for week 12. I'm very excited about that segment, but not as excited about welcoming in our next guest, who is our first ever in-studio guest. I will watch anything this man does, and you should as well. Pluribus on Apple TV is stuff like you've never seen before. Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul creator, director, producer Vince Gilligan when we come back.
Clinton Yates here. The holidays are upon us, and so are the savings at Total Wine & More. Discover thousands of wines, spirits, and beers like my favorite, IPAs, perfect for every celebration and every budget. From bold reds to sparklers, you'll find the perfect wines to raise a glass this season. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find only at Total Wine & More. Curbside pickup and delivery available in most areas. See TotalWine.com for details. Spirits not sold in Virginia and North Carolina. Drink responsibly. Be 21.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Houston, your Cougars are 8-2 and ranked in the top 25 this week. Now let's show this team what Cougar pride really looks like. Join us this Saturday afternoon for Senior Day as the nationally ranked Cougs take on TCU at 3 in the final home game of the season. Let's fill every seat, turn TDECU Stadium red, and send our seniors out with the support they deserve. Tickets start at just $25, so bring the energy and bring the noise. Tickets now at uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS.
Ever had an aha moment? That feeling when you finally try something new and wonder why you waited so long? Here's yours. 20% of car loans are now 84 months. That's 7 years of high payments and likely ending upside down when you trade in. D&M Leasing can help you skip the long terms with lower monthly payments. Join over 50,000 happy customers on the road today and get no payments until 2026. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Catch every touchdown, tackle, and all of the gridiron action this season at J-Bar M. Rated one of Texas Monthly's top 25 barbecue joints. Savor J-Bar M's world-class Texas-style brisket, house-made sausage, and timeless barbecue. Enjoy buckets of beer for just $15 and $2 well drinks every Friday and Saturday. Houston's destination restaurant for classic Texas smokehouse and barbecue favorites is J-Bar M Barbecue, located at 2201 Leland. Visit jbarmbbq.com and follow on socials at jbarmbbq.
Next time you're at a bar or a restaurant and you're ordering a beer, choose chill. Choose Coors Light. John Granato here. You know, I'll be choosing Coors Light. It's cold lagered and cold filtered for a crisper, delicious taste. And it's light at just 102 calories. So maybe I'll have another and another. Put Coors Light on your rotation. Just say, "Excuse me, bartender, can I have a Coors Light, please?" You'll be keeping Texas chill and earning my heartfelt admiration. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing. Every single time. Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief. My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, on low Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, Houston, Jeremy Branham here. If you love a good getaway, listen up. Two Creeks Crossing Resort is running their Discover Our Resort giveaway on social media, and you could score discounted, even free stays. Just follow at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Facebook or Instagram and watch for their breadcrumb posts. Each clue could lead you closer to your next riverside escape. Don't miss it. Follow Two Creeks Crossing Resort and visit twocreekscrossingresort.com to learn more. Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings, but you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
ESPN app, and we're back on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. We just saw a clip from the pilot episode of Pluribus on Apple TV. The creator, the writer, the director, the four-time Emmy Award winner Vince Gilligan is back here on the show to talk about it. It is great to see you, man.
Great seeing you, Rich. It's just 11 years, huh? Is that how long it's been?
It was 11 years ago last month that you left the writer's room of your latest show, Better Call Saul, to join us.
Wow.
To talk about how Breaking Bad ended and with a plan for Better Call Saul. And now here we are talking about your latest in Pluribus. I guess the ultimate first question is like, where the hell did this idea come from?
Always the question, and I never have a great answer. I don't know where the hell these ideas come from. Any of them. You just sort of like the way the folks on Pluribus, they receive signals from each other, telepathically. You got to be kind of a radio head yourself as a writer. You got to be receptive to ideas, I guess. And then sometimes I think it's kind of like working a jigsaw puzzle in your mind, and you're kind of putting this piece together, that piece together. Well, this doesn't fit. Well, that doesn't fit together. And then, but if you do it long enough, eventually the ideas the image starts to form, and I don't know where the heck it came from. But
again, the idea for our radio audience that just returned as well is that there is essentially a code for an RNA virus, would you say? Or
yeah, it's a message from space, from 600 light years away, from aliens that we know nothing about, we may well never meet, but it is a message in a bottle sent out into the universe to spread this happiness, this form of happiness and contentment and satisfaction, and it takes hold in the world, and suddenly everybody is very chill.
Except for 11 people, including the protagonist, who is a miserable person, right? Or at least miserable in terms of disposition, would you say?
She's unhappy. Yeah, she is.
Played by Ray Seahorn.
The wonderful Ray Seahorn. She plays a character named Carol Sturka. And Carol is a romantasy author. She is pretty successful.
Yes.
But she's like a glass half empty type person. She's always looking for reasons to explain her misery or her just general unhappiness. And she's very sarcastic. I kind of root for her. I have heard a lot in doing interviews and whatnot. Why is she so unhappy? And like, well, why is anybody unhappy? Versus why is anybody happy? Sometimes I just think maybe it's just chemicals in our brains, and then we look for reasons to explain it.
Well, again, just to continue this conversation about characters and character development and just the general gist of a lot of the shows that you've put together, Vince, it is about how do people react to life-altering events, whether it's cancer for Walter White or obviously Saul Goodman and what happened in the backstory that you tell about Better Call Saul, about his childhood, about his relationship with his brother, about what happens if you are somebody on the planet who is a glass half-empty person, and then an event occurs where your wife is dead because she's one of the humans that cannot receive biologically this new way of living as a hive. And then the idea that, yes, the people who are, would you say afflicted by what comes in or affected?
Affected. I think they both work. You know what I really kind of hope for with this show is that people tell me whether this is a good thing or not. I always say when you watch The Walking Dead or The Last of Us, two really good shows, but you watch those shows and you know you don't want to be a zombie. You know you don't want to be affected with this mushroom infection on The Last of Us. But on this show, I'd love for people to argue, the fans to argue. She's fighting something she shouldn't fight on one side, or other people saying, no, are you crazy? She's 100% right. The human individuality is at stake.
So. I'm on that side through the first 3 episodes, where she is fighting for free will.
Yeah.
Vince.
Yes, absolutely.
She's fighting for would we like to have a planet where there's no crime? Where they're in episode 3 turning off lights because they don't have to worry about crime after dark, or people aren't living where they were living because they're now, I guess we're going to see over the next few weeks, how do people live collectively in this hive? How do they come out of nowhere to reconstitute an entire supermarket that's been stripped bare of all items, but they put it back in because Ray's character asks for it. And then she begins to realize the power that she does as an individual have against the collective because she can now ask of them what she wants, even if it is dangerous. Like, that's where we're at right now. I am curious to see where this all goes.
I'm so glad, man. Boy, you've watched this thing closely. God bless you.
Well, I watch everything you do, Vince.
Well, and I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Yeah.
And I have my own free will. I can watch whatever I want.
That's true. You do.
But it is part and parcel, again, of what you do. Like, you're putting people in situations. How will you react? How will you react if you're Walter White and you're given a terminal diagnosis? But do you start making blue meth or you don't? You know what I mean? Like, with that opportunity. If you're Saul Goodman, do you start doing what you did or do you not? And I think we're seeing with what her character is going to be going through right now here as well, right?
Absolutely true. And I got to tell you, working with Ray is such a dream. I wrote this part. I don't know where the heck the idea came from, but I know when I started cooking it up, I thought...
By the way, great phrase.
Good cooking, yes. No pun intended.
Okay, got it. I caught it.
I thought, man, I gotta create something. Ray Seahorn was on our last show, Better Call Saul.
Yes, sir.
She was fantastic in it. It started off, it was a character we didn't know. Peter Gould and I, Peter co-created the show. We didn't know if her character was going to amount to anything. And then we wind up loving the actor so much, Ray, who plays the character, that the show kind of becomes a two-hander. That was never the intention from day one. She made herself indispensable, and I said to myself, I got to put Ray in. I got to create something for her because I don't want her, disappearing on me. Because smart people are going to snap her up, put her in something else.
So you did create this character with her in mind when you're writing Pluribus.
When I started noodling on this thing, it was a male protagonist because I'm a guy. That's usually the way I think, male protagonist. And then I thought, why does it have to be a guy? Why can't it be a woman? Why can't it be Ray? So that's kind of how that came together.
All right, and a few other questions on this one as well is, do you know, again, it's been picked up for season 2.
Yeah.
Do you know how this ends already?
No,
where this goes, how it goes?
We have, my writers and I, we have some ideas about where it might go, and probably at this point we have more ideas than we did for Breaking Bad and for Better Call Saul.
No kidding.
Yeah, we do. But the caveat is always you got to be ready to discard a perfectly good idea for a better idea. So if something better comes along, we'll go a different way. But we've got some ideas of where we think we want to go with it.
I mean, it's set in Albuquerque, which is where obviously Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad were. Is there any possibility that we run into any survivors of those shows in Pluribus, where they're part of the hive? That you just was a little wink and a nod.
That's a good question. We might have some cameos. I don't know if it's a little. We might have a few Easter eggs to throw your way, but I actually was resistant about setting it in Albuquerque.
Sure.
I was not at all resistant about shooting in Albuquerque. The reason we're shooting there on this show is I love my crew so much. I've been working with some of these folks for 20 years, and at the end of the day, I thought these people are like family. I love them. They crawl over broken glass for Ray. Everybody on our crew loves her. So let's shoot it in Albuquerque. But I kind of resisted because I thought it would confuse people.
No doubt. You want it to be known as, hey, this is something completely different. It's something separate.
Yeah.
But that said, I mean, you do have a fan base that is used to Easter eggs, that is used to what you're doing.
Yeah.
And so when I heard it was set in Albuquerque, I'm like, okay. But then when I heard it was about, I'm like, well, that's definitely not anything like this. And it's interesting that you would say that you have more ideas for this now, Vince Gilligan here on the Rich Eisen Show, for this Pluribus show than you did at this point for Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, because those shows had vast numbers of characters who you would follow their pursuits and their storylines and how they would intertwine and how that would blow the minds of some of your viewers. You know, this is just such a monolithic single character that. I would think you'd be more boxed in as a creator.
You know, something's always boxing you in. When Peter and I were doing Better Call Saul, we thought, oh, this is going to be the easiest thing we've ever done because we know where he winds up. And then we got into it. Ignorance was bliss, because then we get into it and we said, oh, my God, how do we get him from where he is now to where he ends up? And also the audience knows he can't die during the show because they know he has to survive to Breaking Bad, you know, because Better Call Saul is a prelude to Breaking Bad. So there's always some reason that makes it hard. It's never easy.
Right. But you have essentially mapped out just enough into season 2 where you think this can go, and obviously as creators you can go in any other direction in which you wish, where at some point she will either be part of the hive or she will begin to battle back and win the battle, or the battle will occur, and that's enough of am I going through the beats here?
Man, we should get you in the writer's room. You got this thing figured out. Yeah.
No, I'm happy with the remote. I'm sitting on my couch and seeing what you're cooking up, to use that phrase. I have Vince Gilligan here on the Rich Eisen Show. Pluribus, again, is Fridays. Every new episode on Apple TV. Episodes 1 through 3 are available right now. I have a list of characters from your previous universe, sir, that I want to have some fun with now, because you're always up for having fun, and you know how we fanboy out on you here about Breaking Bad from the universe, where they are today, you think.
All right.
Just to say, for instance, we had John Hamm here. I asked him where Don Draper is today, and he said 3 words: 6 feet under. He goes, there's no way that guy at age 80 was getting anywhere near to age 80 the way that he lived when he was sitting here.
He had a good time getting there, though.
He certainly did.
Man.
All right, so I've got 6 characters for you. You tell me where you think they are right now, even though we've seen them already have some of their characters, the storylines already tied up neatly by you in previous. Kim Wexler, let's start obviously with Kim, played by Ray Seahorn in Better Call Saul. Last we saw her, she visited Jimmy McGill, Saul Goodman, in prison, and she was living in Florida working at a sprinkler company. Is that where she still is right now?
Exactly right.
Has that changed at all?
I would like to believe. If I could choose whatever I want for her. Please. I think after she reunited with Jimmy, such as she did at the end of the show, in my mind's eye, she got back into public defending down in Florida. And she probably doesn't make a lot of money. She probably left the sprinkler factory. She probably doesn't make a lot of money. She probably dumped the good-natured doofus that we see her dating.
Yes.
And, so she's not going to Outback Steakhouse quite as often. But she's probably doing a lot of public defender work.
So she's doing
advocacy.
Good work is what you're saying.
So.
But at the same time, she's got to miss the action, though, right? No?
You know what? I'm hoping she had enough action, and she, and doing good is more appealing to her now.
Okay.
That's my take on it.
That's a nice ending.
Okay.
We appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right, next up, Huel Babineau.
Huel Babineau is still sitting on the couch waiting for someone to come. Occasionally, Grubhub or Uber Eats comes by.
In the safe house?
Courtesy of the DEA. But, I think he's still kind of, looking at his watch. No, I hope Huel finally, looked outside and realized nobody was guarding him anymore, and then he just went on with his life.
Because, again, Hank and Gomez said, wait here. Then they went out into the desert.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert, never returned. And then we all wondered what happens to Huel. Yeah. We asked you this question on our podcast version of this show that predates the 11 years that we've been hanging out on this set together as you being a guest. You said Huel's a state of mind is what you told us on that podcast. But did you drop a line in Better Call Saul to say that he went back to New Orleans, that the DEA let him walk, or that's just all AI, Google nonsense?
Oh, man,
did you drop a line?
Cut. This is embarrassing. I'm not sure.
Don't be embarrassed. You're already moved on to the next thing. But so you think he's?
I think he's out living his life. I think Huel, he was a bit of a rogue, a bit of a criminal. Okay. He was a really good pickpocket. But I think he's, hopefully he's. I don't know. I don't know what he's doing now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Next one, Jimmy McGill. He took 86 years instead of the smaller sentence, obviously.
Yeah.
In prison, but. What do you think?
I think Trump pardoned him. That's what I think. I think he's out. That's what I think. Yeah.
Trump pardons Saul Goodman.
Yes.
Outstanding.
Kind of tracks, doesn't it? Yeah.
So he's out.
I think he's
running for Congress now, then?
I think he's a free man. I think he's doing infomercials. I think is what he's doing. Yeah. He's selling stuff on late night TV.
Okay. Oh my God. Love it. Great answer. I got a few more for you here, Vince Gilligan. Where is Skyler and Walt Jr. right now? Where are the Whites right now?
I hope they're not where we last saw them. They're living in a pretty kind of sad-looking dire straits.
Trying to untangle Walt's mess, right?
Yeah.
And
I think Walt Jr. at this point would be. I know the wonderful actor R.J. Mitty is in his 30s now. I can't even believe that. When I met him, I think he was 14. Wow. Maybe he was 13. Mm-hmm. Can't even believe that. But I think they got their life back together. Hopefully, Skyler, she was very independent and a self-starter, but hopefully also she found a good guy, found someone else to as a life partner, somebody healthier, better for her than emotionally healthy for her than Walt was. And Walt Jr. Is probably writing a book about his infamous dad. I would, or maybe as a podcast.
Okay, I like it.
Now we're talking.
Okay, I like it. I like. Again, your shows are about what would you do if you were in this position, and Skyler White's character, where she, to use the phrase from Goodfellas, you weren't just a babe, cut the babe in the woods routine. You know what I mean? When they got. Henry Hill's wife,
right?
On the hook.
Yeah.
When the authorities are talking to her, she wasn't completely innocent, but her soul was. I kind of felt.
I think so too. I think Skyler gets a bad rap from. Listen, thanks to the fans. That's why I'm here with you today.
Sure.
God bless you. But a lot of fans were kind of down on Skyler, and I never quite understood it because she was, as she says in one episode, my job is to protect this family from the man who protects this family. And she was in this terrible, she was boxed into this intractable situation, and she finally did roll over and become a bit of a partner in crime to Walt. But I don't think she did that out of any kind of greed or desire for money. She's just trying to keep the family intact. And she was scared of what would happen if suddenly the public, if the law enforcement knew what her husband was up to. I feel like she got a raw deal.
I feel like what she was doing is kind of the phrase you hear during March Madness college basketball tournament time. She was trying to survive in advance every day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? She was just trying to get to the next day, not knowing what the hell her husband was up to or doing, suspecting it, but never got a straight answer. Okay, and then the two main protagonists here. Jesse Pinkman, we last saw him driving off into the Alaskan wilderness in El Camino.
Yeah.
What's he doing in the Alaskan?
I hope he's happy. I hope he's living in Alaska. I wonder what he'd be doing. I think he's got some money. I'd like to think he had a little bit of money squirreled away so he doesn't have to take whatever, any job that he could get. Hopefully he's met somebody good. He's trying to put it behind him. Yeah, what would you do up in Alaska? He talked about being a bush pilot at some point in early Breaking Bad.
Okay.
So maybe he got his pilot's license. Maybe he's flying a de Havilland Beaver around, taking, rich guys up to, hunting camps or something.
They hop on his plane and he makes vacations happier, is what you're saying.
Here's hoping. I hope wherever he is, he's happy, because talk about a guy who, he was a criminal when we met him, but he had a good heart. I think he always did, and Walt took him for a ride.
No, he sure did. And then the last one for you, Walter White. We know he's 6 feet under, right?
Yeah,
right?
Yeah,
okay.
I think so.
But there was a rumor, the large rumor, I'm sure you've heard it before, but I've not asked you about it, is that in the final episode, he's in the car in New Hampshire, and it looks like he's stuck in it. And there are some people who think he died in that car. And the rest of the episode is a dream sequence.
The rest of it was like Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge, the rest of it. Like the whole thing was,
all of it.
That'd be kind of a bummer, wouldn't it? That only worked once, by the way. When Ambrose Bierce wrote Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge, you get away with that once. Every time it's been done since, the audience at the end feels like they got ripped off. Like, what? It was all a dream? It's like,
Right.
So that would be a bummer, I think, if that were the case.
So, but that was not the way in which you wrote it and, intended it and put it out there for everyone to see.
No, I think he died on the floor of that Nazi super lab, having said goodbye to his precious, left his bloody handprint on the cook tank. I think what you saw is what you got. But you know what? Again, audience, you make these things and then you give them to the world, and you hope that people like them. And once they're out in the world, it belongs to the world. It doesn't belong to me anymore.
Well, and then in that respect, just to come full circle, you're keen to see which, if you will, side that viewers of Pluribus land on.
Yeah.
The free will, understand that the way we were born and the way we currently live on planet Earth is not perfect, but at least it's ours to choose.
Yeah.
And then there's another way of doing it, which is we're all connected as one.
Yeah.
There is no crime. We're all mostly happy as our default, and that's the better way to live. Or maybe it's somewhere in the middle. I want the audience to decide for themselves, but I like the idea of presenting a possibility of a happier world. I mean, we live in a pretty messed up world right now, and it's just people just at each other's throats all the time. And the weird thing is everybody's at each other's throats virtually with these social media and people screaming at each other in a way that they would not do face to face because they'd worry about getting smacked. And if people could get face to face more, I think there'd be less anger. And one just point blank question for you about your intentions and what you're creating in this world. There are some people who think that this is an allegory, the way that this is one hive mentality, that things aren't really real, but it's all too real in the way that it's affecting the human race, that this is an allegory for artificial intelligence. A
lot of people have asked me that, and I like that interpretation of it. It's strictly speaking, I came up with this idea about almost 10 years ago, and this was prior to the advent of ChatGPT.
Okay.
So, I just have to put that out there, but I hate AI. I hate what's called AI because there's no intelligence to it. It's just a really clever algorithm that finishes sentences for us in a way that makes us realize, if you really think about it, we're pretty predictable. You know, our language is pretty predictable, you know, and all that kind of stuff. This is a better mousetrap in terms of predictive technology, but it is, you know, if it winds up getting truly smart, it certainly will change the world. And in the meantime, you know, it seems like it's putting people out of jobs, and it's, you know, has a potential to make kids knuckleheads, you know, because they let this thing do their homework for them instead of doing it themselves. And yeah, I'm not big on AI, but to be strictly, you know, accurate about it, I didn't have that axe to grind. If I had come up with this thing a couple years later, yeah, I might have said, "Oh yeah, this is an allegory about AI."
Well, that's what I love about you, man. You're what you create is so deep. People can read into it what they will, and ascribe it to you, and you have a humility about you where you're not like, "Oh, absolutely, I thought of that," where you're able to sit back and go, "You know what? That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool that you think that about what I do." And I love you, man. Thanks for coming in.
Right back at you, Rich.
Vince Gilligan here on the Rich Eisen Show. Come back anytime. Obviously, as this series matriculates, I'll have more questions.
I'm looking forward to our 20th anniversary. I want to come back on the day 9 years from now. We got to figure that out.
That's right. Fantastic. Everybody, check out Pluribus on Apple TV. The 4th episode hits Friday.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
Wendy here. If you're looking to add a star player to your financial roster, you should take a look at SoFi's personal loans. SoFi's got some amazing moves that would be a valued addition to any team, like low fixed rates when you consolidate your debt, no fees required, and as soon as same-day funding. View your rate at SoFi.com/roster to get started. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply at SoFi.com/roster. NMLS 696891.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. Here's a fact. My son and I both drive Buick SUVs. We got them from Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Those Buick SUVs are incredible. From the sophisticated Envision, the versatile Encore GX, the dynamic Envista, and the premium Enclave. There's going to be a perfect Buick for you. And right now, well-qualified buyers can enjoy 0.9% APR financing plus up to $3,000 in purchase allowances for current eligible non-GM owners and lessees, plus no monthly payments until next year. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. Buick, exceptional by design.
Hey, it's Jeremy Branham. When you pour Higgins Boat rum, you're turning great rum into real support for heroes. 10% of every bottle, silver or reserve, goes to Camp Hope, funding PTSD recovery for veterans and their families. Camp Hope gives healing, connection, and a path forward to those who've sacrificed so much. Every sip makes a difference. Visit HigginsBoatRum.com to learn more and join me in raising a glass and raising spirits for those who served.
This is your deep inner voice. Exit 18th. Take the 18th Street exit. Exit 18th.
Yanni Damaris here. If you're sitting anywhere on the 610 loop stuck in traffic, exit 18th Street and grab a cold drink at Damaris Barbecue. We'd love to have you, and you'd love being here. We've got a full bar, beer, wine, liquor, and frozen drinks. And you can even be a family hero by taking home some delicious dinner.
You heard me. 18th Street. Exit 18th.
And get to Damaris Barbecue.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
John Granato with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Let's do a thank you to our listeners.
Oh my gosh, you guys have the best listeners. You guys have the listener appreciation parties. They give us so much love and we love them.
HoustonPowderCoaters.com or call 281-676-3888.
Your go-to source for all things Houston Texans is Swarmcast with Will Kunkel and Joe George. Listen Thursday nights at 6 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 or on our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston. Brought to you by Blue Star Tequila. Smooth and always game ready.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. Susie Schuster is here, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen. Look,
Hi, guys.
Susie's hanging with us.
What must it be like to have an imagination like that?
Like that, right? I know.
Can I go real quick?
Yes.
That is Professor Schuster.
That's right. That's right. Thank you very much. I am indeed. Professor, please refer to me as such.
No, but you're right. You and I, when we watch movies, TV shows like that, we're like, how do they think of this? You know what I mean? Like, how does he just sit there 10 years ago? You know what? I got an idea for a show. It's going to be something from outer space. Puts an RNA code in. This was, if he did this 10 years ago, it was pre-COVID.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And obviously, AI.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Unreal. And then
I'm going to think about this science teacher, and he's kind of angry.
That's right.
And then he's going to run into some junkie in a bus in the desert.
That's right.
How do you think of these
exactly.
While he's wearing his underwear.
Where he's wearing his underwear.
I mean, like,
right.
I'm still concerned about Ramondre, so I'm just like listening to your conversation from
Ramondre. He's
hour
back.
one. Like that's what I think about. Like,
what
about it? What
Is he
about a
back?
fumble?
Is he back this week though? Is he going to come back this week?
Seems like it's trending in that direction.
Him and Joe Burrow,
which is great.
Oh yeah.
Bengals terrible run defense.
Oh, that.
Let's go.
By the way, when Burrow went down in week 3, right? No, week 2. Week 2. Burrow goes down week 2.
He hasn't played since September 14th.
All right, and I would tell you, he's not only going to come back, he's going to come back in week 12, and it's going to be against a 9-2 Patriots team.
I mean,
you would have said what?
What? Excuse me, what now?
Yeah, like, is there a code from outer space?
Like what?
You know what I mean?
I mean, look,
crazy.
Bucky Irving has been practicing for like a month and still not playing. So, like, we need to all calm down on the joke.
Maybe he's from the pluribus world. Like there's
be.
some kind of weird DNA strain that Joe Burrow has been.
He's letting his hair grow, too.
Yeah.
By the way, that's one thing I should have asked him. I was like, why do they call it pluribus? I guess we'll find out. But anyway, I just want to tell you about Hyundai Hope on Wheels before we head out of Dodge here. For over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. it comes standard. I also just got an email from our friends at St. Jude, Suze.
What'd they say?
I got a shot of a screen grab. I screen grab a screen. They received their check from Celebrity Wheel of Fortune of $88,000 in change.
Oh, nice.
Whoa.
Nice.
Look at you.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money for second place finish.
No,
he won that.
Excuse me, you haven't watched it back on Hulu yet.
We haven't watched it at all.
I haven't watched it either.
See, I'm the one that cares, Rich.
So, I want to thank my friends Ryan and Vanna.
Oh, I was thinking Family Feud.
No, yeah,
that's right.
That's second place.
Because I'm from New England, so I'm always going dark.
Keep all the game shows around here. All right, that wraps it up for this show. We will see you on Friday. Hey, stop it.
Fantastic.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Well, have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next-day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. Can I run payroll too?
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
Your fantasy roster is set, the smack talk is heating up, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing the ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sportsbook for sports fans. Download the app and link your ESPN Bet and ESPN accounts to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
This Friday, your Texas A&M Aggies hit the court to take on the Manhattan Jaspers. Game coverage begins Friday at 6:30 on your home for Texas A&M Athletics. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Bavona Law is responsible for the content of this ad. Hey folks, I'm Drew Bavona, Houston injury attorney and the voice for kids. As a Navy veteran and foster parent, I place service to my community first, and have always felt that our kids needed a greater voice for justice. Did you know that injured kids have similar rights to injury claims as grown-ups do? I know it, and fighting for kids when they need me is my mission. When Bavona Law finds that a community park, daycare, or activity center, to name a few, failed to keep your child safe, we will hold them accountable, give our clients attention, and seek compensation for your child's injuries. I don't cost a dime unless I win your case. Talk to me. It's free. Call 800-880-5757. That's 800-880-5757. Se habla español. Call 800-880-5757.
Still haven't ordered dessert for Thanksgiving? Skip the line and order today for a sweet, stress-free holiday to make sure your family's favorites are reserved. From rustic pumpkin to southern pecan to die-for fudge pecan and double-crust apple pie, every slice is scratch-made with the very best ingredients. Whether it's Friendsgiving, an office potluck, or game day weekend, Dessert Gallery brings everyone to the table. Visit DessertGallery.com or stop by our stores at Kirby or in the Woodlands before it's crumbs and cries of who ate the last slice.
Houston, your Cougars are 8-2 and ranked in the top 25 this week. Now let's show this team what Cougar pride really looks like. Join us this Saturday afternoon for Senior Day as the nationally ranked Cougs take on TCU at 3 in the final home game of the season. Let's fill every seat, turn TDECU Stadium red, and send our seniors out with the support they deserve. Tickets start at just $25, so bring the energy and bring the noise. Tickets now at uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-984-2303. 800-984-2303. That's 800-984-2303.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest-running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
Jeremy Branham here from my good friends at HR&P. For nearly 25 years, Mike Hawley, U of H class of 1990, has led HR&P, protecting the interest of Cougar-owned businesses. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Cougar-owned businesses let HR&P customize a plan to rid you of the demands of human resources. Eliminate your HR burdens with HR&P and get back to growing your business. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/U of H.
Listen up. ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
Houston standing by, over.
Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Hello, Houston. He's Will. He's not Joe. I am Jeremy. We are at East River 9, though. The River House at East River 9. Come on, join us. We'll be here until, I'll be leaving early because I'm high maintenance and a diva and all that. I'll be leaving at 5:30, so I'm going to get out of here. But Will's going to be here until 6. Sean's going to be here until 6. Oh, yeah, if you want to grab that microphone, we'll talk with you. There we go. We already got the microphone ready to go here at East River 9. Our dozens and dozens of fans. What's going on, sir? Yeah, you're on. Yeah, you can't hear because you don't have earphones.
You just say the words you want. You just say the words you want everybody to hear. That's how it's worked.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to dissipate the call to life. Electric word, life. It means forever.
What's your name, sir? Bob. Bob. Okay, you're just talking to the microphone there.
What are we doing?
Bob, this is ESPN
we're doing
Radio.
Live radio.
No,
we're not kidding you.
And you're wearing
we can't hear you unless you're talking to the microphone.
For all of our viewers,
I'm wearing a shirt that is me passed out
after a couple iced teas.
Yeah, it happened. And tomorrow we're going to the football game, and it's going to be awesome.
Tomorrow.
What football game are you going to?
What game tomorrow?
Houston game.
What Houston football game?
Houston Buffalo.
That's tonight.
That's later tonight.
Yeah.
I think you're going to add another picture to that shirt tonight.
There's a fair chance. Yeah.
Good for you, brother. You thought you were going to an NFL game tomorrow night.
Well, give or take.
Wow. Bless your heart.
Yeah. And it's really cool because we're here from California. And we go to a different stadium every year, and then we hang out. And
Do you remember the stadiums?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Who's your team?
Buffalo, but I was there.
Who's your team? Who do you root for?
Oh, Charger fan. Yeah.
Okay. So you're just here to watch a random Texans-Bills game.
It's never random because we have a guy from New York that is a Bills fan.
Okay.
But yeah, we go somewhere different every year. It's super cool.
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Well, try to be safe. Try to have some memories.
I would never drive.
Yeah, good for you. We have a great Uber system.
That's a good idea.
In the city.
No, we always have a guy.
All right, Bob.
Good.
We appreciate you. Good
Bob,
meeting you.
You guys have a great day.
You too.
Thank you, man.
That was the weirdest way we've ever started a radio show.
Also the best.
Yeah,
wow.
that's debatable.
I've heard
debatable.
your shows. I've heard your shows.
Yeah, I think we've had better ones than that. Good seeing you, Bob. Have a good one. Don't drive. That'd be fantastic.
You've had better ways to start a show than a guy saying he's going to a game tomorrow that's tonight.
Yeah. I turned off your mic. Yeah. You're not doing a very good job of engineering so far, Mapes.
So I didn't get an opportunity to he also had an issue with the push door.
He had trouble with the push door? Oh, he's going into a van.
It's one of those poles?
That's kind of smart, though.
That elite technology.
He tried one and then went with the other. I don't know what happened there.
Look, they have a Sprinter van. That's a good idea.
I mean, if I had a Sprinter van for the day, we're going to have some fun.
It was Bob and his group of friends. Yeah. They were here at the bar. They were having a lot of drinks, clearly. And he thought the football game was tomorrow night. It is tonight. And I don't know what he was saying. Like, I think it was a prayer at first, maybe.
Yeah. He was pretty well-spoken and nice and gentle for a guy that thought the football game was tomorrow that many deep drinks in.
I don't think he knew what was happening at first.
Oh, definitely that.
He had no idea what was occurring. He didn't know that we were doing live radio. Like, what did he think, though? Like, you walk up, you see not one but two Comrex units on the table. You see a couple of dudes with computers.
Do you think
you see them wearing headphones? Like, what is going? And I understand that that this is our world, so like we know.
Comrex.
I understand like an average Bob in this case. Whenever he walks up, like he's not going to know. But I wonder what was going through his mind, what he thought it could have been. What was his best guess?
Well, he thought there was going to be a PA system of sort because
Yeah,
he
he
started
did.
talking. He was like, I can't hear myself.
Yeah, he definitely thought that.
So I was like, well, listen to the voices in your head, Bob.
You never know what you're going to get with Jeremy and Joe, especially when Joe is gone. Will Kunkel filling in for Joe. Do we want to do Where is Joe today? Wrong answers only for the second day in a row. Yesterday, he called in sick. He was supposed to work. He was never supposed to work today. Should we air his business? I think he might have aired his business.
I know what his business is.
Yeah, he took off today so he could go to the football game with his old man.
Yeah, I think that's great.
Yeah, it's great.
God bless America.
It's a good, and he's supposed to do the show with you tomorrow.
He's going to tonight's Houston game.
Unless you ask Bob. Yeah.
Maybe he and Bob are going to the game tomorrow.
See, whenever he said Houston game tomorrow, I was like, well, he's either a day late with the Texans or
That's
he's a
what
day
I'm thinking.
early with the Cougars.
That's why I said, tell me what Houston game you're going to.
I thought he was
going to
say Cougars, honestly.
I did not.
I thought he was going to say Cougars.
I mean, just,
uhcougars.com/ticket713go Cougs. $25.
The game usually isn't the Cougs game.
Hey, that's not true. They're going for 9 wins. They're nationally
They are.
ranked. If there was a 2014 playoff, they'd be firmly in, Will.
That is true. That is true.
Lots going on in the world of sports today. Texans will play football a little bit later. Houston Cougar basketball team will be playing the Bronx of Ryder a little bit later, too.
Throw the records out when they get together. Throw them out.
I always respect the opponent. I have a bone to pick with Will. We'll discuss that a little bit later. Mauricio Dubon is no longer an Astro, and the fan base is losing their mind, their collective minds.
Neither is Dameon Pierce, no longer a Texan.
He has been waived. It's been a lot of running back news today for the Houston Texans. Dameon Pierce about 15 minutes ago waived. He's no longer a Houston Texan, whatever. Like, he didn't really carve out a significant role. He was probably a healthy inactive more than he was inactive, and even whenever he was inactive, he probably got 1 carry a game and returned a few kicks. And he was going to be a free agent at the end of the year. But the big news is that Ian Rappaport, if this is even news.
This is one of those national guys that gets involved in something we've said all year long.
So you don't think Rappaport knows anything new?
Oh, I think he might know internally.
Yeah.
Nothing he's put out there is new to us.
No. Ian Rappaport tweeted out 4 hours ago, sources say that Texans running back Joe Mixon not expected to play this season as he deals with a foot injury from the offseason. Now, I guess the table's turning here is that Joe Mixon has quote tweeted Ian Rappaport's source, or no, not source, his tweet. Joe Mixon saying, now I got everyone's looking for a splash news and clickbait, but I'm just curious, Ian, how do you know more about me than me? So is this Joe Mixon going back at Ian Rappaport saying what you're reporting is not true?
I think, who knows? Like, what's happened? Why are we in this situation? The way the Texans have approached it, it creates this situation where a guy like Ian Rappaport can say anything and people are curious because no one really knows anything. We've reported kind of since day one, like, we're not seeing Joe Mixon this season because we've always been – when you cover the league for long enough, you know what timelines are and what they mean, and you can decode what a general manager or a head coach are saying. And when you're always 3 to 4 weeks away from the next evaluation – it's not coming, dude. Like, he's not playing this season. We've been saying that for a long time. And I'm sure Joe, who knows what he's thinking, man.
That's my thing. Is like, I'm with you. Like, this isn't news. This is the same thing that we knew all along. I started to kind of sniff it out in the summer, like, not to pat myself on the back. But whenever the Texans started to work out all of these running backs, like, okay, something's up here. Like, there's something fishy. And then they actually signed Nick Chubb. Okay, well, that's weird that you would carry both Joe Mixon and Nick Chubb after you drafted a running back. And, look, Dameon Pierce didn't amount to anything, but you still had Dameon Pierce. They're obviously going to keep Dare because they love Dare on special teams and believe he's a good third-down running back, and he's good in pass protection and all of those things. So, and then, look, here we are going into the 11th week, 12th week of the NFL season, and there's still no Joe Mixon, and the Ian Rappaport news hits 4 hours ago, and it's like, okay, well, we already knew that. But I do think it is weird that Joe Mixon's going after Ian Rappaport because, to me, that is Joe Mixon saying that the season has not been, the book on the season has not been closed.
And maybe it's not closed because you don't know what you don't know. But with that being said, I think you can talk to doctors and trainers and people in the building and say, how's this look? And people are going to be like, yeah, no, that's probably not going to happen. But if you're the guy rehabbing, you refuse to kind of rule yourself out until you're just not able to, until that's officially official.
Yeah, it's a weird
Joe
day.
But Joe did not say it's not true. Joe just said, do you know more than I do? Like, he didn't really say anything.
No, he didn't. But you wouldn't go back at it if Joe Mixon was convinced the season was over. What's the motive there? Like, if Joe Mixon knows that he's not playing this season, why would you quote tweet that and kind of like say that he doesn't know more about me than I know about me?
Because you don't like seeing something said about yourself that isn't definitive, especially when it's in your mind and your heart and your gut to and rehab and work as hard as you can to get back. So like for someone to say you're not going to make it probably pisses him off. But the chips are probably stacked against him. You know, it's like Tank Dell. I don't know that he officially ruled himself out for this season, but I think we all knew Tank Dell wasn't playing this season, and coming back next season is going to be difficult as well. That doesn't mean he's not going to. I think there's certainly more of a chance he comes back next year. But you know, you don't want that stuff out there when you're trying to get yourself back on the field.
So Joe Mixon next year has a cap number of $9.4 million. You can't save all of that, but you can get a cap savings of $8.5 million if you move on from Joe Mixon. What do you do with him next season? And I guess there's still time to make this decision. Maybe that time is the time that Joe Mixon needs to get well, to get 100%. Who even knows what's wrong with him? What would you do with Mixon with the information that you have right now? And I guess a little bit of projecting.
So obviously we don't know how bad this truly is it a run-of-the-mill end of the season or career-threatening type of injury. So assuming he has the ability to play next year, if Nick Caley can figure this out, they're still a competent offense away from being a really good football team in the NFL. That's how good this defense is. But that's why you need Joe. But if they blow this thing up and start over, then whatever, especially on the offensive side of the ball. So you can't rule Joe out. The offense has been so bad this year that you don't really feel the missing part of Joe Mixon as much as you would if you're a more competent offense, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I would move on.
I would.
Yeah, I wouldn't bring back Joe Mixon.
Who are you? Okay.
For a variety
What's the
of reasons.
replacement? I assume not what's in the building.
The reasons that I would move on from Joe Mixon is he's going to be in his 30s. He's going to be coming off a foot injury that cost him his entire season, which was on the heels of a season where he missed a handful of games because of injury. So do we trust that Joe Mixon can be healthy for a full season going forward? And then even if he is healthy for a full season going forward, what does that look like coming off an injury that cost him a year for a running back who's going to be in his 30s, and running backs in their 30s don't have a great history of success. It's not the end-all, be-all, but history would tell you it's not wonderful. I would cut him. I would cut him. You open up $8.5 million. I would spend the savings signing the best running back you could on a one-year deal, a veteran. And it's not going to be a great running back. Maybe it's like the off-season's version of J.K. Dobbins. But I would also draft another running back in the middle rounds, 3rd round, 4th round, and then you go into next season with Woody Marks, rookie running back, veteran running back, and then however Frank Ross wants to use that 4th running back position.
There's some good options out there, and I don't think they would go after someone like Breece Hall, but what about a Kenneth Walker? He's had some injury issues as well. Javonte Williams putting on a great showing with the Cowboys this year, and Isaiah Pacheco. So to your point, there are probably better options out there at a more valued price and the running back position, unless you get the top tier, which I thought Joe was one of the top guys for this offense last year. Whether or not he can be that next year or not, who knows? Just you can take your own guess. But, I don't disagree with your take. But, again, it comes down to I don't care about the running back position as much as I care about figuring out if Nick Caley can call plays. I care about figuring out the offensive line, because then a lot of that stuff you can make good running backs with a good offensive line. You don't have to have $8.5 or $9 million going to Joe Mixon.
No. Yeah, so I would move on there. I guess the question would be, what are your thoughts on Nick Caley coming back next year? What are the chances, you think?
It depends who has the voice in the room. It depends what the owners are feeling, because there's 1,000 conversations that are going to happen in this offseason, and I'm assuming that Cal and Hannah McNair are going to want some sort of answer as to what went wrong offensively, why Nick Caley was the hiring, who's to blame for that hiring if they don't think it was the right hire. Do Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans kind of start pointing fingers in, well, I had Bobby Slowick, he got Nick Caley. Then do they go onto the outside and want to hire a firm to bring in another OC? Like, I've been adamant that you do not fire Nick Caley mid-season because the hope is he figures it out. Maybe too late this year, but for next year. That way you have your guy going into next year and you don't have to reboot from the ground up with another offense. Like, it's not like you're just bringing in a better play caller, at least ideally. You're bringing in an entirely new scheme, a whole new offensive package that everybody's got to learn all over again. And when no one plays during the preseason, which is such a bad idea when you are installing so much new stuff. I've made this point a couple times that maybe if they took preseason a little bit more seriously, they win one of those games that they lost closely to start. I think I cannot make a decision on Nick Caley until the end of the year. And I think that's reasonable because I don't have a hot take on it. I think he's been the wrong hire from a resume standpoint, hasn't done it before, and now here we are, but let's hope that it works out.
Yeah, I think it's probable that he is back. I don't love that, but I think it's probable that he's back. But no, you're right. Like the remainder of the games is what's really going to determine if he's back or not. A junkie on the text line, draft Love and release Mixon. See, I've seen a lot of people say that, and I love Jeremiah Love as the player. But are you wanting to draft a running back in the first round and not an offensive lineman?
Hell no.
That's
hard
where I'm at.
no.
That's where I'm at on that.
Bro, I rather dumpster dive at the running back position 100 days in a row before I even try to figure out the best financial way to put together an offensive line. You have to go in 100% on getting the best, most expensive, if need be, offensive line you can find. But this evaluation process has to be better.
That's Uncle Barney. Uncle Barney just walked into the door. Hello, Uncle Barney. Uncle Barney, famous listener.
How are you, sir?
Has never let his voice be heard. Has never showed up. Here he is, Uncle Barney.
You want the microphone?
Do you want the microphone, Uncle Barney? We've already had Drunk Bob on earlier, so there is that. Okay, Uncle Barney. These Branham love their microphones.
I actually heard Drunk Bob on the radio a little while ago. Thank you.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts to Drunk Bob if he's listening right now and he has no idea where the sound's coming from?
First, he needs to go to the game tonight, not tomorrow night, because tomorrow night he'll be very disappointed. And he sounds like a guy who's traveled a long way. So I'm hoping that he goes tonight and that he remembers the game tomorrow.
It's a good idea. It's good advice.
You going to the game tonight?
I'm not. No. This is as far as I'm going tonight, right here.
I dig that about you.
Yeah, I just got back from U of H. I had Jeremy on the line, and I said, I'm just a mile away, so I'm going to stop by.
There you go.
I don't get to see him that often.
But when you do, it's special.
Family reunions, maybe, if it's on a day without a Cougar basketball game or something like that. But
we have a Cougar basketball game today, so.
See,
I did pick everybody. I did pick everybody. That's what I do.
What a blessing it is to be in your presence.
Yeah. That's why everybody I know goes to therapy. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. We'll take your thoughts on the Mixon stuff. We'll get to the Rockets, Cavs yesterday as well. We are broadcasting live, East River 9. We're inside the River House right now. Great spot to practice, great spot to have some food, great spot to have a drink as well. 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. You can stream us, YouTube, ESPN Houston on YouTube, Twitter at ESPN 975. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Will's at Will Kunkel.
Yeah, sure. That works.
What is your Twitter? I forget.
At Will Kunkel V.
That's right. There's a V at the end. I knew I was off. At Will Kunkel V. Uncle Barney doesn't have Twitter, so you can't follow him on
I do.
Twitter.
I just don't remember what it is.
Oh, okay. There you go.
It's called 65 years old.
He's got a Rolodex. That's what
I'm trying to get to break, guys. 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe with Will on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Your home for sports is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Get in on exciting gaming action at LaBerge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 Penn Play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to LaBerge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Motley Crue, the return of the Carnival of Sins. Friday, September 11th, the Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion, sponsored by Huntsman. The Crew celebrates the 20th anniversary of Carnival of Sins. Motley Crue, with performances by Tesla,
extreme. Tickets on sale Friday at 9 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Part of the Xfinity Concert Series and presented by Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion, sponsored by Huntsman.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline. I'm going to be with John and Dell live at Taqueria Sarandis on Highway 529 in Cypress this Friday morning from 7 a.m. to noon. Come grab breakfast with us. Tacos, chilaquiles, huevos rancheros, whatever you like. Kick off your Friday with your favorite morning crew.
Your go-to source for all things Houston Texans is Swarmcast with Will Kunkel and Joe George. Listen Thursday nights at 6 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 or on our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston. Brought to you by Blue Star Tequila. Smooth and always game ready.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings. But you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
Can you dig it? Hey, yo, Houston, it's Booker T. And you already know every Tuesday and Wednesday, we're bringing the heat on the Hall of Fame.
That's right. It's me, the Boat Brad Gilmore, and we're talking all things wrestling, UFC, boxing, and the biggest stories in sports and entertainment. If it's making headlines, we're breaking it down.
Hot takes, real talk, and behind-the-scenes stories you won't hear anywhere else. Don't miss the Hall of Fame with me and my man, Brad Gilmore, every Tuesday and Wednesday on ESPN 97.5 92.5.
Your home for sports is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. This is Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Welcome back in. Kill almost had a slip there. Will and Jeremy and Joe. Will's in for Joe today. No Joe. Wrong answers only. Where's Joe? We are broadcasting live East River 9 inside the River House. Swing on by, hang out with us, have some food, have a drink, have a good old time. A great place to play a little. A great place to practice a little. They got some pickleball out there too. They got a little bit of everything. They got the golf, they got the food, they got the drinks, they got TVs all over the place. It's a Throwback Thursday, Will. We're going to start doing Throwback Thursday on Jeremy and Joe, and Brian picked literally the worst song to begin the history of Throwback Thursday with Jeremy and Joe.
Do you pickleball?
I have not, but I bet you I'd be really good. I'm somewhat kidding. I used to play a little tennis.
Yeah.
Used to play a little tennis.
Like what, when you were 6?
And I'm really good at ping pong.
Oh, well, then never mind. You are probably an elite pickleballer.
I don't know if I would go elite, but I think I'd be pretty good. Do you pickleball?
I've pickleballed.
Do you like
the
it?
Kid, I don't do much anymore.
I feel like the fade is kind of dying a little bit.
I do. I love pickleball. What?
You play often?
What's the? No, I play. I used to play like once a week. Like a buddy would text me, like, "Hey, you want to go play and grab a beer?" Like, yeah, for sure that.
Yeah.
I don't play as much. I've never played like competitively.
No. I don't think anybody plays competitively.
I'm not
except
in the
those
league.
weirdos.
Man, it looks nice out. People on the driving range. Does this headset go that far?
No, definitely not. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line, for the first time. Gary has a thought on the Texans running backs. Gary, what's up?
Hey, guys, I may be all tilted a little bit. It's just my opinion. I remember when I think, just my opinion, I think assessing and evaluating the running back is way easier. That's just me, than assessing an offensive line and a tackle or something like that, the skill set. I remember when Dallas went 1-15 and they hit. I think you could hit on the running back. Wasn't we just complaining about Jalen Hurts last year and how valuable Saquon was? But even the days of the Texans when they had Arian Foster, our quarterback was still the most sacked. We still haven't gotten it right since way back then. But if you hit a home run on that running back, offensive line, I mean, even Barry, he had skill players around him, but not his offensive line. He still managed to lead the league and carry Detroit a game before the Super Bowl. And with that bad offensive line, if you have a home run hitter, now I know the league is not big on running backs right now, but even the guy for the Colts right now who's healthy, 2 or 3 years ago he was doing that, but nobody was talking about him. He just got hurt. So when Emmitt Smith held out for 2 games after the Super Bowl, they were 0-2, and they came back and went on. I do think if you hit a home run, now all of it is difficult, but if you hit a home run on a running back, I think that'll carry you and get you as far as Barry and Detroit, and then you plug in other pieces, and you got yourself a complete team.
All right, appreciate it, Gary. What do you think about that, Kunkel?
I think that, listen, there's running backs that don't, like Bijan Robinson hasn't gotten his team very far. Like, you need to build up front. You got to have a competent offense from head to toe. You got to build it in the trenches, inside out, front to back. Like, that's the way my mind works. I'm not saying there aren't exceptions to the rule, but generally speaking, you need to have it's boring, but you need to have a good football team. Like the age-old phrase, defense wins championships. Nah, like really good defenses with a good enough offense, or really good offense with a good enough defense and competent special teams. That's what wins championships. And the Texans have got to figure out the offensive line. Like, you can make better running backs than you can make a good football team with a great running back.
No, I agree with you, and I love Love. But if you can't block for him,
right,
he's not going to really. You're not going to lift him. He's not going to excel. He's not. I mean, look at Ashton Jeanty. Ashton Jeanty was the best running back, bar none, coming into the draft this season. How's it going in Vegas? Not very good, because things around him aren't great. I'm not opposed to drafting a running back in the first round, like generally speaking, not from the Texans' point of view. But you have to be really good everywhere else already. The opportunity cost of drafting a running back in the first round when you desperately need offensive linemen is just far too big for me. So that's my stance there. I know it's not popular because it's very sexy drafting Jeremiah Love. It's not sexy.
Those are luxury picks. Like going for Jalen Noel and Jaden Higgins.
Yeah.
Those are luxury picks. That's what you do when you're ready to go. You got to build up front. You got to have the pieces in place, and you got to have the offensive scheme and the play caller as well. Like the Texans, no matter who – put it this way, caller. What's his name?
His name was Gary.
Gary, Mr. Gary.
Well, he's one of my favorite callers, Will, so take it easy.
Take any running back in the NFL and put him on the Texans. Where are they?
I mean –
where are they?
Woody Marks has had some success this year. Like I don't think the Texans' offensive line is putrid in the run game.
No, it's not.
It's below average.
But they're not in first place in the division. They're not. I mean, what my point is, the team isn't that much better because of the running back position.
What gives them a better chance to be in first place in the division? A strong offensive line or a stronger running back?
Line.
I mean, we're simpatico here. Like, we're on the same page.
It's not even close because the offensive line, let's not forget, impacts the passing game too.
Yeah, let's find something we can argue about. A running back will only be as good as his offensive line. Kind of cements what we're talking about. Never in the history of the Texans have they picked a running back in the first round. Spend good money on the offensive line. Evidently, Texans can't get the O-line right through the draft. Ursary. Does that curry any favor for Caserio? I don't know.
It certainly doesn't hurt him. I will say that. And he's trending in the right direction. He's still a rookie, so I'm not going to look at a rookie on the offensive line playing left tackle in his first year in the NFL and make my decision for Nick Caserio on that guy. I will do is look at all the other linemen he's touched and say, no, we need to evaluate how we evaluate.
Sure. Rocky, why would you trust Caserio to draft another offensive lineman in the first, knowing Love is a surefire game changer at running back? Nothing is surefire.
Just stop with that nonsense. It doesn't matter. I don't care if you bust one play a game. It's not changing the course of your season. You need to maintain drives. You need to be able to run the ball in the red zone and throw the ball in the red zone, convert on third downs. Yeah. You do that with a dominant offensive line. Look at Quentin Nelson and the guys with the Colts. That's an awesome offensive line paired with an awesome running back.
Second-round running back, though.
Okay, there you go. Awesome, though.
No, awesome. But I'm trying to prove the point that
doesn't have to be a first rounder. Right. Yeah, you don't need to spend out your wazoo to get a great running back. There's 1,000 ways to get a damn good one, and reasonable ways. Not we lucked into one on the 6th round. There are some very, very good running backs like Jonathan Taylor in the 2nd round. Completely reasonable. You're not getting, generally speaking, a franchise tackle guard center in the 5th, 6th round. You got to go out and get them. You got to pay for them. You got to go get them. Versus what Caserio did, he kind of picked and plucked about kind of who was around.
Yeah, I think that you have to, in order to have a good offensive line, I think you have to build it through the draft. And you can find franchise guards and centers in the second half of the first round. You see that all the time. Chunky says Bob is absolutely going to end up in jail tonight. Bob was here at the River House. He had lots of drinks. Not overserved. He was properly served. But he had lots of drinks. He hopped on the air because we do carry a mic with us to these remotes, and he jumped on not knowing what he was doing. But Bob is going to end up in jail tonight, says one junkie. Another junkie says Charger fan. Nice industry plant y'all got there. I mean,
why is that?
He's saying we're playing the Charger fan. He's saying it's so unbelievable that there's a Charger fan in Houston that it has to be an industry plant, which is actually not a bad take. He's wrong, but I understand where the take comes from. You guys found the one Charger fan. Texans win tonight if they play perfect, no turnovers. We are plus 1-2 in takeaways. Limit Allen to 2 touchdowns. No need gadget plays. I think there's a lot of things working in the Texans' favor tonight, actually. I think that they defend Josh Allen pretty well. It's a Thursday night game on a short week. Bills are the road team. I did take the Bills -6 yesterday, though, because I'm doing it for the city. I'm doing it for anytime I bet against the Texans.
Tell me about it. Ditto.
Every time I bet against the Texans, boom, Texans win a football game. So I am sacrificing my kids' eating for all of you to get a Texans win.
That's what I love about your heart. This is what
Selfless.
You do.
I priorities.
For the city. Yeah, you and
it's
me both.
It's more important
too.
for the Texans to win than my boys to eat.
I love what you said about this matchup, though, the way this flows, because this is how I view the Texans. They are a team that can beat any team. They're a team in the NFL that can beat really good teams if they match up properly. So they're not going to be able to beat someone like the Rams, I don't think, because they have a very good front and a very good offense, and they're a good enough defense. Whereas someone like the Bills, for instance, they have a very good offense, but the Texans' defense can slow them down, and the Bills are not very good up front defensively. So the Broncos, bad matchup. Jaguars, Titans, bad matchup for the Texans because the offensive line isn't good enough to go up against those defensive lines. They're not good football teams, but they are good up front, and that gives the Texans the most trouble. The Bills are better than the Broncos. They're better than the Titans and the Jaguars. However, this Texans team matches up better against the Bills because their biggest strength, you're good at slowing down. Now, I think they have to slow down Josh Allen's legs in critical situations. That's going to be the key tonight. But you can have some success offensively, even with Davis Mills, because they're not great up front.
No, I think you have to run the ball well, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you have to run it well.
I think that, yes, 100%. I just mean this offense, in spite of no CJ, can have some success tonight because the matchup is favorable to them.
Yeah, I don't think it's. I think the number's wrong. I don't like Bills minded. I think it should be closer to a 3.5 point spread. But again, I sacrifice for the people. 713-780-ESPN. Jeremy and Joe featuring Will broadcasting live the River House at East River 9. Beautiful day to get out of here. Every day is a beautiful day to get out here at East River 9. Let's talk about the Rockets last night. Rockets beating the Cavs. Good win. Play with their food a little bit, but a good win. And how about this Rockets offense, huh? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe featuring Will on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, listen up. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer you can trust. They're transparent with you. They're not going to hassle you. You're going to get your car shopping done fast. We all hate that, right? Going to the dealer and they're taking advantage of me. They're making me pay too much. These warranties, don't know if I trust them. That doesn't happen at Monument Chevrolet. They are the dealer you can trust. Transparent with you from the moment you step foot to the moment you sign on the bottom line. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. And check out what they have going on right now. Black Friday pricing all month long. On their entire inventory of new vehicles. Includes the Silverado, includes the Tahoe, includes the sporty Trax as well. And Monument Chevrolet has the perfect vehicle for you in a wide variety of colors and trims. So take advantage of the Black Friday savings all month long at Monument Chevrolet. Get a fair deal, a transparent deal with no tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, why not do it now? Why not do it with the Black Friday savings at Monument Chevrolet all month long? Visit them online, monumentchevrolet.com, to check out their full inventory, monumentchevrolet.com, or just go visit them, 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
ESPN 97.5.
Bavona Law is responsible for the content of this ad. Hey folks, I'm Drew Bavona, Houston injury attorney and the voice for kids. As a Navy veteran and foster parent, I place service to my community first, and have always felt that our kids needed a greater voice for justice. Did you know that injured kids have similar rights to injury claims as grown-ups do? I know it, and fighting for kids when they need me is my mission. When Bavona Law finds that a community park, daycare, or activity center, to name a few, failed to keep your child safe, we will hold them accountable, give our clients attention, and seek compensation for your child's injuries. I don't cost a dime unless I win your case. Talk to me. It's free. Call 800-880-5757. That's 800-880-5757. Se habla español. Call 800-880-5757.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-984-2303. 800-984-2303. That's 800-984-2303.
The Rocket Powered Podcast with Joe George and Sean Mapes is on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You're listening to Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Throwback Thursday. This one's better, Brian. This one's much better. How many years back did you go?
The list you sent me was from 50 years ago.
To this?
50 years ago? Well, there's multiple links there, Brian. You could. There's 10 years ago. There's 20 years ago. There's 30. There's 40. There's 50. There's 60. There's 70. Rhinestone cowboy. You kind of dress like a rhinestone cowboy today, Will. Put a cowboy hat. You look like it.
I have my Cause My Cleats on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The Gary Sinise Foundation.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. That's one of the best things the Texans do. The NFL does. That's very classy. They have a very classy organization. Like, I know we bang on them and, like, have fun with them and all that stuff. That's all football stuff. They are incredibly classy. I mean that sincerely.
Their PR team,
yes.
They do it right. Like,
they do.
Here's what I'll say. I never expect when I ask for a player's availability on a one-on-one for you to say yes. Mm-hmm. All I do is ask for if you say no, like if you can't, what's up, or just ask the player. There's organizations that don't even get it to the player. They don't do it. They're lazy. They're tired. They don't come in for work. Like, that's not the Texans organization.
Yeah.
And, like, truly, they are great PR, a friendly PR helpful staff.
For sure. Facts. What yours is who again?
Gary Sinise Foundation.
Gary Sinise Foundation.
The actor that played the Forrest Gump movie.
Dan. Wrong button there, Mapes. Yeah, he did.
The hell,
He's like,
Mapes?
I don't want to hear about your
No,
that's enough out of you.
I hit the wrong. I hit.
Mapes, what are you doing?
Are you new here?
There we go.
What's in there, water, buddy?
Goodness, man.
Jeez, bud. Take your head out of your Yahoo.
Mapes is like, enough of this charitable crap.
Yeah.
Gary Sinise Foundation. He's an actor, and he supports the troops, and
that's
his
awesome.
foundation is just awesome. And I always try to do one that supports the troops generally. Last year I did FCA, Fellowship Christians of Athletes, and then this one I always look at, like, how do they grade out, or are they just giving themselves a whole bunch of bonuses and paying themselves, or are they actually doing what they say they do?
I did it once and I felt bad asking for more, so I only did it the one time. Mine was Project Sweet Peas, which is it takes care of mothers who've had miscarriages and stuff that. My wife and I had several, so yeah, so that's something that's, like, near and dear to our heart, and it's real sad too, because I think a lot of, like, the public, I think, doesn't really know how to handle it with a mother who lost, because it's like you never see the baby. It's
I don't think a father knows how to handle it necessarily. Like, 'cause we had one very, very early, and it's just so different for a woman than it is a man. Thanks for tuning in to ESPN Radio today. It's tough. Like, it's crazy. So that's a great cause. It's a great organization.
Yeah, it's near and dear to us. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, Will Kunkel filling in. Throwback Thursday. We're at the River House at East River 9. Great spot for your golf, whether you're playing a quick 9, whether you're just working on your game as well. Great spot to have a drink. Great spot to have a bite. The food here is fantastic. Wall-to-wall TVs too, so it's really your sports bar as well. Great spot to watch all of your sporting events. Coming up, wrong answers only. Where is Joe today? He's off 2 days in a row. Where could he possibly be? The Prodigal Vault says that he took off today so he could live stream with Cam Scatabo on his new laptop.
Hold on, is it okay? Is it Scatabo?
I don't know, man. I don't care. He's in New York. Couldn't care less.
This guy's a squirrely cat, man.
Scatabo or Scataboo?
Both of them. He and his cousin.
He's got a cousin?
Yeah, Scatabo.
Okay.
Scataboo is the other one.
I don't know what's happening right now. Joe is eating cinnamon rolls with chili. Apparently, it's a real thing that Midwesterners eat.
So I lived in Wichita.
This? That's real?
Yeah, I learned about it late when I was leaving Wichita, when I spent some time there, and it sounds disgusting.
It sounds like it could work. I don't know if I'm, like, dying to do it, but, like, the sweet savory is something that I like. Yeah, I would try it.
I never did.
Like, I think I'd rather have chili on a cinnamon roll than chili on spaghetti noodles like they do in Cincinnati.
Skyline, that stuff is filthy.
Scalini, yeah, they're terrible. I do not like it.
Yeah,
at all.
It reminds me of changing my daughter's diaper.
Yes, it is very, very bad. Joe's currently laying in a bathtub full of ice, missing a liver because it is going to be transplanted into Bob later on. Bob, the drunk person that was on us a little bit earlier. We're going to be joined at 4 o'clock by Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports. He'll hand you out some winners. Adam Ronis will be joining us at 4:30. Rockets won a basketball game yesterday, Will Kunkel.
Stop traffic.
They beat up the Cavs 114-104. We'll get to that in a minute. But first, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Lamont, you're in with Jeremy and Will. What's up?
Hey, man, what's up, Jeremy?
Chilling. What's up with you?
No, man.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine, too. Thank you. I'm fine, too. Thanks for asking
Will's
me.
sensitive, Lamont. You got to give him a shout-out. It's
hell?
Will, by the way.
Yeah, we will. But I heard what Jeremy was talking about.
Oh,
So,
yeah,
man,
yeah,
that's pretty
back to
sad,
Jeremy.
man. But I'm not gonna harp on that. But
I hear you.
I heard some things that was going. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you. I appreciate that, Lamont. Go ahead.
Okay. What I was going to talk about earlier this week when people was talking about D'Amico Ryans in the coin flip when he's opting to take the ball versus playing on defense. I'm not making excuses for the dude or anything. I think that goes back. All the way to Gary Kubiak. If you remember, well, first of all, Gary Kubiak drafted him, and Gary Kubiak was notorious for taking the ball on the first snap. And Gary Kubiak's whole logic was he used to always say it, and I used to always see it on 610. He was like, my logic is, if I get the ball for the first time, I know I'll get the ball. I'm not guaranteed to get the ball again. And I'm wondering if D'Amico Ryans is going with that whole frame of thought. I know that this is not what you guys are talking about right now, and I know this is way outside of the category, but I just heard people talking about that, kind of mad about, D'Amico Ryans taking the ball, on the flip-off, on the coin flip. That's all I have, fellas.
Gotcha.
Speaking of the Rockets.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't keep that close of attention to D'Amico. I feel like D'Amico defers, though, more often, right? Doesn't D'Amico defer
virtually
more
every
than,
team does because then you can get the ball in the second half.
Some coaches are weird about it. Like I think Sean Payton against the Texans, like he wanted his offense on the field, so he won the toss and took the ball. I've noticed that D'Amico usually defers whenever they win the toss. I prefer to defer. I like to get the extra possession in the second half. Plus, you can do the whole 2-for-1 at the end of the first half, where you can score the final possession of the first. Maybe you come out of the locker room and you score the second. It sounded like Lamont was in favor of deferring as well. I thought D'Amico did that more often than not, though.
I believe he does. I believe he does. I think there are games and times where, sadly, they have to prove something offensively, and they get all ramped up all week, and the offense is going to come out and do this, and you're like, if we win the toss, we're taking the ball, we're going to march 85 yards down there, throwing, we're going to score, and then it's 3 and out. It's like, don't get all in your feelings about something you want to prove. I know there is some of that in sports, but listen, there's going to be a lot of back and forth throughout the first half. Be able to double up against the team. I don't really like it unless you have a great offense and you have a team that does not play well from behind. And that's, like the Bills, they would love to take the ball, go out and score against this defense, quiet the crowd, force the Texans to play from behind. That's a situation where it would make sense.
Yeah, I'm a defer guy, too. I think D'Amico kind of does that. 713-780-3776. Rockets beat the Cavs yesterday. A solid Cavs team in the East. Go on the road, beat them by 10. You're up by more than 20 points. Kind of like the Cleveland back in the game. Terrible third quarter. But an offensive performance again for the Rockets. I think the first time in franchise history they've scored 6+ games with 110 or more points. And this has been a team under Ime that has their identity defensively. Now all of a sudden they're one of the best offenses in the entire NBA.
Yeah, and I actually asked Ime about that a couple of days ago when I was over there at practice because, you lean on your defense so heavily as your identity last year, and you play every game as hard as you possibly can because it was not expected you were going to be the 2 seed, and you don't have the talent and the guys that you now do this year, and they have the roster turnover, and you lose Dylan Brooks in particular. I know everyone focuses on Jalen Green. Jalen Green wasn't part of that identity. He played well defensively, but it was the Dylan Brooks that when you lose him, your identity changes significantly. And Kevin Durant coming in, you're now the best offensive team in the NBA, but you want to be cognizant of that and not lose what made you and what makes you a really great team. And that's to be able to do both. And I think they did that last night. You're right. They play with their food a little bit, but to act like the Cavs are a bad team, they're not going to go on a run in the NBA is crazy. The sign of a good team to me is a team that can go up by 37 at halftime. Yes, the good team on the other side is going to make the run, but then you have the ability to turn it back on. So many times in the past, the Rockets' defense was all they leaned on. So when it didn't work out, they didn't have a way to score. They didn't have a way to stretch it back out. Now they do.
Yeah, they look really, really good. Aaron Holiday game, he comes out of nowhere and has his best performance of the year. It kind of picked you up. Was playing some crucial minutes, too, in the fourth quarter. He had 18 points for you. I like whenever the Rockets are, like, tough, like Jabari had his little pushing match yesterday. I'm for that. I like that style of basketball.
Yeah.
I would like Jabari to have that attitude chasing after rebounds at times, too. And yesterday he finished with 9. I can live with 9. But Jabari Smith, who's 6'10", I know he plays kind of the stretch 3 a little bit, but mostly a 4.
Too.
He needs to get more rebounds, I think. He averages 6.5. He needs to be closer to 10 for me. So if you're going to be that aggressive in fights, be that aggressive getting basketballs off missed shots.
I'll push back on this notion. From Capella's grabbing a ton, Şengün's grabbing a bunch, Steven Adams are how many are out there to be had?
Go wrestle them away. I want you to shoot
Adams.
threes well and get rebounds. That's Jabari's role. Jabari's role is to knock down the open threes and get rebounds and play defense.
His role to get
I think
rebounds?
so. Yeah. Now it's a little different now because he's playing the 3 with the jumbo lineup, and they went back to the jumbo lineup last night.
Right.
But whenever he's the 4, whenever you're a 4, you should have more than 6.5 rebounds a game.
I mean, it kind of depends who he's guarding and where they are. Like in this NBA, he's on the perimeter a lot. I'm not saying he can't.
Crash. You're right. He is on the perimeter a lot. Crash the glass.
But what if his role is to not? I'm just saying, just
under Ime?
Yeah.
No
I'm saying
chance.
to take off and go find that
no
corner.
Chance.
Just for him to go.
No
find the
way.
Corner. Okay.
No way. Ime's telling Jabari to hunt a shot.
I don't think you're wrong.
Ime's a crash the glass kind of guy. I mean, he wants to destroy people in rebounding. And to be fair,
and they do.
They do. To be fair, they do destroy teams. It'd be a different story if they were even. Whenever they're plus 20 every night in rebounds, a little bit of a different story. All right, 713-780-3776. Let's get to some of the top stuff going on around the NFL. Shedeur Sanders going to get a start. How do we feel about that? And do you know the latest rivalry, the latest beef in the NFL? You know what it is? I didn't see this one coming. This one wasn't on my bingo card. Drake May and Cam Newton are feuding. Why are they feuding? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Will on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN at 92.5. First, a moment on Pro Dunk Hoops. They make the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. They're fantastic. Tempered glass backboard. They got that breakaway rim, which is awesome. You can throw down some yams, throw down some jams on that sucker, and it's going to keep you safe. They got stainless steel hardware for you. It's fantastic. Rust-proof. You got to have that in Houston with the humidity. And it's height adjustable, anywhere from 5 to 10 feet, which makes it awesome. You can lower it down, throw down some jams, raise it up to regulation, work on your shot, significant other, kiddos, all of that. And their accessories are next level, too. LED light kits for night play. It gets dark early. That's all right. You got these LED light kits. You can play around the clock. Backstop nets, pole pad lettering, and lots more. And you can get it all online, ProDunkHoops.com. That's ProDunk.com. And right now, how about Pro Dunk for Christmas, right? You're looking for Christmas ideas for your significant other, for the kiddos. Give them the gift that keeps them active together and having fun for years. Gift them a goal from Pro Dunk. They'll also professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight, so you don't have to screw it up. Let the pros do that work for you. So visit ProDunk.com today. Score big this holiday season. That's ProDunk.com.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Inside the River House at East River 9. Will Kunkel in for Joe George. Where is Joe today? Wrong answers only. Uncle Barney says, I see Joe on the fifth hole outside of East River 9 trying to fish his ball out of the water. That is where Joe would hit his golf balls. No doubts about that. Junkie says that he's at Cody's Toots fantasy camp. Joe is?
What's that?
You get taught how to be a journalist, I suppose.
Oh.
You learn yourself some football.
That makes sense as to why I don't know what it is.
You don't know football?
Nope. Just go to X. See what people think.
713-780-3776. Throwback Thursday with Jeremy and Joe. So did you see that Drake May and Cam Newton are they're feuding here?
I have not seen this.
So I guess Cam Newton has this podcast. He called Drake May fool's gold. He doesn't believe in Drake May. Doesn't think that he's a good quarterback. Called him fool's gold. Drake May was asked about it, and Drake May says, I don't even know what show he's on. I think they get paid to make remarks and make certain comments. So he took the high road there, I think, Drake May. But I didn't see this rivalry coming. And I don't agree with Cam Newton either. I wouldn't call Drake May fool's gold. I think Drake May is pretty stinking good.
Yeah, if you think that maybe Cam ends up being right, it's one of those Skip Bayless hot ridiculous takes that ends up being right, like the once in a blue moon type of deal. But there is nothing that anybody that knows football watches and says Drake May ain't it. Like there's just maybe it doesn't pan out for 15 years, but what is he watching that thinks that's not it? You know who's fool's gold is Jackson Dart. Like the way he plays off script, backyard football, like very concerning. You've got to play within the system. Like, but Drake May ain't that dude. Drake May's got the size, he's got the physicality, he's got the speed, the athleticism, the arm, the timing. He knows the game. I
think we might underrate Drake May.
I mean, he could be the MVP this year.
I mean, at what point could you say that Drake May is better than Josh Allen?
A long time from now.
Why though?
Because I think it takes a lot more to make a declaration like that.
That's the thing, though.
2 years.
It's the declaration. Look, I'm not saying that Drake May's better than Josh Allen, although I'm not a Josh Allen guy. I'm on record saying that he's never going to win a Super Bowl.
Because of his play or because of the organization?
No, I think he's reckless with the football. I think he's not careful in critical moments, and he costs his team games at times. Not all the time. At times. I don't think he's ever going to win 4 straight games against playoff caliber competition. Go watch last year in the playoffs. He single-handedly tried to give the game away the week before they lost. Like throwing them up into traffic, just heaving the ball up in the air. Defensive backs are dropping passes.
The Chiefs
go to the playoff
his ass
game.
off.
He did. He played great.
And he did not lose that. Was it Dalton Kincaid that dropped the ball? It was the tight end over the middle in the scramble that he created an opportunity.
Yes, the week before he tried to give the football game away.
There are moments of that. You're not wrong.
He's to me he's more of a human highlight reel than he is a champion. I think he's like the James Harden of the NFL.
Man, I think
he's going to make plays that are unbelievable, but then he's also going to have critical turnovers because he's reckless with the football in critical times because he's trying to play the role of the hero. And look, I understand this was a long time ago, and like one of the first, might have been the first playoff game that Josh Allen played in was against the Texans at NRG, where they were up like 13-0 going into the fourth, maybe it was like 8-9 or whatever. There was a play where Josh Allen scrambled, got hit, and tried to lateral the ball back to his teammate 20 yards up the field. And it's just moments like that. And he has a bunch of these. He has a bunch of these type of moments. Where he did it last year, didn't he? Where he got hit in the backfield, like he was like stuffed, and he tried to pitch the ball or throw the ball.
But it worked out beautifully.
It worked out in that one.
Worked out well. I see what you're saying. He is definitely – there is some boom or bust aspects to his game, but I think that's what makes him great. I think it's what makes him an MVP. I don't think it's whatever is going to make him a champion. Here's the problem with if he doesn't win a Super Bowl, I don't think it's because of him. He may not win one because there's a lot of great players that don't win the Super Bowl. You got to have a lot go right around you. You got to have the right team. It's something that's very difficult to do. So that might come to be true. I'll disagree with you on the fact that it's because of his play.
We'll see.
I think he's matured. I think he's grown. I think he's become better. That doesn't mean he can't revert to some bad habits from time to time. But damn, I think every team in the NFL except for maybe 2 or 3 take him on their team.
And all those teams would not win a Super Bowl. Him and Lamar Jackson will never win a Super Bowl.
I thought I used to think that about Lamar, and then I saw the way they lost last year was not his fault.
No, it wasn't, but they still had to win more games.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I love both those players. I'm not rejecting
they're great.
either one of them.
They're great. But they're more highlight than champion. Shedeur Sanders getting his first official start.
Speaking of guys that have their jerseys retired for good reason.
Yeah, a little nepo there. I like the Raiders against the Browns this weekend. But what are you expecting to see? Shedeur Sanders first. I'm excited about it. I love storylines. I love drama. I love entertainment. And this is way more entertaining than Dylan Gabriel starting. Way more 100%. Entertaining.
So here's the thing. I have a tough time, and I try very hard to separate. I don't want to see Shedeur Sanders fail. I genuinely don't. I am so annoyed at the same time of people like Ryan Clark and Josina Anderson making excuses for this dude and building him up and making him some coddled little child like no one else ever gets. And it's really annoying, and you're doing the kid a disservice by not telling him the truth that maybe he's not that great. Maybe he shouldn't have had his jersey retired. He's not ready to be the starting quarterback for the Browns. Stefanski's not making this call to not start him because he has a disdainment for Shedeur Sanders. Absolutely asinine. If he was the best quarterback on that roster, he's starting. Absolutely. Stefanski's job is on the line. So I try to separate the two. I want those two people to shut the hell up, and I don't want Shedeur to have success. I would love to see Shedeur have success, but man, are those two people irritating as all hell.
I couldn't really care less if he had success or not. It didn't move me one way or the other.
I just don't like people not having – I want to see people have success. I want to see him succeed.
If I'm being honest, I want most teams to have failure.
Why?
Because I root for the teams that I like. And for
it's fine.
Yeah. I don't want teams to have success if it comes at the expense of my team.
Yeah, the Browns are not impacting the Texans.
Do they still have any of their draft picks? They don't have – they're all gone? They're all AFC. If the Browns are a contender in the AFC, that means they're taking one playoff spot. I don't want the Browns to have success. I don't want anybody in the AFC to have success.
Someone's going to have to win that game.
Yeah,
I guess the point is
this week I don't care.
I'm not rooting for Shedeur Sanders to embarrass himself. Is my point as for him as a person.
Yeah.
I think he does some things that are really eye rolling and irritating. I saw him at the combine. He's got his own film crew and his buddies walking down the street with him for no damn reason, bringing attention to himself for no reason. Dude, go in there, shut your mouth, study.
He's an influencer. Will he makes a lot of money on TikTok?
That's right. We've blurred these lines with a guy that's trying to be. The quarterback position is different. You're a leader of men. You're a leader in there, and you need to just shut up, learn the playbook, do what you're supposed to do, and then talk your talk. Like C.J. Stroud came in, was great his rookie year. Talked his talk in the offseason. I had no problem with it. And then, as he said at the podium when I asked him about it a couple weeks ago, he got humbled quite a bit. He didn't play the way he wanted to play, and that quieted him down quite a bit, and now he approaches that a little differently. The quarterback position's different.
Yeah.
You need to handle yourself differently.
Let's get out to Lee Sterling. Lee Sterling going to be joining us next, 713-780-3776. Coach Rico's giving me the thumbs up for what? I have no idea. Oh, he liked Will's take.
Hell yeah.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that.
More
don't
of that.
Give Will any
love.
Hit
the like button.
No. Don't give him thumbs up. No. That's going to fuel the fire. That doesn't need to be fueled. All right, 713-780-3776. Lee Sterling's going to hand out some winners when we come back. It's Jeremy and Joe featuring Will on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
All right, but before we go to break, let me tell you about Burger Chan. I've been looking forward to this moment. Honestly, you're probably a little happy that Will and Jeremy have stopped yapping so you can hear about a great burger. Maybe come out here to the Galleria area and get yourself one. You know what I love most about Burger Chan? They're custom built to be awesome. You can get your burger thousands of different ways from Burger Chan. You can get one of their chef-inspired burgers, the barbecue burger, the Texan, the patty melt, mushroom Swiss, all of those great, or you can just do it up on your own. What do you want on that burger? You want bacon, fried egg, crispy onion strings, charred jalapenos. Got that on one of their hot dogs the other day. That's really good. Kimchi relish, avocado. They have hundreds of other options as well. So every meal is ordered and prepared from scratch using all of those fresh ingredients I just mentioned, made in-house to meet their high standards, ensuring it's made just the way you want it, just for you. Basically, every burger or chicken sandwich or hot dog or anything else you order is unique to just you. And you got new hours, more time now to try out that menu. They're now open for dinner service until 9 p.m. Wednesday through Saturday, and open on Mondays for lunch service as well. Mondays is important because any Monday after a Texans win, or in this case, a Friday if they beat the Bills tonight, you'll get a free side with your entree. We're talking cheese curds, curly fries, tater tots, spicy tots. I think I usually go with the curly fries, but any of those sides free with your entree if any day after the Texans get a win. And no matter what you get, what you will get is an award-winning meal, because in 2023 and 2024, Yelp rated Burger Chan as one of the top 100 restaurants in the United States. Not just best burger in Houston, not just best restaurant in Houston, but one of the best restaurants in the whole city. So make sure you stop by the day after a Texans win, normally Mondays, but tomorrow if they beat Buffalo tonight, mention my name, Brian, mention ESPN 97.5, or just say Go Texans, and you'll get a free side with your entree. Burger Chan, best burgers in the city. Find them at 5353 West Alabama and see their full menu at burgerchanhtx.com.
East River 9 inside the River House, enjoying some great food, great drinks, good spot to hang out. Weather's good. Great spot to play a little bit of golf as well. Let's go out to the HRP guest line. Welcome in our dear friend Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports. And the reason we like him so much because he makes us money each and every week, whether it's the college game, whether it's the NFL game. We're going to start off in college. An old Southwest Conference rival, Texas and Arkansas. I remember when this was a number 1 versus number 2 game. The president showed up on a helicopter. That's how old I am. I think I watched it on TV. But Texas -10 here, Lee. Is the number 2 big for the fighting Bobby Petrinos?
Come on, let's be honest. You weren't even a thought when this game was played.
You're right, I wasn't. I saw highlights.
Yeah.
I think my history professor showed it to us, actually.
So I did actually see, ready for this? So my uncle used to be a scout for the Cowboys, and he used to fly me in from Miami to Dallas, and we would go to different games, either the Texas OU game each week or a big game. When I was little, saw Steve Little and Russell Erxleben go head-to-head, two guys that could bomb it from 60 yards back in the day. So a lot of passion on both of these teams. Give Arkansas credit. They keep showing up. They just can't figure out how to win games. They score and they give up more, and I expect a bounce back here for Arch Manning and the Longhorns against the number 108th rated pass defense. You want to watch why they lose games. Watch the last two possessions of the game. Arkansas, their pass rushers getting out of their lane. They allowed like a 50-yard run. Guys in space catching the ball near the sidelines. Just can't make tackles. I mean, just not smart and not talented. That's a bad combination here. Texas gets back on track here. They win and cover 38-24.
Damn, stupid and slow is no way to go through life, Lee.
No.
Will Kunkel here. Oklahoma, Mizzou. Oklahoma laying 7.5. What's your take here? Both teams have been really inconsistent this year.
Yeah, they have. And, you know, Oklahoma's coming off that huge upset. Their defense was incredible at Alabama here. Now, all of a sudden, pressure's off Missouri. They can't beat anyone good. Haven't done it for years. Every year they're 5-0, 6-0. They end up 8-4. This could be the game. And why do I say that? You know, everyone's talking about Texas A&M still. Texas A&M's comeback was incredible. That story, Ahmad Hardy running for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns against Mississippi State would have been the story. This guy is at a different level right now. And the Missouri defense, another 3 turnovers. They've already faced, you know, the Texas A&M quarterback, the Vandy quarterback, 2 dual-threat quarterbacks. I don't think John Mateer is going to stress them out facing this guy here. Nothing to lose. I like Missouri here, plus the points. I think Oklahoma escapes 24-20.
Big football game in the cities on Saturday, Lee. TD-ECU Stadium. You get your tickets, uhcougars.com/ticket 713 go Cougs. Houston looking for win number 9. They welcome in Sonny Dykes, Horned Frogs of TCU. What do you think of this major Big 12 matchup?
And well, I told everyone for the year, it's one of our top 5 season-long prop plays. Houston over 5.5. We're way over that number already. And TCU faithful, getting restless. So, you know, it's not 2022 anymore. They can't keep selling, you know, everyone on broken dreams. It seems like 1992. This team just not getting it done here. Houston was off last week, while TCU probably wishes they were. The Horned Frogs went to BYU, gave up 44 points on 447 yards in that loss. TCU, I think they're going to have to pass their way to win this game. I don't think they're going to be able to run the ball well enough. Houston matches up well against them in that phase, and 11-point win here on the road last year. Houston does it again here, 31-5.
And this Chiefs-Colts game, very intriguing because the Chiefs' playoff hopes are on the line. And at home, -3 against a very good Colts team. Do the Chiefs' magic come up again, or are the Colts going to show they're the better team?
Yeah, so just remember this. I mean, this is not a must-win game for Indianapolis. They're 8-2. They have a 2-game lead here with 7 games to play. 7 games in 7 weeks. There's a lot of time for bad stuff to happen here. So how have they done? How has Danny Dimes done against good defenses? Well, against the Rams, number 2 scoring defense, not so good. They lost on the road. Steelers, hot and cold defense, turned it over 6 times. Terrible. They escaped the number 3 defense, Denver, at home with a 1-point win. Escaped would be maybe the nicest thing to say. And then the Chiefs, now they got to play the number 4 scoring defense, giving up just 18.1 points per game. This is a must-win for Kansas City at 5-5. Right now, if the playoffs started, they'd be out. And just think of Patrick Mahomes. Think about his top 3 down-the-field threats here. Hollywood Brown, Ray Rice, and Worthy, all 3 of them. The longest pass he completed to any of the 3 of them last week, 11 yards. His ball was flat. His mechanics were terrible. I think he's back against the wall. He's just like Josh Allen. He'll come back here. I like Kansas City. It's 3 points now. Bet it now. This line's going to close 3.5, 4. Kansas City, they get the job done here, 31-23.
Bills, Texans, the second most important game of the week in Houston, Lee. Tonight, Bills -6. Thursday night, short week, usually tough on the road team. Texans have been playing well. Bills' defense ain't great. Is the number too big there?
Well, it's going to be a tough game here. Buffalo is all of a sudden, I think, found themselves. Here's what's interesting. They were using play action on less than 20% of their passes, and all of a sudden last week ramped it up to over 40, and they had a lot of success. So, I mean, James Cook is really one of the most dynamic running backs, and if they keep him in the backfield and either run him or use him in play action, they're going to have more success. So I think they finally realized one of the problems they were having. They do have trouble with that off-the-tackle, zone-blocking running play, and a couple teams like Miami ran them to death, but I just don't know if Houston, with their offensive line and their backs, they don't have an A-chain out there. So it's going to be tough on them here. No C.J. Stroud, obviously. Hate to say it. Well, at least you won the most important game in Houston this weekend.
Facts.
I like Buffalo here, 27-20.
Woody Marks podium game. What's your game of the week, though?
All right. Patriots and Bengals. First 5 callers call. Get it for free. 300-400-9741. First 5 callers, we're going to give them Patriots and Bengals on me. And we're rolling 33-11-1 in the NFL last 9 weeks. Going almost an entire year at 75% documented in the NFL. If you want to hop on board, it's Lee's NFL Sunday Golden Ticket. 5 selections every single Sunday for 4 weeks, $197. That's it. Also, we have a UFC card going from Qatar on Saturday morning. Starts at 9 a.m. Had a rare losing week last week. This is what I'm doing. Lowest price ever. 5 selections for that card Saturday morning. Not 55, not even 35 or 25. $5. That's right.
What?
I just want to make sure. That's it. $5.
Unbelievable.
I want to make sure everyone has a pulse and a credit card. If you have both, you want to get on it. ParamountSports.com.
Giving it away, Lee. Appreciate the insight. Good luck this weekend.
Yep, and we'll be back. We'll do it next Tuesday before the holiday. Okay?
That's right. Talk to you next Tuesday. Lee Sterling will be on with the boys on Tuesday. Jeremy and Joe, featuring Joe. Who knows? Somebody much better than Joe's co-host. That's for sure. All right, 713-780-3776. Adam Ronis will be joining us in 15 minutes. Get you right for your fantasy football weekend. When we come back, let's talk about the big trade. I saw this trade. Somebody mentioned this trade. Joe, I almost called you Joe. Somebody mentioned this trade, Will.
You did call me
I stopped.
Joe.
I said Joe. Wrong answers only. Where's Joe today? 713-780-3776.
Not here.
But I saw somebody with the Mauricio Dubon trade called the first time that Dubon was traded to Houston for like Michael Parisky, Alex Bregman's friend, the journeyman catcher who never made it to the bigs. Not many do. Somebody said it was the best trade in the era of Jim Crane.
I saw that too. Maybe you subtweeted it or something.
I didn't know. I don't like to bury people. Some other people like to do that though. No, but somebody said it's one of the greatest trades in the Jim Crane era, and it's like Verlander, Jordan, Dubon. Like, it was a good trade. Don't get me wrong. I mean, Dubon was very helpful for you, and you got him for a nothing catcher, a minor league catcher. But to put him in the same tier as Jordan and Verlander in the entire history of Jim Crane and his ownership, kind of outrageous, kind of ridiculous. But let's discuss the Dubon trade. Do you like the Dubon trade? It's not being very well received in the city of Houston right now. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Will on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You heard me mention to Lee the most important, the biggest football game in the city of Houston coming up on Saturday. The Houston Cougars hosting TCU. Kickoff at 3 o'clock. That's going to be awesome. Going to be great. Senior Day, so let's get out and honor these seniors that turned the Houston Cougars around, huh? 8-2 on the season, ranked number 23 in the College Football Committee. Let's pay honor to these seniors who have done such a great job. I heard Willie in his press conference saying how this crop of seniors have done such a good job that they're always going to be able to walk right into the front door of the University of Houston, and he's right. And let's celebrate them on Saturday. The 8-2 Houston Cougars hosting the TCU Horned Frogs, 3 p.m. kickoff, final home game of the season. Let's show them what real Cougar pride looks like. Senior Day festivities. Let's fill every seat and turn teeny ECU Stadium red and send those seniors out with the support they deserve. Cougars also still in the Big 12 race mathematically, so a lot of stakes at stake on Saturday as well. Tickets are just $25, so bring the energy, bring the noise. Get your tickets now, uhcougars.com/tickets or 713-GO-COUGS. Come early, be loud, and wear red.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Text lines bashing Lee Sterling for saying Ray Rice and not Rashee Rice. Yeah. That wasn't a great one. Throwback Thursday with Jeremy and Joe. We need to change out that box. I keep forgetting. Remind me, Mapes. I have ADHD, and I forget everything. I have the worst short-term memory in the history of manhood. All right, 713-780-3776. The Astros traded Mauricio Dubon late last night for Nick the Stick Allen. Yeah, I know. We're going to have to retire that jabroni saying Dubon like that. It's never going to live. It's sad. But Mauricio Dubon traded to the Braves for Nick the Stick Allen. What did you think of this trade, Will?
I think it depends what they do with that money.
Yep.
I think that's what I care about the most. I'm not all bent out of shape about a guy that here's the thing. Mauricio Dubon was almost invaluable to this team because of the positions he played and the injuries they had. Ideally, you don't have to have that type of guy. His bat was not very good. Nick Allen's bat's on par, a little bit less. He's a utility man as well. You're saving $5 million, projected with the arbitration. So it's all about what you do with that money, and you got to go out and you got to get a starting pitcher, and that's what matters most. So don't look at this as one move. Look at this as to see what this move sets up and allows you to do.
Yeah, I don't think you can look at the trade in a vacuum. It's part of their bigger offseason plan. Now, I am surprised they didn't keep one of Arias and Dubon. I would have kept Arias over Dubon, but I'm not losing. And look, I want to be sensitive here because Mauricio Dubon was a fan favorite. People love Dubon. I like Dubon. Dubon's very friendly. Seemed like a great guy in the clubhouse. He made Yordan Alvarez smile, and that seems like a very difficult thing to do. Like getting Yordan to crack a smile seems very difficult. Dubon was able to do that with his love and with his support. So I don't want to be insensitive to the fans that are reeling today because Dubon has been traded. He meant a lot to this organization. Tip my cap, all of that stuff. Mauricio Dubon at $6 million is too much. He is not worthy of $6 million. You're not going to get return on the investment of $6 million. He can't hit a lick, and I understand Nick the Stick Allen is a worse offensive player, and for the at-bats that he had in the qualifiers, he was the worst offensive player in all of baseball last year, but you're not acquiring him to be a bat. You're acquiring him to replace Dubon in the middle infield. He's going to start a handful of games. He's going to be a late-inning defensive replacement. He's an elite defender, so you're trading an elite defender for an elite defender. Neither one hits that well. Dubon slightly better, yes. But people are – the one thing that I point to, like on-base percentage, I'm an on-base percentage guy, because if you get on base, that means you're not doing what? You're not getting out. And Dubon's going to slug a little bit more than Nick Allen. I understand that. Dubon last year had a 289 on-base percentage. Nick Allen had a 284 on-base percentage. They get out at the same rate. Nick Allen is going to make far less money, so you get the savings there. And also, if you want to keep him around for a while, he still has some multiple years of club control. Mauricio Dubon was going into the final season. I'm not saying Nick Allen's a better player, but I'm saying I'll take Nick Allen at $1.5 million with years of club control over Mauricio Dubon at $6 million. Now, you spoke to the bigger point. It is very obvious that they're trying to clear money to sign starting pitching. They moved on from Arias, which is going to save them $4.5 million. They're moving on from Dubon, which is going to save them roughly $6 million. They already moved on from Chaz. They already moved on from Luis Garcia. Tomorrow's the non-tender deadline. It wouldn't surprise me if there's a couple more names on the way out. Taylor Trammell could save them close to $1 million. Logan Van Wy can save them money. Aniel Dos Santos, what do you do with him? He could save you a couple of $1 million. The big name's Jesus Sanchez. Jesus Sanchez can save you somewhere between $5 to $6 million. That it would make sense to trade him, I think, not DFA him. But I thought the same thing with Ramon Arias. I don't mind this trade at all. I don't think that you're really going to see much slippage. I got tired of seeing Mauricio Dubon have 400 plate appearances a year. That was gross. I didn't like it. I think this was a very easy trade for Dana Brown, one that I support. Now, if they don't repurpose the money, Will, to your point, it will be disappointing.
Yeah, well, ideally, it's not Nick Allen that's going to get 400 plate appearances, right? Like, what's happening here is Nick Allen isn't replacing Mauricio Dubon. It's a 2-for-1 trade, if you will, ideally down the line with the starting pitcher, like you mentioned. And I'll throw a bone to all those that are upset about losing Dubon because I am a big believer in clubhouse aura, and I think he added to that. I think you can replace that with other good people. But I am also a bigger believer that a player like Mauricio Dubon in the playoffs is worth his weight in gold. Like, I truly believe a utility man with late switches and the substitutions that you go through in the playoffs is extremely valuable. So I will say that about Mauricio. That doesn't mean you can't get that guy elsewhere. You can. And that's what makes some clubs really, really good. Like, really good teams have had that guy when they win the World Series. Like, back in the day, Luis Sojo was that guy for the New York Yankees. He just was not a great baseball player, but did a lot of things well enough in big moments. Mauricio was that guy. You just got to find that guy for a little cheaper than $6 million.
Yeah. I mean, ideally, you don't want either one of these guys to play. Like, in a perfect world, Dubon's not playing, Nick Allen's not playing. They have a role. Dubon has flexibility. He can play every single position. I get that. But do you want to see Dubon play third base or Isak Paredes play third base? Do you want to see Dubon play left field or Yordan Alvarez play left field? I agree that Dubon's the better player than Allen, but I don't think the difference is $4.5 million. I think it makes some sense to clear some money here.
Another thing is Mauricio's a really good player in a small sample size. He's not a 162-game type of guy. So he was playing too much. Yeah. You don't want these guys doing that. Zach Short was awesome. Alan Trammell was it Taylor Trammell? Yeah. Was great in their small sample size. As soon as they started playing too much, that number on the back of the baseball card started showing up a little bit more. Now, they can run into a hot streak here and there if they're going to play a month throughout the season. Great. But, 400 plate appearances, ideally you go out and get someone else that can help you elsewhere.
Yeah, pretty interesting offseason so far. Definitely need a starting pitcher. I like to grade the offseason in totality. I don't want to look at one move in a vacuum. Would have kept Arias over Dubon. Now, the bench is going to be interesting, too, because I started to look at what the team looks like. If you didn't make any other moves, and I don't think the Astros are done. I think they still have a lot of moves left. But you're looking at, like, a Walker, Altuve, Correa, Pena infield. Isak Paredes is going to mix in a lot. What do you do with, I think they do keep Nick the Stick Allen. I think he's going to be their last position player they keep. Your outfield has a combination of Yordan, Myers, Smith, unless you trade Myers. And then your backup outfielders right now, you probably have a battle between Cole and Melton, and then Jesus Sanchez unless you trade him, which trading him would be fine. So you do have some depth there, though. Like, Isak's going to get a fair share of starts at first, fair share of starts at third. He's going to be the first guy that would fill in if somebody got hurt. He's going to get DH at bats, all of that. So I still think that the Astros have the depth, but like one or two injuries, it's kind of like, uh-oh. So I wonder if they look for somebody like as a minor league contract that could fill in a pinch, like Luis Guillermo last year, somebody like that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we're a long way from this roster being finalized, so don't get all up in arms about losing a guy because of your emotions. You got to let guys go eventually, and you
can't tell people to feel the way that they want to feel.
I'll tell you,
people
exactly
are entitled to their feelings.
Yeah.
Just because you don't want them to feel that way, they're entitled to their feelings. Will
facts don't care about your feelings?
Well, their feelings. The facts are their feelings are hurt. And you can't change.
Right.
You can't change somebody else's feelings.
They'll be okay.
Pete says Yordan's so injury prone he'll get hurt smiling. Fair. Here, I hope Doobie left some bats rather behind for Yordan. Pretty sure it was a Doobie bat that he used for the cycle. Yordan, that is. They did have like. You wouldn't think that Yordan and Doobie would like share bats because like one guy's a big hulking man that's massive and then Doobie's like soaking wet 150 pounds. So you wouldn't think that they would use the same bat, but they would a lot of times. Heather says that said we agree. I preferred Arias to Doobie for 26. Now you get nothing. Never forget Dubon's 20-game hitting streak. Never forget. Good memories for Dubon, but I'm okay not paying him $6 million. All right, 713-780-3776. Adam Ronis, you know him from Fantasy Life. He's going to get you right for your fantasy weekend coming up, and we're getting close to the fantasy football playoffs. You got to win this week probably to keep your team mathematically alive. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Will on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Your fantasy football team might have led you to drinking, and if you're going to be drinking, you need some Higgins Boat rum. Why? It's the best. It's fantastic. It is so good. And they also stand for something. It's rum on a mission. Higgins Boat rum, excellent for crafting your Texas-inspired cocktails. I've been drinking my old-fashioned with it. It's fantastic. I heard that the Manhattan with Higgins Boat rum is very good. The classics, too. Pina Colada, Mai Tai, Cuba Libre. Maybe it's eggnog season for you. I'm not an eggnog guy. Maybe you are. Maybe the wife is, the significant other is. Higgins Boat Rum is perfect. And when I said that they stand for something, here's what I mean. Higgins Boat Rum pays tribute to our military heritage. It's named after the iconic landing craft that turned the tide in World War II. You might know that. Higgins Boat. Higgins Boat Rum donates 10% of profits, too, from every bottle to Camp Hope, which supports our veterans. So you're honoring heroes with every bottle of Higgins Boat Rum. So what are you waiting for? Higgins Boat Rum is the Texas bourbon drinker's rum. It uses the Persado craft technology that we've grown to love. Smoother, enhances the natural flavors and aromas while removing the harsh elements that we hate in our spirits. That's not the case with Higgins Boat Rum. It is bold, it is smooth, and it is fantastic. Texas bourbon drinker's rum, perfect to sip neat on the rocks. I like it on a big rock. I'm sure you're going to like them all. Follow Higgins Boat Rum on all their social media accounts. You're going to get live updates, behind-the-scenes stories, and great cocktail ideas as well. It's a premium top-shelf rum at a great price. Get your bottle now at the Total Wine in Baybrook or HigginsBoatRum.com. Shipping to 48 states makes a great Christmas gift. HigginsBoatRum.com. Sip, savor, salute.
This is Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Will in for Joe. Will Kunkel filling in. He'll be in for me tomorrow, so back-to-back doses of Will Kunkel. We go straight out to the HR&P guest line, being joined by Adam Ronis, who joins us each and every week. You can catch Adam, Fantasy and Betting, on Fantasy Live from SiriusXM, weekdays 9 to 11 Central. Find him on TikTok, Twitter, at Adam Ronis. A great follow on Twitter. Fantasy Plays gives you information on stuff you need to bet. Of course, has the WAP. We'll ask him about that a little bit later. Adam, let's start with the local game, the standalone game, Thursday Night Football. Maybe you're playing a single game, daily fantasy. Maybe this is something that could be critical with your lineups this week. No Dalton Kincaid, Keon Coleman. He's not going to play either. Are there any Buffalo Bills that you want to target against this Texans defense?
I don't see how you can really trust anything right now for the Bills in the passing game. I mean, they just spread the ball around way too much. Khalil Shakir is coming off one of his worst games of the season. He's been one of the more consistent players that you can rely on. I know he just had a baby, so how much sleep has he gotten? That's a good question. I think it's James Cook, obviously, is the one reliant. But in the passing game, it's just they spread it out too much. So I think Shakir would be the one you consider. On the Texans side, I think this shapes up as a really good matchup for Woody Marks. You know, he's basically taken over this backfield over the last couple of games. It hasn't really resulted in great fantasy numbers yet, but the Bills are just getting shredded on the ground. They've allowed over 200 rushing yards in each of the last two games. So if there's any game where Marks can get going, it is tonight. The Bills have allowed the fifth most rushing yards per game since Week 7. We've seen Jaden Higgins step up. I don't really trust him enough, but I think there's been some good signs there as we've seen his route rate increase over the last couple games. So I think that's good going forward. But this doesn't shape up to be a really great fantasy day. The total's 43.5. The Texans defense is really good. Josh Allen struggled against the Texans last year, so I don't think this is going to be a high-scoring game this week.
What do you think about the streaming options of the Cardinals offense? Because threw the ball, I think, Jacoby Brissett 54 times last week, and they had that one receiver who I streamed and picked up. I got him. I can't remember his name, but I picked him up, and he's got me a boatload of catches. What do you like with their offense, and even though they're kind of under the radar?
Yeah, you're probably referring to Michael Wilson or Greg Dortch.
Wilson?
Look, yeah, Mike, I've always been a fan of Wilson the last few years. I didn't have him anywhere this year, and I did go against him in 2 leagues, and boy, did that suck. But good for you if you started him. Look, Brissett set an NFL record last week with 47 completions. We can't expect that every week. But look, he's given a boost to this offense, and he's finished as a top 12 quarterback every week since he started. And I think this is another spot where he potentially could do it. Jacksonville's pass defense isn't great, and they don't play as well on the road. Marvin Harrison Jr. will be out again, so I think you're going to look at Michael Wilson as a potential guy that you can get back in your lineup this week. We know Trey McBride just scores a touchdown every single week with Jacoby Brissett, making him a top tight end. And then I think you're keeping an eye on this backfield, too, to see what happens. Bam Knight had a solid game last week. Trey Benson's 21-day window was activated. There's a chance he returns this week. I'd say probably not. Amari DiMarcado is out with a high ankle sprain, so if Benson can't return, then you're looking at Bam Knight as a solid play, Michael Carter as a desperation as a piece of the passing game. But, yeah, I think Jacoby Brissett has given you a lot of confidence with the way he's played that you can look at Michael Wilson again and then even Greg Dortch in a deeper format.
How high are you willing to go for Jacoby Brissett? I was looking at some quarterback rankings for this week, and I was shocked to see how high he was. Are there some notable quarterbacks that you would bench for Jacoby Brissett?
Well, the one decision I'm making with Jacoby Brissett is him versus Caleb Williams. And right now I'm leaning Jacoby Brissett.
Wow.
Caleb Williams has not been great for fantasy. He has 13 touchdowns on the season. More than half came in 2 games against the Bengals and Cowboys, who everyone picks on. And they're running the ball a lot more in Chicago. He only completed 50% of his passes last week. And he's going up against Pittsburgh this week, and their defense has improved. So, that's a situation where I could see playing Jacoby Brissett. Dak Prescott has a challenging matchup against Philadelphia, but I can't go that far. I probably still would play Dak. Dak actually played excellent against Philadelphia in Week 1. The stats don't reflect it, but he moved the ball well against them, and then they had that lightning delay, the weather delay, and then no one scored the rest of the way. I do think Philadelphia's defense has gotten a lot better with some of the additions they've made since the trade deadline. But I think that's kind of risky. But, I mean, I could see maybe playing him over a Daniel Jones, who did pop up on the injury report today with a calf injury. So I think he's like a borderline QB1. Probably if Jackson Dart returns, I'd go with him just because of what he can do on the ground and playing from behind. But I think Jacoby Brissett, has made it at least a consideration as a borderline QB1 for this week with the way he has played.
Who's a player that is you start every single week? He's an absolute stud, but this week you're hesitant. Is Josh Allen in that list, or do you still start Josh no matter what, even though he had his career worst game here in Houston last year?
I don't have Josh Allen, but I will tell you if I did have him, I just don't see how you bench him. I understand he had that terrible game last year, and the Texans defense is really good. It's a short week, but even when Josh Allen has played poorly, he's productive for fantasy. I mean, Josh Allen, believe it or not, he didn't play well last week. You were like, what are you talking about? He had 6 touchdowns. If you watch that game, it was not good early on. He threw 2 interceptions, and then he rebounded to have a great day, and he can just get it done on the ground, too. You know, he's got 7 rushing touchdowns over the last 4 games. So even if he's not doing it in the passing game, you know, he can get it done on the ground. So, yeah, he could go out there and have a bad game. We saw him have a bad game in week 2 against the Jets where he had no passing touchdowns, no rushing touchdowns, 59 rushing yards and 148 passing yards. But you got to ask yourself, how are you going to feel when you bench Josh Allen and he goes out there and has 3 total touchdowns? Because even in the worst matchup, he can do that. So I know it's easy. People look at the matchups all the time like, oh, he can't get it done. But you got to remember, it's also a tough matchup for the Texans defense going up against Josh Allen. And people kind of forget that sometimes.
Josh Allen or Jacoby Brissett?
Oh, I'm Josh Allen. Yeah, I'm not.
I say that tongue-in-cheek. Adam Ronis on Twitter and on TikTok at Adam Ronis. Fantasy and betting on Sirius XM on the Fantasy Life Show. Also has a WAP and went 4-0 on Monday, Adam. You're riding hot here.
Yeah, it's been a nice stretch. I will say last week NFL was my worst week in a few. It was a 4-6, though, and not to make excuses, but I had a Jaylen Warren prop, and I think he would have went over it if he didn't get hurt. He had 62 rushing yards, 6.2 yards per carry, and it was 77.5. So I think he would have gone over, but, hey, you can't do that. It was a loss. But over the last couple weeks, it's been good. NFL has won 24 of the last 38 bets, and NBA 17 of the last 26. So it's a nice streak right now, and you just hope to continue it. And again, like last week with the NFL, I'll take 4-6 considering going in it with 20 out of 28. As long as I don't have that 2-8 week, you know, you can live with a 4-6 when you take 20 out of the last 28. Because again, I always preach it's a long-term game.
Yep. You're always honest about it, Adam. Adam, great work, great insight as always. Have a great Thanksgiving next week.
Yeah, you guys too. Have a happy, healthy Thanksgiving. Hopefully we get some good football this weekend and on Thanksgiving Day too.
Yeah, it should be good. Adam Ronis, Fantasy Life on Sirius XM. Follow him on TikTok, Twitter at Adam Ronis. Take advantage of that WAP, too. Adam, one of the best, I think, is sharp for sure. All right, 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Will, not Joe. Wrong answers only. Where's Joe? 713-780-3776. When we come back, I have a bone to pick with Will. What is that bone? How much will it be picked? It is Jeremy and Will on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
All right, but before we go to break, I get to tell you about Burger Chan once again. And, you know, it's going to be a long night for me here at the station. Kind of like last night, working Soccer Matters once again, here till 8. And that used to be a real problem if I wanted to get a burger when I was done with my shift here. The best burger in town because, you know, Burger Chan back in the day, they closed at 3 when I started working here back in the olden days of 2022. So I was SOL if I wanted that best burger in town, but not anymore. Not the case anymore because Burger Chan has extended their hours. Real heroes, true heroes. Not all heroes wear capes, by the way. Some of them make burgers. They've extended their hours to now include lunch service on Mondays and dinner service until 9 p.m. Wednesday through Saturday. So if you're going to be out near the Galleria area tonight or tomorrow or Friday or Saturday, stop by Burger Chan to get an amazing burger or an amazing chicken sandwich, anything on that menu, because it's all award-winning. And that award-winning menu goes beyond the great burgers, as I mentioned. Had a hot dog the other day for the first time. Got it with mustard, cheese, charred jalapenos. Was just amazing. But you can get any way you want it. Maybe you want bacon on that hot dog. You can do that. Burger Chan will hook you up. I also picked up a breakfast sandwich the other day for lunch because Burger Chan serves breakfast all day long. Got a bacon, egg, and cheese and a sweet sourdough bun with a side of spicy tots. So good. getting really hungry for that right now. And if the Texans win tonight, you can get your own free side with your entree for free. That's right, they're partnering with us for the rest of football season for Victory Mondays, or in this case, a Victory Friday. So when the Texans beat the Bills tonight, stop by Burger Chan on Friday, and you'll get a free side with your entree. Order a burger, chicken sandwich, fried fish sandwich, hot dog, or falafel, and get free fries, sweet potato fries, tots, fried cheese curds, or curly fries, which is usually my personal choice, with your order, again, for free. Just stop by tomorrow after the Texans win. Mention my name, Brian. Mention ESPN 97.5, or say Go Texans, and you'll get a free side with your entree. And that'll be true for the rest of this football season. Burger Chan, best burgers in the city. Find them at 5353 West Alabama, and see their full menu at burgerchanhtx.com.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
No Joe today. Will Kunkel in for Joe. We're going to be giving away some Houston Cougar tickets in a little while. I don't tell you when. Sometimes I just drop it on you real quick. Sometimes like a flash sale. Here it is. Come get it. Other times we forward tease it. That way we beg and plead you to keep it here.
Act now.
Listen to us. No, we're giving away some tickets later. uhcougars.com/tickets 713 go Cougs. Final home game of the year. Can you believe that? Football season's gone by fast. Super fast. Winning Willie, though. 8-2. Top 25 in the country.
Coach of the year?
I think he'll win some awards, yeah.
I mean, he deserved it.
Yeah,
Deservedly
he's
so, man.
He's a finalist on a bunch of them. Like he's a great coach.
I was thinking about this because I heard it being talked about somewhere else. And maybe it was Lance this morning.
Oh, you listen.
Yeah. They
I'm just kidding.
They were talking about whether Houston I don't want to say what they were saying necessarily because I'll get it wrong, but do you view Houston, maybe you can't answer this, as a stepping stone type of job? Like Tom Herman obviously viewed it as that. Kevin Sumlin viewed it as that. And I think if we're being honest, it's a stepping stone job for most coaches because the pay level just isn't where it is most other places in the country of the elite schools. Like Lane Kiffin uses Tennessee. He uses Ole Miss. He uses huge programs. However, for Willie Fritz, it could be a landing spot. Like, it seems like this is a landing spot if you find the right guy, and that could be Willie Fritz.
Willie said this is his final job.
Yeah, that's the goal, is to find a guy. You won't always want to find the best coach, right? And if he moves on, that means you're winning. I get all that, but you really want to have stability as much as you can.
See, I actually disagree with that.
Like, I don't want stability?
Ideally, I rather have it. Like, I mean,
right. That's what I said.
So but I think. But I think But I think when the coach, whenever athletic directors hire coaches, they value stability more than quality, and I think that's where you get in trouble. Like, stability is important, but it should not be the priority.
100% that.
Yeah, that's something that these stepping stone jobs.
No, I agree with that.
That's what ADs will look for at times. Kelvin Sampson, this is his final job. In different sport, I get it. But I think it's case by case. I think
exactly.
If it was a 35-year-old whippersnapper, do I think that if he won at a very high level at Houston, that he would probably go somewhere else? Yes. I mean, that's the reality of the world. There's the most SEC programs you could have a job there. Yeah, you're going to go to the LSUs, the Texas, the A&Ms, the Ohio States, the Michigans, the Notre Dames of the world. That's the reality of the sport. So you have to be able to accept that reality. I think there are some schools, and Houston's in a much better position now, Big 12 versus American Conference, Conference USA. I think there were times where previous ADs, and I think Eddie Nunez is doing a great job. He's not in this conversation here because he never hired whenever Houston was in the American and in the Conference USA. I think there were times when ADs would try to hire a coach with stability in mind over quality. And the stability, you ended up firing him in 2 to 3 years anyways. So I'd rather a coach leave in 2 to 3 years because he's leaving you for greener pastures than leaving you in 2 to 3 years because you're firing him. I think you should always embrace being head coach university. And then every now and then you're going to get one that's going to stay for 15 years.
Oh, I agree entirely. I just mean that if you can have the stability, then great. If you don't, just realize what you are and embrace that.
Yes.
Embrace being a stepping stone and that you can get the next big head coach and get him for 3 years. And then try to find the next one.
I do think it's case by case, but I agree with you that you should have the mindset of always hire the best coach no matter what. And then if the head coach is leaving you for a better job, then he puts you in a great position. And you should be, in a very good position to strike for another good coach. Mm-hmm. So I agree with you. You should embrace it. It's nice if they stay the longer they stay, but it should never be the priority, in my opinion. So I got a bone to pick with Will. Will the other day got me into trouble. People are calling me terrible things, by the way, Will. I've been cussed out. I've been every emoji in under the sun.
Isn't just
I've
at home.
been blocked by people. I've been called a clickbait engagement farmer because of what you
just
wrote.
Throw this crap out there to get clicks.
Bad words, effing clown, so much. Will tweeted the other day, which the very beginning of it's very patronizing. My sweet love, Jeremy Branham. So patronizing of you, Will. I kind of appreciate it. It kind of it kind of gets my upper lip to quiver a little. It kind of gets a little curl in it. But my sweet love, Jeremy Branham, believes Davis Mills is a better fit for the Texans offense than C.J. Stroud, which, okay, that can be received one way if you don't provide the context of it. But then I think it's the questions afterwards where I was really done in. If that's so, do you think the Texans should bench Stroud? Furthermore, do you think the Texans should move on from Stroud ASAP? So what was your, how did you receive what I said the other day?
I thought you were being too aggressive with what Davis Mills has meant to the offense, as if this offense is succeeding because of Davis. And you didn't say anything negative about CJ. You were more speaking about the system, which, okay, but if this is your system, then do you make the necessary changes to your quarterback position if you think Davis is a better fit in the system? You said CJ's better than Davis.
Yes.
There's no debate about that, I don't think, from anybody.
Then why'd you put the questions?
Well, because I'm asking you, because if this is your system, then do you make the roster decisions to fit your system and save millions? Because CJ's on the block for $60 million eventually. So do you do that with CJ or just cut bait now? Hell with who's truly the better quarterback and just get the quarterback that fits your system.
No, you should get the system that fits Stroud, first and foremost. You should get the system that best fits Stroud. And look, I don't really back off the stance that I think that Davis Mills is more of a scheme fit than C.J. Stroud. Like, if you ask Davis Mills which offense would you want to play in that's going to bring out your skills more than any other offense, It's very likely this one. It's probably this one. If you ask C.J. Stroud to pick out his favorite scheme that he thinks he would excel in, I'm not sure this is his first pick or his second. So what I think that this offense does with Kaylee is I think it enhances Mills. It brings more out of Mills. It takes Mills from being a 5 quarterback on a scale of 1 to 10 to a 6, right? Like, let's just say Davis Mills on a scale of 1 to 10 is a 5 caliber quarterback, 10 being the best, 1 being the worst, okay? Mills is a 5. This offense makes Davis Mills a 6. So it's +1 because he fits the scheme. Whereas C.J. Stroud on this scale, where would you put him? Like an 8? 8? I would put him 7 or 8, somewhere in that window. Whatever it is, a 7 or an 8, you say 7, I say 8. In this offense, he's still a 7 or an 8. He's not being enhanced. It's not magnifying him. It's not bringing out the best in him. Obviously, he's still the better option because he's still way better than Davis Mills. Even though it's not an ideal fit for C.J. Stroud, he's still way better than Mills, even though Mills might be a better fit for the scheme. The scheme brings more out of Mills than it brings out of Stroud, but Stroud's still so considerably and substantially better that obviously the answer isn't Mills. I'm just saying that Mills is closer to like picking this offense as his favorite scheme than C.J. Stroud would ever be. And C.J. Stroud has kind of thrown some shade to this offense. The whole like, oh, it's a death by 1,000 cuts. He's talked about that positively, and he's talked about that negatively.
I wanted to is that what he said about the offense, or is that what he said about their mistakes?
No, he said that about their offense. He said this offense is a death by 1,000 cuts, and you have to be willing to methodically move the ball down the field. And I think Stroud is more of a big play type of guy, so he feels like he is being like given a governor on his style of play.
Okay, if you're right about that. I thought he said death of 1,000 paper cuts, and I can't remember if I watched it or if
he
I was
said it twice
there.
this year, once in a positive way and once in a negative way.
I think at one point he was I thought at one point he said that the offense was a death by 1,000 paper cuts via false starts and crap like that.
This from Sports Illustrated, just quick Google. Stroud calls this an offense centered around the concept of a death by 1,000 cuts.
All right, then so be it. Yeah, but I also agree with your sentiment that he does not love this offense. That is for sure. I think this is also a moment where a snap moment in time where there's a small sample size for Davis Mills, and it's a positive one, and everyone's like, oh, man, Davis versus CJ. If Davis beats the Bills, then do we start Davis because he's playing well? And Davis does not have this production, I don't think, even just to argue with you a little bit, over a course of a season.
No, I'm not. I never made that stance.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't think he's even – you said he's a 5 up to a 6. I don't think he's a 5 up to a 6 throughout the course of a year. I think he'd be a 5 up to a 6 for a little bit, down to a 4, back to the median, maybe a 3. He's going to have more bad games than CJ is going to have just because CJ's that much better. I think we're in a moment
an average of a 5, though. It's an average of a 5. So
right, but but my point is we're in a moment where the small sample size is positive versus if you get that to be a little bit bigger.
I don't know if it's positive. The wins
the last
have been
couple
there.
days, yeah, but that's what. Yeah, and he won the game. But this goes back to a different conversation, deeper conversation.
There is a deeper and bigger conversation.
The conversation is that it's a flawed offense. There's poor play calling. They're not set up for success. And I've had this conversation on the Swarmcast, one of the best names of a podcast you'll
Better than
ever
Rocket
hear.
Power.
And here's what man, honestly, this is what pisses me off so much about the Texans coaching staff in the front office to a degree, because Nick Caserio was so, demeaning and rude with the offensive line question in the offseason, saying, we're not worried about it, therefore you shouldn't be. And then they make so many decisions where they're questionable. And if a dumbass like me can question the City So position, why are you starting City So? And then it's not even like it lasted a half where we're like, not exactly what we want. Let's go back to Drew Scruggs. It lasted 9 plays. The decision was so damn bad. The decision to not kick it when you're on the goal line with the Titans with a bad offense that can't convert in the red zone, that can't get in the red zone, is a stupid decision. The decision to run the ball 4 times right up the gut, the decision to pass the ball, and you think the jet sweep option is the best way to get the ball to Nico? There's 1,000 things I got a problem with before we get to Joe Mixon being out, before we get to even who your quarterback is. They're not set up for success with an identity and what they're doing with the intentionality of their game plan, week in and week out.
I completely agree, but you have to have the conversation in the margins too. Those also matter.
They matter, but it's man, there's so many bigger conversations to have before we get there. It's like, if you and your wife are having problems of infidelity, who gives a damn about the toilet seat being up? Like, we'll get there, but can we fix the bigger stuff?
But if you went to couples therapy for 12 hours a week, you're going to talk about the toilet seat. Like,
it might come up.
You're not going to talk about the subject for 12 hours, for 15 hours a week.
I mean, you kind of are.
You have to have the
can't stop
conversations
going
on the
over the
sidebar.
neighbor's house during the day, honey, I'm going to keep leaving the seat up,
Yeah, this is an interesting comparison. I'm not sure it's apples to apples here.
It might not be. There is that possibility. But the point is, we can quibble over the CJ and Davis Mills and what they bring and how much better the system is for one versus the other. But, okay, why the hell is City so at right guard, though? Like, the elephant in the room is so many coaching decisions.
But I think those are all conversations, though. Every single one of those is a conversation. Why is City so playing right guard? Why does this offense seem to get a little bit more out of Davis Mills than it does C.J. Stroud? Not saying Mills is better than Stroud, just saying that it's able to pull a little bit more from the backup quarterback than it is the starting quarterback. Now, this texture brings up, I think, the bigger point, and I think it's something that you touched on. If C.J. doesn't like the system, then why did they make the OC hire in the offseason? Let's discuss that on the other side. 713-780-3776. Will Kunkel in for Joe George. It's Jeremy and Will out at East River 9 on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. We started 2 hours ago, not just now.
Is that accurate?
Yes, it is. I'm going to dip out early, though, because I'm mad at the rejoin. Will Kunkel in for Joe George. No Joe today. 713-780-ESPN. Wrong answers only. Where is Joe George? Joe's working on yard work to pay for Kunkel's appearance today on the show. Whose yard is he doing?
Mine.
Joe missed work because he got called up from the practice squad to be the starting quarterback for his Little League football team. They call Joe a toddler, Will. They say he's a giant toddler. Yeah. Interesting. Joe's helping Dubon look for apartments in Atlanta. I hope Jordan doesn't go visit him. He gets too close to the ballpark where there's fireworks because he might have to be hospitalized again. Joe's interviewing for Texans Coaches Challenge position. Do you think you can be better in that role than whoever the Texans
Okay, so here's where I lie on this. And it's not a cop. I mean, I was critical of this coaching staff before the break as anyone has been and will be. Like, all those are not the same challenges. I don't know how – like, the last week, okay, didn't win the challenge, not great. First half, lose your timeout, I don't really care.
Yeah, but you lose a challenge, too.
I get it.
You
but
could potentially lose a full challenge
I
later in the game.
But I think there's moments where a coin flip or even less than is like, okay. So maybe – I don't know how many of the 9 challenges D'Amico has made have been in the first half. You know, maybe not, versus he's making really bad challenges in the second half, and they're all horrible. I'm not defending it. I'm just saying every challenge kind of has a story of its own.
You sound like
I'm not
Brock Osweiler.
Real pissed off about it. Yeah,
Brock
exactly.
Osweiler. What do you say about every interception has its own story? No, I mean, you can't argue with the fact, though, that it's one of the worst percentages in the entire league.
Right, but
and it's not D'Amico for what it's worth. It's their process.
It's the process.
Yeah.
Exactly. And you know what's funny? So when I was in Charlotte covering the Panthers, Matt Rule was really, really bad. And he blamed – like, you can't see the scoreboard in moments, and it's like, wait, what, dude? And none of it made sense. And he was like, yeah, we got to get a replay guy up in the booth because they didn't have a guy looking at the replays. Like, it's not exactly as cut and dry. A guy looking at the replay.
It's also different now than it was then. Like, Casario was asked about this by Vandermeer and John Harris on Texans All Access, and he's like, yeah, it's been – actually, it was on P&P. It was on Payne and Pendergast. I was listening to that. And he's like, yeah, we have a lot more monitors now. We have people looking at it more. You used to have to read off the scoreboard or watch it off the video board and, like, all of that. So it has become a little bit more modernized. I wonder ultimately who the guy is, though. Like, who is – I really want to know.
That's a lot.
Who is the guy making the decision?
Think about it. It's obviously not like your OCDC.
Yeah.
It's probably not even like the guy below them because they have bigger things that they're doing, that they're watching to call the game. At the same time, you can't have a guy that does nothing and a nobody doing it.
I disagree.
You just you can do it.
Not a nobody. But somebody who has that role only, I think you can have that.
Okay, well, that's my point. Is like you have to have a guy – but he can't just be a guy on the staff. Like, for instance, this is apples to oranges, but the translator for the Astros had some issues this year with the translation process. They're not actual translators. They're scouts throughout Major League Baseball that just translate. But they don't some of them don't understand, for instance, Yordan Alvarez, who's from Cuba, versus somebody that speaks
different
Mexican.
Spanish.
Like, it's different.
Yeah, different dialect.
So it's not like you can just take a guy and put him there unless you're hiring
They have another
a
job.
replay guy.
Shohei's interpreter was an accountant on the side. That's what he did.
Yeah, he was it was something. Do you buy that?
No, I think Shohei was betting on sports.
Hell yeah. Hard.
The
NBA cleared Terry Rozier, put it that way.
Yeah. I found some of the guy who was taking his bets, like, did the podcast circuit for a while before he got thrown into prison. Which I tried to book him, and his website was like, he's in prison right now. I was like, oh, my bad.
He's busy. He's in California Penal League.
Because I've seen his TikTok stuff, man, and it's fascinating. He's got unbelievable stories. Unbelievable stories. I think he's writing a book, which I'm going to buy because the stories are unbelievable. But he was asked point blank on one of these podcast circuits. He's like, do you think it was Ipe? And he's like, no. Like, it was too big a bet. It's like, which interpreter is placing $500,000 bets at the, like, snap of a finger? And he was, like, caught up, too.
For a long time.
Because he met Ipe like at a card game, and Ipe wasn't even playing. He was like hanging out with him, like with the Angels back in the day. So he met him through that and gave him like a credit line that would be, like the same ratio of his like salary. and he was losing money, like, badly. He says he's the worst gambler he's ever had to deal with. Like, losing money. But every time he was asked to, like, settle up, quick to pay, huge numbers. And he's like, he was paying too quick for it to have actually been Ipe. And he kept up in his credit line to where he was making, like, $600,000 bets, or six-digit bets.
I wouldn't be surprised if Ipe was paying and had access and they were both in it together. Like he was the money guy, or Ohtani was the money supplier, but Ipe was involved in it.
I mean, if that's the case, you would think that Ipe would have his names on the wires and stuff. There was a wire.
Not if he had access to his account.
But if you're Shohei Ohtani and you're betting with an underground bookie, why would you put your name attached to that?
It just starts ground level. Like what? I mean, I don't know.
So like if it's me and I'm Shohei and I'm betting on sports,
right?
And maybe whatever. Like I'm not saying I'm smarter than Shohei, but if I'm Shohei and I'm betting underground with some underground bookie, and I have Ipe helping me out, every single name that is wired over is going to be Ipe. It's not going to say Shohei Ohtani,
right?
And he got wired from Shohei.
No, I understand that. I think maybe it just kind of like he was gambling when he was overseas. He's in Asia. It's not a thing over there, whatever. And then he comes You don't understand there's a cultural difference. I don't know. There's a million reasons. But end of the day, I believe Shohei – I firmly believe Shohei was gambling.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, I do too. All right, so that text a little bit earlier, the bigger question, if CJ doesn't like the system, then why did they make that OC hire in the offseason? I think that's where the flaw is at. And it's – look, I think Caley can be a good offense coordinator. I think that he has grown. I think he's better now than he was at the start of the season.
I agree.
I think he's kind of I wouldn't say finding his groove, but just a little bit more comfortable now than the start of the season.
There's more bumps in the there's more spikes.
It's flatlining a little bit better, right?
Yeah.
Stabilizing a little better might be the better way to say that. But if you were to ask C.J. Stroud, or even your opinion, which offense do you think C.J. Stroud would have the most success in? Which thus, in turn, gives the Texans the best chance to have a successful offense.
I don't know whose it is or what it is. I think he likes throwing the ball down the field. I think he likes dropping back, reading the defense, and seeing guys over the middle and crossing routes from out wide. I don't think he likes the in-close angle throws. I think he loves throwing the ball from one hash to the other sideline, like we've seen with Nico. I mean, he can make those throws. I think he comes from that Ohio State offense, and I think he's succeeded in that.
I completely agree with everything you said. I think the spread is the perfect offense for C.J. Stroud. Mm-hmm. And I think that if you hung out with C.J. Stroud and you were just his friend – and you were able to you just talk ball with Stroud off the record and all that. I think if you asked C.J. Stroud off the record and he trusted you, which offense do you want to play in? I think he would say a spread offense. Mm-hmm. So we can and that was the kind of the point of what I was saying the other day is that I don't think that Nick Caley is the best coordinator for C.J. Stroud. B has the best offensive scheme for C.J. Stroud. And then to take it back and rewind to the offseason, is that a failure of a hire because you find an offensive coordinator that doesn't marry well with C.J. Stroud? Absolutely, you would say that. I think they have failed C.J. Stroud, quite frankly.
Man, how much say do you think a quarterback should have in the hiring of a coaching staff?
Depends on the quarterback and depends on how long he's played. If it's Tom Brady, yes, Brady, you can hire the OC. If it's Peyton Manning, when it's prime,
after his rookie year?
No, he shouldn't have say.
Right.
But the powers that be that are making the hire, they need to do a very good job of marrying the OC and the quarterback to bring the best out of the quarterback. And I don't think that Nick Caley, as a play caller and with his scheme, is the best coordinator to bring the most out of C.J. Stroud. I think that's where they went wrong. I'm not saying that Stroud should pick his OC. Right. I don't think that first graders should pick their teacher. A little different whenever you're a Hall of Famer. But I think what they did wrong, or where they struggled, was to hire a play caller and a schemer that fits Stroud perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, it's very clear. But here's my biggest hang-up, is if you think Caley's the next guy and you want that guy, I'm not going to argue with you because, okay, you see what you see, you know what you know. And the guy knows offensive ball. He's been around the league amongst offensive guys.
As the next great thing, or somebody that you trust the most to fit with your quarterback?
Well, no. Here, hold on. If you want to make that hire, I'm not going to hammer you on the hire in and of itself in that vacuum. What I'm going to hammer you on is that not all OC positions are created equally across the league. Some require guys that have done it and that are going to have success. that will have success because you're in a position to win a Super Bowl right now versus the Browns, the Panthers, and teams like that, hey, come learn on the job. We got 2 years for you. Texans don't have 2-3 years. Their window is right now. They needed someone that can do that. But if you want Caley so badly, fine. But then also pair him with someone else that has done it, that can help him grow.
Lazer's done it.
He didn't help Bobby.
I mean, when was C.J. Stroud's best year?
I'm saying, but Bobby got fired. Obviously, Bill Lazor couldn't help Bobby. Obviously, the coach, they kept the same coaching staff for all intents and purposes around Nick Caley.
Which is another big problem, I think.
Exactly. So if those guys couldn't help Bobby save his job, and maybe there's a different reason, like Bobby refused to listen to all the geniuses in the room, well, are they helping Nick Caley? Or can you bring in, just to throw a name out there, like a Doug Peterson, who's called plays in the NFL for years and can help? Or a Jim Caldwell, a Norv Turner, someone like that that's seen all types of football that can just be an offensive assistant. Like the biggest –
I don't like that, though, either. Like, I don't mind it. Like, I think that's helpful. Why not do that?
Mm-hmm.
But to me, you're hiring. Whenever you hire an offensive coordinator, that guy should be the boss of the offense, and that they don't allow them to do that. Like even whenever it was whenever Slowick took the job, they actually kept a lot of the offensive assistants. So I think that they're putting the offensive coordinator in a bad spot to begin with because you're not making him the manager of the offense.
Not only that, it's like, okay, you don't go to being ESPN Houston 97.5, 92.5, 3 to 6, Jeremy Branham. Your first day out of college. Like if you're put on the air for 3 days, your first 3 hours a day, you're being set up to fail. You're not being put in a position to have success. And then all of a sudden, your career is going to be derailed because the time you were on the radio, you didn't know how to fill 3 hours. You didn't know how to keep the conversation. You hadn't done it before. So now you take Nick Caley, who had never called plays.
Yeah, I don't think I've gotten any better, actually.
No, I don't disagree. I'm just saying, this position is not the Panthers' job. This position isn't the Browns or the Raiders or the Jaguars. It's not the same. Not every OC, albeit only 32 of them in the world, are created the same. This is a position that required somebody who had done it. Not every CEO in the world is the same. Yeah. There are certain CEO positions you've got to come in with 15 years under your belt, ready to roll and knowing how to handle the business world. That's what this position is for the Texans.
I wouldn't have hated Sean McVay in his first year as a coordinator.
Listen, there are exceptions to the rule. That's not my point. But to think that you're just going to catch lightning in a bottle and get it right, like you got to be aware of the fact that your windows in this league, outside of, again, exceptions, is very small. Like CJ's about to get 60. Will Anderson's about to get – or what – these guys are going to get paid. My point is you got to pay C.J. Stroud. You just paid Derek Stingley. You're going to have to pay Kamari Lassiter. You're going to have to pay Will Anderson Jr. Like money's going to evaporate real quickly. That's going to make it very hard for you to build a very, very good team. And if you don't do it while the iron's hot, it's tough.
713-780-ESPN. We're going to give away Houston Cougar tickets, TCU tickets a little bit later. You got to be listening. You brought up the contract extension for C.J. Stroud. Something that kind of brainchild of mine this week, which people didn't like that I had this. At what point does C.J. Stroud's contract get impacted based on the concussions he's had? Like, does that need to come into play? Nope. 713-780-3776. Stop ruining the tease, Kunkel. Nope. Stop ruining it.
You're an idiot.
713-780-3776. Will Kunkel in for Joe George. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the Underdog app today. Use promo code KILLERB, KILLERB, to score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
About the, Brian told me we were hot and the guy was still talking. We were on the air, Will. Brian saying you guys are hot and Cutler's still talking. I was going to say something bad about Brian. Everybody's waving bye to me. The Ricos are out of here. This place is picking up here, River House, though. River House is awesome. People are giving us ugly looks.
Man, I wish we didn't have this ESPN Houston sign behind you.
Yeah.
The view here is outrageous. With the sunset.
It is beautiful.
Like, just truly awesome.
I saw you looking very intimately at it. I thought it was just you gazing in my eyes.
So peaceful.
Like Joe Burrow once did. In that elevator in northern Kentucky. 713-780-ESPN. Don't ooh that. That's one of the greatest stories of my life, and you're oohing it. Don't ooh somebody else's yum. Ew. Don't yuck somebody else's yum, Uncle. Throwback Thursday. Jeremy and Joe featuring Will. Time to give out some Houston Cougar tickets. Cougars 8-2, baby. Winning Willie up to his winning ways. Nationally ranked in the every poll, coaches poll, AP poll, college football committee. It is senior day as well. 8-2 Cougars come early. We'll be honoring our seniors. Tickets are just $25. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets. 713-GO Cougs. Get your tickets today. Come early, be loud, wear red. Pair of tickets to caller number 3. Right now to 713-780-3776. You're going to see Houston and TCU Saturday at 3. uhcougars.com/tickets. 713-GO Cougs. Why don't you think that if C.J. Stroud continues to have injury issues that it won't impact his contract?
I just don't think any conversation like that's ever.
What if he becomes Tua?
I was going to say, does Tua even? Do those conversations happen with him?
Tua got paid a lot.
Exactly. So if it's not with Tua, it's sure as hell not going to happen with CJ. And CJ's, this is not an argument of good and right and wrong, but like CJ's haven't been visually hard to watch, which doesn't mean it's a lesser of a concussion. So if it's not happening to Tua, where the entire country is like up in arms about it, it's certainly not going to happen to a guy that's getting, quote, run-of-the-mill whatever concussions.
I think that's I think it's a failure then. Like, if you're going to –
But can you alleviate these concussions to a degree?
There's preventative measures you should be able to put in place. And, like, I do think that we should be having the C.J. Stroud has had multiple concussion conversation, which people kind of just want to gloss over and not discuss, because they do need to have preventative measures. Like, there needs to be a conversation with Stroud about, hey, maybe let's limit how much we're running the football. Whenever you do run, maybe you're trying at all costs to avoid contact, and if that costs you 2 or 3 yards per carry, so be it. Your health is far more important. We can't have Davis Mills playing over you for 2 or 3 games every single time that you get a concussion. So I do think that you need to have preventative measures in place. Tua did the same thing. You know, Tua learned how to fall. Remember, that was a big thing. He went to like an MMA coach and he learned how to fall.
The inability of premier athletes to not know how to slide is crazy to me.
Stroud has talked about how he worked with the strength staff about sliding. So that's something they did in the offseason.
Go to the Tom House School of Baseball. Hit that slide
I
pad.
prefer that Zemansky guy.
Tom Amansky.
Tom Amansky.
Yeah.
I put a Z in there for some reason.
Hit up the crime dog. Like, learn how to slide.
They work for him. He's a Hall of Famer.
There are, I've talked to trainers in the past of certain sports teams and just like kind of like what's the most shocking thing to you about elite athletes, and the inability for a great baseball player to move laterally or a great football player to slide, like because so many athletes are not multi-sport athletes anymore that they can only do certain finite things extremely well to get them millions, but aren't overall great athletes. So like just here's to another point to the sliding thing. I think the sliding rule is the worst rule in all sports.
Completely agree.
Because you are asking the predator to protect his prey. You're asking the defender to protect the guy he's going out to kill. And it's stupid. And the slide in and of itself is inherently what a puppy dog does when he's getting his belly rubbed. Your chest is up, your face is open, like you're ready for the tickles, Jeremy. It's like you, after the show, you and Mapes love a good tickle fight. I understand that's not my thing, but the point is, it's a stupid position to be in on the football field. Like, at no point should you ever have your body down, chest open, head up. Like, you're ripe for your head getting smoked.
Also, like, the worst concussions I see are usually the whiplash of hitting the back of your
exactly,
skull on the turf,
because
which
your head's the
slide
only
is
thing
opening
that
you
is
up
up.
for. Yeah.
It's dumb. So go out there
So
and
you just eliminate the slide?
So, I don't think you have to go one way or the other. You no more sliding unless you want to, like, fine, but it doesn't protect you.
Yeah.
You either put flags on the quarterbacks or when you're outside the pocket, you're a full contact football player. And ironically enough, it's going to help protect them because they're going to get down and they're going to protect their body. And this is not something I believe we should do in the NFL. But if we took off the helmets of players like in rugby, what happens in rugby is guys use their shoulders and their bodies to hit because their face, the defender's face and their head is vulnerable.
Yeah, it wouldn't have impacted Stroud's last
No, I'm
concussion,
just
though.
saying, like, but the problem is what we do in the NFL is like there's
Maybe any
so
of his
many
concussions.
pads that the helmets actually turn into a weapon
It has.
versus a protection several times.
And they try to turn the rules into you can't lead with the helmet, or at least the crown of the
And
helmet.
if guys
Your
don't have
face
helmets
pass out.
on, they're not leading with their face. I promise you. I promise.
Yeah.
Those shoulders are what everyone's going to be hitting with.
I'm going to dip out. What are you boys going to talk about?
Ooh, you?
All right. Yeah, keep it here. They're going to talk badly about me. If you want to
Thanks
join
for the
in,
time, Jeremy.
713-780-3776. Will Kunkel, Sean Mapes, Brian McDonald will take you the rest of the way. I'll talk to you a week from next Monday. Everybody's celebrating their car. They're like honking in the city of Houston. No more Branham for like 10 days. It's so great.
Golly.
You know, it's a great thing to do, though. Always a great thing to go. Great thing to do. Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Escape the rat race for the weekend. The hustle and bustle of the job. Whatever's causing you stress and anxiety. And get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book that stay now. TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. They got the open green spaces for you. They got unbelievable wildlife, beautiful, majestic trees, and some of the best fishing in Texas. Two Creeks alongside their property. You can't beat it. Big catch and release pond in the middle of the property, too. Teach the kiddos how to fish. It's just 90 minutes from Houston, too. You're there in an hour and a half. Escape the city without going too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Hike their 92 acres of property. Play a little bit of a pickleball. They got the pickleball courts. Maybe you like to kayak. They got that for you. Or you can just always get a drink at Swampers. It's fantastic. They got college football at Swampers all the time. Always taking care of their visitors. Saturday morning full of a bunch of activities for the kiddos. Food trucks are out there, bonfire and s'mores. Always taking care of their visitors at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. And right now through February, you can get 40% off all cabin rentals, 20% off nightly RV stays. It's their 40/20 discount, perfect for relaxing by the fire or exploring the beautiful outdoors. Find them on social at Two Creeks Crossing Resort as well. And you might even win a free stay, so keep up with them on socials. Book your stay now at TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. That's TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Hey, welcome back to ESPN Radio 97.5, 92.5 on the Jeremy and Joe show with no Jeremy and no Joe. I'm
No
Will
Joe.
Kunkel filling in with Sean Mapes.
Just
here
a couple regular Joes.
at East River 9, yeah. Could you imagine having such a great job like this and the disrespect you show the public?
I know. Just because they both to...
You're cutting in and out with that mic over there.
All right, I'll try another mic. One
Well,
sec.
Lee, hey, I'll handle this, okay? The fill-in guy. East River 9, unbelievable scene here tonight, starting to fill up. We got Texans and Bills tonight on Thursday Night Football. Curious what y'all think about this game. And there's a couple things that I was looking at some stats-wise. The Texans are 5-5, despite leading the NFL in both scoring and total defense in this season. And no team has ever led the NFL in both scoring and total defense, but failed to finish even multiple games over 500 in a full season. So tonight will go a long way in them hopefully rebuking another trend that they have done this year where they have an elite defense. And for the first time in NFL history, no team with such a great defense has been under 500, which has been the story most of the season. That is no longer the story now as they got back to 500, but still issues with this offense. That's been my pet peeve. That's been the narrative all season long with this team. And tonight, I actually like their odds. I know people might think that I'm crazy because the Bills are better than the Titans and they can barely beat the Jaguars, but this is a matchup game to me. This is a game where I think the Texans, they don't have to worry about a formidable front with the Bills. That defensive line is not world beaters. They're not going to get after Davis Mills, at least not what they've put on paper. It doesn't mean that this Texans offensive line is not going to allow a stunt or two to get through to Davis Mills. But what it means is that this matchup is good for them, and I think that's who the Texans are this season. They're a team that can beat very good teams like the Bills, but then lose potentially to someone like the Titans or the Jaguars because they have a formidable front. And the offense for the Texans is not good enough to really pull away from anybody outside of really bad teams like the Titans late in the game or the Ravens when they're really beat up. I'm curious what y'all think. I believe this is a 4.5-point spread now as it sits. I like the under in this game. If y'all are betting, tease the under and then take the points. That's what I like so far, but I really like Woody Marks breaking out in this game. I think this is an opportunity. I don't know if we believe that it's going to happen or that we believe in Nick Caley to actually do what we think should be done, what we all think should be done. But this is a Woody Marks game. Get him off the edges. Get him the ball out of the backfield. Let him cook. You got to run the ball successfully in order for Davis Mills to have success. Davis Mills is not a guy that's going to go out there and throw 44 times and have success and be able to go tit for tat with Josh Allen. But this Texans defense might give you some short fields. Josh Allen, as Jeremy was talking about earlier, he is significantly a boom or bust type of player. I think he's better than what Jeremy was saying. He thinks he's more flair and dramatics and excitement than he is championship. I think he can win a championship. I think he's that good of a quarterback. But to defend Jeremy's little bit silly point, as they typically are, even though we agree basically on almost everything that we ever talk about, he has the propensity to turn the ball over. And he had one of his worst games of his career last year here in Houston. And listen, everybody, this Houston defense, it's the best in the NFL, but it's even better when they're at home. That's why I think tonight is so critical. So I get there early. I'm going to be there tonight with a buddy. We're going to be able to watch the game as fans, and then I'll be able to go down and give you guys a full post-game report on Kicking It with Kunkel on my YouTube channel. But I'm pumped to be able to take it in with everybody tonight and enjoy this game, enjoy this atmosphere. I really hope I don't get there, and then all of a sudden I'm seeing thousands upon thousands upon thousands of Bills jerseys. Because when we got to that 49ers game, man, boy, were there Niners fans everywhere. I'm hoping that's not the case tonight, Mapes. No. Nope, your mic's not working. damn, dude, Mapes has so many interesting points and things to say, and the world can't hear him. It's really unfortunate. Texans 5-5, third in the AFC South. There he is.
There we go.
Obviously, the expectations for this season have changed. I think we can get back on track with the playoff talk tonight with a win, but they've changed from the standpoint of, hey, let's try to win the division. Let's try to get 2 home games in the playoffs. An AFC championship game at home would be ideal. Like, that was the hope coming in.
Yeah.
Then we all of a sudden went from that to, holy hell, what the hell is going on, to 0-3. Now we're back to looking at the playoffs, how it shapes up. Winning a game like this against the Bills would go a long way.
Winning a game like this against the Bills would mean that they're a very serious team, very serious playoff team, not just because they've fought the way back to 500 and with a win over 500. It means you went 3-0 with your backup quarterback. And that speaks to really how complete of a team you are. Like that.
Yeah, but also it speaks to the schedule. Like the Jaguars and Titans, right?
Yes, but the Jags are a team that you're competing with to make the playoffs.
For sure.
The Bills would be a win that we all expect to be a playoff win, a team that's in the playoff contention there. So to me, it really speaks to that this team was always kind of what we – maybe not exactly what we thought they were, but the surrounding pieces around the offense. I mean, you watch some of these games, and the special teams has fallen off a bit from early in the season. But I remember watching that Tampa game week 2, and the defense making stop after stop until the last drive, and then the Frank Ross's special teams unit making a big return where the offense couldn't do anything. And I thought, wow, this is 2/3 of a really good team, and the offense just failed them so much. And now the defense has still kind of been at that level. The special teams less so. And I think the offense has found its footing a little bit the last few – a little bit, but not like – it's not as ugly.
We've lowered
it's
the
not
bar.
as like, oh, my God, this is unwatchable.
We've lowered the bar to such a degree that it looks like and it feels like they've gotten better. Here's what tonight says. Tonight's a measuring stick game. Tonight is one of those games where you say, hey, let's see where we stack up against the teams that we want to be like. We want to compete against in January. This is one of those games against the Bills. We had one of those games. The last one we really had was the Seahawks. We thought coming out of the bye week, let's see where we stack up against the Seahawks because, listen, we started the season off 0-3, lost to the Rams, one of the best teams in the NFL, Buccaneers, Jaguars. It was a complete disaster. And then, okay, we got 2 wins, but they certainly weren't – you couldn't tell how you stacked up against the Titans and Ravens in those situations. So coming out of the bye week, our next opportunity to do that, to see where we stand, it's not all about wins and losses when you have these conversations. It's not just about getting to 10 wins. Yes, now it is. You just want to get those 9-10 wins in the playoffs, and let's start fresh and let's figure it out. But not every 10-win team is the same. There's certain 10-win teams who say, listen, dude, it's going to be a flame-out one and done. Certain 10-win teams playing tougher divisions, and they're going to make runs. But this is the next game that they have because the 49ers game was not a measuring stick game. The Broncos was more of a measuring stick game only because their defense was that good, but the offense so bad. Jaguars wasn't it. Titans wasn't it. So now this is that game where if you can beat the Bills, you say, all right, we're not back. We aren't who we want to be necessarily because you got to string those together against good teams, and you have the opportunity with the Bills, Colts, and Chiefs in your next 3 games. But this is a measuring stick game finally, and you get them at home. That's what sucks so much about that Chiefs game. You got to go on the road in a tough situation at Arrowhead at night on NBC. Like, that's a tough game on Sunday Night Football because the environment. Now you get a tough game against a good opponent on a short week in your building. Go out and prove that you can win these measuring stick games and stack up against the best ones. That's what tonight is. Now let's get to D'Angelo on the phone lines. You want to talk about the Texans and C.J. Stroud's injuries. Oh, he dropped. D'Angelo, you had it. You were right there. You couldn't finish out the fourth quarter.
A little bit more patience,
That's
D'Angelo.
What we're talking
That's
about.
all we need.
There's 4 quarters to a game, guys. You got to close out. That's what we're asking this defense to do. We need you to be great against Josh Allen all game. But then when it comes down to that final drive, you can't give up that touchdown against Cam Ward and the Titans. if you have the expectations of this defense. And I'm not saying that like, oh my God, it doesn't make them good. It sure as hell does. They're the best in the NFL. But for this team to hit its stride, the defense is going to have to win a game almost entirely by themselves. Maybe that's tonight. Maybe it is, but I also think that the Bills' defense is ripe for a couple points to be put up.
Yeah, there's definitely some ground to be made up on the ground with that Bills defense. We see that basically every time the Bills team loses. But you hit the nail on the head with the late touchdowns that this defense pitches almost a perfect game, or I guess almost a shutout, and for several times this season they lose with them on the field, or they give up the score with them on the field.
Yeah, and I want to talk about something after this break here on ESPN Radio Houston 97.5, 92.5, as we are live at East River 9. So many people think that the media has been negative this year. Bro, I talked to Kamar Lassiter about this in the locker room this week. I'll tell you exactly what he said. It's exactly what we've been doing all week. And then I also want to touch on the Rockets, because the Rockets' huge win last night. We'll be back here in just a couple minutes here at East River 9.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
That's not true. That's not true at all. Will Kunkel here, the host of Kicking It with Kunkel on YouTube. If you haven't done so yet, please head on over to YouTube. Give me a follow. Give me a subscribe. Hit me up. Let me know how much of a moron you think I am. I want to talk about Kamari Lassiter and a conversation I had with him in the locker room, because so many fans think that the media has been a little bit negative this year, and it's because the expectations were high. The defense has been great, but the narrative of the story of the season is the fact that the offense has dragged this team down to a 500 team finally. And in talking with Kamari, we were asking him what allows you guys to be the best defense in the NFL. And obviously, like, talent, of course, but they don't seek to be the number one defense. They go about their business. And then he also said something very interesting, which is what we do in the media a lot. He said that right after he was done talking to the media, they were going up to their position rooms. They're going to break down film and find everything they did wrong. That's how you become better, y'all. You don't do it by talking about all the positives all the time. You know what you do well. You don't always know what you don't do well and how to get better at it, and it's got to be pointed out. There are certain things on this defense that hasn't been great. They're the best in the NFL, but they got to tackle better. They got to finish at the quarterback from time to time a little bit better, and they got to finish games stronger. That's it, you know? He talked about that, so that's why us in the media sometimes can be what you deem as a little negative. And that's with the best defense in the NFL, let alone some of the thoughts that we have on the offensive side of the ball. Kickoff for the Texans, by the way, in about an hour 15. Hopefully you guys are down there tailgating, listening to ESPN Radio 97.5, 92.5. I said I also want to talk about the Rockets. Huge game last night, huge win on the road in Cleveland, 114-104. It's tough to take away a lot from a single game in the NBA with 82 games being played, but I love the way this team is really shaping up. It's not Kevin Durant heavy. Last night he shot 1 of 6 from deep, 6 for 18, had 20 points. You know, a nice game. But they don't rely on him that, like, if Kevin's not dropping 35 a game, they don't know where to go. They're one of the most, if not the most, they're the most efficient offense in the NBA, and they're dead last in three-point attempt rate. They're number one by a mile in offensive rebound rate. And this was something that I said, I don't know, maybe 5, 6, 10 years ago, that sports, a lot like fashion, is cyclical. Something that's out is now in. Something that's in is going to be out in X amount of years. Everybody was big in the NBA. Then everybody got small. The bigs couldn't keep up. And part of this has to do with analytics, so you still got to be able to shoot the three at least to a degree. So I wonder if that's going to hurt the Rockets at some point. But they went big. Everyone else is now small. We saw that last year. I still think that the Rockets were a better team than the Warriors. Their mismatches were crazy inside. Unfortunately, you had your best player, if you even want to call Jalen Green that, was absolute ghost town. I mean, non-existent, throwing up tour dates, or well, not even throwing up tour dates. He was going 1 of 6, not 3 of 20, 1 of 6, like taking 6 shots. So you were playing a hand with behind your back. This year, they still have that DNA of defensive mentality in there, but they're the best offensive team in the league, and they're not even shooting the three at a rate, which I love. Like, I think it's great for this team, and they have the superpower and the superstars. And the bar erupts.
East River 9 loves it.
They love my take, and I think that's fantastic for these people. They get it. They understand.
Yeah, not a very low amount of threes, pretty high percentage. Only the guys that are good at taking them are taking them for the Rockets, and that helps avoid some of the tour dates that we saw last season where they're so dependent on Green getting those shots for the team, and he was a little overstretched in that role. Şengün's grown nicely into that role. Obviously, they add Durant, and you see the fruits of that.
You have a closer in Durant, which is huge.
And you needed it last night.
Well, you needed it last night, and you needed it all year last year. And you had closers at times last year during the regular season. Having a closer during the postseason, as we learned, is very different. And this is something that's a hang-up with the NBA. It's a pet peeve of mine. And it's what makes watching the NBA on a nightly basis. Outside the Rockets, like, I watch them for obvious reasons for work, and I enjoy watching them because I enjoy the way they play, frankly. But Rafael Stone incidentally hit on this, I believe, at the end of last year by accident. He was asked about the effort that the Rockets play with night in and night out. And they won a lot of games, as he said, because of their effort. But effort alone in the playoffs is not enough. Well, that kind of goes to the point of, hey, you can win a bunch of games in the NBA just by trying. Just try. Like, that's not great for the product.
No.
It's not great for the league. Now, it makes the playoffs awesome, but then you got to have closers, and the Rockets did not have those closers. They got that now with Kevin Durant. They have a DNA. They have a team also that travels well. Defense travels well. Bigs travel well. And you're not living and dying by something that's hopefully going to drop in that three-pointer. You still need them. It's still the analytic game, but you don't have to live and die by it. All right, for Jeremy Branham and, well, not for Joe. Joe quit on us from the start.
Yeah.
He's already at the tailgating. I'm
at
sure
an adult
stadium.
cheerleader competition, something like that. Yeah.
With Bill Belichick's girlfriend. That's going to do it for me, Will Kunkel, live at East River 9 inside the River House. A phenomenal host. Appreciate them having us. Find me on YouTube, Kicking It with Kunkel. I'll be back tomorrow, 3 to 6, with Joe George. Be safe, be pleasant, be blessed, and go Texans tonight.
All right, let's go, everybody. Hello to everybody out at East River 9, and I've got Brian McDonald, producer extraordinaire, in the studio tonight. By the way, December 1st, we'll be out at Jersey Village at Senate Avenue Brewing for the live show. A lot of guests out there, a lot of World Cup-related things, free T-shirts, free hats. We're going to go have a great time out there, as we always do. We'll go out there and see Andrew Mitchum and everybody out at Senate Avenue Brewing. All right, tonight on the show, a number of things we'll get into tonight. There will be some more U.S. men's national team talk. There will also be an interview with former U.S. men's national team midfielder, played in World Cups. Tab Ramos will be on the show tonight here. We're going to banter around a number of topics, Tab and I. He's got a new venture as well when it comes to player development he's going to tell us about. We have Jason Longshore coming from Soccer Down Under, and he's from Atlanta. Jason's been on this show a lot, and he'll be on tonight. We're going to talk some MLS playoffs with him. We have the NWSL final tomorrow night. By the way, who's in the final? Juan Carlos Amoros again, the former Houston Dash head coach. He won it the year after he left. He's also won an international tournament with Gotham FC. And I just had some texts back and forth with him. We were going to try and sneak him on the show. But I don't want to get in the way of the preparation of a coach ahead of a championship match and a title match on a Saturday. That's at 7 o'clock. We got World Cup stuff tonight. We're going to hear from our friendly intern, your neighborhood friendly intern, Sean Paul, here on a couple of things. And we're going to take your calls tonight. I do want to see you hitting up on the phones tonight, because I need you to start telling me what it is you want to be in and around. 713-780-3776 tonight, 713-780-3776. We'll hear from Sean a little bit more towards the end of the first segment here. But I also have a very interesting interview that has Houston ties. If you all remember Ray Patterson, who was the GM of the Rockets, well, his son Steve Patterson, you'll remember also, was also the athletic director at UT. Was also at the Portland Trailblazers, amongst other things. He is going to join me tonight. It's a very, very interesting story. Division III team in USL, so that's USL 1, the third tier. Boise, Idaho. Athletic Club Boise is the name of the team. There's a distinct tie to the Basque region of Spain. And, you generally get in USL 1 for $1 million to $2 million. Think about that in comparison to buying into Major League Soccer, where it's hundreds of millions. So they got something really good going on out there. I think they've sold 5,000 season tickets. It's a market that loves soccer. The team Athletic Bilbao has come there and played games, believe it or not, in Idaho. I mean, the first thing I think about in Idaho, Brian McDonald, is probably Ernest Hemingway, trout fishing, beautiful outdoors. This is a really, really interesting story.
In the blue football field for the Boise State Broncos. Field.
You remember when the birds were hitting it because they thought it was water?
Yeah, they thought it was a lake.
Yeah, they thought it was a lake. Well, that's going to be a really interesting interview with Steve Patterson here tonight on getting it up and running. I mean, these USL teams provide jobs, provide community, provide player opportunity. They do so many things in a community, just like a pro team. And some of these mid to smaller markets are really doing some really, really cool stuff. So we'll talk to Steve tonight, and I think you're going to really like that interview. We do have Theater of the Bazaar tonight, and we've also got Game On for 90.
Game on, man. Here's Glenn Davis.
Game on.
With Game On for 90.
All right, here we go. Clock is on. Now let's go back to the last Gold Cup with Mexico winning over the U.S. men's national team. Some fans and pundits were upset. Christian Pulisic decided to pull out of Mauricio Pochettino's squad. Mexico won the title. Yet I saw a silver lining in that tournament, and I think because of the absence of Pulisic, I thought it was a great opportunity for others, and others took advantage of it. Malik Tillman maybe won, Max Darfston, and others benefited greatly to the point where they are now really pushing to make the World Cup squad. So fast forward, Mexico is winless in 6, and manager Javier Aguirre and his squad have been booed out of stadiums in both Mexico and the United States. And no Raul Jimenez and no Edson Alvarez. You're not getting booed in Mexico for not a reason. You're getting booed because they don't like the coach. They don't like the attitude of the players. And in the United States, you're not playing there and not getting booed either. It's all about the money in the U.S. So the pressure is on. Many fans are not on board with the players and on board with Javier Aguirre. And then meanwhile, you have the United States, unbeaten in 5 in a row under Mauricio Pochettino, destroying Uruguay 5-1, who ended up third in CONMEBOL. So what has happened? Pochettino has destroyed all the narratives that were thrown at him, including Bruce Arena saying you have to have an American coach after he took the job. And he's now in complete control, having built out depth, provided opportunity for MLS players. Yes, I said MLS players, and created a container of competition and pride in wearing the jersey. It's all about the team now. It's all about the collective. It's all about the badge. Hey, sounds like Argentina, right? Additionally, those players that are on the outside looking in this game against Uruguay, Christian Pulisic, Tyler Adams, Anthony Robinson, Chris Richards, Weston McKennie, they now know nothing is safe. And this is a champagne problem. This is healthy. It has all gotten built out. And these MLS players, without the opportunity, would not have been able to broaden, deepen, and open up additional possibility and competition for players. Pochettino is teaching us all a lesson in management. He was defiant in the post-match press conference after the Uruguay game and reminded people there's no first and second team. It is team. Pride of the jersey and your country. A little Argentina now rubbing off on our national team. Not a bad thing. And maybe that's what we wanted all along in the beginning. It is clear, though, one thing. Mauricio Pochettino is in charge. And if you are a player, you better join the team and get on that train if you want to go to World Cup 2026. And that is game on for 90. All right. So we have 42 teams out of 48 that are in the World Cup. Let's bring in our friendly neighborhood intern, Mr. Sean Paul, because Sean is going to get us updated on the teams that are in the playoffs. Now, I know it's kind of hard to keep track of, but let me just remind you here. Houston, we have 7 matches, 5 group stage matches, and we have 2 games that will be single elimination, and one of those will be on July 4th. Houston, Texas is hosting the World Cup. For all of you out there listening, if you don't realize that, we're going to be pounding this every single show, just like last night, that we are hosting the World Cup here in Houston, and 500,000 plus people are going to come here, and they're going to want to do things. They're going to want to party 24/7, some of them down in Edo. Others are going to want to learn about the city and go to landmarks or parks or museums or go to slip sliders and eat some sliders. So there's still playoffs to come, a safety net for some of the teams. And, well, my friendly neighborhood intern, Sean Paul, take it away.
How's it going, Glenn?
Good. I'm glad you're in here.
Yeah, so like you said, 42 teams have qualified for the World Cup, but as that Elton John single goes, I'm still standing. Yeah. But so six spots still remain. Four will go to UEFA, 2 in the Interconfederations. So for the UEFA, we have four brackets consisting of 4 teams. The winners of those 4 brackets will be the ones to move on. So
give us some matchups.
So for the first bracket, we have Wales versus Bosnia and Italy versus Northern Ireland. Second bracket, Ukraine versus Sweden and Poland versus Albania. Third bracket, Slovakia versus Kosovo and Turkey versus Romania. And the fourth bracket, the Czech Republic versus Ireland and Denmark versus North Macedonia. A lot of spicy matchups. Italy trying to avoid not making the World Cup for a third straight time. Yeah. Because I tell you, Glenn, if they somehow miss it for a third straight time, we're going to have a serious talk about
Well,
this
there's
team.
some real problems in Italy. We've spoken about them on this show. All right, let's go to CONCACAF now because CONCACAF got some really big surprises with Haiti directly qualifying, Curacao directly qualifying, and Panama. But the safety net are these teams who are in the playoffs now.
Yeah, so Confederation playoffs, we have 6 teams, one each from AFC, CAF, CONMEBOL, OFC, and 2 from CONCACAF. The 2 of those teams will be moving on to the World Cup. So we have two brackets. So we have 2 semifinals, and then we have 2 teams that have already qualified for the finals. Those being DR Congo and Iraq. So first semifinal, we have New Caledonia against Jamaica, and whoever wins moves on to Congo in the first final. And then the second semifinal, Bolivia versus Suriname. Whoever wins that moves on to face Iraq in the second final.
Well, there you have it. That's our friendly neighborhood intern, Sean Paul. Sean, great job. Thank you for getting us updated on all the teams that are still alive. We remind you, it's 48 teams in the World Cup. 42 have been selected already. And we'll make an announcement right now. Next, on December 5th, we will be doing a draw show live from East River 9. So that is some pretty big news right there. And that's going to be a lot of fun out there that day. A first on the radio, because you don't get World Cups very often. So we're going to do that here on ESPN 97.5, which is, I will proudly say, your soccer station in Houston, Texas. Sean, thank you very much. Great job by your friendly neighborhood intern. And very proud of what he did there, giving us all the updates. Okay, let's start talking a little bit of Major League Soccer, and we'll do a little bit more also with Jason Longshore when he comes on the show 2 segments from now. So our schedule is this. You got the Vancouver Whitecaps against LAFC. That is tomorrow. So think about that. That is Thomas Muller taking on Denis Bawanga and Son. And this one will be at BC Place. It'll be on artificial surface, sold out, 40,000. I mean, it's incredible what Thomas Muller has done for Vancouver, both on and off the field. When I see that, I want a part of that. And that's what I think we want something bigger here in Houston. As one of the largest cities in the country, as a host city for World Cup, we want our MLS product and NWSL product to live up to it. Nothing wrong with saying that, by the way. 713-780-3776. Sunday, you got FC Cincinnati, Inter Miami. These are single elimination. Cincinnati at home gets a big crowd. They'll be taking on Lionel Messi. That's at TQL Stadium. And then you got the Philadelphia Union, very much defined by being a team and a club that is all about youth. They are the number 1 seed, and they will take on New York City FC, the number 5 seed. That'll be at Subaru Park, right on the Delaware River. Do you know something, Brian McDonald? The first ever soccer game played at Subaru Park on the banks of the Delaware. I called that game for ESPN. And what was amazingly interesting about that is I'm calling the game, and out of the corner of my eye, I see these not blinking, but lights just slowly drifting by. Giant tanker on the Delaware River, framing almost behind the goal above the supporters group in Philadelphia. I think they're called, what are they called? Uncle Ben's Rice? No. Uncle Ben's something. Ben's Army. Something like that. Uncle Ben's Rice. That was a
that was a rice brand.
That was a stab at that was a joke. It wasn't a good one. I'm not good at telling jokes. So you got the Union, their player development system against New York City FC. And then on Monday, you got San Diego at home against Minnesota United, number 4. Minnesota United knocked off Seattle. So let's first take a look at Vancouver and LAFC. Vancouver knows how to control games. Their buildup is mixed. Good team defensively. Thomas Muller has lifted them. They were a good team before he came. Now they're an even better team. But they have great team shape, a team that really can attack very intelligently. and can do it in a couple of different ways, through the build-up, through combination play. And then Thomas Muller, obviously, what a signing. Movement. I would suggest if you watch the Vancouver game, just put your eyes on Muller and watch how he moves. They call him the interpreter of space. But Vancouver, I think, is incredibly dangerous team. LAFC, okay, so we know they're in transition, very, very dangerous. Son and Denise Bouanga, these two guys are lethal. You thought they were a tough team with Bouanga. Now that you got Son there, the complementary piece. That's what I always wish would have come for Hector Herrera after that great season. Bring in a bigger star. Bring in somebody to complement him and lift him. But it didn't happen. Son has been excellent in Major League Soccer, Son. Bouanga has always been dangerous against Vancouver. LAFC, when they score first, they know how to control games. And they can invite you in, they can have you concede space, and then they can hit you in behind because these two guys can break out like there's no tomorrow in transition. Vancouver's game is a little bit more, of a sustained build, rotating players, overloads, all these fashionable things that most every team does in some shape or form. They just do it a little bit differently and with different personnel, but they know how to capitalize as well. Vancouver has scored a lot of late goals. Keep an eye on that. And LAFC can score in final moments too. So I would imagine there's going to be, in a single elimination game, there is going to be, in all these games, if these games are close or somebody's behind a goal, I mean, there is going to be a lot of drama in the final 20 minutes of these games. FC Cincinnati, compact, good transition team. They can play very vertical. But then you got Evander who can make plays. He was on the open market after Portland. There were some problems up there. I was hoping the Dynamo might pick Evander up because I think he is one of those rare guys that just makes plays. What do we call him nowadays? We call him moments. But Evander is very dangerous. So they can hit you in a couple of different ways, Cincinnati as well. And then you got Inter Miami, possession base. They'll have more of the ball likely in this game. Messi's going to be central, and they're going to get their outside backs in the attack. You got Rodrigo Paul, Jordi Alba, Luis Suarez. That's a matchup, Cincinnati and Inter Miami. Inter Miami's vulnerable in transition. So who cashes in on these transitional moments will be pretty big. First ever conference semifinal for Inter Miami, by the way. Cincinnati, the home team, and they got a great fan base. We'll come back. We'll talk Philadelphia Union, New York City FC. We got Theater of the Bazaar coming up as well. And then I'm going to tell you tonight which leagues around the world tend to use younger players more than others. And you'll be pretty surprised where MLS lines up in this. This is Monkey Man, the Rolling Stones. I do want to remind you of Slip Sliders down on Bins. Was down there today. You might have seen the show promo. I did the backyard burger. I did the Shrimp Shack, the one that you like too, Brian. Did a couple of them down there. Was down there, saw our friend Rashid. It is Slip Sliders on Bins. Get in there. Man, I had 4 sliders for $16, and they're not small. They're good, and I'm powered by them tonight. All right, thanks to Slip Sliders. Also to LamontBrands.com. You might have seen some of the pictures of some of the new hats with the orange and blue. Really look sharp. If you're a Dynamo fan, you'll like them. If you're a Netherlands fan, you'll like them as well. So a big thanks to Jerry and Mel Lamont. Lamont Brands for all your printing needs. And our great friends at Cactus bring us this song from the Rolling Stones, The Monkey Man. We'll take a break. We got more to come.
You're listening to Soccer Matters,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
It's a great song. Group was Animotion. Song's called Obsession. Good friends down at Cactus, your best vinyl and CD needs. You could find Animotion down there. This is an 80s band. They said the 80s wasn't great, but boy, they play a lot of 80s music everywhere nowadays. There was such a mix of things going on at that time period. All types of genres. All right. Yesterday, we played a lot of the Mauricio Pochettino sound, and one of the things that really stuck out was in this post-match press conference, he was defiant, and he was sending a message, I think, to everybody that could hear it, including journalists. And what was interesting about this was he had mentioned that at halftime, even though they were up 4-1, he focused in on the fact that they got a little loose at the end of the half and conceded. Albeit it was a great bicycle kick by Ascareta. But my point is, prior to it, they were in a little bit of chaos. It was the only blip on the radar in the first half, which the U.S. scored, 4 goals, fantastic goals, great goals, set-piece delivery from Sebastian Berhalter, the free kick that set him up with a better shooting angle that he'd been into the upper corner. But one of the things we took out of the post-match press conference was the fact that he's not talking about a first and a second team. He's talking about a team. He's talking about the badge. He's talking about the U.S.
Sorry, I don't want to be negative, no? But I hate that. No regular players. What means? It's USA playing. It's the national team. Stop with that mindset. Every time that our decision is about to pick and start in 11, is the U.S. men's national team playing. And after 1 year, I think you need to really know me that I hate to talk in this way. It's so disrespectful. It's so disrespectful because I think we need to give credit to all the guys that today were involved, and again Paraguay too.
That was a fantastic effort again. I think the mood now, the optimism, everything has changed. You can see that he's fully in charge now, that he's gotten his feet wet there. He's broadened out the depth of the team. A lot of people were saying, oh, why is he playing this Max Arfston so much? Why is he playing Matt Freese so much? Well, those guys have all grown with the minutes he's gotten. So he saw something in those players. And those guys are going to go to the World Cup. And they're MLS players, whether Marcelo Bielsa thinks MLS is good or not. That one's making its rounds out there, that he told the player, don't go to MLS because you can be lazy in MLS. I don't know if he meant it in that way. He might have meant it in the way of maybe the league is structured, because it's a playoff league and there's not the pressure maybe. And we talk about that all the time, but there isn't a lot of consequence in the first couple of months of MLS. Those games only become consequential if you're a team trying to make the playoffs at the end of the year. But anyway, Pochettino made it very, very clear. All right. We did hear about Nigeria. Now, this is something that's pretty bizarre.
There's a lot of strange stuff that happens in the world of soccer.
It's clear something strange is happening.
So much so that Glenn ended up buying out a theater to showcase all of the weird stuff. It's time for Glenn's Theater of the Bizarre. Ooh.
All right, Rabat, Morocco. A Congo team staff member apparently used voodoo during the penalty shootout. This was Nigeria against the Congo. Eric Schell claimed after the match that eliminated the Super Eagles of Nigeria from the 2026 World Cup that voodoo was used in the penalty shootout. Schell was filmed during the shootout getting agitated with the Congo coaching staff and moving towards their technical area. And he was quoted as saying, "The guy of Congo did some voodoo," Shell told the reporters post-game. Every time. So this is why I was a little nervous of him. Asked to explain what happened, Shell did a gesture of shaking a water bottle. And we do have a sound bite from him. This is sound bite number 18. Let's play this and hear from him.
Eric, coming towards the end of the game, I could see that you were a bit frustrated with maybe some of the DR Congo staff members. Could you give us an update on what happened there?
During all the penalty decision, a guy of Congo did some voodoo. Every time. So this is why I was a little nervous after him.
Yeah. What did you see?
Yeah, something like that. With the I don't know if it's a water or something like that. So I don't know.
Yeah, well, there was some voodoo going on in that penalty kick shootout, and that was the coach of Nigeria. Nigeria sadly eliminated. They were up 1-0 in that game, by the way.
I feel like voodoo should be a red card.
They might have to write a separate rule for no voodoo.
Yeah, there's got to be something in the books.
We
right?
complain about everything, so voodoo's a real thing, though. It's a real thing in New Orleans, too. It's a real thing. So, hope somebody doesn't have a doll or anything right now sticking pins in it.
Sounds like U.S. men's national team should hire their own voodoo person.
Yeah, well, they didn't need it. They had 5 goals, 4 in the first half, so it turned out.
I'm talking about next summer.
Yeah, well, I think we're in a good place. It was pretty interesting to contrast where, Mexico and the U.S. is. And I still believe that Gold Cup was a good Gold Cup for the U.S. to provide opportunity for others. And then, obviously, Mauricio Pochettino carried that on with some players that he felt really could make a difference. So Malik Tillman, Max Darfston, Matt Freese in goal. I also like the 3-back setup. That is when things started going good as well, when he made the move to 3 central defenders, which I think just really consolidates things in front of a goalkeeper. You've got your 6 there to help you as well. We had a version of it where we've seen Tim Ream a part of it. We've had a version of a back 3 that has had McKenzie. Who do we have in the last game? Austin Trusty and Freeman. And these guys are big. They're athletic. And you'll be able to do different things in different games because there are some subtle differences in a lot of these players. Now, think about the logjam in midfield now. You got Luna playing well. You have Gio Reyna back in the mix. You got Sebastian Berhalter playing well. You got Christian Roldan playing well. That's before you get into Weston McKennie and Tyler Adams. For Dynamo fans, the emergence of all these players is not a great thing for Jack McGlynn, who's out injured right now, who delivers a great set piece. I saw him maybe making the team as a set piece specialist, but Berhalter proved that he can provide that. And then maybe something a little different with his range in midfield. But, when your guy's on the outside, whether you're Christian Pulisic or anybody else, you're not a part of that 6-1 Uruguay win in a sense. You're watching it. And the next time you come into camp, when you play Spain and Portugal, or Portugal and Spain, whatever order it's going to come in, and Cristiano Ronaldo, it's going to be really, really interesting to see what Mauricio Pochettino is going to do. Because he had a bunch of guys really perform for him very well in both Paraguay and the Uruguay game. It's 180-degree switch. We were all really down, not optimistic. I was sticking with Pochettino. I wanted him to get time, get used to things. And he's bringing a little Argentina to the U.S. national team. And you'll see him end up back in the Premier League, no question. But he's 100% bought into this. This whole narrative that he was coming for money. You don't think he's got enough money already? It's just a stop in between. He just wanted to be a part of the World Cup. I like what he's doing, and I think you're seeing some real man management, and you're seeing him push the envelope, and you can always push the envelope, like I said last night, more when you're winning and you're succeeding. And that's the mark of a good coach. That's when you push harder. You're losing, you got to build people up because their confidence is beaten down. 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. The last match that I didn't get to, I think, was Monday, San Diego against Minnesota United. So that'll come after the weekend. San Diego's the number 1 seed. They set a whole bunch of expansion records. Minnesota's a set-piece team. If you're San Diego, you don't want to concede set pieces in and around your goal. They also utilize the long throw-in. There was a time where you would get embarrassed and told it's anti-soccer if you were hoisted in long throw-ins. Not anymore. Not anymore. A lot of teams have the long throw-in. And definitely Minnesota United has it. So they're not going to want to give away silly free kicks. Transition is always a part of all of these games. It's single elimination, remember. So this is going to lead to 4 games of real drama. And then you're going to get your final conference championships in both the East and the West. Lots of overlapping set pieces. A lot going on here between these teams. San Diego has a wonderful possession game. They can be vulnerable at times, but they really manage and control games big time. Big time. All right. So we have an NWSL final as well tomorrow night. That'll be Gotham against Washington Spirit. I mentioned Juan Carlos Amoros, the former Houston Dash coach. Game's going to be on CBS and Paramount. Pre-game at 6:30 Central Time on CBS Paramount. And they'll have a post-game. It's Gotham FC against Washington Spirit. That's Trinity Rodman and company. Gotham, by the way, was the 8th seed. They won the last playoff spot. You got 2 great goalkeepers in this one, and Anne-Catherine Berger, Aubrey Kingsbury. Both of those goalkeepers could win this game for you. You got a good wide game. You got a good midfield. You got Jaden Shaw of Gotham. She's one to watch, kind of a rising star. Keep an eye on her. And by the way, Gotham has already won an NWSL title, and they also won a Continental title, winning the CONCACAF W Champions Cup. So they're going for a double. Washington, they've been to finals back-to-back, and now they don't want to be the Buffalo Bills of the NWSL. They want to lift a trophy here. PayPal Park is where the game will be. Capacity of 18,000. Should be a really, really good atmosphere and very exciting. Inter Miami has a new stadium debuting in 2026. I mentioned that because the MLS schedule is out. The Dynamo will not get that desired game with Messi and Inter Miami in the regular season. They will, though, get, obviously, LAFC, and they will obviously get with their star son and Bouanga, and they will also get a visit from Thomas Muller and Vancouver. Season's going to kick off February 21st, and then you're going to get, in 2027, the split schedule, which I think is going to be a good thing. Excited about that. Easier to compete for players in the transfer windows. Probably better from the standpoint of weather here in Houston, I would say. So we'll go to the summer to spring format. And that'll be really interesting. And I hear a lot of people, oh, you're going to go up against the NFL. We're going up against something all the time. Let's drop that narrative. Make your product good, get people out to games, and then you don't have to worry about competition. And by the way, all 17,000 people that go to the Houston Rockets doesn't mean they're a Houston Dynamo fan, okay? I mean, any given weekend in this town, you can decide that there's competition. You got to carve your own niche out on the sporting landscape, and it's not going to be open the doors, they're going to come. You are going to have to literally go out, put an arm around people, and bring them to the game on a daily basis. It's not going to change. I'm telling you, unless there's huge investment in all of this. So we can decide if we want to be irrelevant or if we decide we want to be a soccer club in one of the great soccer cities in America that is hosting the World Cup and 7 matches at the beautiful Energy Stadium over there with everybody at Lone Star Sports and Entertainment. All right. Going to remind you again, December 1st, Jersey Village, 16,000 Dillard. Brian's been up there. He loves it. We love it. We're going to do live radio up there. Going to have T-shirts, hats, guests. I got a U.S. soccer scout coming to that, and he's going to explain to us what he looks for when looking for players for U.S. soccer. So there's going to be a player development element about it. I'm trying to get on Tony Vigil from the Dynamo Academy to come out there, talk about the future of the Dynamo Academy. So there will be some player development talk, much, much more. Let's get some calls. 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. Down in Galveston, the big Tasco convention with thousands and thousands of high school soccer coaches going on. I would imagine the bar is pretty busy right now. We will take a break. LamontBrands.com. Nico's Greek and American Cafe. 3 locations. Woodlands. Got the Beltway and I-10. Beautiful venue out there. And then you go down into my favorite, which is the original on over on Montrose. Nico's Greek and American Cafe, the souvlakis. They're doing turkey gyros. Dimitri's doing a whole bunch of differing stuff. So get over there. Nico's Greek and American Cafe, the best in Greek food.
You're listening to Soccer Matters,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
McLean. Back in it comes. Ferguson's header given away, but it breaks to Tierney! History for Scotland and Kieran Tierney! He's the hero with an absolute pile driver that has surely taken Scotland to North America. Surely that's it done now. It's Shieldman. You've given it away. Here's McLean. He's going to shoot. Is that going to
You got to love this game. Scotland going to the World Cup. All right, let's bring in, as we go down to Atlanta, let's bring in a great friend of the show, doing good stuff down there in Atlanta, Atlanta United commentator, Jason Longshore. Jason, thanks for coming on tonight.
Thanks for having me, Glenn.
That made me, thinking about that ending to that Scotland game, that was just unbelievable drama.
It was so cool to watch that with a group of Scots at the Brewhouse Cafe here in Atlanta, and just the roller coaster of emotions that they were going through, of joy, of sadness, of hope, of anger, and then just unbridled joy. It was amazing.
My youth coach was a very influential person in my life. His name was Tom McDonald, and he was a Scottish from Kearney, New Jersey, the place where John Horrocks and everybody's from. He was my youth coach, and I was thinking of him throughout that game, and it was something. So some other thoughts from you real quick before we get into Atlanta on just some of the captivating things going on in World Cup qualifying. Obviously, the Haitis, the Curaçaos. Certainly on the day, this was a day full of drama.
Tuesday was a blast, and I was really lucky. Like, my show on 92.9 The Game here in Atlanta is Tuesday nights, and we were after the Hawks on Tuesday, so I had a little bit of time after the CONCACAF games to kind of decompress for a minute and try to make sense of everything that happened on the day, including the U.S. friendly on Tuesday, which had tons of storylines coming out of that. Yeah. So those are the days that we love doing this, right? Because there's always so much to talk about, and you're going from Scotland to Austria to Curacao to Panama to Haiti, the national team, all of it, all in one 24-hour period with so many stories.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Still got 6 places to figure out here. They'll be in the Continental Playoffs. And we'll find out who's going to fill those other slots. It's going to be a good one since the U.S., Mexico, and Canada are host nations. It's really an opportunity for CONCACAF teams. All right, I want to go to Atlanta, though, because there's so much going on down there. So first, I want you to take me into the return of Tata Martino, who provided the leadership and all the glory years for Atlanta United. Some thoughts on that and what the fans are thinking?
Yeah, there's a lot of excitement. There's obviously the idea that, it's not the same. It's not the same situation. You're not starting from scratch. You're taking over a team that didn't perform well last season. And, this team is different in personality than the team that Tata Martino was involved in building from scratch. I think some of the narrative has been maybe giving him a little more involvement in the team build, the roster build, than he actually had. It was a combination of Carlos Bocanegra, Darren Eales making some of the bigger decisions, and Tata's influence for sure. But you've got a different kind of roster right now. I do like the moves that the team made in the summer. I like the spine, but you've got to get goals out of Emmanuel Latte up top. Nothing works if you don't get goals out of him.
How many did he have last year, Jason?
It didn't get to 10.
Yeah.
And for how much you paid, no, it's not. And it's just, you see it sometimes with players who come over and they hit that wall physically in the middle of the year where their European season would have ended, and he never got going again in the second half. And I hope that's what it came down to. I hope that Tata can get the best out of him. He has a lot of good qualities that I think can suit what Tata Martino wants to do. When I first saw him on my radar of guys that Atlanta was looking at, there were similarities between him and Joseph Martinez in terms of what he can do with quickness inside the 18. But we didn't see much of that last year.
Did he have the supporting cast, Jason?
Yes, I think he did. I think it didn't all blend at the same time, though. And that's the problem is when he was looking good early on, it really was more from balls over the top, his speed, pressing, getting in behind. It wasn't from buildup. When the buildup was starting to click, when Miranchuk and Almiron were getting on the same page and Ronald Hernandez was at right back and that trio was combining well, that's when Latte Lot wasn't producing. And you were getting better performances out of Jamal TRA at that point. So I think it's just all got to come together. I like that now. And the other thing about Latte Lot and Almiron last year is they came in kind of late in preseason.
Mm-hmm.
You're now going to get a long off season for those guys. You're going to be able to really prepare this group with Tata in place early. That helps a ton too.
All right. Atlanta United last year was 13 draws, 16 losses, a negative 25 goal differential. So there is a lot of work to do down there. Arthur Blank doesn't fool around, though.
Nope, he doesn't. I mean, remember all the reports in early October before Atlanta made the decision on Ronnie Dyla. There were a lot of reports out of South American top sources that Tata had agreed verbally to take over at LAFC. And then things got quiet. And then season ended. Atlanta made their decision the next day. And then there was no follow-up about LAFC, and all of a sudden, Tata came onto the radar here.
I think it's great. It's a great storyline.
Situation.
Yeah, it's a great storyline. It's a return of the triumphant, and let's see if he can do it again. And he is such a revered coach and has done some great things. We're talking to Jason Longshore,